Slime. I'd have to be crazy to buy slime. Isn't this stuff everywhere? This isn't ordinary slime. It's my optimized slime gel, a high-quality building material. Please just buy a little. A girl in tattered hood eagerly held up her jar, begging a portly merchant. Get lost. Please buy some. I haven't eaten in 4 days. Go on, get away. The merchant swung his arm, knocking aside part of her hood, revealing white hair and a pair of animal ears. What? A demi-human? How dare a demi-human be near the city walls? What if it goes mad and bites someone? Get away. The merchant's disgust turned to fear as he stepped back. A clearing formed around them. You say this is a building material? A black-haired brownied youth walked over, curious about the material in the girl's hand, and also curious about the girl herself. Yes, it's very adhesive. Elsa tugged her hood tight, stubbornly promoting her product. Lester rested his chin on one hand, staring at the girl's chest. Name: Elsa Racebird, demi-human, loyalty 0, talent, quick-witted, epic, profession, material science apprentice, 310? Or architecture apprentice, 310? Status: dark corruption, inactive, severe hunger, worry for family, wandering to cold, give her a meal, and she might follow you. Epic talent. He had been strolling all morning, and this was the first epic talent he had seen. Could she really be led away with just a meal? Lester fell into thought. He had only transmigrated into this world 2 days ago. It was a fantasy realm with elves, dwarves, orcs, demihumans, and all kinds of magical beasts like slimes, goblins, and direwolves. Legends even spoke of dragons. His location was a barren wasteland, filled with caves, monster dens, and dungeons. This was almost entirely the domain of magical beasts. Especially at night, all monsters went berserk and attacked everything around. Only the sanctuary, sheltered under the light of a crystal tower, was safe. But even that was relative safety. When Lester transmigrated, the original owner had died inside the sanctuary, with 3 defensive arrow towers destroyed by beasts, and only the core crystal tower intact. Lester inherited the crystal tower, gaining his own sanctuary on the wasteland. But to survive, he needed to repair and reinforce it, recruit some hands, and at least build defensive works and walls. So during the weekly Radiance Day, when all magical beasts hid, he came to the nearest city and its spontaneous market outside the gate, hoping to find a capable laborer. The cheapest worker here cost 2 blue crystals a week, and slave prices ranged from 5 to 60 blue crystals. In the past 2 days, Lester had spent over 10 blue crystals on the tower to repair 3 cores for arrow towers, leaving him with only 5 blue crystals. Buy the cheapest slave. They would be the old, weak, sick, or disabled, useless for work. Hiring someone required paying a month's wages in advance, which he simply couldn't afford. Blue crystals. Lester desperately wished he could find a blue crystal mine. Although he hadn't found a mine, he had stumbled upon a talent of epic grade with dual professions in material science and architecture. Nearly half of people had no talent at all. Lester was one of them. Name: Lester Race, human talent, none, profession, architecture expert, 120. Civil engineering expert, 120. Status: excited, struck gold. Both skills came from his own past life. The blood and tears of over a decade on construction sites. Come with me, Lester said, ready to coax this child. Elsa's eyes widened as she looked at the handsome young Lester. A complex expression crossed her face. Humiliation, grief, despair, resignation. Seeing Elsa's reddening face, Lester knew she had misunderstood. I mean, come work for me. Salary. 1 blue crystal a week. Meals and lodging included. Meals and lodging included? Elsa couldn't help blurting out. The merchant beside them, who had been listening, anxiously circled behind Lester, keeping more distance from Elsa. Are you crazy, young tower lord? This is a demi-human. They evolved from magical beasts. They can go berserk at night. Even the crystal tower can't suppress it. I know. Lester nodded. The dark corruption inactive in Elsa's status bar was the root cause of their berserking, but unlike magical beasts, demihumans didn't go berserk as frequently. Even so, this race suffered heavy discrimination. They were banned from all cities, forced to stay outside the walls, and most sanctuaries wouldn't hire a demihuman who could turn on them at any moment. But Lester wasn't worried. The status panel was an ability he had gained upon arriving in this world, and this ability was just an extension of his main power. With a mere thought, Lester saw a golden book appear in his hand. Only the first page could be opened for now. Wonder Construction Guide. Holy Spring, clear all abnormal states, slowly heal injuries, grant status, energetic, 20 total energy. Provide fresh water requires worker 1. Total hours 12h. Statue of the God of Architecture. Reduce construction time by 25 requires worker 2. Total hours 48h. Cornucopia 10 chance of blue crystal drop from every monster killed requires worker 1. Total hours 12h. Only these 3 wonders on the first page. Holy Spring was Lester's solution for dealing with demi-human berserk. Removing abnormal states should clear the dark corruption. To save his own hide on the Wasteland over the past 2 days, Lester had put 10 blue crystals into the crystal tower, repairing 2 arrow towers of the sanctuary, but hadn't built any of the 3 wonders yet. The wonder he most wanted to build was the statue of the God of Architecture, which required 2 workers. After building it, all remaining construction time would be reduced by 25. But it required 2 workers, which he obviously didn't have alone. He looked at Elsa with burning eyes. He desperately needed cheap labor. You really don't mind that I'm a demi-human? I've had berserking incidents before. But I lock myself in an iron cage every night before I sleep, Elsa said nervously, her eyes full of desire for food and lodging. Of course, 1 blue crystal a month, meals and lodging included. I mean what I say. All right, Tower Lord. I accept your recruitment. Please let me become your subordinate. Elsa didn't notice that her salary had changed from 1 blue crystal per week to 1 per month, and still joyfully picked up her luggage. A small bundle. This is a crystal tower contract valid for 5 years. By signing, you must obey the Tower Lord. That is me. The contract is under the watch of the gods. This was the most basic employment contract available for purchase in the city. 1 blue crystal could buy hundreds. The sanctuary still had some left over. As for the watch of the gods, Lester had looked into it. It didn't seem fake. This world did have supernatural forces. Elsa carefully took the contract, scanning the salary, working hours, confidentiality clauses, notes, and penalty for breach. When she saw that the Tower Lord provided meals and lodging, she signed her name with trembling hands. Let's go, Elsa. Well, buy some supplies, then head back to the sanctuary. Lester noticed a change in Elsa's panel. Loyalty 068. Status dark corruption, inactive, severe hunger. Wandering, cold, unbelievable. Is this real? A place that provides food and lodging without paying. Status unbelievable. Is this real? A place that provides food and lodging without paying. The unexpected surge in loyalty caught Lee's sight off guard. He hadn't expected AI Shah to be completely devoted from the start, but seeing it leap to 68 filled him with delight. As for the unbelievable status on the panel, Lee's sight could do nothing about it. Though nominally under the city-state's jurisdiction, the surrounding shelters were essentially independent. In fact, the city-state itself was merely a larger shelter. AI Shah had truly become his subordinate. There would be plenty of time to earn her trust. Lee's sight spent 2 blue crystals to buy 2 weeks' worth of food and returned to the shelter with AI Shah. To his surprise, AI Shah was incredibly strong. She carried 2 sacks of wheat on her own. Out shopping, Lee's sight. As soon as they reached the shelter, a half-grown youth shouted from afar. Luke, you went to the city too. I didn't see you there. Lee's sight called back loudly. Luke Griffin's family lived about 4 or 5 kilometers away. Their shelter was level 3, with 5 towers, including upgraded arrow towers, and they had cultivated farmland worked by more than a dozen slaves. On the morning after the beast tide ended, it was Luke who had woken him during his patrol and left him some food. Without it, Lee's sight would have starved for 2 days. I didn't go, just my routine patrol. Luke waved and left. Lee's sight shouted after him, then led AI Shah toward the shelter. So this is the Tower Master's shelter. AI Shah gazed admiringly at the shelter rising from the wasteland. At its center stood a towering crystal spire about 10 meters tall, radiating a soft, warm glow that dispelled the cold of the wilderness and enveloped the surrounding area within a 30-meter radius. Those who had not signed a crystal tower contract could not enter the tower's domain without the Tower Master's permission. The light not only repelled beasts but also warded off the cold. 3 arrow towers stood guard in 3 directions like sentinels watching for wild beasts. In the center stood a worn but clean wooden cabin with 4 rooms. The room on the left is yours. Rest a bit, then get to work. Yes, Tower Master. Just call me boss. Yes, boss. Good, you've got spirit. Lee's sight took out the Wonder Construction Guide and tapped on Holy Spring. Let's cleanse the abnormal status first. If she goes berserk tonight, I can't fight a strong demi-human. The total work hours were 12. With 2 people, they could finish in 6. It was just past 1 in the afternoon. They would finish by 7 and the beasts would go berserk at 8. Plenty of time. AI Shah suddenly jerked. Boss, I feel something entering my body. No, my head. The Wonder Construction Guide directly transmitted construction knowledge into the workers' minds. Li Sight also felt a detailed blueprint for the holy spring materializing in his mind. But this version was clearly stripped down. The finished product would be a tiny pool barely a meter in diameter. Could this really be called a wonder? No matter, build it first. This knowledge I grant you. Don't ask questions, let's begin construction. AI Shah's eyes widened, but she dared not press further. Having just eaten 2 breads on the road, she was filled with a happy satiety, and was terrified of saying something wrong and losing her job. Yes, boss. She hastily drank 2 mouthfuls of water and trotted after Li Sight to the open space beside the cabin ready to work. Digging, hauling stones, polishing details. A wonder was defined by its breathtaking appearance and soul-stirring charm. But this tiny pool, aside from being finely detailed, Li Sight found it hard to connect to the concept of a wonder. They worked until dark, having dug a pit about 2 meters in diameter. AI Shah kept wanting to speak but held back. She couldn't see the point of digging such a pretty useless hole. The wasteland soil couldn't hold water. They had to fetch it from a distant river. But she still didn't ask because the Tower Master had told her not to. Moreover, the ability to directly instill knowledge into one's mind filled her with awe. The Tower Master must have his reasons. It was past 7 in the evening when Li Sight, panting and nearly collapsing, finally broke the last stone into place. In the next instant, a golden radiance enveloped the entire pit. The small 2-meter-wide hole began to expand and grow visibly before their eyes. It transformed into a holy pool larger than the cabin itself. The rough stones under the light turned amber-clear and beautiful. From the dry pit, spring water surged forth, emitting a faint, sacred glow. The radiant holy spring occupied most of the open space behind the cabin like a delicate bathhouse behind a wooden structure. But no one could mistake it for a bathhouse. Its sanctity forbade desecration. Li Sight's jaw dropped. What kind of void-creating capacity was this? Was this really the delicate little dirt pit he and AI Shah had toiled over all afternoon? AI Shah's eyes were even wider. That's it. Her mother had said the greatest profession on the wasteland was the builder, and the highest-level legendary architectural master could turn decay into miracle-crafting divine wonders. Only legendary architects could transmit knowledge directly to others. She felt that if she drank the water of the holy spring, her body and soul would be purified. Desperate to see the holy spring's effects, Li Sight crouched down, took a drink, and the day's aches vanished. His exhausted body immediately recovered some vitality. You should drink too, AI Shah. Night is coming. AI Shah looked at Li Sight, swallowed, and said this. Yes, sir. She knelt, drank a mouthful of the glowing water, and immediately a plume of thick black smoke was expelled from her back. AI Shah felt her body turn impossibly light. Her spirit also became active, as if she had thrown off the shackles she had worn since birth. That was the sword suspended over every demi-human's head. A curse, a disgust, a torrent of abuse and exclusion. The bone-chilling cold of countless nights curled up in iron cages. But at this moment it all seemed to vanish. Tears rolled down AI Shah's grimy cheeks. Sir, you will never go berserk again. Li Sight looked at AI Shah's chest. Actually, at a panel floating before her. Name: AI Shah, race Sparrow, demi-human, loyalty 92, talent research genius, legendary class material science apprentice 910, architecture apprentice 310, status grateful, reverent, energetic, full, worry for family, will do anything you say, legendary. After drinking the holy spring water, AI Shah's talent had actually jumped from epic to legendary. This was an unexpected bonus. Research genius. He would have to let AI Shah learn a lot more from now on. At the very least, he could teach her all his pre-transmigration knowledge, including his professional expertise as an architectural designer. Maybe miracles would happen. Legendary was the pinnacle talent. Li Sight envied her immensely. His own panel was almost blank, not possessing even the lowest grade talent. Sir. AI Shah knelt before Li Sight. From now on I am your most loyal subordinate. Please don't dismiss me. You don't have to be so formal. Rise. Least glanced around. The beasts will be here soon. Not far off, a slime hopped into the arrow tower's range. A blue bolt shot forth, piercing the slime, pinning it to the ground, and erupting into a blob of viscous gel. Magic wolves began surging from their dens, while goblins poured out of caves and dungeons onto the surface seemingly without end. The 3 arrow towers commenced their work, Blue arrows, after a moment of charging, picked off each beast that drew near the sanctuary. The slain beasts left no corpses behind, instead turning to dust devoured by the barren plain, as if under a god's curse. Least still harbored some concern. Earlier in the city-state, he had learned that a beast tide had struck 2 nights ago, the magical energy and chaos driving nearly all beasts from their lairs. Not only had his original body perished in that tide, but many other sanctuaries had shared the same fate. He had no idea when the next beast tide would come. Word had it the city-state had hired a prophet who could predict it with accuracy. 3 arrow towers would normally suffice for daily defense, but they were certainly no match for a beast tide. He had to bolster the sanctuary's defenses before the next wave struck. A single crystal core to form an arrow tower cost at least 1,000 blue crystals, far beyond Least's means. Moreover, his crystal tower was only level 1 capable of bearing a maximum of 3 cores. Raising the tower's level would require another 200 blue crystals. Keeping the tower operational also demanded a weekly infusion of blue crystals. Blue crystals. Least stared at the treasure basin entry in the Wonder Construction Guide. Each monster slain had a 10% chance of dropping a blue crystal. He had observed that at least 300 to 400 beasts were killed by the arrow towers each night, with endless hordes emerging from the ground. As it stands, the statue of the god of architecture isn't urgent. With 2 people working, it would take 2 days. If I build the treasure basin first, I can start stockpiling blue crystals 2 days earlier. By next Radiance Day in the city-state, he'll be able to buy far more. Least desperately needed blue crystals now. Let's rest. Tonight should be safe. Without a beast tide, the sanctuary was secure. He couldn't stay awake worrying forever. Even if a few low-tier beasts got in, the wooden walls would hold them back. Aisha hummed in acknowledgement and retreated to the room beside Least's master bedroom. Early the next morning, Aisha took the initiative to prepare breakfast and tidy the house, transforming into a veritable maid. Outside, the barren plain had returned to its normal state, showing no trace of the previous night's battle. Boss, you're awake. No need to be nervous, Aisha.
I don't beat.
Make yourself at home, Least said, stretching as he noticed her timidity. Well, get back to work today. By continuously building wonders, our sanctuary will only improve. Make myself at home. Aisha took a deep breath. I'll work hard, boss. Least scratched his head. Treat the company like home. Had he just uttered some capitalist mantra? Breakfast was meager. No fresh meat, no oil. Just bread and porridge. After a simple meal, Least pulled out the manual and tapped on Treasure Basin. Complex knowledge once again flooded both their minds. It was another small wonder model, a 2-meter square altar, and a stone basin, both adorned with intricate, breathtaking patterns. With prior experience, Aisha didn't gasp in awe, but silently memorized everything. Let's get to work. Rolling up their sleeves, they headed behind the house. Each took a sip of holy spring water, gaining a state of vigor, then began constructing with mud and stone. 12 work hours meant 6 hours for 2 people. They'd likely finish by noon. As they worked, Least chatted with Aisha, mostly asking questions. Many demihumans eked out a living on the barren plains. The Berdemis settlement was on a dead tree over 100 kilometers away, protected by 2 crystal towers. But during a beast tide 3 years ago, the demihumans went mad en masse, spurred by the harpies' bewitching calls, plunging the sanctuary into chaos. When Aisha came to, she only knew the sanctuary had vanished, the crystal towers reclaimed by the city-state, and her family was gone. She had been captured as a slave working in the mines until the beast tide 2 days ago, when she escaped and followed a merchant caravan to the outskirts of the city-state. When the beast tide hit 2 nights ago, I'm glad I didn't go mad or I'd be dead. You poor child. Thank you, sir, for taking me in and lifting my curse. Save your thanks and put that energy into work. Yes, boss. While we work, I'll teach you some useful knowledge. Listen carefully. Least saw an opportunity to make use of the time. Aisha was a research prodigy. She'd learn fast. Her eyes widened. Lectures. The knowledge she'd gotten from her parents hadn't cost any blue crystals, but she'd heard her mother mention the price. A single lesson from an ordinary material science or architecture scholar cost over a dozen blue crystals. Was the tower master perhaps a legendary architectural scholar about to impart his wisdom to her? Sir, I don't have enough blue crystals to attend your lectures. Aisha blushed. She craved knowledge but felt unworthy of the tower master's tutelage. You don't need to pay now. It's fine. You can pay me when you earn blue crystals later. 10 blue crystals per lesson, got it. Is that okay? 10 blue crystals seems too cheap. Even slow as she was, Aisha caught his meaning. She nodded solemnly. I'll repay you, sir. I'll give you many blue crystals. No many pink crystals. Lise chuckled. Pink crystals were the higher currency, 1 pink crystal worth 1,000 blue crystals. He hadn't seen one since arriving in this world. All right, I'll hold you to that. Where to start? Since you've studied architecture, let's begin with construction. After a while of lecturing, Lise noticed that Aisha's architecture apprentice stat had increased by 2 points, reaching 910. The two worked tirelessly through the morning, finally completing a stone altar 3 meters in diameter, with a massive stone basin at its center. As Aisha carved the final pattern, they both stood back. Lise pulled out the manual and pressed the final step. A flash of golden light enveloped the basin, which seemed to reconfigure itself into a heavy gold hue. The altar expanded in an instant into a small stone platform, its intricate patterns radiating golden brilliance. A golden metallic-looking stone basin sat at the altar's center. At the same time, Lise checked both their stat panels. Aisha, Architecture Apprentice, 910, Architecture Expert, 120, Lise, Architecture Expert, 120, 520. Even though they had built simplified versions, the knowledge and experience from constructing 2 wonders had given him 4 points of progress. Aisha, on the other hand, had jumped straight from apprentice to expert. Not bad. Becoming a master architect is within sight. The treasure basin sat adjacent to the sacred spring, occupying half of the spring's area. The 2 wonders now covered most of the space, illuminated by the crystal tower, leaving no room behind the wooden cabin. Lister felt the wonders were still too conspicuous. Although he could not be harmed by outsiders within the crystal tower's range, open assaults were easier to defend against than hidden schemes. If someone truly coveted his wonders and sought to claim the crystal tower for themselves, they would surely find a way. I need to find a way to conceal the wonders, at least so they don't appear so extravagant. Elsa, drenched in sweat, and having forgotten her nervousness and reserve, asked with her hands on her hips, "Sir, what is the name of this magnificent structure?" "The treasure basin." "What effect does it have?" "Hey, you'll find out tomorrow." Lister stretched his sore back, drank a couple of mouthfuls of sacred water, then slumped down beside the sacred spring. The sacred water could cleanse abnormal states, and Lister's aching muscles were eased by its healing effect. However, the physical exhaustion was genuine. He was still tired. Elsa had much more stamina than him, likely honed by years of mining experience. She sat beside Lister, appearing small and delicate like a little sparrow, still chattering softly. "Boss, can the pipes you mentioned be made from sausage tree bark and slime gel? As for the flush toilet you mentioned, I think the difficulty of building sewers could be replaced by the slime's decomposing ability." "Kid, have you considered the slime's feelings by saying that?" Nevertheless, Elsa had many intriguing ideas that inspired him, especially since he was still unfamiliar with this world's unique mechanisms. Lister was too exhausted to reply. "Well, talk tomorrow. That's enough for today's lesson." Though the lesson was over, the work had to continue. The statue of the god of construction could now be started. In an afternoon, the 2 of them could accumulate 10 work hours. The remaining 38 hours could be spread over 2 days, making it easier. After resting for over an hour and having a meal, the 2 continued working. "Once the treasure basin produces blue crystals, I must hire more people. This work is too exhausting." "Boss, you rest." "I'm not tired yet. Let me handle it." Elsa took over Lister's tasks. Though it pained him, Lister's physique simply couldn't handle heavy labor for long. Even drinking sacred water couldn't fully relieve him, so he could only watch Elsa work. "Are there cultivation methods in this world? Could I train myself to become a superhuman?" Lister let his mind wander, balancing work and rest until the night grew deep. "Let's call it a day." The 2 ate something and then sat guarding the treasure basin in front of the wooden cabin. Soon magical beasts appeared. A pack of demon wolves roamed over from a distance, their eyes gradually glowing red, as they went berserk, charging toward the inhabited area, despite the crystal tower's threat. Whoosh whoosh, the arrow tower began its work. After shooting down the 3rd demon wolf, Lister heard a crisp sound. Clink clink. A blue crystal, the size of a mung bean, appeared in the treasure basin. A blue crystal? Elsa's eyes widened. Where did that come from? The sparrow woman turned to look at Lister, a wild idea forming in her mind. Recalling yesterday's sacred spring. "Boss!" Lister couldn't help but smile. "That's right. The treasure basin's function is to harvest blue crystals from slain monsters. Elsa bounced on her toes with excitement. Then our sanctuary won't lack blue crystals anymore, boss. Exactly. Lister extended his hand and Elsa instinctively raised hers to give him a high five. Then she shyly lowered her head, though a smile lingered on her face. Clink, clink. Another blue crystal appeared in the treasure basin. Lister felt the joy of a farmer reaping his harvest. After watching for over half an hour, he collected the 6 blue crystals from the basin and the 2 retired for the night. The next day, Lister woke up early. He immediately pushed open the door and went to the treasure basin smiling with satisfaction as he saw it half filled with blue crystals. Boss, you're awake too. Elsa followed closely behind and stood dumbfounded at the sight of the blue crystals. Don't just stand there. Let's count how many there are. Lister took out a money pouch and began filling it. Each blue crystal was the size of a mung bean. Together with the few collected the previous night, there were 132 in total bulging the pouch. With a daily income of around 130, by next glorious day, I should be able to save over 700. I can buy a few slaves to work, but not too many. Our sanctuary doesn't have enough food or space. I'll decide based on the Wonder Construction Manual's requirements. Upgrading the crystal tower costs 200 blue crystals. I need to upgrade it to level 2 tomorrow. A level 2 tower unlocks level 2 arrow towers, providing enough defense against small-scale beast tides. I'll ensure this week's safety first. After organizing his thoughts, Lister called Elsa to start eating and working. They toiled until evening, and this time even Elsa fell silent. The two leaned against the sacred spring, drinking sacred water, feeling a strange mix of exhaustion and comfort. Not far away stood a statue over 3 meters tall. After being imbued with knowledge from the Wonder Construction Manual, despite neither having any sculpting experience, their work turned out surprisingly passable. They only needed to carve the general shape without mistakes. The wonder would perfect itself to an astonishing degree in the end. To outsiders, this would appear as Lister's miracle. It was the right decision to build the sacred spring first, Lister mused. If he hadn't had sacred water to drink during the work, he definitely wouldn't have persevered. 8 hours of work remained. Rest well tonight, well finish tomorrow. Okay. Elsa scooped some water from the sacred spring, washed her face, returned to her room, and burrowed into her warm little nest. The sacred spring was holy, but after drinking it so often it became ordinary. Elsa felt herself growing less reverent. Perhaps it was because her boss was too gentle, never scolding her, always smiling no matter what she said wrong. Elsa warned herself several times, she must respect her boss, must revere the great legendary builder. The next morning the two stood before the treasure basin, counting each blue crystal one by one. 144, a lot more than yesterday. Lister accepted this unexpected boon, took the money pouch, and walked to the crystal tower. The tall, beautiful crystal tower emitted a continuous glow, dispelling the surrounding cold and threats. He fed 200 blue crystals into the tower all at once. The tower's pale blue light solidified, as if an endless ocean undulated through the air, cleansing the dry atmosphere around it. The air feels more humid. Elsa had long removed her hood, revealing feather-like hair tips. The hair near her ears twitched slightly. She was sensitive to changes in air humidity. Lister nodded. And the coverage area has expanded. It's now nearly 50 meters in radius. A 50-meter radius was quite large, equivalent to most of a football field, enough to accommodate more wonders. Upgrading one level 2 arrow tower costs 50 blue crystals. Upgrading just one is enough for now. If we encounter an emergency, we can upgrade on the fly. After communicating with the crystal tower, Lister invested another 50 blue crystals. Branches appeared on the crystal tower. 1. Rapid-fire arrow tower increases arrow tower attack speed by 100. It decreases attack power by 25. 2. Sniper arrow tower decreases arrow tower attack speed by 50. Or increases attack power by 200. Increases attack range by 50. Or prioritizes the strongest individual. 3. Scatter arrow tower fires 5 arrows per attack, decreases attack power by 50. Decreases attack range by 40. The arrow tower's base range was quite large, close to 200 meters. These 3 options left Lister somewhat troubled. Each had a unique function. The rapid-fire and scatter arrow towers could handle different types of high-quantity beast tides, while the sniper arrow tower could deal with the stronger individuals within a beast tide. While Lister was pondering this dilemma, a camel beast approached from afar. Hey! Lister, are you awake? Lister turned his head and saw Luke on patrol. Luke was an excellent archer, daring to wander outside even on non-radiant days. His camel beast ran faster than a direwolf. "Good morning, Luke," Lester replied with a smile. "Hey, catch." Luke had a mop of messy brown hair and a face with the sallow complexion characteristic of the Wasteland people. His smile was innocent, always reminding Lester of the Highland pearls from his past life. Lester raised his hand and caught the waterskin Luke tossed to him. Opening the mouth, he found rich, fragrant milk inside, still warm from being freshly boiled. "So fragrant, Luke. Do you sell this milk? I want to drink it every day." Luke didn't answer Lester's question immediately. Instead he asked, "Is this the slave you bought, Lester? Why is she a demi-human?" "My father said that's very unsafe." He had spotted Aisha, who was clearing construction debris nearby. "It's okay, I have a way to keep them from going berserk." "Is that so? That's good, my friend. I can bring you milk every day since I patrol here anyway." "How much?" "I'll pay you. Just give me 1 blue crystal a month. But you have to make the trip." Lester handed Luke 2 blue crystals. The young man took them with delight. Although the Griffin family's shelter was quite wealthy, he still had 2 older brothers and his allowance was meager. 2 blue crystals were enough to buy many fun trinkets in the city-state. "By the way, Lester, I came to tell you that the diviner hired by the city-state has arrived. She says a powerful and troublesome magical beast will emerge from the dungeon in the next couple of days, and it might make people sick. You should be careful." "I understand, Luke. Thank you. Don't mention it, my friend. Your shelter has a new pond. It's beautiful." Lester nodded. "It's just a reservoir." Luke grinned. "All right, I'll head back now." Lester watched Luke's retreating figure, lost in thought. As expected, with the construction of the Wonder Discovery was inevitable. He needed to make plans early. With Luke's intelligence, Lester returned to the Crystal Tower and chose the second upgrade for the Arrow Tower. 2. Sniper Arrow Tower decreases Arrow Tower attack speed by 50, increases attack power by 200, increases attack range by 50, prioritizes the strongest individual. If the diviner's words were true, this second upgrade was certainly more applicable. If the number of magical beasts was too overwhelming, he could always spend another 50 blue crystals to temporarily upgrade the Arrow Tower. Having done this, Lester picked up the milk and called for Aisha, intending to improve their breakfast. "Boss, you called. Let's upgrade the meal today. 1 cup of milk for each of us." Lester shook the waterskin in his hand. Aisha couldn't help but swallow at the mention of milk. She had only heard that milk was for the rich and tower lords. The shelters of the Kia people never raised cows. Sitting at the worn-out wooden table, Lester slowly poured the pure white milk into 2 cups. He sliced the rye bread with a knife and ate it with dried meat. The milk was delicious, far richer than the boxed milk from his past life. Even the bread tasted much better. Aisha sipped her milk in small, careful mouthfuls across the table, silently chanting in her heart, "Room and board, room and board." People who would have thought room and board could be this valuable. She absolutely couldn't lose this job that provided room and board. The Tower Lord was truly wonderful. "Keep up the good work. The meals will get better and the living conditions will improve too." Lester took the opportunity to paint a rosy picture, boosting his employees' motivation. Aisha nodded vigorously. After breakfast, it was back to work. They worked until a little past 10, when the miniature stone sculpture was finished. Lester took out the manual. A flash of golden light, and a colossal stone statue over 10 meters tall stood firmly before the wooden cabin, looking tall and majestic. Aisha was still immersed in the miracle. Even though she had seen it twice before, it was still awe-inspiring. Aisha, Architecture Expert, 120. 320. Lester, Architecture Expert, 520. 820. Lester couldn't wait to open the manual. The first page had already been turned. Finally, the second page could be opened. Cornucopia, the horn of the goddess of bounty's mount, increases crop growth speed within the shelter by 100 and yield by 50. Requirement: Worker 1. Must be built next to a farm. Total man-hours 48. H36H statue of the god of architecture. Bonus: Guardian stone statues. 4 statues granted by the god of guardianship to his followers. 1 statue is randomly activated each night to patrol until dawn. Requirement: Worker 4. Total man-hours 192. H144H horn of submission, an ancestral horn. Blowing it can subdue a magical beast within 5 meters. Cooldown 30 days. Requirement: Worker 4. Total man-hours 64. H48H statue of the huntress goddess. Within the shelter's range, each arrow tower can train 1 master archer. Bow and arrow tower damage is increased by 50 within the shelter's range. Requirement worker 4. Possess 4 arrow towers. Total man-hours 72h 36h. Lester's heart pounded. Building a wonder had an additional requirement, but this page contained 4 wonders. 1 for crops, 1 for defense, 1 for taming magical beasts, and the last one could even train master archers. Does that mean it can train me too? Lester had long coveted the Griffin family's archery skills. Master-level archery would surely guarantee his safe travel outside on non-radiant days. If he could also train Aisha into a master archer, their safety during joint expeditions would be greatly enhanced. Lester sat by the holy spring, crossing his legs and pondering. It requires 3 conditions and 4 workers to complete. I need to buy at least 4 workers this time. They can squeeze into the remaining 2 rooms for now and take time to build new rooms. There are 3 days until the next radiant day. The cornucopia's original 48-hour construction time, reduced by the statue of the god of architecture, can be easily spread over 3 days. Each person works 6 hours a day, and the rest of the time is used to improve the farmland. Once in the city-state, I need to buy some seeds and fertilizer. I can plant them as soon as I return. After finalizing the matters, Lester decided to focus on clearing a patch of farmland. For someone who grew up in the countryside, this was not difficult. The shelter still had a few old worn-out farming tools that were barely usable. After admiring the colossal statue, Elsa approached and said, "Boss, what are we doing this afternoon?" The beastkin's vitality was truly boundless, and with the enhanced state from the holy spring, she felt as though she could toil tirelessly all day without fatigue. Physiques varied between individuals. Perhaps he could just let Elsa handle all the remaining work. After all, he planned to recruit a few more slaves dedicated to labor in a couple of days. He certainly wouldn't keep doing this himself. A genius of scientific research shouldn't be stuck hauling bricks. Elsa, bear with it for a couple of days. It'll teach you how to cultivate farmland and some knowledge about hybrid cultivation of high-yield crops. Elsa nodded excitedly. Over these past few days, the Tower Master had been imparting knowledge she had never heard before, greatly satisfying her curiosity and thirst for learning. She increasingly believed the Tower Master to be omniscient, almost like a deity from legend. At the same time, she had no idea that Lister planned to slack off and dump all the work on her. Ahem. Lister cleared his throat, looking at Elsa, whose face seemed to scream, "I'm easy to fool," and said without changing his expression, "I'll direct you in tilling the farmland. Let me demonstrate first." By the end of the afternoon, an acre of farmland had appeared before the wooden cabin. The soil in the wasteland was truly poor, almost devoid of fertility. However, within the range of the Crystal Tower, crops matured quickly, generally within 1 to 2 weeks. With careful planning and prioritizing the planting of legumes, the land could be rapidly enriched. Opening the Wonder Construction Manual, Lister noticed that the icon for the cornucopia had lit up. Time to start building a new wonder. As he pressed the icon, knowledge flooded into the minds of Elsa and Lister. It was another sculpture. Elsa picked up her hammer, ready to begin crafting with the stone they had previously moved, when she suddenly felt different. "Boss, I feel like I can build things incredibly fast now. It's as if I've been blessed by a deity. If I were working on the previous statue, my construction speed would be significantly faster." That's the effect of the statue of the god of architecture. No need to rush this time. Just finish it before the next radiant day. That afternoon, leaving Elsa to work on the wonder, Lister went to the small hill where they had been quarrying stone, moved some rocks, and dug a smaller reservoir beside the holy spring. "Tower Master, what are you doing?" "Making a bath for soaking." He couldn't bathe directly in the holy spring as it was for drinking. As the most convenient and inexhaustible water source, the holy spring had to be utilized well. Lister hadn't bathed in days. He simply built a small pool, diverted water from the spring, and connected the bath to the reservoir next to the farmland. Finally, he used a few thin stone slabs to screen off the bath. Lister let out a long breath. Once he had more hands, he would definitely install a bathtub inside the house. The wooden structure was unsafe. At the very least, everything should be rebuilt with stone. "Elsa, I'm going to take a bath."
"Don't peek."
"Yais, boss, I won't peek." Elsa took a rest that day as well. While it was still light, she used paper and pen to organize the precious knowledge Lister had taught her. Lying in the holy spring, Lister felt as though his soul was being purified. "I admit the holy spring is the best wonder." Within the Crystal Tower's range, the water of the holy spring was always lukewarm. Though it wasn't as hot as a thermal spring, the spring's inherent effects more than made up for it. Half an hour later, Lister emerged refreshed and changed into clean clothes. Elsa, go take a bath too. A bath? How do I take a bath? Elsa asked, her head lowered, face slightly flushed. She too wanted to wash herself, but there was no river nearby. Out of respect for the holy spring, she had never dared to think of using its water for cleaning, and she had never even heard the term bath before. As a child, she had only bathed by a river, scrubbing herself with a linen cloth. In the mines, there was never any chance to clean herself, and she had grown accustomed to being dirty. Just get into the pool and wash yourself clean, Lister said helplessly. Did one need to be taught how to bathe? And she called herself a research prodigy. Surely he didn't have to guide her hand by hand. All right, I'll go now. Elsa grabbed her only set of spare, tattered clothes and slipped behind the yard. The sky was gradually darkening. After her bath, Elsa quietly returned to the house, stealing glances at Lister from time to time. What are you looking at me for? Elsa quickly lowered her head. She had just discovered that Lister hadn't changed the water from his bath. Adhering to the principle of not wasting holy water, she had simply soaked in it. Only after getting in did she realize that Lister had installed a simple valve, making it easy to draw and drain water without waste. It was channeled to the farmland's reservoir. I took a bath in the same pool of water as the tower master. Elsa felt a bit dizzy. Boom! Suddenly a dull roar echoed from the sky. It's going to rain. Lister walked under the eaves. On the distant horizon, the silhouettes of monsters appeared. Elsa's ears twitched. Boss, dangerous magical beasts are approaching from afar. Beastkins retain some traits of magical beasts, including their alertness and perception. Lister looked into the distance. A massive figure slowly drew near. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a troll 5 or 6 meters tall, wielding a wooden club with a tiny figure perched on its shoulder. Magical beasts had already entered the arrow tower's range. The upgraded tower had a range of about 250 meters and opened fire first. Any beast locked on was killed with a single shot. Lister tensed up. That troll looked very unusual. He wasn't sure if the level 2 arrow tower could take it down. The mountainous body drew closer as the rain began to fall harder. Lister could now clearly see the monster's appearance. It was a troll even larger than an ordinary one, with a goblin shaman holding a wooden staff on its shoulder. Green mist emanated from both their bodies, reeking of a decaying swamp. The troll's body was covered in festering wounds and oozing pus resembling a corpse. A plague shaman! Elsa exclaimed. My mother told me about these goblins. They use dark magic to control the corpses of monsters. Once those rotting corpses enter human territory, they spread plague. The plague shaman on the troll's shoulder raised its staff and cast a new spell. Up ahead, the goblin and dire wolf corpses that had just been killed by the arrow tower struggled to their feet. The pressure on the tower surged. Sensing something was wrong, Lister checked his money pouch. Only 36 blue crystals remained. He needed another 24 to upgrade another arrow tower. Elsa, go watch the cornucopia. As soon as you have 24 blue crystals, bring them to me immediately. Yes, boss. Lister could only stare at the defense line doing nothing. A feeling he loathed. I must build the statue of the huntress. If I were a master archer, I'd have the means to handle emergencies. The arrow towers kept firing. Low-level magical beasts that could be taken down with a single arrow previously now required 2 to 3 arrows. Their bodily tissues had to be completely destroyed to render them immobile. Fortunately, the arrows fired by the towers were not ordinary ones. They were energy arrows driven by blue crystals. Upon hitting a magical beast, they would blast away a large chunk of flesh and blood. The level 2 arrow tower could still maintain an efficiency of 1 arrow per kill. The plague shaman was gradually approaching the shelter, and Lister was waiting for it to enter the tower's attack range. The level 2 arrow tower would prioritize attacking the most powerful target within its range, offering a chance to slay the shaman with a single arrow. The rain grew heavier, and the number of magical beasts far exceeded that of the previous 2 days. In just half an hour, over 200 had been killed, but the nearest ones had already charged to within a dozen meters of the wooden cabin. Lister grabbed a farming tool for self-defense. A magic wolf pierced through the heart by an arrow tower lunged at him. He swung his hammer, sending it flying, and was splattered with blood and saliva. Is that enough, Elsa? Just 2 more. Elsa shouted. 2 more magic wolves broke through the defenses and pounced. Lister turned and ran. As he caught sight of the sacred pool, a thought struck him. If the sacred water could cleanse the beastman's berserk state, could it work on these frenzied magical creatures as well? Lester grabbed a container by the pool, filled it with sacred water, and turned to splash it at the wolves. A hiss sounded as a cloud of black smoke emerged, and the wolves' crimson eyes suddenly cleared. It works! The arrow tower reacted, killing the two wolves before Lester. Boss, that's enough. Give it to me. Hearing Elsa's words, Lester rushed to the cornucopia, took the money pouch from her hands, and dashed to the crystal tower. Choose Arrow Tower Evolution. 3 fires 5 arrows per attack power reduced by 50 or attack range reduced by 40.
Lester decisively chose Évolution 3.
Against swarms of magical beasts that could resurrect, the best tactic was to shred them into a sieve with a spread shot, ensuring they could never rise again. The reduced attack range was no longer an issue as the beasts had already charged into the shelter. After inserting blue crystals, one of the arrow towers transformed. The next moment, the sound of arrows thudding filled the air. Magical beasts near the shelter fell in droves, and the pressure eased. The plague shaman is almost in range. Hold on. The troll advanced with massive strides. If it entered the shelter, it might even dismantle the arrow towers. It's in range. The level 2 arrow tower immediately switched targets and began charging. A deep blue arrow shot across over 200 meters, hurtling toward the troll. Don't hit the troll, hit the shaman. The arrow blasted a large hole in the troll's head. As if hearing Lester's words, the tower changed its target. With a whoosh, the shaman, which had been hopping provocatively on the troll's shoulder, exploded into fragments. The pressure on the front line instantly vanished. The dead magical beasts remained truly dead, and the troll's corpse collapsed to the ground silent. Lester breathed a sigh of relief. Elsa stood beside him, gripping his clothes, equally tense. It should be fine now. You should rest. Lester dared not sleep. He had to stay vigilant. If necessary, he would save enough blue crystals to upgrade another arrow tower. Elsa shook her head. She couldn't sleep in such a situation. The two stood at the wooden cabin's entrance, patrolling the shelter's perimeter until morning. It's over. Lester leaned against the sacred spring, completely relieved. The spring had not been polluted by the storm, remaining pure and holy. He drank some sacred water to alleviate his sleepless fatigue. Quick, check the cornucopia. Lester jolted awake from his dream. Approaching the cornucopia, he saw it filled with blue crystals soaking in water. His heart seemed to skip a beat. We're rich, boss. Elsa raised her hands and cheered. Haha, let's count them. The two took out wooden boxes and began counting one by one. A total of 932 pieces. The beast tide had over 8 times the usual number of magical beasts. 932 pieces. Enough for him to purchase ample supplies and hire labor in the city. Relaxed, Lester felt the discomfort of rain-soaked clothes. Just finished a bath and now am rained on. Well, I guess I'll reluctantly take another one. Together with Elsa, Lester tidied up the fences and planks destroyed by the magical beasts in the camp. Then they prepared to bathe and sleep soundly until the afternoon. As he entered the small partition space made of stone slabs, he heard the footsteps of a pack beast in the distance. Lester coughed. Lester, I've brought the milk. Lester saw Luke approaching the shelter holding a water pouch. After a night of hard work, he had forgotten about the breakfast delivery service. Thank you, Luke. Lester took the milk and felt his appetite return. Cough, glad to see you're okay. Last night was dangerous. You have a cold. Why are you coughing? There were many corpses yesterday. Father said they carry plague. We've all been infected. It'll take a while to recover. Maybe the city has a cure. Plague. Lester and Elsa showed no symptoms, even though they had been in close contact with the corpses. Could it be the effect of the sacred water? I'm glad you're alive. Father thought you might not make it through the night. I came to see you at dawn. Looking at Luke's innocent face, Lester couldn't help but smile. What a good kid. Wait for me, Luke. Lester returned to the sacred spring, filled the water pouch Luke had used for milk with sacred water, and walked back. Drink some of this water, Luke. Okay. Luke didn't ask why. He just tilted his head back and took 2 gulps. Your water tastes great, Lester. I feel much better. My throat isn't itchy and I'm full of energy. Luke marveled at the changes in his body. Lester pondered. It does seem to work. He looked up at Luke. This is my secret formula. Can cure the plague. Take it back and share it with your family. Wow, Lester, you're amazing. Are you a healer too? Just lucky to have gotten the formula. Go on back now. Thank you, Lester. I'll tell my father. Luke left excitedly. Lester called Elsa, shared the milk, bathed, and then went to sleep. Not far away at the Griffin family's shelter. The level 3 crystal tower covered a large area equivalent to 2 football fields. A perimeter of wooden fences served as defensive fortifications. Inside were rows of slave quarters, farmland, and a cattle pen. At that moment, over 20 slaves huddled together, coughing and repairing the shelter. Father, one of the arrow towers was damaged. It needs blue crystals to repair. Go ahead, child. Old Griffin sighed, touching his slightly feverish head. Yesterday's beast tide had cost them dearly. The most troublesome issue was the plague. It would take city apothecaries at least a week to develop a cure. They could manage with common medicines for a while, but the slaves were a different matter. A slave was worth over a dozen blue crystals. Losing several would be a huge loss. Little Luke isn't back yet? He asked. He said he went to see his friend and brought some milk. Still, that Lester. He was lucky to survive the last beast tide, but this time it's different. There was a troll corpse yesterday. A monster from the second floor of the dungeon, Old Griffin said. The young man beside him bore a resemblance to Luke Griffin. He was his older brother, Noah Griffin. I've seen that shelter. Cough. It was left to him by his uncle. Only a level 1 crystal tower. That young man definitely didn't survive the night. I've already told Luke if Lester is dead, remember to retrieve the arrow tower's crystal core. Big brother also went to patrol the northern shelter. With luck, he might bring back some cores too. Noah finished with a violent cough. Not bad cough. Crystal towers were too massive to move. Only city armies could transport them. But the crystal cores that formed arrow towers and other facilities were small. Plundering a core while its tower master was alive was nearly impossible. Arrow tower damage was lethal to humans. But if the master died, the core became ownerless and wouldn't attack anyone within range. The Griffin family used fast-pack beasts for transport and had harvested several cores from the surrounding area. Just then a young boy's voice rang out from outside. Father, father, look what I got. Noah shrugged. Looks like we have a new core. Old Griffin sighed. Luke Griffin walked over, holding up his water pouch. Lester, it's Lester. He has a potion to cure the plague. I'm completely healed. Old Griffin's eyes widened. Let me see, child. Old Griffin took the pouch, opened it, examined it against the light, and brought it to his nose. It smelled faintly of milk. It looked like clear water. Father, take a sip. You'll feel better. Old Griffin hesitantly took a small sip. In an instant he felt revitalized, as if he had shed 10 years. His fever and weakness seemed to vanish. Did Lester really give you this? Old Griffin asked. Of course. He told me to share the potion with the family. Lao Jellifen felt a surge of abundant vigor coursing through his body. This was not merely a healing potion, but one that restored energy, and seemed to do even more. If sold in the city-state, a single small vial would fetch at least 2 blue crystals. This water skin must be worth over 20 blue crystals. He had not expected Li Sight to give it away so readily. Lu Ku was a child and did not grasp Li Sight's intent. Lao Jellifen of course did. Give it to Nuya, share it among the family, dilute the rest, and distribute it to the slaves. Lu Ku, this afternoon you will come with me to Li Sight's shelter. For now, repair the shelter. He slept in until past 2 in the afternoon. Li Sight found Aisha already awake, crafting the Fengrao Ji Jiao horn of abundance. What a diligent workhorse who even urges herself to labor. Li Sight stretched and stepped outside, spotting 2 riders in the distance on camel beasts. One he recognized as young Lu Ku, the other must be Lao Jellifen. As they approached the shelter's edge, Li Sight prepared to receive them. Greetings, Tower Lord Li Sight. Lao Jellifen dismounted and said, Thank you for the potions you sent us. They were a tremendous help. Otherwise we would have suffered heavy losses. You're welcome. Lu Ku has helped me many times. We are friends. In any case, we owe you. If there is anything you need, feel free to ask. Lao Jellifen spoke plainly. I happen to need some help. Does the Jellifen household have any spare arrow tower crystal cores for sale? The wilderness grows ever more dangerous. 3 arrow towers can scarcely hold back the beasts. Lao Jellifen stroked his beard. We happen to have 1 extra arrow tower crystal core. We plan to wait until the crystal tower reached level 4 before activating it, but I can sell it to you for less. Li Sight's eyes lit up. The Jellifen household was one of the more prosperous shelters in the area. Li Sight's request for an arrow tower was only a trial. If Lao Jellifen refused, he would seek seeds, materials, or slaves instead. To his surprise, Lao Jellyfin was generous enough to part with one crystal core. Even in the city-state Arrow Tower, crystal cores were scarce and most were bought in advance. Li Site had no network of connections. Relying on money alone would make acquisition difficult. Lao Jellyfin said, 800 blue crystals. I can sell you a complete Arrow Tower. What do you think? 800. That was 200 below market price. Lao Jellyfin was a decent fellow and easy to deal with. All right, but I don't have enough blue crystals at the moment. I need a few days. Li Site did have the blue crystals, but he needed to prioritize supplies and slaves and could not pay the full sum at once. No problem. I'll have Lu Ku bring the crystal core to you first. Lao Jellyfin said, stepping forward. Tower Lord Li Site, how much of your healing potion stock do you have? Selling them in the city-state could bring in a tidy sum. Li Site nodded. Sending the potions with Lu Ku had that purpose in mind. If Lao Jellyfin could escort him and the cargo to the city-state before Guangyao Day, they might make a handsome profit. He could not traverse the dangerous wilderness alone. Now that the beast tides had just passed and plague spread, and with his supply of holy water seemingly endless, transporting it to the city-state would be like found money. I have a large stock of potions. Would you escort me to the city-state? I will pay you. Of course, Lao Jellyfin smiled. But I mean, we should cooperate together. How would we cooperate? Li Site grew interested. Lao Jellyfin was not as simple as he appeared. Running a shelter this large required considerable craft. If you sell potions in the city-state on your own, the Apothecaries Guild will target you. Their methods are ruthless. However, I know many shopkeepers in the city-state. We can supply them and have them sell for us. How will we split the proceeds? A small vial can fetch 2 to 5 blue crystals. You take 60% or I'll negotiate with the shops over the remaining 40. How about that? Deal. Li Site did not hesitate, or Lao Jellyfin's terms were reasonable. After all, the Jellyfin household would act as escorts and intermediaries. And the holy water had no real cost. Every sale was pure profit. So Tower Lord Li Site, when can you have them ready? Tomorrow. Early tomorrow morning. Bring enough containers and we'll head to the city-state. No problem. Lao Jellyfin and Li Site exchanged a glance and shared a knowing merchant smile. Lu Ku cocked his head, unable to understand their scheming. After seeing them off, Li Site was in high spirits. Firstly, if all went well, he would gain a handsome sum enough to buy ample slave labor. Secondly, reaching the city-state before Guangyao Day would advance the wonder's construction by 2 days. Guangyao Day occurred once a week. Li Site had set it as Sunday. Today was Thursday, so they could depart for the city-state on Friday. The Fengrao Ji Jiao's 24-hour total labor now had only 12 hours remaining. Ai Sha had secretly worked more than 3 hours. It now seemed likely to be finished today. That way, after buying seeds tomorrow, they could sow immediately and begin producing food. With food, they could recruit more slave workers. A perfect cycle. With that in mind, Li Site rolled up his sleeves and joined Ai Sha in industrious toil. That night, a streak of golden light flashed and a horn-shaped sculpture appeared beside the cabin. The next day, 96 blue crystals, after the beast tides, 2 in succession. The number of beasts was somewhat reduced. Li Site had already transferred the holy water into the shelter's largest wooden barrel and placed it at the entrance. Soon Lao Jellyfin arrived with Lu Ku and Newland driving 4 camel beasts. The spare beasts towed a simple small camel cart. The larger carts would have slowed them. This is the Arrow Tower crystal core. I promised you yesterday, Tower Lord Li Site. Lu Ku set the crystal core before Li Site. Ai Sha put it away. All of this is potions. So many. Lao Jellyfin gazed at the faintly glowing holy water in the large barrel as if looking at a cascade of blue crystals. Their values were not far apart. How is the effect? The same as the one you drank. Wonderful, wonderful. He hurried Lu Ku to fill the barrel's water into the sealed earthen jars he had prepared. Careful, don't spill it. Lao Jellyfin directed Lu Ku and Nuya as they loaded the jars, then stepped before Li Site, looking at the young man as if before a treasure. I'll take my workers to the city-state. She can ride on the camel cart. Lao Jellyfin was far slicker. Seeing Ai Sha's Kia features, he showed no change and said, of course, if I'd known sooner I'd have prepared another camel beast. By the way, your shelter doesn't even have a camel beast. Want to buy one in our territory? ITLL only cost 50 blue crystals. Li Site had long coveted the Jellyfin's camel beasts and agreed at once, of course. 50 blue crystals. They'll give you the best camel beast. They're purebred ox horse from the Wasteland. Wolves can't catch them. Their endurance is unmatched. They can carry 500 gene of cargo. Li Sight looked at the camel beast, a hybrid of ox and horse with 2 great horns and a powerful body, and felt the term ox horse was an insult to it. After over an hour of travel, the group arrived at the city gate. Along the way, only 2 packs of magic wolves probing from a distance were driven back by Luke and Noah's arrows. Leave these goods to me. Rest assured, Old Griffin has always been fair and square. Not a single blue crystal owed to you will be missing. Lester thought of his ability and glanced at Old Griffin's chest. Jack Griffin race, human loyalty 0, talent business opportunity rare class archer master. 450 status, excited, moderate back injury, anxiety over the beast tide, ingratiating. This is a prime investment target, can't miss it. It seemed the old man wouldn't play tricks on him for now. Notably, besides Old Griffin, his sons Noah and Luke were both archer experts. I appreciate your help, Tower Master Griffin. Lester nodded and led Elsa into the city. Although beastfolk were only forbidden from staying overnight in the city, walking the streets during the day still drew stares. The sparrow beastfolk, who loved to chatter in the sanctuary, fell silent automatically once outside. Let's head to the commercial street first. With over 1,000 blue crystals in hand, Lester felt far more confident than his last visit to the city. Feeling the biting cold wind, he decided to buy some clothes first. The commercial street was bustling. After 2 beast tides, nearby tower masters had gathered to exchange supplies and information. I heard the prophet made a new prophecy. Where did you hear that? Everything the prophet said the day before came true. Who would have thought the second beast tide would strike so soon? What did the prophet say now? She said the successive beast tides are due to the dungeon seal weakening. Passages to the 3rd layer and deeper have opened, forcing monsters from the first 2 layers to surface. After the 2 beast tides, there'll be a calm period. But in half a month, monsters from the 3rd layer and below will roam the night. What? Then what about the sanctuaries? Alas, weak sanctuaries should either join a strong one or offer their crystal towers to the city for protection. Otherwise, survival is impossible. The Wasteland is getting more dangerous. Lester nodded to himself. Their words were logical and likely true. It seemed defenses must be strengthened. At the clothing store entrance, the shopkeeper immediately approached. Greetings, sir. What type of clothing do you require? Sturdy and warm. He might need to work later, so there was no need for fine garments. But Lester glanced at Elsa. Get 2 sets for her too. The shopkeeper hesitated upon seeing Elsa, then said to his female slave, You take this young lady to pick some clothes. Elsa's eyes widened as she looked at Lester. Boss, I don't need clothes. Consider it a work expense. It's reimbursable. Go ahead. A look of happiness spread across Elsa's face as she followed the maid into the store. Every girl had a love for beauty. On the street, she always forced herself not to look at the pretty dresses other girls wore, afraid to indulge in fantasies. She never expected the tower master to gift her clothes. What a wonderful job this was. Was she doing enough? Did she even deserve it? Miss. The maid, somewhat afraid of the beastfolk, called softly from a distance. What is it? How about this outfit? It's perfect for banquets and dancing. Elsa gazed at the exquisite, beautiful dress, her palms sweating. It's so pretty. But can I work in this? The hem would be too cumbersome on a construction site. Do you have something suitable for the wild? Yes, miss. Look at this. Many noble ladies wear this fitted hunting suit for riding and hunting. It was also beautiful and very practical. I'll take this one. Lester picked out a black casual outfit, a sturdy work suit, and a pair of leather boots. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar black and white lace-trimmed garment on a nearby rack. A maid uniform. Lester swallowed, an image of Elsa in the uniform flashing through his mind. I'll take one of these. Elsa, who had just come out, stared wide-eyed at Lester. I'm not wearing a maid uniform. I already compensated you with a dress. Elsa's face turned resigned. Fine, it is convenient for cleaning the house. See. Elsa watched the serious-faced Lester, feeling she had discovered some peculiar hobby of her boss. Maid uniforms were for servants. She was an employee, not a servant. But since the boss provided room and board, gave her milk, and bought clothes, wearing it once wouldn't hurt, right? Both changed out of their tattered clothes inside the store. Lester wore a black trench coat over a fresh shirt and vest with leather boots. Elsa donned a brown hunting outfit looking like a handsome huntress. Compared to before, when they both looked like refugees fleeing famine, they now resembled a proper tower master and his trusted aide. Let's check out the seeds. As they turned a corner, Lester saw a girl about a meter tall, standing at a store entrance cursing loudly. Are you blind? These seeds are from the southern Thousand Bird Basin. This price is a steal. Who knows if you're lying? A halfling traveling from the Thousand Bird Basin to here. I told you my group was scattered by the beast tide. A halfling. Curious Lester activated his ability. FIA Ford Race Halfling Loyalty 0 Talent Quick-Witted Epic Class Botany Expert 1920. O Geology Expert 220. O Brewing Expert 220. Status Irritated, Angry, Plague Mild, Desire to advance to Botany Master Hungry. Don't say anything, I just want to curse your whole family. You've got crystals for brains. Haggling. Is it never ending? Bullying an outsider, huh? Want me to smash your old? Ahem. Lester interrupted Fias' outburst. Elsa stepped forward. Little friend. Friend your mother. Am old enough to be your mother. FIA spun around her small face, still flushed red. Elsa flinched back 2 steps. Calm down, madam. I'd like to inquire about your seeds. Huff. Finally someone with taste. Am FIA a botanist? These are all premium seeds. Those blind shopkeepers wouldn't know quality if it bit them. Here. FIA opened a backpack as tall as herself, revealing leather pouches of seeds. I've got all kinds of vegetables and high-quality wheat. Any legumes? Of course. FIA looked up at Lester. Newly cleared land. Yes. Lester bent down to inspect the seeds. They were all plump and fresh. The crop yields in the Thousand Bird Basin are renowned. There's no need to worry, FIA said, eyeing Lester nervously. This was the most likely deal to close in the past 2 days. All right, how much? All of this for 20 blue crystals. FIA lifted her chin. Of course, if you have any novel seeds, they can offset part of the cost. Provided they're seeds I've never seen before. Are you collecting seeds to advance your botany? Lester noticed from the panel that FIA was on the verge of rising from expert to master in botany. He wanted to recruit someone of her caliber. Obviously. Why else would a frail halfling like me traipse across the world? FIA put on a fierce expression. Why must it be new seeds? Well, new seeds always provide fresh inspiration, don't they? FIA wasn't entirely sure. Lester roughly understood her situation. He knew little about botany, so flaunting advanced knowledge to attract her was out of the question. But he had money and she was desperately short of it. First lure her in, once she was there would be plenty of ways to keep her. I'd like to hire you to work at my sanctuary, for a while, to help us reclaim Wasteland. 1 month and it'll provide enough blue crystals for your subsequent travels. How about it? A month? That's not impossible. How many blue crystals can you give me? It depends on your performance. More if the harvest is good, less if it's poor. A minimum of 20. Deal. Deal. Don't underestimate me. There's no better botanist in this backwater. Aisha watched Lister and FIA, feeling that the halfling had been completely manipulated by her boss. Wait for me at the city gate. I still have some shopping to do. FIA volunteered. Let me buy some fertilizer for you. The soil in the wasteland is terribly barren. Thanks. FIA didn't leave but instead looked up at Lister. What are you staring at? Give me the money. I don't have a single blue crystal in my pocket right now. Haha, I'll pay you for the seeds first. Reimburse me for the fertilizer later. Humph. You've got a decent temper, kid. FIA weighed the money pouch in her hand, nodded in satisfaction, and turned to leave. Aisha leaned close to Lister and whispered. They say halflings live only half as long as humans. At over 20, she's like a human in her 40s or 50s. Could Miss FIA really be old enough to be my? Perhaps, Lister said, having no interest in probing the age of an irritable lowly. Let's go to the slave market. We need more hands. The two arrived at the slave market on the outskirts. As they approached, a foul stench hit them. Tents stood in rows, each housing cages filled with slaves of all kinds. Tower Master, are you looking to purchase some slaves? Yes. Do you have any strong ones? Lister couldn't help but frown. Though he had anticipated it, seeing living people caged and sold like goods stirred a deep revulsion within him. Still, he had to admit that in this era only slaves bound by contract were truly reliable. After all, even a wife or son might stab you in the back, but a slave never would. The Crystal Tower's contract and the god's watchful eyes were no joke. Strong ones. Of course. Look in this tent. These are all refugees from the Northern Wars. Red-haired, sturdy, capable of any work. Lister suppressed his discomfort and made a round inside but found no slaves with special talents. I'll browse on my own. Certainly, Tower Master. Take your time. Lister began to wander through the market with Aisha scanning each person with his panel. Most were humans with an occasional dwarf locked away. No demihumans were in sight. Aren't there any demihumans here? Lister asked. Of course not, Tower Master. To prevent rampages, demi-human slaves are kept outside the city. Lister wandered for over 10 minutes, gradually losing patience. The best slaves, those with rare talents or 1 or 2 apprentice professions, cost 50 or 60 blue crystals, offering poor value. They're just laborers anyway. They'll pick a couple at random or check out the demi-humans outside. Given Aisha's case, demi-humans must have great stamina. They could work all day without rest, pushing the work schedule forward. The slave trader noticed Lister's lack of interest and sidled up to him, avoiding Aisha. Tower Master, if you want demi-human slaves, take my card and head to the west of the city. Look for Tiga at the Sunset Trading Company. He's my brother. All right. Compared to the strictly managed city, the goods sold outside were far more varied. The slave market there not only offered demi-humans but even some magical beasts. Upon finding Tiga, the man eagerly welcomed Lister into his tent. Tower Master, you've come to the right person. Many nearby demi-human settlements have vanished in the beast tides, and we've gathered plenty of desperate demi-humans to sell as slaves. Hearing this, Aisha's body trembled involuntarily. Lister immediately thought of her past. What kinds of demi-humans do you have? Tiga caught a glimpse of Aisha beside Lister and understood at once. Tower Master, we currently have some canine and lizard demi-humans. No avian or other types. Aisha didn't know whether to be relieved or disappointed. How much? From 3 to 30 blue crystals each. Affordable and excellent. Lock them in cages at night and they make perfect slaves. Lister scanned them. Canine demi-humans looked much like humans save for beast-like ears and tails with some fuzz on parts of their bodies. Lizard demi-humans were far more unsettling, their entire forms covered in scales, their pupils still that of magical beasts, vertical slits. Lizard demi-humans may have lower intelligence, but they're the strongest, Tiga promoted. Lister still found it hard to look at them directly. I'll take 4 canine demi-humans. Suddenly Lister noticed a flash of purple on the panel of a female canine demi-human. Harper. Race canine demi-human. Loyalty 0. Talent artisan spirit epic. Profession forging expert. 320. Status dark corruption inactive hungry, nervous, deeply worried, leg wound must survive for her daughter. An epic grade talent. Lister would never let a purple talent slip away. Looking down he spotted a small canine demi-human girl, hidden beneath Harper's tattered clothes. Pello. Race canine demi-human. Loyalty 0. Talent brute force rare. Class none. Status dark erosion inactive, hunger, warmth starving. Both possess talents. Though the young canine demi-human hadn't inherited her mother's epic grade talent, a rare one was still quite commendable. Lister continued his search and found 3 more canine demi-humans with talents among over 30 of them. 2 with rare talents and 1 with a common talent, none of whom had a class. Enhanced olfaction rare female. Animal affinity rare female. Night vision common male. These 5 will do, Lister remarked. He had considered purchasing more slaves to boost productivity, but the shelter's food pressure was too great. Without the ability to travel alone between the city-state and the shelter, he couldn't always rely on the Griffin family. His weekly food purchases could only sustain about 10 people. As for sourcing grain from the Griffin household, old Griffin had also bought a fair amount of grain loaded onto the cart today. The farmland's yield was insufficient to feed over 20 mouths in the Griffin family. Once the statue of the huntress goddess was completed, he could consider training one of the slaves into a master archer and purchasing another cart for procurement. By then, the farmland would yield a steady output, and he would have enough energy to build housing for the slaves. Only then could he increase the workforce. Your eye is truly excellent. These are our finest wares. 4. For adult canine demi-humans will cost you 90 blue crystals, and I'll throw in the child for free. That makes 90 blue crystals in total. Tiga rubbed his hands together as he approached Lister. Deal. Deliver them to my shelter. No problem. Erase the contract. How should I house these slaves? Lister asked. Just give them some tents. I have some for sale. 2 blue crystals and I'll throw in 5 tents for you. Agreed. Tents were not a long-term solution. It was already late autumn and winter was imminent. Even the warm glow of the crystal tower couldn't fend off the biting cold. For now, though, this would have to suffice. His shelter was developing rapidly, and the scene of constructing wonders wasn't something outsiders should witness or otherwise. He could recruit city-state architect apprentices to help expand the wooden house. After handling the slaves, Lister bought extra food, a jar of animal oil, and 2 hens, all placed on the cart provided by Tiga. After wandering around with Elsa for a while, he finally waited for Old Griffin. All settled, everything settled. I signed contracts with the 3 largest stores in the city-state, stocking 2,000 bottles in total. The merchants gave a prepayment of 500 bottles, and they'll pay the rest in installments after selling. I sold them at 4 blue crystals per bottle, totaling 2,000 blue crystals. Your share is 1,200. And they even paid in pink crystals. Old Griffin discreetly slipped a pink crystal into Lister's hand along with a pouch of 200 blue crystals. Pink crystals were precious resources. With many eyes outside the city, it was wise to keep wealth hidden. Old Griffin was overjoyed too, having earned a full 400 blue crystals himself, grinning so wide that his chipped tooth showed. Lister was certain he'd made the right choice. If he had set up a stall himself, he could never have made so much money. Erase 800 blue crystals, the payment for the arrow tower. Lister handed the money left over from buying slaves and supplies to Old Griffin. Old Griffin put it away. Tower Master Lister, since your funds are sufficient, I suggest you upgrade your crystal tower when you return and also purchase another arrow tower core. A level 2 crystal tower can house 4 arrow tower cores, and a level 3 can hold 5. The dangers ahead are growing. Trust me, you'll need at least 5 arrow towers to ensure safety. If you trust me, give me 1 pink crystal and I'll acquire another core for you in the next few days. Lister pondered for a moment and agreed to Griffin. I'm back, boss. Where should I put this? The halfling FIA dragged a large bag of fertilizer up to Lister. Place it on that cart. We're heading back to the shelter. We came with just a few people, but we're returning as a whole caravan. This trip to the city had been remarkably fruitful. Head brought home a botanist halfling and purchased 5 canine beastmen slaves. The construction of the wonders could now begin. With the 3 griffin archers and the slave merchants guards, the entire caravan felt secure, arriving at the shelter by afternoon. The slave merchants' convoy then turned back. See you tomorrow, Lister. Luke waved goodbye at the end. FIA raised a hand and patted Lister's waist. Hey, where's my room? The leftmost room in the wooden house. All right, I'll check on your farmland after I settle my things. FIA strode off, brimming with energy. Lister turned his gaze to the slaves. His shelter had no iron cages. He had never bought any. With the sacred spring to purge the dark erosion, the demihumans wouldn't go berserk, so tents would suffice for now. The slaves huddled together, awaiting their fate. Harper clutched pillow, watching Lister warily. She had heard tales of many tower masters with cruel obsessions, specifically purchasing young demihumans to torment for amusement. She was grateful the tower master had bought her and Pello together, but she still feared for her child's fate. Harper felt utterly helpless. If the tower master truly intended to harm Pello, bound by the slave contract, she could only kneel and beg. But no matter the cost, she would ensure Pello's safety. Lister cleared his throat. Welcome to my shelter. From now on you will address me as boss. As a startup, our shelter's benefits are quite decent. 3 meals a day with a piece of dried meat for lunch. For now there's no wooden house, so you'll have to stay in tents. Everyone's status bar showed a glaring hunger. Using food to stabilize them was the most effective move. Elsa cooked a pot of porridge and put plenty of dried meat in it. At Lister's words, several of them couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Harper had been a free citizen in the demi-human settlement until recently, when she was enslaved, so these conditions didn't sway her much. She was merely taken aback. What concerned her most was her daughter. But the other 3 canine demi-human slaves were different. Just the promise of a full meal sent them into raptures. Little Pello was equally thrilled, her stomach letting out an impatient growl. What's your name? Lister approached Harper, feigning ignorance. I am Harper, Tower Master. You're a blacksmith. Harper's eyes widened. How do you know? Never mind that. What can a blacksmith do? Harper replied respectfully, if there's a forge, I can craft farm tools, weapons, shields, and some simple armor for you. Excellent. Lister was in a good mood. I appreciate talent. Since you're a blacksmith, these slaves will be under your management for now. You and your child can stay in the room at the far right corner of the wooden house. Harper's heart raced. Just as she was about to thank him, she saw Lister raise his hand. All slaves are the same. If you demonstrate your abilities, you'll receive preferential treatment. Those who make significant contributions to the shelter may even shed their slave identity. Lister shook the contracts in his hand and noticed that aside from Harper, the other slaves showed no reaction, prompting a helpless sigh. The mentality of slavery was deeply etched into their minds. Lister's words were merely seen as the tower master playing some strange game. Only Harper seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Cast off slave identity. Pello still has a chance at freedom. Soon the cooked porridge was placed on the open ground and Harper took the initiative to serve everyone. Before we eat, drink this glass of water first. Elsa handed each person a glass. This is a blessing from the tower master, allowing us to shed the corruption of the night and no longer suffer the curse of madness. What? Harper thought she had misheard. Drink it. The holy water was distributed to everyone. The slaves hesitated. Harper looked at the glass in Perro's hand, gritted her teeth, and was the first to gulp down the holy water. A black mist was forced out of her body, emitting a piercing sound. This? Harper stared at the glass in disbelief. The shadow that had loomed over her heart since birth seemed to have dissipated. She felt her spirit was unprecedentedly vibrant, her thoughts exceptionally clear. She could also distinctly sense that the approaching night would no longer pose a threat to her. This is nothing short of a miracle. Moreover, even the knife wound on her leg began to heal. Harper couldn't help but shed tears. Perro, drink it. Drink it quickly. The young canine demihuman was still staring at the full bowl of food. Hearing her mother's words, she tilted her head and poured the holy water into her mouth. Mom, it feels so good. Harper, seeing her daughter's smile, also revealed a long-lost grin. The other slaves drank the holy water in turn, and realizing what they had experienced, all knelt on the ground to worship Lister. Let's eat. There's plenty, but don't overstuff yourselves. Lister also served himself a bowl and began to eat beside them. Lister was delighted to discover that Perro's talent had evolved, from the rare brute force to the epic giant strength. Why did only Perro change? He quickly checked the other 3 slaves, but none of them had undergone any transformation. So far only Elsa and Perro have changed. This change must be related to drinking the holy water. Is it because of the dark corruption? Regardless, it was a good thing. The loyalty of all the slaves had also risen above the passing mark. Harper, after the meal, take them to set up tents near the crystal tower. Then fetch water from the sacred spring, wash up at the edge and rest. Yes, master. Call me boss. Yes, boss. Lister nodded with satisfaction and left. After a busy day, it was time to rest. FIA had just finished tidying up the room and came out. Boss, your wooden cabin is too dilapidated. Why not hire a craftsman to repair and reinforce it? FIA was covered in dust from the broom. Money must be spent on essentials. What do you know? Huh? How dare you speak to me like that? Show some respect for your elders. I'm the boss. Keep it up and I'll dock your pay. Ahem, fine, you win. I'm going to eat. That bird demihuman is Elsa, right? That kid suits me better. At least she knows to apologize to me. Elsa had simply called FIA little one and pacified her all the way. Lister, of course, wouldn't indulge her. Go on, eat more so you can grow. Lister slipped into the house and shut the door in one smooth motion. Grow. A sharp screech came from outside the door, a sound that seemed impossible for a halfling to make. Night fell. Lister did not rest. After hearing the news about the dungeon during the day, Lister had been filled with a persistent worry. The slaves had set up their tents and stood guard around the sanctuary. Both canine demihumans possessed decent reconnaissance abilities. Supernatural olfaction and night vision were traits Lister had specifically selected. Magical beasts began to appear. Dire wolves, slimes, goblins, night bats, scorpion beasts. All common monsters. The 4 arrow towers began to operate, continuously shooting down any creature that approached. Soon Lister spotted several larger reptilian creatures in the distance, bigger than the dire wolves. What are those? Boss, those are demon lizards. Fio exclaimed. Creatures only found on the 3rd floor of the dungeon. Lister frowned. Although a full-scale beast tide wouldn't erupt soon, the daily monsters were of a higher tier and harder to deal with. He wondered if a level 2 arrow tower could kill a demon lizard. After giving Old Griffin a pink crystal, he still had 1228 blue crystals left, mostly from the last beast tide. Upgrading the crystal tower to level 3 required 500 blue crystals. Upgrading an arrow tower from level 1 to 2 cost 50 blue crystals, and from level 2 to 3 cost 200 blue crystals. After upgrading the crystal tower, the remaining blue crystals were only enough to upgrade 2 arrow towers to level 3 and the other 2 to level 2. If he gathered more blue crystals tonight, he could upgrade a 3rd arrow tower to level 3. The upgrade for the 4th arrow tower to level 3 would have to wait. They'll all need upgrading sooner or later. Let's just do it. The 3600 blue crystals from the holy water sold by the city were still pending. Additionally, he could gain over 100 blue crystals each night from the cornucopia. Blue crystals spent were blue crystals well used. He couldn't take them to the grave. Investing enough blue crystals, Lister began the upgrades. There were 4 arrow towers in total. Besides the 2 already upgraded, Lister upgraded the remaining 2 into Type 1 arrow towers. Type 1 arrow tower attack speed increased by 100, attack power reduced by 25. This was the most stable type of arrow tower, very versatile. He placed 1 at the front and 1 at the back of the sanctuary, covering the entire camp and a wide perimeter. Then Lister upgraded the crystal tower to level 3. A faint pink hue emanated from within the blue crystal tower. The entire wasteland environment became warmer and more humid, and the tower's light coverage expanded to a radius of 100 meters. Moreover, the crystal tower gained an excellent new function. Lister could now use the tower's energy to slowly move all buildings and materials within its light radius. This greatly increased the efficiency of transporting raw materials for construction. Existing structures could also be repositioned using the crystal tower. Most importantly, future construction of various buildings, including houses, could be assisted by the crystal tower. It was a godsend for anyone in construction. Not only could Lister control it, but those he authorized could also operate it. Meanwhile, the total number of arrow tower cores that could be placed increased to 5, allowing for a second upgrade. 1. Flame arrow tower attack power increased by 50. Attacks have a flame effect, continuously burning enemies. 2. Armor-piercing arrow tower attack power increased by 50. Penetration increased by 100. 3. Stasis arrow tower attack power increased by 50. Attacks slow enemies by 50. Lister made his decision quickly. He upgraded 2 Type 1 arrow towers to Type 3 to slow enemies, upgraded the Type 3 scattershot tower to Type 1 to add a flame effect, and upgraded the Type 2 sniper tower to Type 2 to enhance penetration, specifically to deal with heavily armored enemy leaders. Unable to upgrade everything to level 3 immediately, Lister prioritized upgrading the Type 3 sniper tower and the 2 Type 1 towers. The scatter shot tower would have to wait until he had enough blue crystals. After upgrading to a level 2 arrow tower, Lister found that he could control the tower's attack targets to a certain extent. If a goblin shaman were to appear again standing on a troll's shoulders, the arrow tower would no longer target the troll first. Under Lister's command, it could strike the head directly. Each upgrade consumed 200 blue crystals, and the 4 arrow towers nearly exhausted the invested pink crystals, leaving only about 100 blue crystals energy stored in the crystal tower. The crystal tower required blue crystals to maintain its radiance and the operation of the arrow tower's cores. Now, each level 2 arrow tower consumed 2 blue crystals per week, while the crystal tower itself needed 5. The stored blue crystals could sustain operations for a long time. Boss, so fierce. Such fierce firepower. Aisha exclaimed excitedly. Compared to the dilapidated arrow towers, a few days ago, the 4 towers now each performed their duties, unleashing fierce attacks on any magical beast that entered their range. The farthest magic lizard charged within the 200-meter range, and the Type 1 sniper tower immediately locked onto it, its high-penetration arrow piercing the scales on the lizard's head. But to Lister's astonishment, the 250 attack boost and 100 penetration failed to kill the lizard in one strike, only severely wounding it. Even with its brain pierced, the magic lizard writhed on the ground. It was only after a second arrow was fired that it was finally killed. Fortunately, this was an isolated incident. The other magical beasts were being slaughtered by the towers without resistance. Watching the night battle no longer felt tense, but instead became a pleasure. Only Lister harbored some worry. If a magic lizard from the 3rd layer of the dungeon was this powerful, he might not have survived the night without upgrading to a level 3 crystal tower. Even a level 2 crystal tower could handle it, but at great cost. Putting that aside for now, his sanctuary was just beginning. As more wonders appeared and blue crystals accumulated, he would find ways to deal with danger. While the others marveled at the Arrow Tower's prowess, Lester approached the Crystal Tower. First, using his relocation authority, he moved the statue of the god of architecture and the cornucopia to the west side of the sanctuary's wooden cabin, placing them beside the holy spring to the north. Then Lester uprooted the cornucopia and set it at the main entrance of the cabin, covering its top with a round wooden board like a lid. There was no need to guard against the people in the sanctuary, and even if he tried, it would be futile. He trusted both employees and the slaves would never betray him. Concealing the cornucopia was mainly to avoid outsiders' eyes. Boss, I've been meaning to ask, why does your sanctuary have so many strange buildings and statues? FIA wandered over. These are wonders, symbols of human civilization and treasures of culture. We can't just focus on food and shelter. We must also pursue spiritual strength, Lester rambled casually. I didn't expect a young man like you to have such far-reaching thoughts. You're not fooling me, are you? Of course not. These wonders will be our main construction targets from now on. Fine, whatever. It'll only stay for a month anyway. Once your seeds have been harvested twice, it'll leave. Generally, seeds planted within the Crystal Tower's range-absorbing energy would mature in about 2 weeks. Large sanctuaries on the Wasteland were the primary food source for city-states. Lester didn't respond to FIA. This halfling aimed to become a master botanist, and Lester's knowledge could surely help her. It would be up to her to decide then. He slept until dawn. Aisha got up early, collected the blue crystals from the cornucopia, and stored them in the secret treasury only she and Lester knew about. Boss, what are we doing today? Asked the energetic little sparrow after drinking a cup of holy water. Keep building wonders. The cornucopia was complete, leaving 3 wonders on the second page. Guardian stone statues, 4 statues bestowed by the guardian god upon believers. 1 statue is randomly activated each day to patrol. Requirement workers for total hours 192, H144, subjugation horn, a horn, used by ancients to tame beasts. Blowing it subdues 1 magical beast within 5 cooldown 30 days. Requirement workers for total hours 64, H48, statue of the huntress within the sanctuary's range. Each arrow tower can train 1 master archer. Bow and arrow tower damage is increased by 50. Requirement workers for have 4 arrow towers. Total hours 192, H144. The guardian stone statues required too much time, and the sanctuary didn't need extra defense for now. The subjugation horn was good, for workers could finish it today. It could tame 1 magical beast, a concept that was quite vague and didn't specify the beast's strength. Could it subdue a dragon if 1 flew over and the horn was blown? However, the 5-meter limit was quite restrictive. It would be best to capture a magical beast and bring it near the horn, or have the arrow towers avoid targeting a specific beast and guide it close to the horn. Another method was to place the subjugation horn on the front line and blow it when a beast approached. Both methods could be used together. The third wonder was the statue of the huntress. Lester coveted this wonder greatly. It was the fastest way to enhance his abilities. If he could become a master archer himself along with a tamed beast, he could roam the wasteland with impunity during the day. Let's build the subjugation horn first. At 36 hours, after it's done, we can spare some time today to start on the statue of the huntress. Just as he finished, young Luke's voice came from outside. He had brought a strong female pack beast and some fodder along with a waterskin of milk. Taking the waterskin, Lester sat at the dining table in the cabin watching Aisha prepare vegetable porridge for breakfast. The grumpy FIA, who had just woken up, and little Pero waiting eagerly for food, feeling a bit overwhelmed. There's not enough milk. Tell Luke to bring more tomorrow. He poured only 3 cups. I'll give it to the child. Here, little Pero. Looking at Pero, Lester thought of the puppy he had in his past life. The door opened and Harper, who had just finished clearing last night's battlefield, stepped in, immediately bowing. Forgive me, master. Pero, don't run around. It's fine. From now on, let the child eat with us. It's okay. Go get cleaned up. Well, start work after breakfast. Yes, thank you, master. Harper left the cabin, glancing at Cooper, a look of affection and joy on her face. Life seemed to be improving. She could feel that the tower master liked Pero, and this child would grow up well. A cup of milk was set before Pero, 1 before Aisha and 1 before FIA. What's this? FIA made a face of disgust. I won't drink this kid stuff. Breakfast should be beer and raw eggs. Raw eggs? Wait until you get diarrhea, then you'll learn. Ha! Is diarrhea caused by that? Of course. Pello had already picked up the cup and gulped down all the milk in one Go, her sparkling eyes fixed joyfully on Lister, while her little tail wagged like an electric fan behind her. Elsa quietly pushed the milk toward Lister. Boss, you drink it. I prefer vegetable porridge. No need to be modest. I'll have Luke send more tomorrow. The two hens still need a couple of days before they lay eggs. Remember to boil them before eating FIA. Work began sharply at 7 in the morning. Lister had imparted the method for constructing the horn of subjugation to the 4 Coninican, who then set off to quarry stone on their own. FIA was expanding the farmland, filling it with base fertilizer, her small frame struggling with the shovel. What are you going to do, Elsa? Lister noticed Elsa, who had changed into old clothes. Work, boss. Now that the canine kin are building the wonder, you have a more important task. Come learn to operate the crystal tower. Besides moving construction materials, you can also get used to controlling it for building. Okay, boss. After teaching Elsa the operation process, Lister found himself free. He tidied the stable and settled the pack beast Luke had just delivered. At that moment, he thought of Harper's talent, the artisan spirit, and her profession as a forging expert. Perhaps he should add a forge. Just as Lister was planning how to build the forge and expand the cabin, a figure on horseback approached from the distance. Who goes there? Lister asked. In the distance was a young human man astride a brown warhorse clad in light armor with a long sword at his waist and a recurve bow on his back. Tower Lord Lister. The young man drew closer, stopping outside the range of the arrow tower, remaining mounted. You know me? No, I know your good neighbor. He's been selling large quantities of healing potions in the city-state. Hey, I know him. He doesn't have that kind of ability. The young man surveyed Lister's sanctuary. A fledgling sanctuary barely started. Instead of developing farms and pastures, you build these flashy, impractical things, planning to haul them to the city-state for money. Lister felt a sense of relief. Finally, someone had come to condemn him for building the wonders. But you do have the capital to indulge. Those healing potions came from you, didn't they? Lister tilted his head. I don't know what you're talking about.
Don Plédum.
I've heard your name more than once from those 2 loose-lipped sons of the Griffin family. Who are you? Lister demanded. Never mind who I am. Tomorrow morning I need 100 potions. If you fail to deliver, there will be consequences. Lister frowned. Within the range of the crystal tower, he was virtually invincible. Only powerful magical beasts could possibly breach the arrow tower's defenses and enter. This seemed to be the tower's guarantee to its master, preventing internal conflicts among tower lords. Thus, it was rare to hear of one tower lord conquering another's sanctuary. Though crystal towers and cores were both precious, few ever contemplated seizing them by force. Only after a magical beast destroyed a sanctuary and its tower lord perished would someone come to scavenge the spoils. Could this man be planning to ambush him when he ventured out? That was quite possible, and many had done such things. But to threaten him directly? Lister weighed the pros and cons. Since this young man came to threaten him rather than old Griffin, it suggested, he still harbored some fear of the master archer. Once the statue of the huntress goddess was completed, his sanctuary would boast 3 master archers. Not to mention the horn of subjugation capable of taming magical beasts and the guardian stone statue, which could be built soon. The sanctuary's security would be greatly enhanced. Lister did not try to provoke the man. What he needed now was time. With every wonder completed, his strength would soar by leaps and bounds. He was neither flustered nor angry. Perhaps you could bring something to trade. That way our cooperation can be more lasting. Making an enemy of me will come at a cost. Hey, a mere 3rd-tier crystal tower, a sanctuary without even walls, and you dare speak such words. Remember, trade. I've never heard that word in my life. The young man showed clear impatience. He turned his horse. Tomorrow you'd best have what I need ready. The young man gradually rode away, anger flickering in his eyes. Seems like a disobedient one. Won't yield without some hardship. He thought of the rampant epidemic in his own sanctuary, took a deep breath, and pulled a device from his pocket, surreptitiously tossing it into the sand. Lister watched the direction the young man had gone, deep in thought. His sanctuary lay not far north of the city-state. The Griffin family was to the west. As for the north, Lister knew of no neighbors, at least none nearby. That young man gave Lister a very ominous feeling. His eyes betrayed an inadvertent killing intent, not something an ordinary person could cultivate. He needed to ask Luke or old Griffin soon, and also inform them that the holy water was being targeted. He had to strengthen the sanctuary's defenses immediately. Call Harper for me, Elsa. Okay. Soon Harper came running over from the construction site covered in dust. Master, you called for me. You're a blacksmith. What do I need to set up a forge? Harper answered without hesitation. A forge requires a furnace and an anvil along with some supporting tools. These should be available for purchase in the city-state. Excellent. In a few days we'll go to the city-state and you can personally select what you need. I want you to craft farm tools, weapons, arrows, and some materials for construction. Harper's eyes lit up. She had thought she would never have the chance to work with a forge again. She never expected her master would truly give her the opportunity to pick up the hammer once more. Moreover, it seemed this forge would be arranged by her and for her use. She had been a top forging expert in the previous settlement with the potential to become a forging master. If only... Harper dared not think further, afraid this was a dream that would shatter upon her desires. Go back to work. Lister dismissed the excited Harper, and with the leisurely gait of a lord began to observe Fias work. You're just going to stand there. Come help turn the soil. A halfling's strength is very limited. Fia couldn't help shouting after being stared at for a while. Lister didn't move. After working like a beast on the construction site for days, he now wanted to do nothing but play the part of a despicable slave owner. I'm curious, what level is a botany expert? Botany experts have ranks too. An ordinary one can identify most crops and herbs and knows how to plant, harvest, and preserve them. But someone like me on the verge of becoming a master is different. I can sense the life force of crops and select the best ones to cultivate generation after generation. The crops I cultivate can increase yields by at least 20%. Lister analyzed Fias' words. Using the innate perception of my profession to select and nurture superior crops. But it still lacks theoretical foundation. It relies on experience. So Lister asked, have you ever considered why some plants are superior while others are not? How do superior plants come about? Isn't it just luck, the blessing of the goddess of bounty? Some plants are simply better. Though Fia had a fiery temper, she never concealed her thoughts or her clumsiness in certain areas. Lister decided to impart a bit of Mendelian knowledge to her. Have you noticed that crossing high-yield wheat with short-stalk wheat can sometimes produce high-yield short-stalk wheat? Oh, of course. Hybridization is a required skill for becoming a master. I've done many experiments, all recorded in my notebook. Have you discovered any patterns? What patterns? This world sorely lacked basic education. Fia understood only botany with no knowledge of mathematics or statistics. Bring your notebook here. It'll teach you something called the hypothesis deductive method. You teach a botanical expert. Upon hearing that Lister was about to lecture, Elisa quickly ran over from the crystal tower. Fia, Lord Lister is the great legendary builder. He possesses vast knowledge. Please show more respect. Seeing Elisa's stern expression, Fia shrank back slightly. Oh, fine, fine. I'll listen, all right. After drinking the water from the holy spring, Fia was astounded and asked Elisa many questions about Lister. Though she didn't believe he was a legendary builder, she was still amazed by the structures. First, let's look at your notebook. Well, compile statistics from the data. Fia had recorded everything meticulously, but she lacked direction. Lister explained step by step to the two mathematical novices. Elisa was far more astute than Fia in this regard. After Lister finished the theory, she grasped it immediately and could extrapolate and extend it further, while Fia was already scratching her head in confusion. Got it. Omitting some details, Lister directly presented the hypothesis and validated it using the data in the notebook. Understood. Elisa nodded, her eyes bright. Following the Tower Master indeed yielded valuable knowledge. This was insight that cut to the very essence. Such logic and thinking required what kind of wisdom to conceive? Elisa couldn't find the words to describe it. Fia was now utterly dazed. Lister stood up, ready to get a drink and rest. Hey, wait, I didn't understand. Say it again. Fia realized that what Lister had explained was directly tied to whether she could become a master botanist. She was so close. She had already touched upon the inspiration. Just a bit more clarity. Elisa. Sister Elisa, you understood, right? Elisa touched her hair. Ma'am, Miss Fia. Hee, Sister Elisa, you know I adore you the most. You're so much better than that dreadful Lister. Both beautiful and gentle. Don't speak ill of the Tower Master. All right. Listen, Sister Elisa, once I brew honey fruit wine with the holy water, you'll be the first to taste it. And I'll teach you the brewing recipe. The holy spring belongs to the Tower Master. We can't use it without permission. No misusing it. Does Sister Elisa want anything else? No, I feel I lack nothing now. Then could you please explain what the boss just said to me again? That depends on whether the Tower Master agrees. This is very precious knowledge. Faye understood. That little girl Elisa was sharp. She was completely on Lister's side. Boss! Fia abandoned her digging and ran toward Lister. Lister glanced at the panel. Fia's loyalty had reached 76. He turned to Elisa and said, "You're responsible for teaching her, Elisa." "Sure thing, boss." Fia lay on the ground grinning foolishly. Hey, boss, you're not so bad after all. When I brew beer, I'll treat you. Loyalty 82. With loyalty exceeding 80, betrayal was no longer a concern, but keeping Fia at the sanctuary would require continued effort. Lister returned to the wooden cabin and began drawing architectural plans with paper and pen. For a former architectural designer, planning an area was effortless. Directly referencing blueprints from textbooks in his past life, Lister designed a spacious 2-story stone castle with ample space, including a first-floor living room, dining room, kitchen, servant quarters, and washroom, along with over a dozen bedrooms on the second floor. The castle was highly defensible with stone walls nearly half a meter thick, and the second floor featured a balcony encircling the structure, offering a view of the entire sanctuary. Lister also added his own ideas, such as using pipes to channel water from the holy spring into the castle for daily use, planning a sewage system, and designing flush toilets. Beyond the castle, Lister also planned the locations for the blacksmith's forge, stables, and farmland, and designated an area for future wonder construction. Statue-type wonders could be uniformly placed on the periphery. Once built, these wonders were extremely sturdy and nearly indestructible, capable of repelling some attacks and deterring daytime magical beasts. The rest would be temporarily placed on vacant land, as the coverage of the Level 3 Crystal Tower was not yet extensive. Soon it was noon. Harper returned with several canine demihumans. Elisa had already cooked vegetable porridge and distributed a sizable piece of dried meat to each person. Upon seeing the food, the canine demihumans finally confirmed that Lister's words from yesterday were not deceitful. They ate with gratitude on their faces. The meal, cooked with holy water, also had the effect of restoring energy. Without needing rest, they immediately volunteered to continue building the Horn of Submission. Where's the boss? Fia's mind was still overloaded, constantly digesting the knowledge Elisa had imparted. The boss is in the kitchen, says he's making us something delicious. Elisa crouched by the door, full of anticipation. Him? Is he a chef too? Fia shrugged, ladled herself a bowl of vegetable soup, and sipped it slowly. Lister finished quickly. He simply stir-fried a dish with fresh meat, vegetables, and purchased animal fat, sprinkling it with a suitable amount of spices. It wasn't a gourmet meal, but for Lister, whose palate had grown weary of blandness, it was a rare feast. Elisa lifted little Pero onto the bench, and the four of them sat down. Pero's nose twitched constantly, and her tail betrayed her excitement. So fragrant. Fia couldn't wait to spear a piece of meat with her fork and pop it into her mouth. Not bad, boss. Your cooking rivals that of taverns in large city-states. Too bad there's no wine. Elisa was still watching Lister. Go ahead, eat up. Lister couldn't help himself either. He took out his freshly whittled chopsticks and feasted heartily alongside the vegetable soup. Delicious. Though to Fia, who had roamed the world extensively, this dish was merely passable, Elsa and Pello thought otherwise. The life of beastkin was far from as comfortable as that of a botany expert who could feast wherever they went. After a single bite, Elsa couldn't stop her small mouth stuffed to the brim. Pello, while eating meat with a fork, had already downed 2 bowls of vegetable soup, leaving Lister curious about the structure of her body. She appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old, yet her stomach capacity was enormous, and her status bar showed no sign of fullness. In comparison, Fia seemed much more composed, though she kept muttering about beer. In the afternoon, Lister showed the blueprint draft to Elsa, an architecture apprentice. He was unfamiliar with the materials and construction techniques of this world, and had no idea about the difficulty of building. Elsa's eyes lit up at the castle. This design is gorgeous, boss. It's 100 times more beautiful than the nobles' mansions in the city-states. And the interior structure is incredibly convenient. If we hire a team of architecture experts, how long would it take to complete? Typically, with an architecture expert leading, it would take at least 3 to 4 months, Elsa said. But if we could hire an architecture master, they could finish it within a month. What special abilities do architecture masters have? Lister and Elsa had been fervently constructing wonders lately, and the architecture expert progress was already halfway done, not far from the master level. Elsa nodded. An architecture master is the most powerful profession in the Wasteland. Every master of any profession gains a unique trait. The most common trait is rapid construction. Under the control of an architecture master, all materials can quickly condense into building components firmly assembled together. If combined with Crystal Tower's efficiency doubles, the most powerful architecture masters can even raise a fortress instantly on flat ground. Wait, why is the Tower Lord asking me these questions? The Tower Lord is himself a legendary architect. A living legend. Could it be that the Tower Lord is testing me? Under the Tower Lord's guidance, my architectural skills have indeed advanced by leaps and bounds. Does the Tower Lord believe I have the potential to become an architecture master? Excellent. Lister nodded with satisfaction. Then I entrust this blueprint to you. When you become an architecture master, you shall complete it. This will be our home. Elsa held the blueprint as if cradling a priceless treasure. Such a precious blueprint, and the Tower Lord has given it to me. And this will be our home. The Tower Lord himself said I would become an architecture master. Elsa took a deep breath. Tower Lord, rest assured. Elsa will not let you down. Lister scratched his head. He simply didn't want to do the work himself. Elsa's progress was similar to his own. Once she became an architecture master, he could slack off again. Speaking of which, would personally participating in the construction of the wonder speed up progress? Elsa, to hone your architectural skills, I permit you to continue participating in the wonder's construction. However, you don't need to do the heavy labor yourself. You shall oversee and direct from the sidelines. A foreman, that was his own path. How could anyone in this trade stay away from the construction site? Lister returned to his lounge chair. After a short nap until afternoon, with 4 people working for over 8 hours, the horn of submission was finally completed. Lister walked over and opened the manual. Under the astonished gazes of the slaves, he enlarged the man-sized horn of submission, which radiated golden light, and placed it at the edge of the sanctuary on the front lines of the battlefield. Tonight he planned to try taming a magical beast, preferably a high-tier one. If it were a magic lizard, it could even serve as a cart animal. A magic lizard 5 or 6 meters long would be perfect for transporting goods to city-states or acting as a small cart on the construction site. Elsa's architecture expert progress reached 1520. Lister had slightly more at 1620. It seemed that building one more wonder would bring both of them to the threshold of becoming architecture masters. Lister glanced at the panels of several dog beastkin. Their profession column had not added the words architecture apprentice. Entry is the hardest. Elsa was already an architecture apprentice familiar with the basics and possessed the legendary talent research genius, allowing her to continuously improve her profession level through wonder knowledge. As for me, it's my rich experience from my past life that enables me to integrate the strange architectural knowledge of this world. Even if these dog beastkin receive the knowledge from the wonders, they'll only become seasoned workers on the construction site. Lister felt a bit regretful. Should he start a class to impart some basic knowledge to them? What if one of them was a natural prodigy in civil engineering, grasping everything instantly and becoming an architecture master in just a few weeks? Lister recalled Fias' bewildered expression when faced with old Mendel's simple hypothesis deduction method and abandoned the idea. Elsa is the best. She can understand whatever I say. It must not be my teaching that's the problem. Definitely not. Everyone, good work. Take a break and continue with the next project. Dinner tonight will include 2 extra pieces of jerky for each of you. Weary smiles appeared on the slaves' faces. Lister took out the manual and selected the next wonder, the statue of the huntress goddess, which he had been eagerly anticipating. Once this wonder was completed, Lister would finally have the ability to protect himself. Master of Archery. Statue of the huntress goddess. Within the sanctuary's range, each arrow tower can train 1 archery master. Increases bow and arrow tower damage by 50 within the sanctuary. Requirements: workers 4, possess 4 arrow towers. Total work hours 192, H144, H144 hours divided among 4 slaves meant 36 hours, each requiring at least 3 days to complete. This was the longest duration wonder so far. However, Lister knew that future wonders would only take more time. We don't need rest. Well, start work immediately. Harper had good relationships with several beastkin and had established authority. As a fellow beastkin, Harper understood them well. Beastkin had excellent physical strength and endurance, and with holy spring water restoring their stamina, they weren't very tired now. Then everyone keep up the good work. Returning to the front of the wooden house, Lister saw old Griffin approaching with his eldest son, Jet Griffin. Noah and Luke were the second and third sons respectively. It was Lister's first time meeting the eldest Griffin's son. He used his ability to scan him. Lister found that, like Luke and Noah, the eldest Griffin's son was an archery expert. Only old Griffin was an archery master. The statue of the huntress goddess is about to be completed. Let's see if I can ask old Griffin for a good bow. Old Griffin began calling out to Lester from afar. Tower Master Lester. Old Griffin spotted the horn of submission standing at the edge of the sanctuary, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he quickly masked it. Tower Master Lester, your sanctuary changes with each passing day. You must be a truly exceptional architect. These structures are simply magnificent. Merely a hobby, Lester waved his hand, steering the conversation away. Any good news, Tower Master Griffin? Of course, of course. Here are the arrow tower cores you asked me to purchase. It seems your sanctuary already has a level 3 crystal tower, so the 5 arrow towers will be complete. And here are the earnings from the holy water yesterday and today. 1200 blue crystals in total. Don't think it's too little. The fame of the holy water has already spread throughout the city-state. It's bound to sell like hotcakes from now on. If the quantity isn't enough, we'll have to make another trip. Old Griffin dismounted from his pack beast. Lester had Elsa store the core. He planned to upgrade this one into a rapid-fire arrow tower, as well, deciding on the level 3 upgrade later based on circumstances. Your holy water is truly top-notch. Far better than those herbal concoctions brewed by the alchemists in the city-state. For over a decade, my back injury has been aching every night, and guess what? Yesterday it didn't hurt at all. Hee, when you have time, I'll take you to the flower market in the city-state. Ahem. Lester naturally knew the flower market wasn't just a flower market. It was a flower market. I was just about to tell you. Today I saw a man riding a warhorse from the north. He seems to have set his sights on our holy water business. Lester recounted the details of the meeting and conversation to the others. I'm truly sorry. My sons just can't keep their mouths shut. To have brought such calamity. Old Griffin frowned after hearing the tale. It was unavoidable.
Don't blame yourself.
Little Luke and the others might have simply mentioned themselves only to be overheard by someone with ill intent. I'll discipline them when I get back. Old Griffin sighed. Just then the young man beside him spoke up. I can explain who those people are. You should know that the beast hordes in the north are far worse than here. Many crystal tower sanctuaries have fallen, and even some city-states couldn't hold out. For a long time, countless refugees and armies that lost their city-states have drifted into the vicinity. Some became slaves while others found crystal towers, set up camps nearby, and lived off their sanctuaries and plunder. Jet continued, in the Rocky Mountains, a dozen kilometers north, there's a roving army. They once set their sights on us, but my father drove them back. Those people are extremely vicious and utterly devoid of morality. A roving army, that certainly matched the young man's description. What concerned him more were the fallen city-states in the north. The first time he saw those towering thick city walls, he found it incredible. What were they built to defend against? Moreover, the military forces within the city-states were formidable. Every soldier was equipped with expensive black iron armor, not a few were expert archers, and there were even special professions like seers tied to magic. If even such people couldn't withstand the beasts and had turned to banditry. Old Griffin nodded. Many sanctuaries have been threatened by them. It's only because we Griffins are all skilled archers that they dare not provoke us easily. You must be extra cautious. I see. I'll be careful. Lester nodded. Speaking of which, do you happen to have any fine bows? I'd like one for self-defense. Jet couldn't help but chuckle. Archery requires long-term training. A novice's arrows can't stop men or beasts. Even to take down a goblin you need at least 2 or 3 years of practice. To deal with something like a magic lizard, without 5 to 10 years of hard work, you can't even pierce its scales. Old Griffin raised his hand. While Jet is absolutely right, there's nothing wrong with wanting to master a means of self-defense. But good bows are hard to come by. The materials are precious and we have none in stock. However, I do have a few ordinary ones. Probably around 80 pounds. Lester could tell old Griffin didn't believe he could draw a good bow either. All right, how many blue crystals? Lester didn't press. He couldn't explain the statue of the huntress to others. It's not worth much. Consider it a gift from a friend. I'll have Luke bring it to you. Thank you, Tower Master Griffin. I'm curious about one thing. Master-level professions all have special abilities. What is yours as a master archer? Ha. Old Griffin laughed with pride, and even Jet's eyes sparkled with envy. Every master archer's ability is different. Mine is called the magic archer. The arrows I shoot are imbued with lightning, paralyzing a large area with a single shot even against beasts. Lester listened with longing. After seeing the two off, he felt a sense of foreboding. An 80-pound bow could only handle goblins and magic wolves at best, and even then it would barely break the wolf's skin. But he couldn't blame old Griffin or Jet. Given his own physique, drawing an 80-pound bow was already quite a struggle. This is indeed a problem. Once the huntress statue is complete, and I become a master archer, if I don't have the muscles to draw anything more than a 70 or 80-pound bow, it'll be a laughingstock. Thinking of Griffin and Jet's arms thicker than his own thighs, and the calluses on their fingers, Lester resolved to get in shape instead of constantly indulging in his lounge chair. After autumn set in darkness fell faster. After a day's work, everyone gathered before the crystal tower, gazing into the distant night. Lester stretched lazily in his chair. Tonight I plan to tame a beast. Tame a beast. Do you think beasts are like demihumans, that they'll be devoted to you just by drinking your holy water? FIA retorted mercilessly, then shrank back at the disapproving glances from Elsa and Harper. Lester paid no heed to the halfling's blunt words. He patted the statue beside him. We have this. This is the new structure you built today. What does it do? FIA asked. Elsa also looked on with curiosity. Every wonder the Tower Master had built possessed immensely powerful effects. Both the sacred spring and the cornucopia felt like divine forces, and after the statue of the god of architecture was completed, she felt her work speed had increased significantly. The cornucopia was placed in the fields, so it must be related to agriculture. What about this horn of submission? Elsa was sharp. She had already discerned the pattern. Blowing the horn can tame nearby beasts, but only one at a time. Taming beasts. It wasn't that no one had thought of it, but the beast's frenzy at night had caused many who approached them great suffering, and gradually such ideas faded away. FIA Ford cupped her small chin. That Lester kid has holy water. Maybe he really can tame a beast. Tonight I'll control the arrow towers to let in a single beast for taming. Elsa worriedly said, Tower Master, please let me do it. It's too dangerous. Beasts are fast and accidents can easily happen. No need. I can coordinate the arrow towers to only let one beast in, and I need you to control the crystal tower and manipulate the stone slabs to assist me if necessary. Elsa hesitated. Don't worry, I'll flee if there's danger. Lester knew the risk, but it was manageable and the potential reward was substantial. Night had completely fallen. Magical beasts began to emerge. The 4 arrow towers commenced their work, slaying the frenzied charging beasts one by one. No sand lizards have appeared. The dog-human slave discerned the distant situation using his night vision. Controlling only a single magic wolf left Lester somewhat discontented. With only one slot available and a cooldown period of a full month, it was certainly best to tame a more formidable magical beast. The group waited. A sand lizard has appeared. Lister's eyes lit up. The sand lizard was his primary target for the day. Beyond the arrow tower's range, the threat of the sand lizard was immense. Extremely fast, with razor-sharp claws and scales that even expert archers could hardly pierce. It could not only transport goods, but also serve as a sentinel for the sanctuary and become a powerful ally during explorations. At that moment, no one noticed the faint crystalline green glow emanating from the yellow sand at the edge of the sanctuary. Lord Tower Master. Master, the ground is shaking. Harper's ears also twitched. Something's wrong, Master, there's something underground. Fia's entire body trembled, and she instinctively grabbed Lister's arm. What is this, an earthquake? Lister gripped the cold surface of the subjugation statue. Don't panic, everyone, move back and stay near the arrow towers. FIA suddenly spoke. I remember now. This is an earth dragon, a 3rd-tier magical beast. It only inhabits underground areas or caves near mineral veins. They usually pose no threat to humans. Why would it appear near the sanctuary? Lister squinted, seeing a bulge on the ground in the distance rapidly approaching. Roughly estimated its size was at least that of a truck, a full double the size of a sand lizard. Compared to first-tier beasts like sand lizards, third-tier beasts were far superior in physical strength, power, and resilience. Moreover, beasts above the third tier could master certain magics inscribed in their bloodline. The Earth Dragon undoubtedly commanded earth magic, allowing it to speed swiftly underground. Third tier. A third-tier beast can even breach city walls, and an entire squad of knights cannot subdue it. FIA curled up, appearing even smaller than before. An entire squad of knights. Harper swallowed hard. The beastman's senses were sharper. She already felt a strong sense of crisis, as if targeted by a natural predator on the verge of being torn apart at any moment. Aisha was the same. She stepped forward and stood beside Lister. "Don't worry," Lister said. Aisha held Lister's arm, feeling her tense, trembling body gradually calm. The Lord Tower Master always worked miracles. Everything would surely be fine. Lister was also somewhat nervous, but more excited. If this had happened before today, he would undoubtedly have fallen into despair, even considered fleeing. But now he possessed the subjugation horn. This was his sole reliance for keeping the people of this sanctuary alive. Moreover, if he could use the subjugation horn to capture this earth dragon, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset. The ground tremors gradually intensified. The magical beasts, unaffected by the night, showed no sign of stopping their ferocious assault. The arrow towers, piercing their bodies, seemed unable to inflict pain. The bulge on the ground halted outside the arrow tower's range. Everyone held their breath. The next moment, a colossal magical beast burst forth from the earth, revealing a portion of its body. Grim scales covered its head like armor, revealing a pair of vicious eyes that emitted a metallic cold gleam. Two small horn-like protrusions on its crown resembled spiraled spikes. It raised its head as if sniffing the nearby air. Soon it scraped away the sand and unearthed a blue crystal-like fragment. "Ayo!" "It seems to be wailing," Harper said. Lister squinted at the glowing crystal fragment. That spot was precisely where the young man on the warhorse had come from during the day. This was no coincidence. The Earth Dragon had likely been attracted by this crystal fragment. The Earth Dragon cast a glance at Lister, the red gleam in its eyes intensifying as if it would charge at any moment. But then, as if sensing something, it abruptly turned its head, plunged into the ground, and vanished into the wasteland. "Hey, why are you leaving? Come back." Lister grew anxious. Though initially frightened, he now felt a stronger desire to capture the Earth Dragon. As long as he was near the subjugation horn, he feared no attack from the Earth Dragon. If it dared to approach, he could tame it. How could the prey slip away like this? Recalling the Earth Dragon's actions, Lister surmised it might have been lured away by someone. Lister immediately thought of a suspect. "It must be that young man who threatened me during the day. They must have mastered some behavioral patterns of the Earth Dragon, using them to manipulate it into attacking the sanctuary." The blue crystal fragment should be what guided the Earth Dragon's behavior. That person didn't intend to destroy my sanctuary outright, but wanted to pressure me to let me know they could have the Earth Dragon attack my sanctuary at any time. If it were anyone else, after experiencing the threat of the Earth Dragon, they might have truly yielded. Little did they know Lister was actually afraid they would stop sending the Earth Dragon. Third-tier magical beasts were extremely rare, especially one adept at hiding underground with formidable strength. Not too disheartened, knowing the source of the Earth Dragon capturing it was only a matter of time. The people around him all breathed a sigh of relief. Lister smiled. "Don't worry, even if it comes again, we can tame it." FIA took a deep breath. "Stop bragging. This is a third-tier beast. Be grateful it showed mercy today and didn't swallow us all in one gulp. It must be the goddess of abundance who, out of respect for me, persuaded it to leave." FIA turned to look at the horn of abundance statue, clasped her hands together, and muttered a prayer of unknown meaning. Aisha, however, revealed a smile and looked up at Lister. "I knew we would be fine." With the threat of the Earth Dragon gone, the arrow towers seemed to work even more diligently, magical beasts falling in droves, rapidly turning to sand and being devoured by the wasteland. "Save the subjugation horn for the Earth Dragon. We won't capture any other beasts today." Lister arranged for a few slaves to take turns keeping watch, then went back to rest. Knock, knock, knock. Aisha was curled up in her blanket, recalling the tense moments just past, remembering Lister's expression of seeming perpetual confidence, her cheeks slightly flushed. Suddenly a knock came at the door. "Who is it?" "Aisha." "Isha." It's me. Fia's hushed voice came from outside the door. Lady Fia, what's wrong? Aisha opened the door. Fia, holding her blanket, said awkwardly, I was worried you might be scared and couldn't sleep, so I came specially to sleep with you. Elsa's expression remained impassive. Lady Fia, are you frightened? Shall I accompany you to bed? Fia pouted. Nonsense. How could I possibly be afraid? I journeyed alone from the great Eastern Kingdom across the entire continent to reach this desolate wasteland. What perils have I not faced along the way? Then please return to your quarters. Oh, don't be like that, little Elsa. I adore you most of all. I'm retiring for the night. I'm afraid. Come in then. Hee hee. LYST sat at his desk in his bedroom, hearing every murmur from the adjacent room with startling clarity. This dwelling truly needs reconstruction. The sound insulation is abysmal. Drawing upon memories of medieval fortifications, LYST sketched several sets of blueprints. Simple yet robust, now refining the final draft. Once he and Elsa mastered the art of architecture, they would begin construction. Tomorrow those who lured the earth dragons here will arrive. I'll provoke them, to see whether I can draw the beast back once more. Having resolved his plan, LYST extinguished the candle and lay down to rest. At dawn, Elsa collected and tallied every sapphire crystal from the treasure-gathering basin, then gently knocked on LYST's door. Coming. Elsa began preparing breakfast. LYST washed and dressed, then spotted Luck approaching on a dromedary beast in the distance. LYST, I've brought your milk. Enough for 4. Luck handed him a large water skin. Oh, and this as well. A brand new hardwood longbow accompanied by a quiver of broadhead arrows. Designed specifically for slaying monstrous beasts. According to Harper, crafting the bow itself was straightforward. The true complexity lay in forging the arrowheads. Requiring a fully equipped smithy for mass production, and skilled apprentices were not easily trained. It took no less than half a month, or even a full month, to train a single apprentice capable of forging superior arrowheads. Yet their sanctuary housed few inhabitants and fewer still knew how to wield a bow, for now Harper alone could adequately supply 3 archers. After breakfast, the canine kin set to work. Harper labored with particular vigor. LYST glanced her way and noticed, almost imperceptibly, her loyalty had risen to 92nd only to Elsa's 95. Fia's loyalty remained steady around 85. The mischievous halfling, having finished her morning meal, hurried to the fields. After completing her theoretical studies with Elsa, she prepared to commence her experimental verification. LYST performed 2 sets of calisthenics beside the holy spring, then resumed refining his blueprints. Hardly any time had passed before he spotted a familiar figure approaching in the distance. A faint smile flickered across his lips as he strode forward to meet him. I trust you slept well last night, Archon LYST. The young man who approached was the same rider on horseback from the previous day. LYST feigned startled fury. So it was you behind this treachery. You actually command monstrous beasts to assault my sanctuary. Heh. Our capabilities extend far beyond that. Now, hand over the elixir. There is no elixir. I refuse to believe you truly control a 3rd-tier earth dragon. It's mere illusion, theatrical deception. LYST sneered coldly and turned away. The youth seemed unprepared for such defiance. Momentarily stunned, then seized by blazing wrath. How utterly reckless you are. Do you truly imagine those pitiful watchtowers of yours can withstand an assault by a 3rd-tier earth dragon? Absurd. Tonight you, and every filthy beast kin under your command, will become fodder for the maws of monsters. With that, the youth whirled and departed. LYST allowed himself a quiet, triumphant smile. I'd feared you wouldn't come at all. You'd best possess the courage to follow through. Don't skulk away like a rat spouting threats, then cower trembling in your burrow tonight beside your earth dragon father. Enraged by the taunt, the youth reached for his longbow, intent on putting an arrow through LYST. But calculating the distance between them and noting the watchtower standing sentinel at the sanctuary's edge, he stormed off instead. Now it's secure. LYST pretended to withdraw, then covertly observed the youth. Sure enough, just as he neared the edge of visibility, the youth casually dropped 2 crystalline shards into the yellow sands. Harper. By now, the commotion had drawn the sanctuary's inhabitants near. Master, what is your command? Go in that direction and retrieve 2 red crystals. Yes, sir. Harper dashed off, nostrils flaring, and swiftly unearthed the 2 crystals from the dunes before sprinting back. Are these the ones, master? Precisely. Lyst held the two crystals in his palm, examining them closely. They were flawlessly transparent, like captured starlight suspended in quartz. Elsa leaned in. Boss, I've seen crystals like these before. While working in the mines, I once unearthed one, and the mine overseer grew visibly terrified, ordering us to rebury it immediately and abandon that excavation site entirely. Terror. These crystals are almost certainly what drew the Earth Dragon here. Fear, therefore, is entirely justified. Enough speculation. Faya stepped forward. These aren't crystals. They're Earth Dragon excrement. Lyst's hands slipped. Both crystals tumbled onto the ground. Faya, unfazed, retrieved them. Not ordinary excrement. Rather a defensive mineral secretion expelled after egg-laying designed to shield the clutch. This substance contains abundant iron ore, suggesting the dragon nests near an iron deposit. Faya offered a wry smile. Such minerals are exceedingly rare. Some nobles reportedly grind them into powder and steep them in water for consumption. Steep them? Elsa clapped a hand over her mouth. Why would anyone drink dragon dung? I said, it isn't quite dung. Faya shook her head, exasperated. Master, you were right, the Earth Dragon was indeed lured here by these crystals. Those who brought them likely destroyed its lair, and may even have stolen its eggs. Hence its attraction to the crystals, to seek vengeance upon those who wronged it. I see. Lyst nodded. Then I know precisely what to do. Tonight, we shall tame this Earth Dragon. Today marked the second day of constructing the statue of the Huntress Goddess. Only 2 more days of labor remained until completion. Thus by tomorrow night Lyst would attain the rank of Master Archer. At that thought, Lyst urged the caninekin onward once more, then began his daily physical regimen within the sanctuary. Faya, watching nearby, suddenly called out, You're brimming with energy, aren't you? Can't you come help me till the soil? But the fields are already plowed. We worked on them for hours. In truth, Elsa had done it all alone. There's still plenty left to do. Dig holes, sow the seeds, then water them. Lyst shook his head, reasoning, Consider this. If lifting an object 1 meter requires more effort than lifting it half a meter, wouldn't you agree? Of course, the latter demands far less strength. Faya grinned. Such logic posed no challenge to her. Exactly. Therefore your labor must be more efficient than mine. I abstain from farming to optimize manpower usage. Wonders cannot be destroyed. Thus statue-type wonders could be moved to the periphery of the sanctuary, serving as an additional line of defense. However, the number of wonders was still too few to encircle the sanctuary. Once the city walls were completed, the wonders could be placed at key nodes to repel attacks. For now, this property could make Lister safer when using the Horn of Submission to resist the attack of the Earth Dragon. Based on last night's situation, the Earth Dragon would hide underground while moving and only emerge to strike. He only needed to stand on the base of the Horn of Submission, where the ground beneath him would surely be safe. Holding 2 spirit stones in his hands, Lister rehearsed the plan in his mind. A range of 5 meters is already quite spacious. If the Earth Dragon bursts out of the ground and tries to attack me in an emergency, I can always resort to the tactic of circling the pillar. During the noon break, Harper noticed the bow and arrow Lister was playing with. May I have a look, master? Lister did not insist on them calling him boss repeatedly. They had already grown accustomed to their identity as slaves, and forcing a correction might unsettle them further. It was better to wait for them to change on their own. Here. Harper was a blacksmith with some knowledge of bow-making. The materials are good, but the draw weight is too weak to pierce the hide and scales of second-tier magical beasts. After speaking, Harper glanced at Lister's arms, which lacked muscle, and tactfully fell silent. It's fine. My strength is indeed limited, and drawing this bow fully is already a strain. When your strength grows, master, I will craft a more powerful bow for you, Harper said. Good. The next time I go to the city-state, I'll take you along to purchase materials for building a forge. Thank you, master. Harper left brimming with excitement. Lister pondered today was only Monday, and there were still several days until Radiance Day. However, once he became a master archer, he could ignore the sparse magical beasts during the day and head straight to the city-state. But thinking of the roving army from the north, Lister felt a headache coming on. Well, see how tonight goes. If I can capture the Earth Dragon, none of this will be a problem. Another afternoon of hard work. The statue of the Huntress Goddess was beginning to take shape. It would be finished by the end of tomorrow. Night fell. The group took up positions early at the edge of the sanctuary. Lister stood alone atop the statue, one hand resting on the mouthpiece of the horn. Magic wolves appeared first, followed by colorful slimes hopping about. Under the attack of the level 3 enhanced arrow tower, these low-tier magical beasts were effortlessly slain. After waiting for over half an hour, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Here it comes, boss. Elsa held a bucket of holy water ready to cleanse the dark corruption status after taming the earth dragon. Fia hid behind her, muttering under her breath. This is insane, absolutely insane. Harper's body trembled slightly as she slowly crouched down, ready to charge forward if things went wrong. Don't worry. Lister, on the other hand, was somewhat excited. The stronger the opponent, the more advantageous it would be for him after taming it. In the distance, a yellow line appeared on the ground, rapidly extending toward Lister. On top of the Horn of Submission statue lay 2 red spirit stones like blood, sealed in amber, glistening under the moonlight. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Lister controlled the arrow tower, refraining from attacking the earth dragon's position. Here it comes. The earth dragon burst forth from the ground 7 or 8 meters away from Lister, its body still hurtling toward him due to momentum. Lister had already sounded the horn. A melodious chant echoed through the air, transporting everyone back to the primeval wilderness of ancient times. A borderland between savagery and civilization. Their minds were shaken, especially the beastkin. A crashing sound came from the location of the Horn of Submission statue. Elsa frowned deeply, and without a moment's hesitation splashed the holy water in her hands. Boss? Lister? Master? The group rushed forward, only to find Lister peeking out from behind the statue. Just as I thought. I knew I couldn't just stand there like a fool. Before the statue, the nearly 10-meter-long earth dragon lay sprawled against it, as if stunned by the impact. An inexplicable, intense fondness for the human before it began to stir in its mind. Shaking its head, it found the fondness growing stronger, gradually evolving into a desire to submit. It was irresistible. Slowly it lowered its head. Lister, somewhat disheveled, walked up to the earth dragon and reached out to pat its head. Not bad. Good boy. Elsa smiled, her eyes filled with reverence as she looked at Lister. The canine beastkin still struggled to suppress their fear, not daring to approach. Fia, incredulous, was dragged forward by Elsa, her mouth agape. This is it? Tamed with just a blow of the horn? What were those centuries of research by the kingdoms to tame a pack of magic wolves all about? Lister, however, was looking at the panel that appeared on the earth dragon. Name none. Race earth dragon female. Talent mineral perception rare. Loyalty 100. Status confused, a grief of losing offspring or affection. Energetic loyal. Give it a name, Lister said. A name. Fia rubbed her hands together excitedly. I'm good at this. Go ahead. Legend has it that an ancient dragon sealed in the abyssal stone valley could devour the sun, moon, and stars, and was immensely powerful. The valley itself was the scar left from its battle with the dragon god. Its name was Domog. So let's call this earth dragon Domo. All right, Mog it is. What? I said Domo. The vote was 1-6. The name was settled. Lister circled Mog twice, growing more satisfied with each step. Keep it in the stable for now. I'll build it a mansion later. Fia was still indignant. Earth dragons live near mineral veins. Without one, it won't get enough to eat. Lister's eyes lit up. Since the earth dragon Mog lives nearby, it means there's a mineral vein in the area. Likely an unclaimed one. Could it be a blue crystal vein? A blue crystal vein is too rare. They're all occupied by city-states. The geologists aren't just sitting around. Fia said. It's probably an iron vein, or it's already been taken by that roving army. That's very likely. Harper said. Master, if we can secure an iron vein, I can forge tools, weapons, and armor for you in abundance. Lister gazed at Mog as if it were a precious treasure. Rest underground for now. Tomorrow we can counterattack and perhaps even avenge you. The earth dragon's status still showed grief of losing offspring. It was highly probable that the roving army had destroyed its eggs and used the eggshells to divert trouble, attacking nearby sanctuaries. Mog nodded slightly, now able to understand some of Lister's words. Its massive body retreated 2 steps and sank into the ground. Lister had several dogkin take turns keeping watch for hours through the night, and there were no further anomalies. The ground dragon must have been the enemy's only trump card. Early the next morning, Lister awoke to find the dogkin already at work. Why start so early? Lister walked over. Harper set down his carving knife and said, I saw the statue was nearly finished, so I thought I'd push ahead. Doesn't it still need another day? Lister looked at the statue and saw it was indeed almost complete. It suddenly occurred to him, the Huntress Goddess statue required a total of 144 hours. Divided among 4 people, that was 36 hours each. He had originally planned for them to work 12 hours a day to finish in 3 days, but these few were so industrious that they each worked at least 16 hours daily. Lister told them to rest, but they refused. Occasionally Elsa would lend a hand. It seemed it would be finished before noon. I appreciate your hard work. At noon, I'll have Elsa hide some meat in the rice. It's no hardship, Master, truly. You even let us rest in between, and you feed us so well. We are deeply grateful. And you even bestowed holy water upon us. Lister could say no more. He indeed needed to speed up the progress, so he could only compensate them with more food. Not long after the youth who had previously threatened Lister arrived from afar, accompanied by 2 men riding war horses. They came even earlier than Luke. The moment they saw Lister's sanctuary completely intact, all 3 stood frozen in place. Kieran, didn't you say you placed the red crystal in his sanctuary? Why wasn't it devoured by the ground dragon? The youth remained incredulous. I definitely placed it, Lucas. The ground dragon couldn't possibly not come. She is in a state of rage. Maybe he happened to be away yesterday, so it didn't come. Lucas, clearly of higher rank than the other 2, said, Go check the eggshell. Kieran went to yesterday's spot, dismounted, and found the red crystal gone. It's gone. So the ground dragon must have come. Lucas said, Could Lister have found the crystal and moved it elsewhere?
Impossible.
How could a lad of about 20 know about ground dragons? We only learned of them because we encountered one on the battlefield. And I hid it very discreetly. Lucas stared at Kieran. Tell me the truth. Kieran swallowed hard. The day before yesterday, I just wanted the ground dragon to come and scare him. I planned to lure it away as soon as it appeared. Maybe he discovered it then. Idiot. Lister faced the 2 men without leaving the sanctuary. Well, old acquaintances. Won't you come in and sit? Seeing Lister's mocking expression, Kieran completely lost his temper. Don't get cocky, boy. We have plenty of ways to make you vanish without a trace. Lucas raised his hand, signaling Kieran to be quiet. So you're the one in charge, Lister said, crossing his arms. Listen to me, child. I know you have some clever tricks, but your cleverness is useless against true power. You can't stay in your sanctuary forever. The moment you step outside, death will be upon you. Luke's gloomy gaze was like a vulture over the wasteland. Unfortunately, I plan to go to the city-state, soon to sell another batch of healing potions. Do you dare to come? Lister taunted. Healing potions. So they are with you. Kieran fumed. That's right, Lister admitted directly. Come and get them if you want. You'd better bring more men. Lister turned and left without looking back. Very well, Lucas sneered. You'd better have some tricks to stop us. Lister stretched languidly. The prey had taken the bait. He had a premonition that these men held information about the mineral vein. When the ground dragon killed them, perhaps he could keep one alive for interrogation. Soon Luke delivered the milk. Lister stopped Luke as he was about to leave and pressed 20 blue crystals into his hand. Bring me 2 more longbows, Luke. Heavier ones. You don't need this much, Lister. 15 is enough. Keep the rest as a tip for your trouble. Be careful on the road. There might be enemies around. Thank you, Lister. I'll be careful. Luke returned quickly, bringing 2 120-pound longbows and 100 arrows. The youth was delighted and said he was going to the city-state to buy some food. After seeing Luke off, Lister walked to the work site. The Huntress Goddess statue was nearly finished. He helped Faye plant some seeds for a while and watered the fields. Around 10 a.m., the statue was completed. Harper ran excitedly to find Lister. Excellent. Place this statue at the boundary of the sanctuary as well. Lister raised his hand and the Wonder Construction Guide activated. The entire statue rose majestically in a blaze of light, becoming a colossal statue 12 or 13 meters tall, the tallest and largest structure in the sanctuary. Elsa suddenly sensed a change within her body. My lord, I feel different. You are now a master of architecture. Lister, along with Elsa, had simultaneously completed the final progress bar for the architecture expert. What? Elsa looked at her hands in disbelief, but knowledge and power did not lie. She had indeed become a master of architecture. She was truly a master of architecture. Ecstasy overwhelmed her emotions and tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. She looked at Lister, the brilliantly talented young Tower Lord who remained as calm and composed as ever. Elsa understood that her achievement was entirely a gift from the Tower Lord. "Thank you, my Lord Tower Lord. You're welcome. You deserve it." Lister sensed that upon becoming a master of architecture, he had gained a special ability molding. With a mere thought, the stones on the ground began to disintegrate and reassemble, quickly forming a rough stone statue. It consumes a great deal of energy. Just creating a small stone figure felt to Lister like running dozens of meters at full speed. Elsa watched Lister from the side. "My lord, my master ability seems to be transport." "Transport? Using transport with the crystal tower is best. It can quickly extract and move underground stone materials. As your master level increases, you'll become more adept at using your ability. In other words, the energy consumed would decrease and the power would increase." Faye had just walked over from the farmland when she overheard their conversation. Visible struggle appeared on her face. "What, master? What master? Are you saying this little fledgling has become a master of architecture? The one said to be the hardest to achieve." Faye's eyes brimmed with tears, even more excited than Elsa. "Lady Faye, there's no need to be so happy for me. And I am not a fledgling." "No. Why, heaven is unjust. Look at her, goddess of bounty. I have traveled half the continent, recorded 5,732 species of plants. Woe is me. Don't be sad, Lady Faye. You will soon become a master of botany too, as long as you stay by Lord Lister's side," Elsa said earnestly. Faye seemed not to hear, her eyes glazed over. "Oh, this statue is truly beautiful." Harper rescued Elsa from the situation. "Indeed it is." Elsa quickly escaped and quietly came before Lister, asking, "My lord, does this statue have any special properties?" "You'll know soon enough." Lister touched the statue and sensed 5 mystical forces within it that he could control, corresponding to the 5 arrow towers in the sanctuary. He channeled one of the forces into his own body. Instantly, a vast torrent of memories composed of tens of thousands of fragments of drawing and releasing bowstrings surged into his mind and was rapidly absorbed. It lasted a full 2 minutes before Lister opened his eyes. He looked at his own status panel. Name: Lister. Race: human. Talent: none. Profession: master of architecture. 250 master of archery. 150 expert of civil engineering. 1020 status: energetic. I am a master archer now. He was a dual master of architecture and archery. He picked up the longbow beside him. List took an arrow. The moment his hand gripped the bow, he felt the memories of countless times drawing and shooting arrows attach themselves to his fingers. No problem in the king of archers. Aiming at a rock face 100 meters away, List drew the longbow to its full extent. The arrow left the string, transforming into a blur as it shot into the distance. What is the master's exclusive ability? List squinted his eyes. The time around him instantly slowed down, nearly coming to a halt. In the next moment, his vision seemed to travel far away, merging with the arrow. He was now the arrow itself. With a mere thought, the arrow began to shift under his control. Upward, downward, left, could even accelerate. Whoosh! List controlled the arrow as it crossed 100 meters, continuously rising its speed, even increasing. Finally, it struck a withered tree on the mountain, embedding itself firmly. Harper exclaimed, "The maximum range of that bow is only about 90 meters, yet you managed to hit a target this far. Boss, since when could you use a bow?" Elsa had just recently seen List unable to hit even a 20-meter target. List smiled and looked at Elsa. "Do you want to learn?" Can I learn too?" "Of course." Elsa's strength was far greater than his. She could surely draw a 120-pound bow. Her threat to the enemy would then be far greater than his own. "Get ready," List said. He transferred another portion of power from the huntress goddess statue to Elsa. The next moment, she closed her eyes just as he had. It's the same miraculous power as the method for building wonders that the Tower Master taught me." Elsa, already experienced, quickly absorbed the knowledge. While waiting, List looked at Harper. "Our shelter still needs strength. You need to learn archery too, Harper. Come here." Harper didn't hesitate. He nodded and stepped before List. After distributing 3 portions of power, only 2 remained. List hadn't yet decided on candidates for them, but 3 master archers were more than enough to deal with these exiled soldiers. 5 minutes later, Harper was the last to open his eyes. He let out a long breath and knelt on one knee. "Thank you, Master, I have mastered it. Pick up the bow and try it. We will fight soon." The 2 bows Luke had brought that morning were handed to them. Fi watched them bustling about, bewildered. "Hey, what's this? You just stood there, squinted for a moment, and learned archery." Fia felt she had seen much these past 2 days, but still found what was happening hard to believe. This is a miracle created by the Tower Master. Every wonder contains the power of a deity. The reverence in Elsa's eyes was almost tangible. Yes, your Tower Master is the strongest. I want to become a master too."
Fio groaned helplessly.
List, standing nearby, knew Fia's botany was already on the verge of mastery. When he met her, she was a botany expert. 1920. He estimated that once this batch of plants grew and verified the hypothesis he had given her, she would advance. Harper held the bow, pondered for a moment, then raised an arrow and knocked it. Whoosh! The bow was drawn like a full moon, the arrow like lightning. A massive boulder 100 meters away was struck directly by Harper. Dense cracks spread from the point of impact. "Master, my master ability is armor-piercing. I can easily penetrate defenses like stone and armor," Harper said excitedly. Just as old Griffin had said, everyone's master ability was different. Elsa picked up the bow expectantly. "I can feel my master ability is related to speed." Knocking the arrow with practiced ease, Elsa squinted. In the next instant, she drew and fired in rapid succession, barely pausing. In no time, over a dozen arrows had left her hand. On the distant mountain face, the arrows Elsa shot landed almost within a circle the size of a human head. Some arrows even struck the previous ones, splitting them apart. "Good. With you two I feel reassured. Well, set out this afternoon." List, gratified, took out the Wonder Construction Guide, opened it to the 2nd page, and prepared to begin constructing the Guardian Stone statue. He suddenly noticed that the 3rd page had been unlocked. Inside the Griffin shelter. After Luke returned, old Griffin called his sons together. "Luke, what did you see when you went over there just now?" Luke scratched his head. "Nothing much. Oh right, List had his slaves build another statue. It looks like a woman holding a bow. The statue is enormous, very spectacular." Old Griffin nodded. "Truly a mysterious man. He just tinkers with statues every day, yet he survived the first 2 beast tides, and even has things like healing potions." Noah Griffin asked. "His crystal spire seems to be inherited. He only moved here not long ago. Could it be?" Old Griffin nodded. "Yes, that's what I think too." "Think what?" "Father, brother, stop speaking in riddles." Luke scratched his head in confusion. Noah said, "List is very likely the offspring of some major city-state or kingdom's nobility, or perhaps an illegitimate child. Otherwise, he couldn't have such good resources and starting capital. Remember, before he sold holy water, he had already upgraded his shelter to level 2 and upgraded several arrow towers." Jet also agreed. "Even we found that night's beast tide troublesome. He actually managed to withstand it. That day they had all thought List was dead." Old Griffin said, "You must all remember we have to help him as much as possible, even if he doesn't need our help much anymore." The usually vigorous old man suddenly seemed a little aged. "Children, I have a feeling the future will get harder. The level 3 crystal spire and surrounding walls I upgraded in my youth are increasingly unable to hold back the beast's attacks. Upgrading to a level 4 spire requires 5 pink crystals. Even if we exhaust all our assets, we could afford it, but what about the future? The Wasteland will become more and more dangerous. I have a feeling List will be our fallback. His identity is very mysterious, and his abilities are even more unfathomable." Luke scratched his head. "Is List really that formidable?" "Trust me, children. I have seen far more people than you have. Tower Master List has always shown the composure of one who is sure of victory and absolute confidence in himself." They all fell into silence. "Luke, when you deliver the milk tomorrow, take a cow along with you." "A cow? We only have 3 cows, father. Cows can't be bought in the city-state right now." Noah was somewhat surprised. "Just do as I say." "Boss, why are you smiling so happily?" Elsa asked cautiously. Lister flipped through the handbook of Marvel construction. "You'll find out soon enough. Blessed hive, a hive, said to lie at the edge of the divine realm, each drop of honey can bestow blessings upon mortals, enhancing physique. Housing 10. Requirement workers 510 time 147D 105D. 5 days. Bonus from the statue of the architect god. Falling star forge legend tells of a star that fell here, its core still ablaze, reshaping all things within a smelting speed, 120 chance to improve equipment quality. Requirement workers 510. Must be built beside a mountain, time 147D 105D. Polar cold nest, the heart of the permafrost where chill breathes like a living thing, time decays slowly, greatly extends food preservation time. Requirement workers 510. Must be built underground, time 147D 105D. Holy shield enhances defense structure sturdiness by 100. Allows slow automated repairs. Requirement workers 510. Must be built on a wooden stone wall. Total work hours 7D 5D. The most significant change was that time shifted from hours to days and the workforce became a range. From previous constructions, he could tell that total work hours were merely an estimate. It wasn't mandatory to toil for the full duration to finish. Actual completion time was closely tied to the workers' morale and whether they slacked off. The minimum is 5 people, which would take 14 days to complete. Looks like I need to recruit more. As for the order of construction, Blessed Hive not only provides food and housing, but can even enhance physique. Whose physique needs enhancing the most? That's right, my own. Building Blessed Hive is definitely the top priority. Food storage isn't a pressing issue right now, and with winter approaching, something like polar cold nest, an obvious giant icebox, doesn't need to be built urgently. Falling Star Forge is related to the Orvane and can aid Harper in smelting and forging. I'll place it second in the order, and after that Elsa and I will build the forge. Holy Shield will have to wait until the city wall is finished. After deciding the order, Lister turned to the second page. Guardian statues. 4 statues granted to believers by the Guardian God. 1 is activated randomly each day to patrol until dawn. Requirement workers 4, total work hours 192, H144H. The top priority was to spend 3 days building the Guardian statues. No one knew when the next beast tide would strike. After passing on the knowledge of activating the Guardian statues to the slaves, Lister crouched down. The next moment the ground began to heave, and a colossal creature emerged from beneath the earth. Earth Dragon Mog, are you ready for revenge? Roar. Mog let out a low growl. She was intelligent enough to understand part of Lister's words. She already knew who had destroyed her nest and killed her offspring. Let's set out. Lister mounted their only pack beast, taking only 2 archers with him. FIA watched them with concern. Are you sure you can handle this? Maybe we should just hunker down in the shelter. The crops here grow incredibly fast. They'll mature in 3 days. We could live here forever.
Don't worry. Dont un des restimate à Master Archer.
Lister raised his bow. Master. FIA repeated the word to herself, then let out a relieved laugh. Right, when did I ever lose faith in a master? Haha, I'll wait for your return. FIA picked up Pello and waved at the 3 of them. Watching their retreating figures, a trace of anxiety still lingered on Fia's face. What can I do? I'm just a frail halfling. FIA turned to the farmland. For some reason these fields grew at an astonishing rate. The beans planted yesterday had sprouted visibly overnight, grown leaves by day, and would likely bloom by tomorrow. As she was lost in thought, Pello's tail wagged and slapped her face, leaving a red mark. Hey kid, is your tail made of iron? I wonder whose genes you inherited. With that thought, FIA recalled the vast data she had recorded earlier, and something clicked. Ah! She realized she had become a master of botany. Lister had long chosen the battlefield. On the road to the city-state, there was an open plain with a red rock hill jutting out in the middle, perfect for cover. As long as they held that position, 3 master archers would be nearly invincible. Not to mention the 3rd-tier earth dragon lurking nearby. If he were the enemy, he would feel utterly hopeless. Let's wait here for a while. Lister divided over 100 arrows, then sat on a rock and closed his eyes. His body trembled uncontrollably from tension and excitement. This day was inevitable. He opened his eyes. On the distant wasteland, a cavalry unit was already galloping toward them. Over 20 men, a formidable force in the wilderness. They rode armored warhorses, wielding lances and longswords, with only a few carrying bows. Lister had spotted someone tailing them from afar on the road. They had arrived swiftly indeed. How bold! You actually dared to come out. Since you're out, don't think about going back. Kieran at the forefront had already drawn his bow, burning with rage. He had been mocked all morning by Lucas and his comrades over this incident. Enough talk. Kill them and seize control of their shelter, Lucas said. Fine. Kieran pulled his bowstring taut, aiming at Lister by the rock. But someone drew their bow faster. Whoosh! As Kieran's arrow flew, Harper's arrow also left her bowstring. The silver arrowhead whistled through the air, the fletching screeching like a demon's wail. The arrow precisely intercepted Kieran's mid-flight, then continued its deadly trajectory toward the enemy. Dodge! Kieran threw himself sideways, rolling off his warhorse to the ground. The arrow flew past where he had just been, piercing the neck of the man behind him. Lucas shouted, "A master archer! Everyone raise your shields! They have a master archer! Damn it! Of all the remote wastelands, we end up with 2 master archers as cursed neighbors. Charge! Charge! Don't let her wear us down." These men were indeed well-trained, true to their military origins. Without panic, they immediately formed ranks and charged toward Lister's rocky hill, while the archers in the rear prepared for ranged support. "Let's begin." Lister took a deep breath and raised his bow. Seeing Lister draw his bow fully, Lucas felt a chill run down his spine. Impossible. 3 of them dared to come out. Could there be another master archer? No one answered. The only reply was Lister's arrow. Lucas immediately steered his warhorse aside and raised his round shield. But the arrow seemed to have eyes, veering like a bird in flight, locked onto Lucas. No! Lucas immediately dismounted alongside Kieran, using the warhorse's body as a shield before him. Yet the arrow, just as it was about to pierce the horse's belly, suddenly rose and embedded itself into the eye socket of a nearby henchman. A master! A master! They have 2 masters!
No!
3! Elsa began her attack as well. Her slender form nearly blurred into a phantom, endlessly repeating the process of knocking and releasing arrows. Each arrow was like a chain of death, precisely claiming its designated life. In the blink of an eye, a large number of those charging at the front had fallen. This is madness, sheer madness. Lucas crashed to the ground, dazed and disoriented, his vision swimming in darkness. He shouted, "Quick retreat, fall back." Roar. The ground trembled. Lucas was all too familiar with this sound. It was an earth dragon. Why was an earth dragon here? The next moment he sensed a heavy, ragged breath and a terrifying wave of heat from behind. As his vision slowly returned, he turned his head and saw only a gaping maw. "Don't eat him," Lister said from a distance. Mog stepped back half a pace, raised a paw larger than a human, and swung it fiercely. Lucas was sent flying like a broken ragdoll. Ah! In mere moments of skirmish, the entire battlefield had descended into chaos. The distant archers were all precisely shot down by Lister. Those charging at the front had also all fallen, leaving only 7 or 8 men fleeing in all directions. What followed was Lister's harvest. Swish! Swish! Each arrow seemed to have eyes, precisely striking the backs of its targets. Finally, he ceased his actions. 3 men had escaped beyond his range. Not one will escape. Lister raised his hand, activating his master architect talent. On the distant ground along the escape route of the 3 fleeing men, a sharp stone pillar suddenly rose, piercing through the belly of a warhorse and sending its rider tumbling. Mog, go kill them! The earth dragon burrowed into the ground and charged forth. Lister stepped forward, ignoring the surrounding warhorses, and approached a man. "If I remember correctly, your name is Kieran." The young man, forced to dismount at the very beginning, had witnessed the entire battle. No, this could not even be called a battle. It was a complete and utter massacre. He looked at the young Lister as if staring at a demon wearing human skin. "You? How could you possibly have 3 masters? And an earth dragon? Even?" He knew that a master archer was an extreme rarity, even in large city-states capable of leading an entire army. "Speak, where is your settlement? Do you know the location of the mine?" Kieran was trembling like a leaf. He swallowed hard and immediately said, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. Please spare my life. There's someone behind us pulling the strings. Spare me and I'll give you information. Otherwise, even you won't be able to withstand their schemes." Elsa frowned. "There's someone behind you." Yes. Spare me. I knew I was right about you." Lister revealed a smile. "You strike me as the treacherous sort." Kieran lacked the courage to refute Lister's taunt and nodded frantically. "Spare me, my lord. I will tell you everything I know." Very well. Around them lay the remains of 8 warhorses. Harper had already gathered them all along with the weapons scattered on the ground. These corpses would be devoured by magical beasts by nightfall, turning to sand and merging with the wasteland. Speak. Who is behind you? It's the apothecaries in the city-state. After the beast tide, many in our settlement fell ill. We went to the city-state to seek medicine, but the apothecaries told us they had none. Yet a highly effective potion appeared on the market. The apothecaries investigated and then hired us to threaten you into giving it up, even to exterminate you all. I truly never intended to attack you. Kieran curled into a ball, looking even more pitiable than the frightened FIA. Lister was silent for a moment. Old Griffin had warned him about the apothecaries before. Distributing the holy water through shops was also a measure to prevent their retaliation. After all, cutting off one's income was akin to killing one's parents. He just hadn't expected that even so they would still find him, and in such a dangerous manner. If he were truly a new Tower Lord faced with the threat of these former soldiers, he would have had no choice but to surrender the holy water and would be unable to leave the sanctuary for some time. By then, the apothecaries would have monopolized all the potions in the city-state. Elsa said angrily, "Those greedy merchants. We must make them pay." Elsa had truly known poverty. She understood the preciousness of blue crystals, and in her eyes Lister's possessions were even more important than her own. Seeing the little bird hissing and spitting, Lister patted Elsa's head. "It's all right. Since we know they're the ones causing trouble, I have 1,000 ways to make their lives impossible. We must make them so poor they can't afford to eat. Besides you and Lucas, do the others know about me and the healing potion?"
No impossible.
They were all people with their own agendas. Such important news had to be kept secret, or someone would surely have taken it and defected. Besides, there are no others left. Everyone was here and they have all. Lister looked at Kieran. "Now tell me about the Earth Dragon's lair. Do you have information about an iron mine?" Because the crystals secreted by the Earth Dragon were red, FIA had speculated that its habitat might be near an iron mine. "Yes, my lord. We found a hidden crystal tower to the north nestled within a red rock mountain. Inside there is a massive mine pit dug by the Earth Dragon. Below is a vast iron deposit. And it was Lucas who destroyed the Earth Dragon's lair. It had nothing to do with me. I only used the red crystals to threaten the people around me." Only threatened. A rampaging Earth Dragon wandering near the sanctuary at night was practically a catastrophe. Get ready to lead the way. Lister intended to end this matter today. Having people constantly lurking around his sanctuary was deeply annoying. Yes. Kieran glanced at the warhorses around him. Harper led over a red warhorse. Its mane was like a blood-red lion's mane. It stood half a head taller than the other horses, its sleek coat seeming to condense into drops of blood. "Master, this horse is excellent." Kieran immediately said, Yes. This horse belonged to our former knight commander. That damned Lucas stole her. Who would have thought that after half a year of wandering, she would finally find a worthy master? This horse is meant for you, my lord. Only you can master it." Lister rolled his eyes. This kid was quite talented at bootlicking. Have him lead the way. Harper nodded, tied Kieran up, and threw him onto the back of a pack beast. "Hey, my lord, do you have to tie me up?" "It'll be good." Harper gave him a whip across the backside. A sharp cry was followed by immediate silence. They didn't bother returning to the sanctuary and set off directly with the herd of warhorses. Mounted on the new horses, Lister found their speed much faster. In about half an hour, they reached a small rocky mountainous area. "It's inside, my lord." Lister nodded. "It is indeed very concealed. Without a careful search, no one would know there's a settlement here." "Yes, my lord, and the crystal tower is located in a cave halfway up the mountainside. We discovered it purely by chance." Harper walked ahead of Lister, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. "Be careful, master." "I understand." Along with Elsa, the three of them readied their bows. "How many people do you still have in the sanctuary?" "Not many. We dispatched almost everyone to." Crack! The horsewhip struck again. Elsa shrank back. Sister Harper's expression was terrifying. "Ah, how would I dare deceive you? How could I dare lie to a master archer?" "There are still people inside," Elsa said, her ears twitching. "Ah, yes. Those are the miners we captured to work the ore for us." "Where did you capture them from?" "We intercepted a slave caravan." "Let's go." The three advanced into the mountainous terrain, alert to their surroundings. Harper remarked. Master, this is indeed an excellent settlement. The rock formations provide a natural barrier. By stationing arrow towers at a few key passes, we can block the magical beasts outside. And it's hard to discover, Lister added, surveying the area with satisfaction. Guide to Constructing Wonders on page 3 listed a requirement for falling star furnace. It must be built near a mineral vein. Lister had already resolved to claim this mineral vein for himself by any means. Typically, after a sanctuary fell, neighbors were only interested in its arrow tower's crystal core. Controlling 2 crystal towers doubled the economic burden. Not only did one need to spend resources upgrading the towers and cores, but also assign personnel to garrison them, all constant expenses. It was far safer to simply gather the arrow towers together or sell them outright. At most, someone might go to great lengths to transport a crystal tower near their own sanctuary to link the two, but that held little significance. Thus, most crystal towers ended up being reclaimed by the city-states and reissued to new tower lords venturing into the wilderness to establish sanctuaries. Lister himself had hesitated, but he made a swift decision. With the cornucopia and holy water at his disposal, he would never lack blue crystals. The only constraint was his pace of development. In the early stages, opening a new crystal tower, especially one atop a mineral vein, was undoubtedly the fastest way to accelerate growth. Who's there? Whoosh! Elsa's arrow pierced through the crevice in the rock, embedding itself near a young man's eye socket. The youth collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Don't kill me. Who are you? Lister called out. A slave here. I just wanted to see if anyone had returned. Are you trying to escape? I wasn't trying to. It's just that my contract was dissolved. I thought those people must have died, so I came out to check. The youth knelt, head bowed. A slave contract automatically dissolved upon the death of one party. Have you seen anyone from before come back? No, they never returned after going out this morning. How many of you are there? 16 people, my lord. Lister nodded. Take me to see them. Yes. The youth obeyed, instantly, completely forgetting he was no longer a slave. Follow me, my lord. We're all hiding in the mine shaft. At the center of the mountain range lay a downward depression housing a spacious mine entrance. Just then, the earth dragon Mog entered from one side, nearly startling the youth into fleeing. Don't be afraid, she won't attack you. Lister stroked the earth dragon's rough head, and Mog wore a contented expression. This? My lord, you've actually tamed an earth dragon. The youth knelt, not daring to move. Stand up. I. The youth looked up, his eyes filled with a reverence akin to faith. Lister had already reached the mine entrance. Go call them out. Yes. Soon the 16 people from the mine plus the youth gathered together, 17 in total. Most were ordinary slaves in tattered clothes. Without exception, every one of them fell to their knees in terror upon seeing the earth dragon beside Lister. Lister let them rise and said, Your slave contracts should all be dissolved now. They'll give you 2 choices. First, leave here, return to your homeland, or do whatever you wish. I'll keep you here until Radiant Day. Second, sign a new slave contract with me and work for me. I'll make sure you're fed and repair your homes. After a pause, Lister continued, Tonight you'll have hot porridge and meat. He still hoped they would stay. Purchasing new slaves would cost a fortune. Though Lister abhorred the institution of slavery, he had to admit that signing a slave contract was the most convenient and secure method. A work contract like Elsa's could be betrayed, especially with a group of complete strangers who wouldn't be under his direct supervision. Lister intended to have some of them stay and mine on site. The next moment, the dozen or so people before him all knelt without hesitation. My lord, I choose to stay. I'll stay too. Only one person stood frozen, then stepped forward and bowed. My lord, I am a merchant from the city-state. Could you help me leave this place? Oh. Lister recalled Kieran mentioning they had indeed intercepted a caravan. This must be its owner. Of course. On Radiant Day you may leave on your own. My lord, the merchant bowed his head. I live in the nearest city-state. I haven't been home for months. My wife and 2-year-old son must be terribly worried. I beg you to send me back. I will reward you handsomely. Lister glanced at the surrounding slaves. Those who transported slaves were no small-time merchants. They hired mercenaries, maintained convoys, held connections, and had ample capital. Perhaps he could make use of this. I understand your feelings. My name is Tony, my lord. Tony, you can come with me. I'll be heading to the city-state tomorrow, and you may join me. Wonderful. Tony knelt. Thank you, my lord. If there's anything you need from me, I will give my all. Good. I won't hold back then. Lister opened his interface and glanced at these people. None possessed useful talents or professions except Tony, who surprised him. Tony Ward, race, human, loyalty 0, talent, good fortune, rare profession, senior, merchant. 720. Status, cursed by misfortune, active, hungry, grateful, in pain, elated, finally going home, senior merchant, should correspond to expert level. As for his talent, good fortune, was being kidnapped by bandits while transporting slaves, then forced to labor in a mine for half a year, considered good fortune. It must be the cursed by misfortune in his status bar that neutralized his luck. This was the second special abnormal status Lister had encountered besides erosion of the night. Perhaps holy water could remove it. But where did this status come from? Harper interrupted Lester's thoughts. She exclaimed with delight, Master, there are well-equipped forging facilities here. These people seem to be crafting weapons, but their skills are terribly poor. Oh, take me to see. Lester left Elsa to handle those who decided to stay. They would soon return to the shelter to retrieve slave contracts for signing, along with food and warm clothing. Following Harper to an open area, he saw a makeshift shed with a worn-out furnace, bellows, and anvil, hammers, and other tools. Beside the shed lay a pile of crooked long swords and spears. Their craftsmanship is indeed terrible. Master, I can renovate this forge. I'm sure I can help you forge weapons and tools of acceptable quality. All right, you may. Don't cut corners to save costs. I might have you forge something complex later, and shoddy facilities will only slow progress. Yes, master. Harper's tail wagged uncontrollably. Tomorrow we'll go to the city-state to purchase supplies and have them transported here. Lester also thought of a new wonder. Fallen star forge legend says a star fell here, its core still warm, reforging all within. Smelting speed 100, equipment quality upgrade chance 20. This wonder itself was a forge, and an impressive one at that. It'll provide you with blueprints for the forge and build a new one. Harper grew even more excited, knowing well what structures built from Lester's blueprints could become. A divine statue that granted master-level abilities, a sacred horn to tame earth dragons. What kind of forge would the master create? Harper was filled with anticipation. Lester followed the guiding youth to the Crystal Tower's location. This young man surprised Lester. He possessed a rare talent, kill intent perception, though its specific uses remained unclear. Perhaps he could be developed at the main shelter later. It's hard to imagine the Crystal Tower hidden in a cave, truly concealed. Placing his hand on the Crystal Tower, Lester confirmed it had no master and quickly established a connection. With a flash of blue light, he gained a new shelter. It was a basic level 1 shelter with only 2 arrow towers. All right, let's head back. It'll bring you food later. The mountain shelter had scant food supplies. What about me, sir? Kieran squirmed on the ground. Sign a slave contract and mine here, or share the fate of your comrades. Lester said calmly. Kieran closed his eyes in despair. Yes, master. He preferred slavery to death. Lester activated 3 arrow towers, hidden beside the rocks, then began the return journey. Soon, in less than half an hour, a group of warhorses and 3 archers arrived at the shelter's border. FIA stood at the entrance like a statue, waving excitedly as they returned. What's got you so happy? Lester dismounted. Hee, I've become a master botanist.
Fio exclaimed.
Oh. Lester opened the panel. FIA Ford race, halfling, loyalty 88, talent, quick-witted, epic profession, master botanist 150. Oh, expert geologist 220. Oh, expert brewer 220. Status, excited, joyful, energetic, ha 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 ha, it's finally my turn. Congratulations, your wish has come true. Lester offered his praise. Haha, I'm a master now. They'll surely be written into the Ford family tree. The first halfling master botanist in history. Elsa shared her joy and the 2 girls embraced. Hee. What's your master ability? Lester asked. FIA narrowed her eyes, a smirk curling her lips. First, I can accelerate plant growth and shorten maturation cycles. I've already harvested a batch today. Most importantly, fruits I cultivate make the consumer stronger. Enhanced strength. Lester was surprised. Hee, that's right, though it's only temporary. FIA pulled a bean from her pocket and offered it to Lester. Try it. Lester took the bean and ate it. A surge of warmth spread from his stomach through his body. Soon his muscles tensed. Picking up a bow, he could draw it fully with ease. Any side effects? Lester asked eagerly. None at all. It just doesn't last long. Only about half an hour. That's plenty. Lester envisioned many uses for these crops. Not just in battle but also for workers building wonders to speed up progress. Staring at the dark beans, Lester found them familiar. What kind of beans are these? I gathered them at an oasis. Ground into powder, they smell fragrant, and locals love brewing them with water. FIA replied. Aren't these coffee beans? Lester brightened. Looks like we'll have coffee soon. After settling the warhorses, Lester prepared food and holy water and headed back to the mountain shelter. Once everything was arranged, he returned to his room. No need to bring the miners back. Tomorrow I'll buy more slaves at the city-state. Lester estimated the yield from the shelter's small farmland. Should be enough for 20 people. He decided to purchase around 15 slaves to meet the wonder's construction requirements. Lester also pondered if he bought enough slaves, could he start building 3 wonders simultaneously? The answer was yes. As for housing, they now had 2 master builders. Putting up simple matchbox houses for slaves would be a breeze. Lester fell asleep in a cheerful mood. He was awakened by Elsa knocking on his door. She had prepared breakfast. Elsa, if only you'd wake me in a maid outfit, I'd die without regrets. Elsa's face flushed at his words. FIA peeked in. What's a maid outfit? You people of this era wouldn't understand my taste. Brushing his teeth with a rough bristle brush, Lester noticed Luke, leading a cow in the distance. Its black and white pattern instantly reminded him of a word. A dairy cow. Hey, Lester. Lester approached surprised. Why bring a cow here, Luke? My father said it's a gift to thank you for giving him so many blue crystals. Lester nodded, not refusing. Old Griffin was indeed a sly fox. This cow was an investment in him. He had recognized Lester's potential. All right, thank your father for me. Luke continued. Oh, and Lester, my father said if those military men threaten you, drop the Griffin family name. They'll think twice. No need to worry about that. Father and my brother are heading to the city-state today. They asked if you join. Of course. Elsa Harper, you two come with me to the city. And Tony Ward, you can ride that pack beast. The rest of you focus on building the guardian statues. Mounting their warhorses, the 3 set off with their garments billowing in the wind, while Tony struggled to climb onto the back of the pack beast. Old Griffin and Nolan witnessed this scene as they rode their own pack beasts to the front of the sanctuary. Old Griffin, far more observant than Luke, scanned his surroundings and immediately noticed the silhouettes of several warhorses in the stable. These? Master Lister, do these warhorses look familiar to you? Indeed, they belong to our unfriendly neighbors. I was just about to discuss this with you. Old Griffin was utterly astounded. The presence of these warhorses here could not possibly be a gift from that wandering army. Could it be that the entire army had perished? But how could that be? Even if he brought both his sons and all his slaves into the fray, they would at best fight to a bloody stalemate with those men. There was no way they could have reclaimed so many warhorses. Lister spoke up, stop guessing. I've already dealt with those men, not a single one escaped. They claimed the city's apothecaries were behind them. Old Griffin swallowed hard. Nolan, standing beside him, was even more incredulous. This? How is it possible? They were well trained. Old Griffin raised his hand, signaling Nolan to be silent. Ahem, I had suspected the apothecaries would pull something, but I never imagined they would stoop so low. I was planning to go to the city today to collect the final payment anyway, so I might as well investigate. Lister nodded. Before long the group arrived at the city. Throughout the journey, Old Griffin hesitated, unsure whether to ask Lister how he had eliminated that wandering army. Could my guess be right? Is Master Lister truly the illegitimate son of some city-state leader who, upon learning his child was threatened, directly sent men to wipe out those thugs? Or does Master Lister possess some terrifying hidden power able to dispose of a small army as easily as swatting flies? I can't afford to offend him. I definitely need to stay on his good side. Griffin felt increasingly fortunate for his earlier attempts to curry favor. Harper, here are 100 blue crystals. Go purchase some necessary tools. Harper departed. The merchant Tony also thanked Lister profusely before hurrying home. Old Griffin snapped out of his reverie. Master Lister, let's go to the shop to collect the money and investigate. Lister, accompanied by Elsa, went to the city's outskirts to find the slave trader Tiga. He intended to purchase some demi-human slaves once again. Demi-humans possessed far greater physical strength and work efficiency than ordinary humans. Especially after drinking the holy water, they became tireless perpetual motion machines capable of shaving hours off the construction of grand wonders. Moreover, buying demi-humans and feeding them the holy water could also alleviate some of their suffering and risks. Master Tower Lord, you're here. Tiga rushed over excitedly upon seeing Lister. These demi-human slaves were the hardest to sell. Typically, only places like mines would take them. Although the chance of them going berserk was low, buyers still locked them in cages at night just in case. Ordinary tower lords wouldn't even give them a second glance. So upon seeing such a big client in Lister, he was overjoyed. Sir, I've got new stock in the last couple of days. Just as Lister was about to speak, he noticed Elsa standing frozen beside him. Sister Sylvia? Elsa rushed towards an iron cage, staring at a frail bird-type demi-human inside. The girl called Sylvia was covered in wounds and looked extremely weak. Elsa? Is that little Elsa? Sylvia lifted her head dazedly. Upon seeing Elsa, she managed a pale smile, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Elsa. Sylvia, what happened? Why are you here? Where are the others? Sylvia shook her head. After that beast tide a few years ago, we all got separated. I ended up in a demi-human tribe and settled there. But the 2 consecutive beast tides in the last few days destroyed the tribe. I couldn't hold on. I went berserk too. Elsa choked up. Did you see my father and mother? Sylvia shook her head again. No, I've been asking around. Oh, I heard that there's a small demi-human settlement in the north gathering many demi-humans. Lister, standing nearby, gestured to Tiga to release Sylvia from the cage. Not wanting to interrupt them for long, Lister said, You two talk. I'll take a look around. As he strolled and observed, Lister kept his status panel open, scanning for any special occupational talents. Tiga said, As you just heard, lately many demi-humans have either died in the beast tides or been enslaved. I've got a large backlog of stock here. What do you say, sir? How many? About 30 or so, all carefully selected. They can definitely work. Take me to see them. Pushing aside a ragged hemp curtain that blocked the view, Lister saw rows of iron cages filled with all kinds of demi-humans. 30 was too many. His sanctuary couldn't accommodate that many people, and if he put them in the mine, food would be a major problem. For now, buying a dozen or so would be best. Lister first picked 5 who had rare talents such as mining specialization, swiftness, animal affinity, vigilance, and deft hands. There were no epic-level talents here. They were far too rare. These 5 plus these 10 here, I'll take 15 for now. I'll be back in a while. Tiga was ecstatic. Excellent, excellent. I can have these 15 slaves delivered to your sanctuary in no time. On average, each demi-human cost about 15 blue crystals. Lister gave Tiga most of the blue crystals his cornucopia had accumulated over these past few days. Fortunately, Old Griffin would soon collect the payment for the holy water, bringing him 3,600 more blue crystals. Oh, and about that bird-type demi-human. Of course, sir. No extra charge. Consider that bird-type demi-human a gift from me. She seems to be a friend of your subordinate. Lister didn't refuse. Tiga had already earned plenty from him, and he would only buy more in the future. Tiga was a savvy businessman. Just destroy Sylvia's slave contract directly. Destroy it. Sir, are you sure? She is still a demi-human after all. It's fine. Just do as I say. Lister continued. Do you know where the bird-type demi-humans gather? Tiga frowned and thought. Sir, didn't you just hear what that bird-type demi-human said? A demi-human tribe has appeared in the north. It's grown quite large now with all kinds of demihumans, including bird types. They seem to have found a way to control the berserking. Our demi-human slave trade is having a hard time now. Some slave caravans have been hijacked by them, and the merchants were killed on the spot. I advise you not to approach them lightly. They are very xenophobic. I understand. Returning to the entrance, Lister noticed Elsa seemed a bit downcast. Thank you, Master Tower Lord, she said as she supported Sylvia. The frail woman also bowed deeply to Lister. It's nothing. Consider it an employee benefit. Lister did not dwell on the matter of the Tia tribe. The situation there seemed rather intricate. He resolved to first gather some intelligence to ascertain whether any of those Chaya people were kin to Aisha. Give her some holy water to drink, then have her change into fresh clothes. I did not spend my coin for nothing. From now on she is also my employee. Lister had never taken a close look at Sylvia before. Now as he consulted the panel he was pleasantly surprised to discover that she possessed an epic grade talent. Sylvia. Race Chaya. Loyalty 60. Talent Shadow Affinity Epic. Class Thief Expert 220. Status Dark Corruption Inactive Hungry. Elated its little Aisha. She is not dead. In this world the profession of thief did not merely denote a pilfer of goods. It encompassed a vast array of skills, such as constructing and dismantling traps, scouting paths, assassination, and espionage. A master thief could freely enter any building she set her sights upon and acquire whatever she desired. Moreover, Sylvia was a thief blessed with shadow affinity. Magic existed in this world, yet mastering it was exceedingly difficult. The first method was to locate a magic tower in one of the major city-states, apply for membership, begin as an apprentice mage, and immerse oneself in runic studies for years before possibly grasping one or two elemental spells. The second was to become a master in one's craft with a slim chance of gaining enchantment abilities. For instance, Old Griffin's master effect Arcane Archer allowed him to enchant his arrows. Lister and his two companions were not so fortunate. The third was to purchase scrolls from an archmage to learn magic. Archmages who corresponded to masters of other professions expended vast amounts of time and effort to create even a single scroll capable of teaching magic. Thus those who wielded magic in this world were few and far between. Yet Lister had heard a certain saying. If one's talent included elemental affinity, such as flame affinity or frost affinity, then upon becoming a master in the corresponding profession it was highly likely they would gain an enchantment ability matching that affinity. Lister had long yearned for such an ability but had never witnessed it. The city-state he resided in was merely a small settlement nearest to the sanctuary sustained by 12 crystal towers. It had no magic tower at all. Even the prophet summoned not long ago was a costly hire by the city lord from the nearest major city-state known as the heart of the Wasteland Avra. I wonder how to help Sylvia become a master. For every professional attaining mastery was the ultimate goal of a lifetime. But with an epic grade talent Sylvia shouldn't find it too difficult. Lister made his way toward the merchant gathering on the other side of the city-state. He needed to purchase some timber. In the wasteland stone was not scarce. Exposed mountainous terrain served as natural quarries everywhere. However, timber was rare, produced only by a few large city-states and sanctuaries near oases, and in extremely limited quantities. Most timber was transported by caravans from the edges of the wasteland. Purely stone structures were not only arduous to work with, but also inferior in stability, earthquake resistance, heat dissipation, and ventilation compared to buildings incorporating wood. Lister also did not wish his constructed home to be too monotonous. Soon he found piles of timber outside the city. Mostly palm wood along with a small amount of red hardwood. Lord Tower Master. The merchant immediately approached. Lister inspected the wood casually. What are the prices? These palm woods are excellent value. 1 blue crystal buys 2 logs. Most nearby tower masters use this type. These redwoods shipped from Avra are much pricier but of superior quality, ideal for furniture or construction. They cost 2 to 5 blue crystals each. Lister touched the redwood. Its quality was indeed fine. Do you have any carpenters? You can hire carpenters in the city. We partner with a sawmill. If you need, I can arrange contact. Good. Send 20 palm logs and 5 redwood logs to my sanctuary. Also arrange for some skilled carpenters to come there. The merchant was overjoyed. A large client like Lister purchasing so much timber at once was a rare sight. No problem. I know an expert carpenter, and his apprentices will set up a temporary workbench at your sanctuary. At your service. Excellent. After paying the blue crystals and informing the merchant of the sanctuary's location, Lister began to stroll leisurely through the city-state. Almost everything was arranged. Next, he and Aisha, both master builders, would reconstruct the housing and a simple city wall. Initially, Lister had considered hiring a construction crew, but after becoming a master builder, he realized that he and Aisha alone could match the efficiency of over a dozen workers. Their abilities could also be applied to constructing wonders. Yet that seemed somewhat wasteful. For the Wonder Construction Guide directly provided blueprints and knowledge to slaves, making any individual a viable laborer. However, constructing other things like houses and walls was beyond ordinary slaves. Rather than having him and Aisha assist with wonder building, it was better to erect more dwellings and purchase more slaves. The two of them should focus on building what slaves could not create. As he drifted in thought, Lister suddenly caught a whiff of aroma, and saw a stall at the intersection selling fried food. A woman in a black robe was eating voraciously, her manner almost indecently unrestrained. It even stirred Lister's appetite. He sat casually on the other side and glanced at the offerings. Various fried meats likely from wasteland rats and birds. As he was about to order, he couldn't help but look at the woman beside him. Not for any other reason but because she ate with such gusto. In his past life she would have made an excellent food streamer. Lister would surely have clicked follow. Just then the woman pushed a portion of food untouched and neatly packaged toward Lister. "Lord Tower Master, please help yourself." It was then that Lister looked at her face, golden hair, two pointed ears, a soft countenance with a hint of baby fat appearing to be only about 20 years old. Could this be an elf? Elves were rare in the Wasteland. "You know me. It's our first meeting, Lord Tower Master Lister, but I have seen you many times before." The woman said, "I wonder if you have time to talk with me for a while." "All right." Lister did not stand on ceremony. He took the food she offered and tasted it. It was rather ordinary, fried dry. "Lord Tower Master Lister, my name is Stelea and I am a prophet." Lister nodded, having already glimpsed the woman's status panel. Name Stelea, race elf, loyalty 0, talent misfortune and fortune perception, legendary class master prophet, 550. Senior mage, 420. Status anxious. Satiated dieting on stew tonight, a legendary level talent. And a master prophet at that. This must be the prophet the city lord had hired from Afra. Lister felt a flicker of confusion. Could a city lord from a remote region truly afford to hire a master prophet and senior mage? The woman suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "It wasn't the city lord who invited me. I came of my own accord." "You can read my mind." Stelea shook her head. "It's my master ability. I can vaguely sense what might happen in the near future. Like what you're about to say, but it's very hazy." Lister marveled at the wonders of magic in this world. "So what do you want from me?" "You must have noticed the unrest on the Wasteland lately. Rumors say the dungeon seal is weakening and beasts from the third, or even fourth layer have slipped out. Isn't that the case?" "No, it's far more dangerous. I foresaw the destruction of this city-state." "Destruction?" Lister furrowed his brow. Setting aside the accuracy of a prophet's words, if the city-state fell, his sanctuary would surely be doomed. "I'm also curious what kind of beast could raise a city-state. Its walls and armies aren't mere toys." The last city-state destroyed was Rock City, about 500 kilometers northwest. Built on rocky ground next to a large oasis 3 months ago, an adult sandworm left the sand, climbed onto the rocks, and easily breached the walls. By nightfall, the city was overrun. Stelea spoke calmly. "Sandworm." Lister had heard people in the city talk about it. An adult sandworm was larger than his entire sanctuary. It could swallow the whole place in one gulp. How do these beasts even form? Lister asked a question that had long troubled him. Beasts that appeared at night vanished into the desert upon death, leaving not even a trace of ash. It's the curse of the entire wasteland. No one knows for sure. I can only tell you that 500 years ago this wasn't a wasteland. Many people lived here. A trace of reminiscence flickered in Stelea's eyes. "Let's talk about our city-state," Stelea said. "From today until the eve of the second radiant day, the city-state will face great danger. I hope you can help defend it." "What danger?" Stelea shook her head. "I don't know yet. The event is too far off. I can't foresee it." Lister took a deep breath, lost in thought. "What about my sanctuary?" "The sanctuary faces far less threat. Only the city-state will suffer an unusually ferocious assault." Stelea said, "You're a rational tower master, far smarter and stronger than those around you who rest on their laurels. Losing the city-state does you no good, does it?" Lister hesitated. If what Stelea said was true and the city-state would be destroyed, could his involvement really hold it? If the city fell, the night would be perilous. If Stelea was right, he could also pack up and leave immediately. Though reluctant to abandon the wonders head built his life was clearly more important. "How certain are you?" Lister asked. "I'm not certain either, but I want leave the city-state," Stelea considered. "With you joining, at least I'd feel much more at ease. I have a sixth sense that's been accurate since childhood. Misfortune and fortune perception, legendary. This might be Stelea's legendary talent at work. Also, the city-state will reward you generously with pink crystals, and it'll personally grant you one condition." "Oh, anything?" Lister asked. Stelea froze her cheeks, flushing slightly. After a second she relaxed and said calmly, "So you want me to work for you?" I thought. "How about it? Prophets and mages need magic towers to observe the stars and sense elements. Without one our progress is difficult." Stelea said, "But for a short term, I can help develop your sanctuary." All right. Lister had made his decision. With his ability to see status panels, he was inclined to trust Stelea's words. With his dual master-level strength, he could flee if things went awry. Stelea was right. Unless forced, he didn't want the city-state destroyed. The Wonder's head built early on couldn't be moved or rebuilt. Their names dimmed once activated. He had to prepare in advance. His sanctuary still had 2 arrow towers without master archers. He could arrange that too. There were only 3 days until the next radiant day and 10 until the one after. On the night of the 10th day, the crisis Stelea spoke of would strike the city-state. "Do you have any other plans besides me?" Lister asked. Stelea said, "Of course. I'll be on the front lines too. This is a good chance to find the source and behavior of the beasts, which could help solve the Wasteland's mystery. Besides me, the Griffin family will also be invited along with a swordsmanship master who will stay, Sword Saint Seth. Nearby city-states will send about 100 troops to help defend." Lister nodded. "Boss." Just then Aisha approached from not far away, waving at Lister. Stelea stood up. "Well, see you later, Tower Master Lister." Not far off, Aisha had helped Sylvia into a simple, durable outfit, chattering, "I'm not lying to you. The Tower Master is really kind. The sanctuary provides room and board, and he even eats with us." "All right, Aisha, I believe you." Sylvia said, "I've always wanted to visit that demi-human settlement. Maybe I can find news of my family." "Well, you can ask the Tower Master. He probably won't refuse." "All right, Aisha." Sylvia looked at Aisha and said, "Aisha, they say that settlement can lift our curse, so we won't go berserk anymore." I mean, if there's a chance, would you come with me to join them? Demi-humans have borne this pain since birth. They never know when the next frenzy will strike, causing them to hurt those around them, their loved ones, and themselves. Aisha took a deep breath, her eyes brimming with light. "Sylvia, the Tower Master, he has a way to lift our curse. I'm no longer affected by it." "What? Impossible. How did he manage it?" And Sylvia gazed into Elsa's eyes. There was no deception there. Elsa joyfully rose onto her tiptoes. Sylvia fell into a daze. During her years of exile, she had yearned ceaselessly and obsessively for the curse upon her to vanish, so that she might live like an ordinary citizen within a city-state or find sanctuary in a place that would accept her. Yet she could not achieve it. She could not even protect herself. Each night she bound her own feet, to prevent herself from succumbing to madness, fleeing blindly, and bringing about her own death. Upon hearing rumors of a settlement where such curses could be lifted, she staked her very life on the journey, only to lose control during the beast tide days ago, awaken as a slave. She trusted Elsa utterly. The child had never lied. Having witnessed countless people and events over the years, Sylvia could discern genuine joy and hope shimmering in Elsa's gaze. Unfeigned, unforced. "Let us meet at the city gate." And Lister encountered Griffin. Nold Griffin immediately drew Lister aside, first handing him 3 pink crystals and a pouch of blue crystals, then began his questioning. Unsurprisingly, he inquired about the city-state's looming crisis 10 days hence. And, Master Lister, this warning came directly from the prophet. The same seer foretold the last plague. We cannot afford to doubt him. And so you've agreed then? And of course, my sanctuary lies just beyond the walls. That represents my life's savings. If the city falls, it is no different than killing me. Old Griffin's voice hardened with grim resolve. And no one becomes a master archer without steel in their soul. I shall join the effort, doing all I can. And the two stood in silence for a moment, and then old Griffin said, I've made inquiries. The alchemists have indeed purchased a batch of healing potions for research, but uncovered nothing unusual. As for those who colluded with the military to threaten you, the circle is too wide. Identification remains elusive for now. Still, I've laid subtle traps. A sly fox-like smile flickered across his lips. Let them walk right into the snare. Ah, then I shall eagerly await the outcome. And no problem. I assure you merchants were thrilled with the potion's efficacy. They're already asking when you'll supply another batch. They intend to resell it far afield, no doubt. And likely so. The last shipment we provided was substantial. And certainly, but this time we'll adopt a different approach. What approach? Old Griffin asked puzzled. Lister had long contemplated this earlier. Desperate for startup capital for the sanctuary, he'd taken considerable risks. The holy water's true power lay not merely in curing ailments, but in its profound effect against the dark corruption afflicting the non-humans. And undoubtedly some non-humans had already consumed the holy water he sold. That truth would surface, sooner or later. He could not reveal the potion's limitless supply. Scarcity must be enforced, elevating it to a rare, priceless artifact. An otherwise catastrophe would inevitably follow. Before the sanctuary grew strong enough to withstand covetous eyes, exposing any extraordinary asset would invite peril. Though Old Griffin had brokered sales through a shopkeeper, a determined investigator might still trace the chain back to him, just as the army once had. Fortunately, his identity remained secure, for now. Only the scattered remnants of the exiled army knew of him, and according to Kylon, even they remained unaware of his connection to the healing potions. I only hope the truth emerges when I possess the strength to face it. And soon Harper returned, having procured all essentials for constructing the forge chamber. All right, let's head back. And the group marched back to the sanctuary in grand procession. Once the others dispersed, the compound overflowed with raw materials of every kind. Carpenters would not arrive until tomorrow. Nelsa sought out Lister. Master, may Sylvie drink some holy water? And, of course, no need to ask me again. Hurry now, we have work to begin. There was still time. And Lister needed to consult Elsa on construction details. And, Elsa, how goes your study of the castle's architectural plans? Boss, I've memorized every line. I could build it blindfolded, Elsa declared, radiant with excitement. And she had never beheld such a structure. What would it feel like to dwell within its walls? Lately Elsa dreamed nightly of awakening inside that very castle. Good. I seek no opulence in this castle. It serves only as our way station, expandable in time. For now it bears the solemn duty of labor. Yes. And so they began to plan. Lister designed the castle in 3 tiers. The lowest level housed the holy spring and the treasure-gathering basin, foundational artifacts of the sanctuary requiring absolute concealment from prying eyes. The holy spring supplied water to the entire structure. A complex piping system now posed no obstacle. With Lister's architectural mastery, even raw crystals quarried from the site could be reconfigured into exquisitely crafted conduits. The first tier also included dining hall, main bathhouse, council chamber, storage vaults, and sundry other functional spaces. And the second tier formed the primary residential zone. Lister allocated over a dozen chambers, including his own. The third tier featured 5 or 6 bedrooms plus a secure vault for precious items, and doubled as a defensive bastion. Its broad rooftop terrace accommodated numerous archers, enabling coordinated defense with the watchtowers in emergencies. A cellar was deemed unnecessary. The new wondrous structure, the polar frost nest, rendered it wholly obsolete. With Lister and Elsa's master-tier abilities, augmented by the crystal spire's control, the castle would be complete in roughly 1 week. And if furnishings could be finished simultaneously, they would move in without delay. They hoped expert carpenters would accelerate progress. And the original cottage remained intact. Not demolished but gently shifted aside by the crystal spire's power. Lister and Elsa used their abilities to demarcate the castle's perimeter, then employed Elsa's mastery to excavate the soft sand and lay the foundation. Lister had imparted nearly all essential principles of modern architecture to Elsa. Their collaboration flowed with seamless, instinctive harmony. The newly acquired slaves watched the 2 architects at work, awestruck, reverent, unable to tear their eyes away. Harper gathered the supplies and carried the holy water to the slaves. And this is a gift from Master Towerholder, a divine blessing capable of lifting the curse upon us. Master, what does curse mean? And from tonight onward, you need no longer tremble in fear after dark. Drink this holy water, and the non-humans shall no longer succumb to feral frenzy. From disbelief to hushed, trembling inquiry, then to unrestrained, ecstatic joy. And after drinking, all doubt dissolved, and they prostrated themselves toward the place where Lister stood. Indeed, after drinking the holy water, their loyalty had all risen above 60, which was barely passing. Having delineated the area and laid the foundation, the 2 concluded their work. Nearby, Harper had already set up temporary tents with the beastmen near the crystal tower. Magical beasts began to emerge. The 5 arrow towers commenced firing. Lister pondered that 2 arrow towers still lacked trained master archers. From his own condition, it seemed the innate talent of a master archer could smooth over physical disparities. Although he could only draw an 80-pound longbow, his efficacy far surpassed that of an ordinary archer using a 100-pound bow. More importantly, Lister hailed from another world. Upon realizing his strength could not handle a bow of higher draw weight, he began drafting the design for a compound bow. The compound bow's unique structure granted it formidable energy storage and efficiency, delivering aerokinetic energy roughly 1.6 to 2 times that of a bow of equivalent draw weight. In other words, when he drew an 80-pound compound bow to its fullest, the arrow launched could equate to a 160-pound bow. Under his master-level skill, he could maximize efficiency nearly every time. What did this signify? Individuals capable of drawing a 160-pound bow were few and far between across the entire world. A 160-pound bow paired with specialized armor-piercing arrowheads could effortlessly breach the defenses of a magic lizard. At that point, Lister would become a mobile sniper arrow tower firing precision tracking arrows. The mere thought was terrifying. For these 2 arrow towers, Lister intended to select a youth from the mining area who possessed the rare talent of kill intent perception. Judging by his profile, he was also sufficiently loyal. The other would be chosen from among this batch of slaves. Lister planned to train the canine beastman with the night vision talent, whose ability would prove highly effective during the night. Tomorrow he would deliver the furniture blueprints to the carpenter. Then he would head to the mountain sanctuary to inspect the construction progress of the falling star furnace and dispatch the earth dragon Mog to assist in mining ore. The mountain sanctuary also housed an old furnace. Lister needed it to smelt some iron to produce certain items. The only regret Lister harbored was that the arrow towers at the mountain sanctuary could not train master archers, or otherwise, by continuously expanding sanctuaries, he could amass an army composed of master archers. The arrow towers began their work. Lister observed the periphery, where formidable magical beasts were increasing in number. There were far more magic lizards than usual, and avian magical beasts had even appeared in the sky. These are all magical beasts from the 2nd layer of the dungeon. If the beasts from the 3rd layer emerge, it would be a devastating blow to an ordinary sanctuary. Lister grew somewhat anxious. A Tier 3 sanctuary might not be entirely stable, things should improve once a simple city wall was constructed. The next day, Lister consumed delicious milk and fried eggs before arriving at the mountain sanctuary. The falling star furnace had only its base constructed. This structure was far larger and more magnificent than the previously built Wonder. Even the base alone had begun to take on an imposing form. This was the fruit of a dozen people's labor for an entire day. Harper, fetch some iron and forge it according to the blueprint I gave you. Harper nodded. Yesterday Lister had provided her with some architectural components such as hinges and nails. The pig iron produced by the furnace here was serviceable enough. Having arranged everything, Lister gathered the slaves and inspected them one by one. Their loyalty was fairly high, around 70, except for the captured Kieran, whose loyalty stood at a mere 40. However, Lister paid it no mind. Indeed, that youth's loyalty reached 82. Lister stepped forward and asked, "What is your name?" "Master. My name is Ron." The youth's gaze towards Lister was filled with reverence. You will return with me to the sanctuary today. I have a new assignment for you." "Yes, master. I will pack immediately." Ron hesitated not nor questioned, turning at once to carry out Lister's command. Lister left the earth dragon behind, collected the accumulated pig iron, and led Harper, Ron, and the others back to the Wasteland sanctuary. Ron waft, "Come here." One was a human youth, the other a canine beastman. "Master, what are your orders?" "I have perceived your loyalty and talents. I shall now bestow upon you master-level abilities. You must use this power well to protect the sanctuary." "Master level." "Yes, master." Both were exceedingly excited. The canine beastman Waft, who had worked in the sanctuary for some time, was well aware of Lister's myriad wondrous abilities. Ron, for his part, felt a genuine joy at finally being able to contribute. "Prepare yourselves." Lister directly transferred the remaining 2 streams of energy from the Huntress Goddess statue into both of them. Leaving the 2 to digest it on their own, Lister went to see the carpenter who had already arrived. The lead carpenter, an expert named Elijah, was studying the blueprints Lister had left for him. "Master of the tower, these blueprints are truly exquisite and ingenious. May I ask which master crafted them?" "That is not your concern. How soon can you finish?" "My team is large. We can complete most of it within a week," Elijah declared confidently. He added with a fawning tone, "Master of the tower, may I ask how many blue crystals I must pay to obtain the rights to use these blueprints? I believe other nobles and tower masters would be most eager to own a set of such furniture." Lister considered the matter. Piracy was impossible to prevent. Insisting on collecting fees through copyright was futile as there were no robust laws between city-states to protect it. It was better to simply sell the blueprints outright. They held little value to him anyway, as he could draw countless more. "How many blue crystals do you think they are worth?" "Master of the tower, for these blueprints I will work for you free of charge this time. I will also cover any missing lumber. For any future commissions I will offer you a discount." It seemed these blueprints were worth even more in Elijah's eyes than Lister had imagined. "Very well. Begin your work." After their discussion, Lister went to find Harper. Aisha had been setting up the forge since early morning, and now it had a simple rudimentary form. Harper had stored her belongings inside. The female canine beastman had already rolled up her sleeves, grasped her hammer, and was ready to work with a will. "My lord, I shall forge this compound bow for you first." All the materials were ready. Harper herself possessed extensive experience in bow making. The frame was quick to construct, but the limbs, eccentric wheels, and axles required metal forging, which took considerably longer. Leaving Harper to her forging, Lister noticed that the guardian statue in the distance was nearly complete. Before noon, the beastmen working on the wonder came to report to him. The guardian statue was finished. Guardian statue for statues granted by the guardian god to his faithful. One statue is randomly activated each day to patrol until dawn. Flipping open the wonder's construction guide in his mind, he tapped to activate it. The guardian statue instantly expanded, revealing a majestic posture, as 4 stone effigies stood within the sanctuary. They should be able to move by nightfall. With the guardian statues, I can leave the sanctuary in a week to help defend the city with greater peace of mind. The 4 statues depicted a swordsman, an archer, a spearman, and a shield-bearer, each clearly of a different profession, likely serving distinct functions. Still relying on their towering height of over 10 meters and immense weight, slaying magical beasts would be as effortless as chopping vegetables. If higher-tier beasts emerged later, he would already have a countermeasure. Turning to the 3rd page of the Wonders Construction Guide, Lisite selected Blessed Beehive. Blessed Beehive, a legendary beehive perched at the edge of the divine realm, each drop of honey can bestow blessings upon mortals. Housing 10 requirements, workers 510E, total work hours 7D5D, 5 days. Bonus from the statue of the god of architecture, in about 5 days it could yield food and housing. More importantly, Lisite was curious about its effect. Each drop of honey can bestow blessings upon mortals. What kind of blessing would this be? Perhaps it would grant a state like energetic, or provide some attribute boosts. Only after construction could he find out. A crowd resumed work in a bustling swarm. Lisite and Aisha began constructing the central building. Under Aisha's master-level talent, vast quantities of stone were transported from the temporary quarry beyond the sanctuary's perimeter. "Tired?" Lisite asked. Using master-level talent consumed stamina. "I'm not tired, boss. With the crystal tower, it's much less strenuous." "Good." Lisite threw himself into building the castle with full effort. The entire sanctuary, including the mountain refuge, plunged into a dusty, chaotic phase of grand construction. Gazing at the bustling site, Lisite recalled his arduous past life. It's time to have FIA brew some wine. Just as the thought crossed his mind, FIA came running over. "Boss, what's that being built over there?" she asked, pointing at the new wonder under construction. "A beehive." "What?" Fia's eyes widened. "A beehive? You can build something like that? You're not kidding me, are you?" "Of course not. Hee, I never thought I'd get to eat honey out here in the wasteland." Joy spread across Fia's face. Tisk, still a kid craving sweets. Fia's expression twisted like a shriveled gourd. Lisite sighed. "I'd like something sweet too. It's been ages since I had a sweet drink." Right. FIA walked over and nudged Lisite's thigh with her elbow. "How about I brew you some mead then, and you give me a raise?" Lisite lowered his voice. "The beehive in building isn't ordinary. That honey is precious. A strategic resource." "So?" FIA blinked her big eyes. "So you'll need to sign a long-term contract with me." Lisite had to secure Fia's talent. Fia fell into thought. She had left home seeking the opportunity to become a master. Now that she was a master botanist, what was her next step? She had once thought of returning east to her homeland, flaunting her achievements before her adoring family and mocking the contemptuous farmers. But did that still matter? After arriving at this new sanctuary, she felt a deep sense of fulfillment. What was this satisfaction? It was novelty. Everything in this sanctuary was new, things she had never seen before. Though she had only stayed a few days, she felt she had already made it her home. This was a place that could satisfy her curiosity, the very curiosity that had driven her across half a continent to this wasteland. This was what she had always sought. FIA smiled and asked, "Boss, is there a realm beyond Master?" "Of course," Lee Sight said without hesitation. "Obviously." The panel read Architecture Master 250. FIA felt an immense joy from Lee Sight's confidence. Damn it, here masters were a dime a dozen. She had to surpass Master to feel a sense of achievement, then she could show off to the villagers. "Then it'll work for you until I surpass Master," FIA declared. Lee Sight frowned. "That won't do." "Huh. By years. It has to be by years." FIA was momentarily speechless. Was this confidence in himself or something else? Did the Tower Master believe he could surpass Master within a fixed term? Lee Sight ignored the halving, continuing to use his master ability to cut the stone Aisha had transported into suitable shapes, which she then placed in position. FIA gritted her teeth. "Fine, I agree. Let's sign for 5 years." "Deal." Lee Sight finally smiled. 5 years was a long time for a halving, equivalent to a tenth of their lifespan. "In 5 days you can have as much honey as you want. Eat it. No, I'm making mead. And I'll take this chance to plant some fruit trees." FIA left cheerfully. Lee Sight was also pleased to have secured a good employee. Time passed. 3 days. For 3 consecutive days, every night Lee Sight watched the dark border. The intensity of the magical beasts grew each day. The guardian statue did not disappoint him. Over the 3 days it spent 2 in shield form, attacking any beast that entered the sanctuary's range. With a single swing of its massive shield, it could crush a beast into a meat patty. What troubled Lee Sight were the aerial beasts. Over these 3 days, besides ground creatures like slimes, goblins, magic wolves, and magic lizards, bats appeared in the sky, often in large swarms. Only when they drew close could the flame-imbued arrow towers or scattershot towers clear them out. This only heightened Lee Sight's sense of urgency. Over these 3 days, the castle's framework was erected. The entire castle was shaped with the crystal tower at the center of the sea, and the holy spring and cornucopia placed in the central hall. At the castle's edge, Lee Sight prioritized building dormitories for the slaves. Since their numbers were small, 2 could share a room for now. Outside, public latrines were built and strict orders were given for everyone to use them. In the first 2 days, Lee Sight had been overwhelmed by the stench from slaves relieving themselves anywhere. The carpenter Elijah and his dozen apprentices were highly efficient. They could start work directly from the blueprints Lee Sight provided. Furniture wasn't ready yet, but doors and windows were completed. Harper's temporary forge had produced enough nails, hinges, and such. Window glass wasn't an issue. In the mountain refuge's mine, guided by the earth dragon Mog, they had found a crystal cave. Lee Sight could easily reconstruct these crystals into glass of any shape and thickness with excellent transparency. Old Griffin and Luke arrived at the sanctuary, their hearts stirred by the sight before them. "Father, this building is just too." Luke's eyes were filled with envy. Though Lest's castle was only a framework, its general shape was already discernible. Rough lines on the white marble outlined the horizontal and vertical contours, while the top featured gentle curves that complemented the surrounding statues, creating a harmonious whole. Luke could already imagine the scene once the castle was completed. Old Griffin's attention, however, was entirely elsewhere. He parted his lips slightly and murmured, He truly is a master of architecture. No one is helping him. He himself is a master architect." Then Old Griffin once again felt immense satisfaction with his earlier investment. "You little rascals, be grateful you have a father like me." "Lest!" Luke called out loudly. Busy at work, Lest turned toward the voice. "What brings you here? Please come in." Lest walked over to greet them. Old Griffin said, "We've come with good news. We've opened a trade route. A merchant in the city-state, upon learning I wanted to transport healing potions far away, approached me on his own. After tasting the potion, he said nothing but offered excellent terms, almost unbelievably good. Oh, the merchant's name is Tony. He said this potion once saved his life and he's willing to help us with all his might." "Tony." Lest recalled the slave trader who had been kidnapped by a roving army in the mountain sanctuary. He had sent him to the city-state just 2 days ago. He hadn't expected the man to resume his old trade so quickly. Indeed, a merchant with the capital to transport slaves must have considerable wealth. Leave it to him. I know him. He should keep my identity a secret. All right. Old Griffin nodded, his earlier boldness replaced by hesitation. What is it? You can ask directly. Les said. Old Griffin asked, Are you a master architect? A hint of fawning crept into his eyes. Such was the hierarchy of professions. Typically, combat classes like master archers or master swordsmen stood at the top, looking down on master carpenters or master alchemists. But architects were transcendent. A master architect could erect an impenetrable fortress within a week, withstanding countless beast hordes. A feat no other profession could match. Moreover, a master architect's abilities were equally formidable in battle. Aisha could now unleash her full power, collapsing a 10-meter-wide pit in the wasteland to bury both men and beasts. Les could also summon sharp stone spikes from the ground. The strongest profession was never merely vaunted. It was proven through the long annals of history. Les nodded. Yes, but if Tower Master Griffin wants me to help repair the sanctuary, you'll have to wait. As you can see, our schedule is tight. Ha ha ha, no need. Well, actually, yes, I do need it. Please take your time, I'll hire you when you're free. Having his answer, Old Griffin's mood brightened. Luke scratched his head, happy for his friend. Wait for me, Lest. I'll become a master archer soon. By the way, since you're here, let me show you something good. Lest led them to the newly built forge. Harper was tinkering with a bow-like object that looked highly intricate. What is this? Old Griffin frowned. The components of the compound bow were complex. Lest had spent time drawing the blueprints, and Harper had worked 2 nights to forge the parts, assembling them only today. This is a compound bow. It allows you to shoot more powerful arrows with less effort. Drawing this bow required 80 pounds of force, but the effort was only at the start. Once fully drawn, it became effortless. Yet the arrow it fired packed the punch of a 150-pound longbow. Lest had tried it and found it excellent for the upcoming siege battle in a week. The Griffin family were all sharpshooters, so lending them some compound bows would bolster their combat strength. Especially Old Griffin, whose arms were pure muscle. He could easily draw a 120-pound longbow. With a 120-pound compound bow, his arrows would strike with over 200 pounds of force. Paired with armor-piercing arrowheads, they could even breach the hide of a land dragon. Having used bows all his life, Old Griffin instinctively knew how to handle the compound bow. He drew it, effortlessly released, and the arrow flew with precision, hitting a distant target. This? Old Griffin was at a loss for words. This odd combination of pulleys, this unorthodox bow. It was so easy to draw, yet its power was immense. Apart from slowing the firing rate, he could think of no other flaw. Luke tried it and was instantly captivated. His strength was not yet as great as his father's or elder brother's, so this compound bow greatly enhanced his combat ability. What is the principle behind this? Old Griffin's mind was reeling. Don't worry about that. They'll make a few more of these compound bows before the next radiant day to boost our strength. Just use them yourselves and don't let others get hold of them. That? Of course, no problem. But the compound bow is truly precious. It's fine. We'll be long-term partners. Mutual help is only natural. Thank you so much, Tower Master Lest. Old Griffin stroked his beard, beaming. Shall we come for the potions tomorrow? I'll handle the rest from there. No problem. After seeing them off, construction resumed. 2 days later, Wednesday. Lest, exhausted from the past days, woke up late. It was Aisha who knocked on his door with a meal. My lord, the blessed hive is complete. So soon. According to the plan, completing the blessed hive today was already the earliest deadline, yet it was finished early in the morning. The timeline on the Wonders construction guide was indeed just a reference. Ever since the beastmen discovered they could eat their fill and have meat daily, they worked with remarkable diligence. They had managed to finish a full day ahead of schedule. The falling star furnace at the mountain sanctuary should be done today too. The 2 sanctuaries were not far apart. With fast horses now, it took just over 20 minutes to travel between them. Lest planned to visit in the afternoon. For now, let's see what the blessed hive can do. Lest felt a surge of anticipation. The description of the blessed hive said every drop of honey could bestow blessings upon mortals. What exactly did this blessing mean? Lister arrived at the rear of the castle, a massive stone structure with intricate carvings resembling a tapering cylindrical shape, built with great difficulty and interspersed with high-quality timber acquired from various sources. The building had yet to be activated, yet it already stood 3 stories tall with a diameter comparable to that of a basketball court. Fea was also waiting eagerly here, concerned that without pollen the bees she feared would not thrive. She had specially planted flower seeds collected from various regions of the continent beside the blessing hive, and under the influence of the fertility corner buds, had already begun to emerge. Come on. Lister opened the Wonder Construction Guide to activate it. Instantly the entire structure expanded outward, radiating an amber glow of elevation, filling the hollow central space with pale yellow crystals. Inside the crystals Lister saw a plump queen bee stretching her body, preparing to lay eggs. A sweet floral fragrance began to waft around the hive. Fea jumped up excitedly. Boss, it seems there are rooms inside. Yes, it can accommodate quite a few people. Housing 10. The interior space of the blessing hive was vast, with the hive portion located within the outer hollow space of the structure, covered by pale yellow crystals. The queen bee was laying eggs rapidly. The yellow crystals seemed to contain immense energy, continuously stimulating her. I want to live here and take good care of them. Later we can brew wine here. Fea immediately expressed her desire. Sure, you can help her get a set of furniture later, Aisha. Now that the shelter had enough housing, one could choose to live wherever they pleased. If it weren't for the castle nearing completion, Lister would have considered moving into the blessing hive himself, surrounded by the delightful floral scent intoxicating to the senses. Lister decided to place his self-made recliner here. He opened the Wonder Construction Guide, looking at the next target. Holy Shield increases the durability of defensive structures by 100, can slowly auto-repair. Requirements: 510 workers. Must be built on wooden or stone walls. Total construction time, 7D 5D. Aside from the Holy Shield, this page only listed the Polar Cold Nest, a large cold storage which the shelter currently did not require. Although food can mature in 23 days, and has already piled up significantly, proper storage prevents spoilage, as the subhumans have a large appetite. Next, the Holy Shield was the best choice. Lister had already planned a simple stone wall model over the past few days. When it comes to defending against monsters, Lister's first thought was the indestructible wonder. Since wonders cannot be destroyed, why not use them as part of the defense? Thus Lister prepared to design a guided wall, not fully enclosing it, but leaving an opening like a maze on both sides. When monsters see an opening, they naturally will not attack the wall but choose to go around. In this way, arrow towers can precisely control a small area, increasing lethality. At the end of this opening, Lister directly placed a statue-like wonder coordinating with the stone wall for joint defense. The indestructible wonder would serve as the strongest line of defense, and combined with the Holy Shield it would be extremely solid. Lister and Aisha had already built a small section of the wall, and the Holy Shield could commence construction. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Today at noon, food will be supplied without limit, and each person can have an extra portion of meat. Next, I will give you the construction method for the next wonder. Lister passed on the construction method for the Holy Shield to the subhumans, as well as to Aisha and himself. As long as the two of them supervised the construction process of the wonder from time to time, their architectural profession progress would steadily increase once the wonder was completed. Both of their architectural points had increased by 3 points, reaching 4 and 5 points respectively. They were still far from 50. They continued to work in the morning. The entire castle was already quite complete. The wooden doors and windows had been installed, and Lister used his master talent to sketch some decorative lines inside the castle, smoothing the walls. With wood being relatively scarce, Lister made some furniture out of stone, such as the base of the dining table, stone chairs, candlesticks, and more. It truly is a natural and environmentally friendly decoration style. With Lister's sculpting skills, the interior of the castle no longer felt like a bare shell, but it still lacked a touch of liveliness. The bed was ready and placed in the room, ready for them to move in tonight. In the afternoon, Lister and Harper arrived at the mountain shelter. Indeed, as soon as they arrived, a slave approached Lister, reporting that the falling star furnace had been constructed. With ample food and holy water in recent days, the people at the shelter had become rosy, and with the presence of the earth dragon, everyone held Lister in great reverence, working diligently. Activate the falling star furnace. A massive furnace radiating a red lava glow was situated not far from the mine. In the center of the furnace seemed to be an eternal core that never extinguished, rotating like an otherworldly object resembling a suspended star, or rather it was a meteorite infused with magical power. Harper's eyes widened at the sight of this furnace. She had been eagerly anticipating this wonder, coming to check on its progress daily. Even upon seeing the completed structure today, she was still profoundly shocked. "Master, can I move the forging room here?" "I was thinking the same. The two shelters are not far apart, and with your master-level archery skills, it's very convenient to travel back and forth." Lister replied. "Moreover, weapons forged through the falling star furnace have a certain probability of increasing in quality and can double efficiency." "Thank you, Master." Lister immediately went to the crystal tower, using his master ability, taking over half an hour to build a relatively complete room for Harper as a forging room, while the other materials could be transported from the main shelter by the camel beasts. Lister suddenly realized that the population at the mine was quite abundant. The main shelter currently had enough housing, and there were still many vacancies in the dormitories he had built. Although the need for metal would only increase from here on out with the help of the Earth Dragon Moj, the mining efficiency was rapid sufficient to meet the consumption of the falling star furnace, leaving half the population to assist. For the remaining half, Lister chose to bring them back to the main shelter to simultaneously construct the polar cold nest. This way, a lot of time would be saved. The acquisition of the mountain shelter was indeed the greatest improvement in recent days. It turned out that opening a second city in the early stages was the best strategy. Not only did it provide population, but it also offered a mine and a furnace. Having made his decision, Lister returned to the main shelter. With the full effort of him and Aisha, the castle was now nearly completed, with only the final touches needed and the furniture to be arranged. The next focus was to perfect the walls. Looking at the map he designed, Lister pondered for a moment, confirming there were no issues before calling Aisha. Outside the sanctuary, deep pits had been dug in sections ready for the foundation to be laid. With this segmented design, we can use the crystal towers to directly move them, making future expansions and layout changes convenient. Thanks to Elsa's master-level abilities and the energy from the crystal towers, moving a small section of the wall was akin to shifting a large statue. It merely consumed more blue crystals. Moving such a massive wall relied heavily on the crystal towers, requiring at least 100 blue crystals. Lister planned this way with the future in mind. We'll drive monolithic stone pillars below as anchors, and the entire wall will be made of stone. Using my master-level craftsmanship, they'll create interlocking joints, ensuring top-tier stability and seismic resistance. The gaps will be reserved for statue-type wonders. The wall doesn't need to be completely enclosed. Instead, it will funnel the magical beasts toward the strongest sections. Along the way, the arrow towers can attack freely. Elsa looked at Lister's blueprint with some confusion, but after listening to his explanation, she suddenly understood. "I see. Your idea is incredibly ingenious, boss. Even if third-tier magical beasts come, we can hold them off." "Exactly." With the direction set, the two began construction. "If I had this ability in my past life, I'd be drowning in projects." Efficient. What did it mean for one person to surpass an entire construction crew? With the aid of the crystal towers, Lister and Elsa were as effective as several crews and heavy machinery combined. Moreover, when Lister used his ability to craft interlocking stones, he could minimize errors to an extremely small range, ensuring a perfect fit. The entire wall rose from the ground like bamboo shoots after spring rain, visibly growing. In just one day, it had already reached 2 or 3 meters. "We don't need it too high. Around 10 meters should suffice. Any higher was unnecessary. If a magical beast could easily scale a 10-meter wall, the wall's existence would be irrelevant." Without realizing it, evening had arrived. Lister heard Fias' cheerful shout from nearby. "Hey boss, Elsa, come quick." Both were mentally exhausted. They stopped by for a sip of holy water and headed to the backyard. Outside the blessed hive, some bees were already flitting joyfully among the flowers. "There's honey." Fia held up a glass bottle with a thin layer of refined honey inside. Her reverent gaze seemed to worship the plump thighs of the goddess of bounty. "I didn't take much. The bees need honey to expand the colony. I just snuck a small piece and ground out a little honey," Fia said with a hint of guilt. Truly worthy of a wonder, Lister marveled. In just a day, the hive had grown to scale. It seemed honey would soon be mass-produced. "So should we share it and have a taste?" Without waiting for Lister's opinion, Fia uncapped the bottle and inhaled deeply, gulping it down. So sweet and fragrant. She grabbed a small spoon, dipped it in honey, and eagerly stuffed it into her mouth. Fia was speechless. Lister took the honey from her hand and tried a mouthful himself. Not bad. Moreover, as the honey melted in his mouth, Lister felt a certain power merging into his body. Lister immediately opened the panel in his handbook. In his status bar, he saw Hive Blessing Constitution increasing. FIA had the same effect. Clenching his fist slightly, Lister felt a significant boost in strength. If before he could only draw a 80-pound bow, now he could try a 100-pound one. Lister took another bite immediately, but found the status bar unchanged. You try it too, Elsa. This honey has special effects. Watching the two enjoy the sweetness, Lister felt a bit unsatisfied. The blessed hive can't be a one-time thing, even though the boost is already substantial. I feel stronger, boss, Elsa exclaimed in surprise. FIA also came to her senses. It's true. I feel so strong now. I feel like my strength has doubled. Both Lister and Elsa noticed a clear increase in their constitution, and the naturally lithe FIA experienced an even more dramatic boost. Great, now you can't complain about farm work being tiring, Lister said inopportunely. FIA rolled her eyes dramatically, then frowned slightly. Strength? No, it's not just strength. I feel my stamina and physical vitality have improved too. You can sense it, that precisely. Of course, don't underestimate a master botanist. FIA rested her chin on her hand. Most of the flowers I planted near the hive are dragonblood flowers, which have properties that enhance blood energy. When made into a potion, they can temporarily boost the user's physique. Could it be that the bees made this honey from dragonblood flower pollen, giving it this effect? Lister found her reasoning plausible. Do you have other types of flower seeds? Of course, I have all kinds of flowers here. I just prefer the red of dragonblood flowers, so. FIA nodded. I'll reduce the proportion of dragonblood flowers next time and try another type. One that enhances mental power. Good. The group left happily. Once honey production reached scale, they could share it with others, or even turn it into precious potions for sale. Honey that permanently enhanced constitution was a trait of the most valuable potions. No matter the price Lister set, it wouldn't be excessive. Besides holy water, the sanctuary now has a new product. Construction continued. Several more days passed. The wall grew larger and taller. It gradually encircled the entire sanctuary. Arrow towers were positioned at optimal spots, their attack range covering every blind angle. Observing at night, Lister saw that nearly all magical beasts followed the path he had designed, getting whittled down by the arrow towers until they reached the insurmountable wall of statues. Even their teeth shattered against the statues without causing a scratch. Then they would encounter a towering stone golem, which would crush them into pulp with a single swing of its giant sword. The next day, Old Griffin arrived with his 3 sons. Except for Luke, the others looked worried. Gazing at Lister's wall, Old Griffin's eyes showed a mix of envy and awe. Today was the day to go to the city-state as promised. What a bit uneasy. Lister had Harper and Elsa, 2 master archers, already assembled at the gate. The other 2 master archers were stationed at the 2 sanctuaries. Yeah, the prophet only said the city-state would face danger. I don't know if our sanctuary will be safe. She said the greatest pressure is on the city-state, Lister said. Now that you mention it. Old Griffin looked at Lister's wall and couldn't help saying, Tower Master Lister, may I send my family to your sanctuary for refuge tonight? Of course. This had no impact on Lister either. The castle had already been renovated. With his master-level skills, Lister was essentially a top-tier interior craftsman. During these days, whenever he rested, he would continuously refine the various decorations inside the sanctuary and arrange the furniture. After all, this would be his long-term home. There are plenty of rooms in my sanctuary. You can have them come over and FIA will settle them in. That's great. With your word, I feel relieved. Lister turned around. He also did not fully trust the prophetess' words. It would be far too irresponsible to go help the city-state based solely on her claim that the sanctuary would be safe. This was also the reason he had been working tirelessly to build the city walls these past few days. After he left, the main sanctuary would be protected by relatively complete city walls and the guardian stone statues, while the mountain sanctuary was guarded by the earth dragon. The strength of the earth dragon, which had already been cleansed of dark corruption, was unquestionable. Even if a third-tier magical beast approached, it could repel it. Moreover, each sanctuary had a master archer stationed there. These past few days, Lister had also upgraded the arrow towers at the mountain sanctuary to the 3rd level. Jet, go and fetch your mother and the others, Old Griffin said. The young man turned and left. Lister took out 3 compound bows and handed them to Old Griffin. The compound bow is slow, it's best to alternate its use with the longbow. The advantage of the compound bow is that when drawn with equal force, its power can reach twice that of a longbow. It will be very effective against highly defensive magical beasts. Lester, Elsa, and Harper also carried 2 bows each. Understood, understood. Old Griffin took the compound bow, looking at its intricate pulley system, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The group began walking towards the city-state. Tower Master Lester, I can feel it. This wasteland is becoming more and more dangerous. When I was young, my father told me that the wasteland was a blessing from the gods, and the crystal towers were precious resources bestowed by them, capable of turning the wasteland into an oasis, providing endless grain and blue crystals, allowing our entire family to thrive. But I've always thought it was a curse. Endless magical beasts like creations of an evil god, devoured by the sand upon death, underground cities buried deep, bizarre communities, and the occasional appearance of powerful natives. Old Griffin continued, old. I can't protect them for much longer. He fell silent, and Noah and Luke beside him were also silent. Don't worry. People are not defeated by their environment. One day we will uncover these secrets, Lester said, not overly concerned. He trusted the growth rate of his sanctuary. Hearing Lester's words, Old Griffin also laughed. Haha, that's right. I was wallowing in self-pity. I am indeed old. The future should be left to you young people. Soon they arrived at the city-state's gates. A large army had already gathered, their warhorses, knights, catapults, massive ballistae, and dense arrow towers lining the city walls. Lester felt a surge of desire to turn into a bandit and haul all these things back to his sanctuary. A city-state is essentially a large gathering of sanctuaries. Many nobles come together to support each other. Within this city-state alone, there are over a dozen level 5 sanctuaries. A light, ethereal voice came from beside him. Lester turned and saw the prophetess, still clad in her black robe. Stelea greeted everyone. Elsa tilted her head and sniffed. An elf. Harper nodded. A long-lived race from the western continent. I didn't expect to see them on the wasteland. Stelea smiled as she approached Lester. I'm glad you came as promised. Of course. I've brought my capable subordinates. You'd better be confident enough to hold the city-state. I won't break my word. Stelea handed Lester a token. This is the commander's badge. With it, you can access any city wall, and ordinary soldiers will follow your orders. Where will you be tonight? Lester asked. Stelea revealed a mysterious smile. You'll know when the time comes. I don't make promises without reason. The elf departed. Tower Master Lester, well, go check on the healing potions first. Old Griffin also bid farewell and left. There was still a long time until nightfall. Harper also had some forging supplies to buy, so they parted ways. Lester took Elsa and headed towards the slave market. In 2 more days after the Aegis and Polar Frost Nest were completed, he would unlock the 4th page of wonders. Lester had a premonition that the new wonders would require even more people. If the opportunity arose, he would order a batch of labor today. Even though most people were unaware of what would happen tonight, the tense atmosphere within the city-state was palpable. These merchants were the best at seeking advantage and avoiding harm, but they truly had nowhere else to go. They could only stay here, awaiting the judgment of fate tonight. Tiga. Lester found the slave trader who dealt in beastkin. Tower Master Lester, you're here again. Tiga also looked troubled. What's wrong? The situation in the city-state has been tense these days. The beastkin I have here have become potential liabilities. The city lord even sent someone to tell me to keep them locked up tighter. What do you plan to do? I have no choice. I can only keep them in cages. Lester looked around and noticed there were even more beastkin slaves added. Send a batch to my sanctuary. Thank you, Lord Tower Master. You've saved my life. Tiga let out a long sigh of relief. Not only the pressure from the city lord, but the surrounding soldiers often cast malicious glances at him, and his slaves, making it hard for him to sleep at night. How many do you have in total here? I haven't bought any new beastkin recently. There are 18 dog beastkin, 5 lizard beastkin, 3 rat beastkin, and 8 sheep beastkin, 34 in total. Tiga looked at Lester fawningly. I'll give them all to you at the lowest price. Just cover the transport costs. Consider it a favor for helping me out of this mess. No problem. Send them all to my sanctuary. Someone will settle them in. All right. Tiga immediately went to prepare the contracts and carriages. Lester waited until the slave contracts were signed, then walked into the city-state. On the way, he noticed several gazes fixed on him. Elsa walking beside Lester was even more perceptive than he was and quickly locked onto the target. Who is it? Two people in green robes. Lester led Elsa into an alley breaking the line of sight. The two figures in green robes quickly followed. The moment they entered the alley, an arrow flew. Whoosh! It embedded itself right beside one of their heads. Elsa pressed the dagger against the skin of another man's neck.
Don't move.
Lester approached with a longbow in hand. The two men instantly raised their hands. I ask you answer. Who are you? I. Speak. Elsa's dagger drew closer with a cold blade could be felt against the neck. Wait. I'm from the Alchemist Association. The branch leader ordered us to watch you. Watch me. No, mainly Jack Griffin and his sons. Since you're with him, you're also under surveillance. I almost forgot about that. Lester remembered old Griffin saying he'd handle it himself. But since they'd come to him, who's your branch leader and what's his aim? It's Green Jodo. He has extensive connections and influence in several city-states. The Griffin family's healing potions threatened his business. Just as expected, a cliché motive. If they'd approached with sincerity for cooperation, Lester might have considered it. But there are always fools who, wielding a sliver of power, believe they can monopolize all benefits and force everyone to submit. So what does he plan to do? The two men fell silent. Lester reached into one of their pockets and pulled out a crystal bottle. The man had been glancing at it subconsciously. What's this? They lowered their heads. Elsa pressed the dagger closer, cutting the skin and drawing a streak of blood. This is the Alchemist Association's blast bottle. It explodes when thrown to the ground. The man in front knelt. We didn't plan to use it. Green Jodo forced us. To survive as alchemists in the city-states, we have to obey him. All right, I understand. Lester sighed. Old Griffin had underestimated their opponent. He hadn't expected the Alchemist Association to dare make a direct move against them. Tonight's crisis must have driven Green Jodo to take a risk. In the chaos, no one would notice the unfortunate deaths of two small shelter masters. After this battle, many will be injured, greatly increasing the demand for healing potions. If the holy water remains on the market, it will consume a large share. So they couldn't resist. With that thought, Lester headed toward where Griffin might be. Elsa struck both men's carotid arteries, knocking them unconscious. Just as Lester was about to head to the commercial district, he noticed the sky darkening. It's getting dark. Isn't it only noon? What's happening? The streets erupted in chaos. Lester grabbed Elsa's hand, steering clear of the panicked crowd. Head to the city gate. At the main gate's wall, the army was fully armed. Upon arrival, Lester saw Harper waiting for him along with the Griffin family. What's going on? Everyone looked at the sky. Dark clouds gathered, carrying the heavy, oppressive tension of an impending storm. Lester scanned the area but didn't see the prophet. I need to go to the rooftop. He produced a token and addressed the knight on guard. The knight, Brandon Weiss, was immensely robust. Lester couldn't help but check his status panel: an epic talent conductor with professions knight, swordsman, and archer, all at expert level. A being born for the battlefield. The knight frowned at Lester, glanced at the token, and said impatiently, What a mess. How did this token end up in a child's hands? Lester wasn't angered. He took it as a compliment. Wait, you brought two demihumans. Are you insane? Brandon said angrily. Lester merely shook the token. You'd better not let me see them go wild or I'll execute them myself. Go on up, but don't disrupt my arrangements.
Don't worry.
Brandon hesitated, still uneasy. Though the token was the highest authority issued by the city lord, aside from the lord's commands, he had to obey any order from its bearer. I must follow and see. Lester led Elsa and Harper onto the wall, gazing into the distance. Darkness stretched as far as the eye could see, steadily deepening. Soon shouts arose from nearby. Beasts have appeared. The magical beasts, already frenzied, emerged eerily from the wasteland, charging toward the city. The arrow towers on the wall began operation, continuously reaping the approaching beasts. What's happening? Who knows? Strange things happen on the wasteland all the time. Don't forget the eternal night 5 years ago. 3 months without sun. Every memory feels like hell. This time such a grand scale. Alas. The knight Brandon climbed the wall and stood beside Lester. Damn, I have a bad feeling about this. As he spoke, a dark silhouette emerged on the distant horizon like a massive mountain forced up from underground. It bore green luminescence and the entire earth trembled. It looks like a tomb. Is that a beast? Lester was stunned. If that were a beast, they might as well lie down and wait to be devoured. Indeed, it's a dungeon, Brandon said. What? An upwelling dungeon. One of the 10 great calamities. I didn't expect the city to be this close to its dormant location. The knight's voice trembled. So what happens? Young man, you come here knowing nothing. The dungeon will spawn endless beasts from the first floor onward. I don't know how many floors, but no fewer than 10. 10 floors. Lester thought of the earth dragon, a powerful creature from just the 3rd floor. What would a 10th floor beast be like? Reading his mind, Brandon said, at most 4th-tier beasts appear on the 10th floor, but there could be elite beasts or even a chieftain. That's the real trouble. Elite and chieftain beasts possess special abilities like elemental control or magical weapons. The upwelling will last until the day of radiance. Lucky us. Tomorrow is that day. Brandon thought it a good joke and looked at Lester. Lester shook his head unamused. Will the nearby shelters be affected? Of course beasts will increase. But with the dungeon so close to the city, they'll ignore distant shelters and madly charge the city walls. The distant black mass kept rising. Soon chaotic sounds reached them as a horde of beasts entered the arrow tower's range. If only this were near my shelter, how many blue crystals would the cornucopia produce? It'd be overflowing. Lester exchanged a glance with Elsa. They shared the same thought. Take up bows, prepare for defense. Brandon shouted. Inside the sanctuary, the canine human Waft stood on the city wall holding a bow. Waft, it's dark. What do we do? Listen to Master Lister. Well, keep building the wonder and well be safe. Waft was a master archer blessed by the statue of the huntress. With his night vision, he could clearly see small dark figures on the horizon from the vast unobstructed wilderness, the direction of the city-state. Master, I hope you return safely. I will guard the sanctuary. Holding a composite bow and a longbow, Waft gazed into the depths of the darkness. A far larger number of magical beasts than usual began to advance toward the sanctuary. Waft's arms trembled slightly. He had spent the first half of his life as a slave. When had he ever fought? But then he thought of his recent life, no dark erosion, no fear of going mad, days of eating to his fill, building exquisite structures with his companions, and living in the warm houses their master had built for them. And the master profession his lord had granted him for his loyalty and talent. This was a master profession. In the past, merely hearing the word master referred to beings he dared not look up to. He never imagined he could one day become a master himself. His master even said that one day he could shed his slave status and gain freedom. Even if I must die, I will die on this wall. An arrow flew from his hand, piercing a magic wolf's skull with precision. Master ability, armor piercing. The same ability as Harper's. Soon Waft realized the tense, thrilling battle he had imagined never came. All the magical beasts were funneled by the wall into a sunken position, where shield-form guardian stone statues smashed them like whack-a-mole, each shield strike turning a group into a flat cake. The surrounding arrow towers fired continuously. No magical beast could even reach the final line of defense, the row of majestic statues. Waft scratched his head and stopped shooting, merely keeping watch on the wall with his night vision. Lister also did not shoot. The surrounding arrow towers could handle the current situation. Soon the 3rd wave of beasts will appear. No sooner had Brandon spoken than Lister saw a row of tall figures approaching from afar. A line of trolls. Behind the trolls followed a very familiar figure, goblin shamans. Damn it! All archers aim for the goblin shamans. Take out those who can control the corpses first. The high arrow towers also shifted their targets, attacking the goblin shamans. But the shamans all hid behind the trolls, refusing to show themselves. The waves of magical beasts just cleared by the arrow towers rose again under a gloomy green light, their broken bodies charging at the city wall. The pressure on the city-state surged instantly. We must take them out first. Why don't they advance? Aren't magical beasts supposed to be berserk at night? Brandon frowned as well. Could someone be commanding these beasts? Or have they not fully gone berserk and retained some reason? What about the sniper towers? Can't they hit them? Brandon shouted, turning around. The distance is too great. Over 400 meters. Can't reach. Lister took the composite bow from his back. An ordinary longbow had a maximum range of about 200 meters, but his composite bow was 100 pounds, equivalent to about 180 pounds of a longbow. If fired in an arc, its maximum range could exceed 500 meters, though power diminished with distance. However, under Lister's master ability, the loss of power was not a concern. He could continuously control the arrow in flight, whether to turn or suddenly accelerate. Despite limitations, as long as the target was within 500 meters, he could deliver a precise strike without losing force. Brandon watched Lister draw the oddly shaped bow he always carried and couldn't help saying, it's useless. There are too many beasts. One more bow won't make a difference. I admire your courage at such a young age to face battle. Lister ignored him, aiming the sight at the sky, drawing the bowstring fully and releasing. The arrow tore through the air at incredible speed, arcing out like a bird, instantly drawing the attention of all nearby guards. So fast. What kind of bow is that? I've never seen one like it. Could it be an enchanted magic bow? The user looks only about 20. A blue light glowed in Lister's pupils as his spirit merged with the arrow. The arrow began to descend, having already crossed 300 meters. In the darkness, only a few could still track the arrow's position. In Lister's vision, the arrow aimed from the sky at the head of a goblin shaman, waving its staff, plunging down, accelerating sharply in midair, and striking with pinpoint accuracy that defied all physical logic. Whoosh! A goblin shaman fell to the ground. Holy wilderness curse! Brandon was one of the few who could track the arrow's entire trajectory. He witnessed the whole process of Lister slaying the goblin shaman, and a chill ran down his spine. He had participated in many wars, not just beast versus man but man versus man, so he could feel even more keenly the terror of such a skill. On a battlefield, this was like a demon. No commander would dare show their head from behind a shield. A master! Brandon couldn't help exclaiming. A master so young. Lister did not reply, instead knocking a second arrow. Whoosh! In seconds, a second goblin shaman fell dead. Soon a soldier noticed this and shouted excitedly, the goblin shamans are dead. The corpses are falling again. The oppressive atmosphere over the entire battlefield vanished instantly. Only Brandon, amid the elation, still frowned. This was only the third layer, and such a troublesome enemy had appeared. He dared not imagine what lay ahead. The dungeon continued to rise. Its general shape was now faintly visible, a massive tower with a cross-sectional area equal to a city-state, each layer of varying size, its exterior made of ferocious black rock carved with eerie patterns. The ground kept shaking and the city wall trembled incessantly. 7 in total. Lister shot 7 arrows, killing all 7 goblin shamans. Over a dozen trolls gradually entered the arrow tower's range. Several arrow towers continuously fired flaming arrows and armor-piercing arrows, turning the trolls into pincushions. Without the goblin shaman's corpse-controlling ability, the trolls died once they suffered fatal wounds. They were not that hard to deal with. Bird-type beasts are coming. A massive swarm of bats flew in from the sky. These two could not withstand the arrow tower's sweep. A large wave of bats soon fell like rain. Watch out! After the bats died, a huge bird-type magical beast suddenly appeared above the shadows. With a massive wingspan and sharp claws, it descended directly onto an arrow tower, raising its talons. Boom! By the gods, a griffin! Lister narrowed his eyes and saw that the massive bird's body was virtually identical to that of a feline, save for the head, wings, and talons of an eagle-type magical beast. Impossible! A griffin is a beast that only appears on the 10th floor, and moreover, Brandon's heart began to race with panic. This griffin was just hiding above the bat swarm, and it knew to directly attack the most threatening sniper arrow tower. The soldiers on the wall immediately raised their bows and began a concentrated volley. But those feeble arrows could not even penetrate the griffin's hide, which was interwoven with feathers and fur. On the opposite wall, a streak of blue light crackling with lightning shot forth, striking the griffin's body directly. A magic archer! An old man stood there wielding a compound bow identical to Lister's. The lightning bolt struck the griffin, momentarily paralyzing it. Lister watched anxiously from the side. This was a griffin. He coveted it greatly, imagining how wonderful it would be to tame it as a mount. But not only was the statue of submission not here, even if it were, its 1-month cooldown hadn't yet elapsed. As Lister was pondering, the griffin had already shaken off the lightning's control, though the previous arrow had left a wound on its chest. Enraged, the griffin dove straight toward old griffin's position. Harper had already drawn his compound bow to its fullest, aiming along the griffin's trajectory. A powerful armor-piercing arrow intercepted the griffin, piercing clean through its wing. With a piercing shriek of agony, the griffin veered off course, wobbling as it fled into the sky. Keep it here. Lister also drew his bow. Elsa did not intervene, her master-level abilities held no advantage at such a distance. She was far more adept at clearing lesser foes. 3 arrows streaked toward the griffin, leaving a trail of wounds across its body, but it dodged every fatal blow or deflected them with its wings. Fortunately, it's only a juvenile griffin. An adult having mastered wind element magic would be impervious to any arrow that reaches its body. Brandon lowered his bow. He stared at Lister, growing increasingly astonished that the cannon humanoid beside him was also a master archer. Had it not been for Lister's token, he would have driven both demihumans off the wall long ago. In the end, the griffin could not be captured and escaped in a certain direction. Lister glanced at Brandon, feeling that his profession should include a title like Master Commentator. Still, having someone constantly sharing information with him was quite beneficial. "Are you a knight of this city-state?" Lister asked. "No, I am Brandon Weiss, 2nd Squad Captain of the neighboring western city-state, Jade City. My apologies for earlier rudeness, Master Archer." Jade City. So it was a named city-state, unlike this small nameless one, which was simply called Winter after its lord. "Indeed, our city-state is far larger than this one. Our lord received a plea from the prophet, so I led the army here to assist and assumed command." "You're quite impressive. Would you like to come work at my sanctuary?" "Ha! I appreciate your generous offer, but I have sworn an oath of fealty to my lord." "Very well then." Lister did not press further, instead turning his gaze back to the dungeon, still rising in the distance. "This is just like Plants vs. Zombies. Let's see what other monsters come out next." No more powerful beasts emerged. Only a continuous flood of lesser monsters kept surging forth. Several of them remained on standby atop the wall. "Have something to eat, boss." Elsa produced dried meat and holy water, handing them to Lister. Lister ate a little. By normal reckoning, it was just early evening. The day of radiance wouldn't come until 6 o'clock the next morning. There was still a long time to go. From the time the sky darkened until now, Lister had caught no sight of the prophet, and he wondered where the elf had gone. Clearly, the main event of this battle would take place at night. "Tower Lord Lister, look over there." Brandon and Lister had grown quite familiar with each other. Hearing the knight's words, Lister followed his gaze and saw a host of skeletons emerging from the yellow sand. Humanoid skeletons, as well as the skeletal remains of various magical beasts. "What are these? I've never heard of such monsters." Brandon also shook his head. These skeletons were not particularly strong. A single arrow from the tower would shatter them, but their numbers were overwhelming. Everyone dismissed them as just another new breed of magical beast, paying them little heed. Inside the sanctuary, Waft rubbed his eyes at the distant skeletons. "What are those things? They look crunchy." The cannon humanoid instincts flared, and Waft unconsciously licked his lips. "So many." Waft picked up his longbow. "Mountain Sanctuary." The earth dragon emerged from its mine shaft and stood guard at the sanctuary's only entrance. Over the past few days, Lister and Elsa had sealed off all other breaches with stone, transforming the mountain sanctuary into a natural fortress. Hordes of skeletons mindlessly surged toward the narrow cave mouth, while arrow towers clattered away, blasting them into piles of bones. Young Ron held his longbow, picking off the stragglers that slipped through. The appearance of the skeletons increased the pressure on him. Fortunately, his master ability allowed his arrows to ricochet off the rock walls, ensuring no beast could fully enter the sanctuary. Beneath the city-state, this was just hastily assembled using a scroll. Will it actually work? As long as it holds for a while, it will be enough. Prophet Stelea gazed at the black stone platform before her, her expression grave. "I never imagined that the very first cataclysm would unearth such secrets. It seems prophecy has its limits after all. If I had known this, my master would have come personally. This cataclysm might hold clues to the Wasteland curse." Speaking with Stelea was a black sphere covered in fine animal fuzz, so plump its eyes were invisible. "Can we stop the spread of the Wasteland?" "It will be difficult, but it's a hope, isn't it?" "Yes, Stelea. But for now, we must consider how to survive this cataclysm. This is no ordinary dungeon uprising."
Don't worry.
"You know my abilities. I can sense that we will get through this safely. Besides, with your help, this miniature star tower can unleash a portion of the main tower's power." "I certainly hope so." The black sphere yawned, then nestled onto Stelea's shoulder and fell asleep. Stelea stood at the center of the black stone platform, her hands pressing against a floating translucent crystal. It resembled a core, but unlike an arrow tower's core, it was far more dazzling, as if it held a galaxy within. We must hold on. Captain, the skeletons are spawning faster and faster, and some troll skeletons are mixed in. They nearly reached the wall. I'm not blind. Brandon turned and cursed. After a few hours, the once sparse skeletons had grown numerous, and their strength had increased, overwhelming the arrow towers. Boss, look at the weapon in that skeleton's hand. Aisha nudged Lister. Lister looked down. The skeleton wore a set of tattered armor and was taller than the others. Crucially, it held a hollow longsword with a blue glowing gem at its core. The blade shimmered faintly, each swing trailing a blue light. Is that an enchanted weapon? Brandon exclaimed. Enchanted weapons are extremely rare, only possible for a very scarce enchanter or a master-level mage. Lister's heart stirred with desire. But the area beneath the wall was no place to set foot. Descending would mean being swarmed by beasts and skeletons within moments. Lister gazed at the hollow blade, a spark of inspiration striking him. He drew his composite bow, nocked an arrow, and shot at the skeleton. The high-speed arrow traced a perfect arc through the air, striking the enchanted longsword in the skeleton's hand with precision. The arrowhead cunningly lodged in the hollow part of the blade, carrying it skyward. But the impact drained too much momentum. The sword's speed plummeted, nearly falling, sustained only by Lister's master-tier talent keeping it afloat. Just as the momentum was about to fade, another arrow flew in like a relay, propelling the sword forward once more. The entire stretch of the wall watched this dazzling display. Arrow after arrow flew into the distance, curving smoothly, striking the airborne sword, repeatedly drawing it toward the wall. After a dozen arrows, the sword finally neared the wall. The last arrow returned, struck the sword center, and launched it into Lister's hand. How are my returning arrows? Boss is incredible. Aisha cheered enthusiastically. Holy light goddess above. Brandon's eyes widened. You can do that. Lister gripped the longsword, feeling weary from the complex feat, but the sword in his hand filled him with satisfaction. I knew beasts would drop gear. Only elite ones do. Stepping forward lightly, Lister felt his stamina drain, but a blue light barrier appeared before him, extending like a blade of light, chipping a corner off the wall. So powerful. Lister couldn't bear to let it go. The long sword bore clear marks of age, rusted and nicked, but the crystal at its center was pristine. Harper's eyes were locked on the sword, unable to look away. Master. What is it? Want to give it a try? If you permit me to study this sword, I might find a way to become a master smith and repair it for you. Beyond the enchantment, the blade held many unknown techniques that could be replicated through research. Of course, I'll let you study it later. The ground trembled violently again. It stopped. It stopped. Someone shouted. Lister looked toward the distant dungeon. After rising over a dozen levels, it had finally halted. Brandon finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it kept rising, I'd have bolted. Didn't know you could adapt. Just kidding. Brandon let out a dry laugh. Wait, something's wrong. A mass suddenly flew out from the pitch-black shadow that pierced the sky. What is that? A griffin? No, it seems like a skeletal beast. Holy crap. Mom! Some stood frozen, others dropped their weapons and began to pray. It was a bone dragon. The entire wall fell into dead silence like a funeral scene, though the outcome was much the same. Its vast wingspan, a body propelled by magic, brought an endless sense of oppression. Some soldiers stumbled back, collapsing to the ground. Aisha and Harper seemed even more affected, instinctively gripping Lister's arm. Boss! It's a dragon. Master! Harper's hand trembled uncontrollably. This was the natural pressure of a higher-tier beast over those lower in the food chain. Don't be afraid. Lister tightened his grip on the composite bow. Damn it, it's just a dragon. If it dares show its head, I'll put an arrow in it. Taking a deep breath, Lister was about to act when a melodious voice rang out from behind. Mass buff. Holy light enchantment. Mass healing. A black stone platform rose from the city's center. The golden-haired elf, having shed her black robe, raised her hands like a divine messenger, descending from the heavens, holding a crystal orb and casting spell after spell. Lister looked at his composite bow. It was covered in a layer of pure holy light, not scorching but carrying a warmth like a crystal tower's glow. Green lights appeared on the wall, enveloping everyone. Lister felt his fatigue greatly eased and his strength seemed to increase. Lord Lister, aim for its eye socket. The voice seemed to whisper in Lister's ear, a magic-born transmission. All right, Lister smiled. He raised the composite bow aiming at the bone dragon charging toward the wall. In that instant, a surge of holy light appeared, as if splitting the night, pouring madly into Lister's arrow. It felt like standing in a dark theater bathed in a spotlight. The arrow left Lister's hand streaking with holy light straight through the bone dragon's head. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the eye socket, blasting apart the dense darkness. The bone dragon's dive halted abruptly, letting out a piercing shriek. It's just a dragon corpse dead for 1,000 years. Stelea guided the platform to the wall. Please follow me, Lord Lister, along with your men. We must enter the dungeon and kill the puppet master behind these bones. Me. Lister pointed at himself. Don't worry, I've also invited a swordmaster. Still no go into the dungeon. Are you joking? Trust me, this incident has exceeded my expectations, and I will compensate you afterward. Lister looked at the endless skeleton army on the ground and took a deep breath. You'd better make it worth my while. Let's go, Aisha Harper. They boarded the stone platform. Stelea flew them to the other side of the wall, where a gray-haired old man stood with a long sword in hand. Young prophetess, thank you for the rescue, but the enemy's assault is too fierce. Mr. Seth, please accompany me into the dungeon to slay the skeleton's controller. The old man pondered for a moment, then sighed. What the hell am just old bones anyway? If a young man has the courage to go in, what do I have to fear? Lister looked down. Name Seth Finch. Race human. Loyalty 0. Talent sword specialization epic. Class swordmaster. 3850. Culinary expert. 820. Status fatigued. Battle hungry. This might be the final battle. Epic level sword specialization. Lister understood the effects of specialization. Some individuals were naturally attuned to certain weapons, allowing them to master them faster and wield them with greater power. An epic talent spoke volumes of the old man's swordsmanship. Mr. Seth is a wandering mercenary who arrived near the city-state last week and stayed upon hearing my request. Stella said. During their last meeting she had mentioned this swordmaster. A pleasure to meet you. Lister warmly shook hands with the old sword saint. Stella tells me you are already a master at such a young age. Truly impressive. I am humbled. Seth's progress as a swordmaster had reached 3,850, indicating he was not far from the next stage. He was the highest level professional Lister had ever encountered. I dare not compare. I still have much to learn from your swordsmanship. Hearing Lister's words, Seth's wrinkles eased. He sensed the young man's sincerity. He truly understood something. Thus Seth regarded Lister with even greater respect. Then let's work well together. Agreed. Once this is over, I'll invite you to my sanctuary. I would be delighted. Stella clutched her crystal ball tightly, gazing toward the dungeon. The bone dragon had fallen. Time to set out. He channeled his mana, and the platform carrying them flew toward the dungeon, plunging into the darkness. There was an opening at the base of the erupting tower, and the platform flew inside. Stella said, There is something you all should know. According to archaeologists, it is almost certain that a kingdom existed here 500 years ago. They built the dungeon to hide from something, but they were still destroyed. This dungeon has dozens, perhaps hundreds of floors, most still sealed. However, the seals have been weakening recently for unknown reasons. To uncover the secret, we must understand this 500-year-old kingdom. The one controlling the skeleton army is a key figure. He appeared in the murals of a conquered dungeon. He was a general. Lister nodded, his comprehension far surpassing these natives. So we capture him, interrogate him, and gather information. No. He is already dead, merely a corpse controlled by his own mana. We must destroy him and then search his dwelling for clues. Understood. Seth stroked his beard and nodded. I'll take care of clearing the enemies. As they charged into the dungeon, Lister noticed light ahead. The interior was not like a building, but rather a self-contained microcosm with soil structures and roads. It stretched high with fluorescent reflections on the ceiling. It felt like entering a dark underworld, as if a mushroom man might elbow him at any moment. Over there. Stella pointed to an altar in the distance. Around the altar were several objects resembling arrow tower cores. Stella hovered the platform and began casting magical enhancements on the group. I've set up a relay spell to create this miniature star tower, borrowing power from my master's mage tower. But it's temporary. The star tower could fail at any moment. Let's finish this quickly. Seth drew his long sword. From the altar, waves of black magical aura emanated and hordes of skeletons discovered the intruders charging at them. Elsa drew her longbow, unleashing her master-level abilities, rapidly firing arrows that cleared the skeletons ahead. Well done! Seth exploded with speed far beyond human limits, charging forward to widen the path. Follow me. They advanced, shooting arrows as they moved. Lister soon saw the figure standing on the altar, a skeleton in tattered robes clutching a staff. "I'll take a shot." Lister raised his composite bow and released an arrow shrouded in holy light. It crossed over 300 meters, reaching the skeleton, but was halted by an invisible force, unable to advance further. Holy judgment! Stella no longer held back, unleashing a high-tier spell. A massive blade of light materialized before the skeleton. It carried immense energy as it descended, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The skeleton still did not turn, it merely stared at a stone tablet. The blade stopped above its head, blocked, unable to penetrate its defense. Stella frowned. A black lump emerged from her clothes. "Stella, this is bad. It's too strong for us. It's drawing on the entire dungeon's power." Stella said nothing. Monsters surged around them. Seth displayed extraordinary combat prowess, weaving through the skeletons, cutting them down like chaff. Soon skeletons clad in armor and wielding weapons appeared, each immensely strong, endless, and fearless. Seth began to struggle. The old man's stamina was waning. "Here, Seth." Lister tossed him a vial of holy water. Seth drank it without hesitation, gaining a surge of energy and quickening his movements. "Master Lister, lend me your sword." Lister handed him the newly enchanted long sword. Instantly, blue light erupted in the darkness like proud blue lotuses. Lister tried a few more arrows at the skeleton, all to no avail. What now? More powerful skeletons closed in. Even with 3 masters, they could not kill faster than the skeletons spawned. "Try attacking those cores," Stella suggested. Lister fired 3 arrows swiftly at the cores, but nothing happened. "What tier is this monster?" Endless skeletons also filled the rear. Seth glanced back. "We can still retreat. I can make one final burst." Stella's brows furrowed deeply, sweat beading on her hand as she gripped the crystal ball. Suddenly, the entire stone platform blazed with light. The black lump on Stella's shoulder shouted, "The Old One is coming. He's about to enter my body." The sharp, childish voice abruptly shifted into a mature woman's tone. "Stella, you reckless child. What audacity! When you return, you'll be confined to the tower for 10 years. You have but a sliver of a chance. Attribute advantages are useless against ancient magic. Detonate the most energy-dense object near you to shatter its defenses." Stella only pondered for a moment before her eyes lit up and she raised the crystal ball in her hands. "Indeed, I thank you for your wisdom." Stella made up her mind and stepped down from the stone platform. The crystal ball in her hands erupted with a blinding radiance, and a colossal surge of energy hurtled toward the necromancer. The black coal ball suddenly shouted, "Wait, you're not going to use my crystal ball to smash it, are you?" "No. I saved up for 50 years' worth of sapphire crystals to buy that. I meant for you to use the core of an enchanted weapon. Didn't I teach you how to detonate enchanted weapons? You should know how precious a crystal ball is." "Stop!" Boom! The light protecting the necromancer shattered completely under the explosion. The black coal ball returned to normal and shrank back into Stella's clothes. Lister and Seth acted almost simultaneously. Seth, trailing a blue sword light, dashed to the altar in the blink of an eye and swung his long sword at the necromancer's skull. Lister's arrow had already struck the skeleton's hand, bone knocking its weapon away. Elsa and Harper also loosed a few arrows. This time they met no resistance, and in mere moments the necromancer was shattered into a heap of bone fragments. Holy light strike! Stella unleashed her final spell. Crack, crack! The skeleton, already reduced to splintered bones, began to reconstitute under the embrace of a black light, restoring its original form. Seeing this, Seth kicked the necromancer's staff toward Lister. The next moment, a bone spur erupted from the ground, piercing Seth's waist and abdomen, and blood sprayed forth. "Watch out!" Lister immediately fired several arrows forward, drawing the skeleton's attention. "Can it not be killed even like this?" Stella felt that all her years of study had been in vain, leaving her utterly helpless at this critical juncture. "Let me see what's going on." Lister activated his panel. Name Maxwell, Withered Bone, Loyalty 0, Class Master Necromancer, 4950. Oh, Master Juggler, 150. Status, Undying Curse active. confused, agonized. Dodge!
Stella shouted.
Noticing the strange movement on the ground, Lister immediately rolled to one side. At the same time, he grabbed a bottle of holy water he kept hanging at his waist for emergencies. Holy light magic is still useless, my holy water is far stronger. Tearing a strip of cloth from his clothes, he tied the holy water bottle to an arrow, rolled again to evade an incoming bone spur, crouched, drew the bowstring, and loosed the arrow. The arrow struck Maxwell Withered Bones' eye socket with precision, and the holy water bottle shattered upon impact. Hiss! A piercing sound echoed, identical to the noise made when cleansing the curse from the beast men. Who was so malicious as to pile on so many curses? Lister crouched, watching the necromancer's status. The clumped bones rapidly collapsed and scattered on the ground. Harper, take Seth. Lister immediately stepped forward with Harper close behind. Together they snatched the most valuable-looking items around the two altars for unknown energy cores, and the stone slab the necromancer had been staring at. Harper carried Seth on his back and picked up the enchanted longsword, facing the bewildered skeleton army. Their master is dead. Why aren't they disappearing? Lister asked. Stella picked up the necromancer's staff and said, They'll dissipate once their magic runs out, but they won't keep generating. Put me down. They'll clear a path to get you out, Seth said through the pain. No need. Harper had already given Seth some holy water to drink, and the bleeding had stopped. Lister and Elsa looked toward the exit and raised their hands simultaneously. The ground began to tremble. Wait, could it be? Seth's eyes widened. The rock beneath flowed like waves, splitting apart from the center to both sides. The skeletons blocking the path toppled in a heap. On either side of the road, walls of rock spikes rose up temporarily, holding back the skeleton soldiers. Is this Grandmaster of Architecture? Hurry! Without time for exclamations, the group swiftly ran toward the outside. Outside it was still night. After the necromancer's death, the skeleton army's movements grew sluggish, as if they no longer knew what they were doing. Bereft of what little intelligence they had, they mindlessly attacked anything they could touch, including the beasts nearby. These skeletons have no panels. They aren't beasts, and they won't go berserk. On the distant city wall, the soldiers had realized the enemy's assault was waning, and began to attack without holding back. Especially Old Griffin, who fully unleashed his abilities as a master arcane archer. Each arrow brought a web of lightning, dismantling clusters of skeletons. Rumble! No sooner had they left the underground city than the ancient, magnificent structure began to sink. Using his Grandmaster of Architecture ability, Lister pushed aside the surrounding beasts and headed toward the stronghold. Stella walked up to Lister, looking utterly exhausted. Thank you for your help. Without you, none of us might have survived. My teacher was right. I was too reckless this time. Stella thought of the last words her teacher had said to her. She absolutely couldn't return for years. Destroying her teacher's crystal ball wouldn't just mean a decade of confinement. She might have to work off her debt as a laborer in a stronghold or mine. Suddenly Stella realized something and looked up at the city wall. Someone dares to cause trouble in the chaos. She raised her hand. On the wall, a person in a green robe surrounded by others was pulling a vial from his pocket, staring at Old Griffin, who was wreaking havoc on the battlements. Die, old fool. You're no longer useful. It's my turn to cash in. The next moment, a dark cloud gathered in the sky, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, piercing him through. The electrocution lasted for a full half-minute. By the time it ended, he had been reduced to a lump of charcoal. The branch head of the Alchemist Association. Do you have a grudge against him? The group walked leisurely toward the stronghold. Sort of. The matter had been resolved by chance. Having crossed that short distance, Lister was thoroughly exhausted. I have a room at the inn. Let's rest for now. There's no danger today. Soon the group gathered together. Seth lay on the bed, his wound dressed, and after drinking some holy water, he began to recuperate. The remaining people looked at the items laid out on the table: 4 unknown energy cores, a staff, and a stone slab. Stella raised her hand. I need this stone slab. Only I can decipher the script on it. Perhaps I can uncover the secrets of the ancients and find the cause of the beasts in the wasteland. No objections. Just remember to share intel with us. Lister looked at the staff and the 4 unknown energy cores, a bit perplexed. He had no idea what these things were for. I might have some inkling about these cores, Stella said. You know it. I've heard the teacher say that there are crystals in the underground city, different from those of modern times, containing the energy of ancient people. Once activated, it emits attacks unlike those of an arrow tower, more akin to those of a mage tower. Just like that enchanted longsword you seized, those blue energies are pure magic transformed and released in a unique form. This crystal core is likely of the same kind.
Licite nodded.
He understood. These 4 crystal cores were essentially 4 magic towers. Finally, an upgrade. Carrot Defense has unlocked a new turret.
Licite exclaimed.
How powerful is the magic turret? Very powerful. It can effectively damage defenses that many arrow towers cannot penetrate. Powerful city-states after building a mage tower often craft magic turret crystals to deal with high-tier enemies. Moreover, ancient magic turret crystals are generally more potent than modern ones. Licite felt quite pleased. What about this staff? Generally, a staff only amplifies the user's existing magic, but rare precious staves have spells inscribed upon them. Sidilaya examined the staff and said, "Indeed, this staff bears the inscribed spell Summon Skeleton Legion, whose number and strength depend entirely on the user's mana."
Mana.
Another new term. Sidilaya, how can I become a mage and control mana? The elf smiled at Licite. If you build a mage tower in your sanctuary, I, as an expert mage, can train apprentice mages for you. Licite noticed a distinct change in Sidilaya's attitude compared to before. Have you decided to settle permanently in my sanctuary?
Sidilaya's cheeks flushed slightly.
If I return to Afula now, I fear my teacher might kill me. It's better to stay here for a while. Aisha was overjoyed. Having a prophet in the sanctuary would surely make it safer and stronger. You will come to love our sanctuary, Lady Sidilaya. I must also thank you for taking me in. That remark was unnecessary. A prophet is always treated as an honored guest wherever they go. I will need a long time to study this stone tablet. For now, I'll keep it here. No problem. The night was still long, but without the threat of a calamity, the soldiers guarding the walls relaxed after driving away the nearby magical beasts and gradually went to rest. The next day, radiant day, the wasteland bore only the craters from the previous night's battle with no trace of the magical beasts. Licite arrived at the city gate. The slave trader Tijia had left the city-state to head to his own sanctuary right after signing the contract with Licite. By the time of the disaster, he might have been halfway there. It was uncertain whether he would reach his sanctuary. A young man with graying temples surrounded by soldiers came to find Licite. Tower Master Licite, I have heard your name from Sidilaya more than once. Lord Wante.
Sidilaya nodded in acknowledgement.
In her eyes, the lord of this small city-state was not much different from an ordinary tower master. Rather, he was someone who needed to curry favor with her. Prophet Sidilaya, I thank you once again for all you have done for the city-state. It was all my own choice. No need for further words. Nevertheless, I must offer gifts of gratitude, especially to you, Tower Master Licite, and to Sword Saint Sai. Wante looked puzzled. Are you all leaving together? I have prepared a lavish feast in the city. Licite shook his head. No need. Urgent matters await at my sanctuary. I cannot stay longer. Sidilaya also said, I will stay at Tower Master Licite's sanctuary for a while. I am also curious about Tower Master Licite's sanctuary, and will go there to recover from my injuries. Wante was silent for a moment. What a disaster. Right after the battle, all the greatest heroes were leaving with Licite. What was there left to celebrate? Oh, and Jiakugulifon was also a valiant master archer. Very well, I respect your choices. Please allow me one day to prepare. I will deliver the bounty and my personal gifts to Tower Master Licite's sanctuary. Much obliged. Licite mounted his horse. The group, along with 2 carts of goods, set off on the road. After about half an hour, they finally saw the still intact city walls. I heard your sanctuary was newly built, but I didn't expect such complete walls, Sai said with a smile from his carriage. You underestimate the power of 2 architectural masters, Sword Saint, said Sidilaya. I forgot. The ages of Tower Master Licite and Lady Aisha always make me overlook their abilities. As they approached, Licite saw Wafute waving from the wall. Drawing closer, he noticed the young dog Kin was in a state of exhaustion mixed with excitement. Go and rest, Wafute. Wafute was about to report on the sanctuary's condition, but upon hearing Licite's words felt his fatigue vanish entirely. Am not tired, my lord. The sanctuary is intact. Well done. Actually, I did nothing, Wafute said, scratching his head sheepishly.
Licite just smiled.
By the way, my lord, after dark yesterday a caravan arrived, saying they were the beastkin slaves you purchased, and their boss was Tijia. I took the liberty of giving them holy water. You did the right thing. It seemed Tijia had escaped disaster. Even with Lisite away, the two wonders were still being constructed rapidly. Lisite went to reassure the new slaves, leaving the arrangements entirely to AI Shah. Boss, I'm worried about the mountain sanctuary. I'm going to check on it. Hapa, holding the joyful Pei Luo, spun around twice and came to Lisite. The mountain sanctuary housed the Falling Star Forge, which Hapa cherished as her own life. She had been constantly anxious about its safety. Go ahead. Feel free to look around. The castle has many empty rooms. Pick one for yourselves. There is a bathroom on the first floor. If you need anything, ask the dogkin. Si Dailaya and Sai Si were not shy people. Seeing the many wondrous buildings in Lisite's sanctuary, they could not resist exploring immediately. Feya came running over with a honey pot, pulling Lisite into the castle. What's the rush? Come. They entered the room where the treasure basin was kept. Lisite saw blue crystals spilling out all over the floor, and a smile spread uncontrollably across his face. This must be several thousand blue crystals, right? You don't know what happened last night, she said, her voice still trembling with fear. Countless skeletons wandered right up to the shelter, and the number of magical beasts was terrifyingly high. They were so densely packed I thought I was going to be devoured. Faye described the ordeal, still shaken. When I got up this morning and saw the cornucopia, it was already like this. Have you counted them? Halfway through. There are already 1300 blue crystals, and it should be around 3000 in total. That meant at least 30000 monsters had attacked the shelter last night. The description of the cornucopia stated all monsters would drop blue crystals. Even though skeletons weren't considered magical beasts, they still contributed to the count. The skeletons last night were nothing short of overwhelming. The city-state had slaughtered over 100,000 of them. Lester's shelter wasn't far from the city-state. After the necromancer's death, a large number of skeletons lost control and wandered the wasteland until the radiant sun arrived, turning them to ashes. Yesterday Lester had been thinking how wonderful it would be if all those skeletons came to his shelter. Though it wasn't quite that many, around 3000 blue crystals was still a tremendous gain. The underground city was truly a treasure. One should remember to visit it often. Also, why are you holding that honey pot? Oh right. This is honey made from new pollen. Taste it. Fia scooped up a spoonful and brought it to Lester's chest. Lester paused for a moment, then crouched down to eat it. As soon as it entered his mouth, besides the refreshing sweetness, he felt a clarity deep within his mind. He quickly glanced at his status bar. Hive blessing spirit increasing. Fantastic, you're a genius, Fia. Lester praised her. Fia chuckled sheepishly. Of course, I'm one of the top geniuses in the halfling village. Keep it up. Try to create as many varieties of honey as possible. No problem, leave it to me. I'll start by mass-producing honey that enhances physique and spirit, and use the remaining space for experiments. Good, then we can put some up for sale first. Lester and Fia carefully counted the blue crystals and stored them in the vault. Lester returned to the construction site, overseeing the repairs to the walls and fortress. By nightfall, cheers erupted from the workers. 2 wonders were completed. Divine Shield Polar Freeze. Lester took out the Wonder Construction Manual and chose to activate them. A massive shield clung tightly to the front wall, exuding a formidable deterrent that made any thought of attack seem like a desecration of the divine. The Polar Freeze device was built beneath the castle. Upon activation, the underground space doubled in size with the cold air firmly sealed inside. Lester put on his thickest clothes and took a tour inside. The temperature dropped in tiers. The outermost area was around 0-10 C, while the interior reached as low as 30 C. Under Harper's direction, food in the shelter was produced every 2 to 3 days, and some of the surplus was stored inside. Lester looked at the 4th page of the Wonder Construction Guide, his heart racing. Golden Ledger, a ledger left behind in the mortal world by the god of commerce. All transactions recorded within it shall be reweighed by an unseen hand. Effect: blue crystals obtained through commerce, trade, hiring, and selling goods. Receive an additional 20 or extra crystals, will appear directly in the cornucopia. Requirement: 510 workers. Must possess the Wonder Cornucopia. Total construction time: 7D. 5D. Architect God Statue bonus. Star Observatory, an ancient mage tower atop which rests a long extinguished shard of a star. It still rotates on its own at night, tracking the gods' forgotten paths across the heavens. Effect: magic research speed 100 within the tower. Magical perception 100 within the tower. Can train 1 archmage. Requirement: 20-30 workers. Must be built on a mountain. Total construction time 30D, 24D. Bibliotheca Universalis, the wisdom goddess, once stored the histories of mortals here. For each book of masterpiece quality, collected all residents' spirit increases by 1. The more masterpieces, the faster research learning and skill comprehension within the shelter. Requirement: 20-30 workers. Must possess at least 1 master-level prophet archmage or master-level artist. Total construction time 30D, 24D. Divine talent statue, a broken statue left by the god of fate for mortals. It is said he pities those born ordinary and is willing to carve a new path deep within their souls. Effect: every 30 days. Grants a random talent to 1 talentless resident. Talent quality ranges from common to at most epic. Those who already possess a talent cannot receive the blessing again. Requirement: 20-30 workers. Total construction time 30D, 24D. Each one was monumental, promising immense benefits upon completion. The first was straightforward, a 20 increase in blue crystals from all trade. With many goods ready for sale at his shelter, this direct boost could greatly accelerate development. Importantly, its construction required few workers and a short time. The second one, the Star Observatory, would serve perfectly as Stellaea's mage tower. Doubling her research speed and magical perception would surely captivate her. Perhaps even lure her teacher over. Not only that, but the observatory could also train an archmage. What was an archmage? A master-level mage. Stellaea was only at expert level now. Lester had long coveted magic. Now he could finally hurl fireballs with joy. The third one, the Bibliotheca Universalis. Each masterpiece would increase every resident's spirit by 1. This value was insane. Lester had heard of masterpieces, works of literature by historical greats. Others might find it impossible, but Lester hailed from another world bearing a 5,000-year cultural legacy. He had read many classics, and with his enhanced spirit, those buried memories were becoming vivid. Transcribing some wouldn't be difficult. 1 book would boost spirit by 1, 100 would double it. Lester's breath quickened. The last one made it even harder to contain his excitement. Talent. A statue that could grant talents directly. Lester had always lamented his lack of talent. Even if it wasn't epic or legendary, a rare talent would suffice. Having one made a world of difference. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. Gazing at the 4 wonders, he felt an urge to summon Tiga and have him kidnap an entire beastman tribe to work on the construction. Harper, gather the beastmen. We're starting the next wonder. Soon everyone in the shelter assembled, including Stellaea and Seth. Having just witnessed Lester activate the wonders, they were curious about his next move. Through everyone's efforts, our shelter has found stability in the Wasteland, warm homes and ample food. But the Wasteland ahead will grow even more dangerous. To protect our shared home, we need your continued efforts. Now let me announce the plan for the next wonder. The Golden Ledger was undoubtedly the top priority, requiring little time yet yielding considerable gains. Secondly, Lister decided to construct the Star Observation Tower. Only by swiftly mastering the power of magic could the sanctuary prepare for potential dangers ahead. With over 40 slaves, 2 could work simultaneously, leaving a few idle. These few needed to assist FIA in cultivating more farmland and developing new crops. Lister felt a pang of pity, reluctant to let a halfling toil endlessly at manual labor. It was time for FIA to engage in more significant endeavors. The second matter. Lister transmitted the construction method of the wonder to the slaves and Aisha, once again capturing everyone's attention. The sanctuary will conduct a registration of personnel. Everyone must record their name, age, race, literacy, and any other skills they possess. After a period, the sanctuary will train and assess those interested in becoming blacksmiths, botanists, architects, or even mages. If you show talent and become a professional, you can shed your slave identity, become a freeman of the sanctuary, own an independent house, possess assets, and receive blue crystals as wages. After Lister finished, silence fell over the gathering. Everyone stared at him in disbelief, including FIA and Harper. Is this true? Harper had received Lister's promise earlier, but never expected him to make this path public. Indeed, as an expert blacksmith, I will personally release Harper from her slave contract. I hope you all will take her as an example. Lister turned and left. Though brief, his words ignited fervent reactions among the slaves. Except for those purchased just yesterday, most slaves had loyalty scores above 80 and trusted Lister's words implicitly. After Lister departed, the square erupted into intense discussion. Many slaves wept and knelt, for many had not been slaves originally. Lord Lister never deceives us. He promised we would eat our fill, and now I eat until I'm stuffed. I can't eat any more yet. Lady Fia insists, saying there's too much food with no place to store it. Can we really become professionals? If I become a professional, I can shed my slave status. I've been fetching water for the blacksmith since childhood. Can I become a blacksmith too? An independent room and my own assets. I can have blue crystals too. I want to sign up. Lady Harper, where do I sign up? Stella followed behind Lister. Your plan truly surprises me. Why help slaves shed their status? This question Lister could not answer. It was a clash of worldviews too difficult to explain. In Lister's heart, the existence of slavery itself was unreasonable. Freeing them was inevitable, and this opportunity would boost their motivation. Crucially, their loyalty was sufficient. Consider it a way to increase their efficiency. How do you plan to train them into professionals? Lister glanced at Aisha by his side, having already discussed this with her. The next step is to teach literacy to those interested. Aisha Fia and I are compiling simple books on architecture and botany. Once literate, they can study, and we will assist in teaching. As long as someone becomes an apprentice, I have ways to ensure their growth. This was Lister's long-held vision. Since constructing wonders advanced the progress bar of architecture, why couldn't everyone benefit? The key was initiation. Only by initiating and mastering the basics of architecture, becoming an architecture apprentice, could one absorb knowledge and advance through wonder construction. The same applied to botany, and knowledge would accumulate as the sanctuary developed. Though cultivating masters was difficult, training experts was feasible. Lister's aim was to select literate individuals to become apprentices first. Then these apprentices would teach others to read, creating new apprentices. Thus, in time, the sanctuary would see a multitude of apprentices and some experts. Truly talented individuals might even become masters. Moreover, the Wonder Construction Manual included the divine statue of talent yet to be built. Even without innate talent, Lister could bestow it, and with the right traits, perhaps an S character would emerge. Stella pondered for a moment, then nodded. Your idea is radical but effective. However, without a mage tower, I cannot train mage apprentices. A mage tower? I'll build you a fine one. Oh, the Star Observation Tower is already under construction. Lister pointed to the side. There, on an undeveloped hill, 30 slaves gathered. The tower required a mountain foundation. Though small, the hill sufficed. You can build a mage tower? Stella's mouth fell open. Of course, I'm a master architect.
Impossible.
A mage tower cannot be built by a master architect alone, unless that architect is also an archmage. Is it that difficult? Absolutely. A proper mage tower requires intricate rune carvings to concentrate ambient magic. With higher magic density, ordinary people can sense it and become apprentices, while high-level mages can research and master new spells. Stella took a deep breath and continued. My teacher's tower was built by a master architect using centuries of accumulated wealth and knowledge, and took over a decade to complete. That tower increased a mage's perception by 40 among the finest in the entire continent. Lister scratched his head. So complex, and only a 40 boost. Only 40% is top tier across the continent. Lister fell silent. The Star Observation Tower enhanced magic perception by 100 and research speed by 100. Seeing Stella's disbelief, Aisha said, Lord Lister can work miracles. What he says he will accomplish. Stella looked at Aisha's earnest expression and shook her head. Only those who had truly experienced it understood the immense difficulty of building a mage tower. No need for debate. Well, see, once it's done, Lister said nonchalantly. Stella, remember to compile the methods and basic knowledge for becoming a mage apprentice. You'll be training mages for my sanctuary. If you can build a mage tower, I have no reason to refuse your request, Stella replied with a smile. The construction cycle of wonders had been extended to months. The current population of the shelter was sufficient to commence the construction of 2 wonders simultaneously. Any more inhabitants would render the space exceedingly cramped. Lister began contemplating the upgrade of the crystal tower. A level 4 crystal tower required the consumption of 5 pink crystals, which would certainly be covered by the forthcoming rewards from the city-state. Upon upgrade, the shelter's perimeter would expand by a full ring. Within the crystal tower's radiance, the soil quality and air humidity would also improve, making the living environment more comfortable. Moreover, it would increase the crystal core capacity by 2. Lister had yet to attempt activating the 4 ancient crystal cores he had obtained from the underground city. After the shelter's upgrade, the arrow towers could also be upgraded once more. This would grant the shelter's defensive capabilities sufficient strength to at least withstand assaults from multiple Tier 3 magical beasts. In the afternoon, Old Griffin and his family returned after attending the city-state's banquet. "I must first offer you my apologies, Tower Master Lister. I am truly aged, or had it not been for your aid, these old bones would surely have perished." "There is no need to stand on ceremony with me," Lister said, raising his hand. A hint of melancholy crossed Old Griffin's face. "This is the deposit from the sale of holy water, handled entirely by that merchant named Tony. It amounts to 5 pink crystals, all for you. Tony assures me that shipping this batch to a distant city-state will yield substantial profits. Keep the share that is rightfully yours. Know this time it is all thanks to you for saving me and the children. Moreover, Tony is clearly doing this out of respect for you. I absolutely cannot accept this." Old Griffin handed over the entire deposit to Lister. "Very well. I am in need of these pink crystals right now. However, as the intermediary, you should continue to take your commission going forward." Lister did not stand on ceremony, looking forward to continued cooperation. Then this old man won't stand on ceremony with you anymore," Old Griffin said with a chuckle. Old Griffin departed with his family. Lister had them leave behind the composite bow, which greatly delighted young Luke. He had obtained the pink crystals. Lister arrived before the crystal tower. Finally, the tower before him emitted a faint blue glow intermingled with traces of pink. Lister cast in the 5 pink crystals. Instantly, the crystal tower burst forth with a brilliant light, softer, more restrained, yet more powerful. The blue radiance transformed into a pale pink. A soft pinkish hue. Not bad at all. Just the right color for a macho shelter. The perimeter expanded once more. The shelter now rivaled the size of a small village. This time it enveloped several exposed mountain faces which could serve as new quarries. The walls can be gradually expanded outward. Teres Norus. Lister produced 2 of the crystal cores obtained from the underground city. "Let's see what you truly are." He bound the 2 cores to the crystal tower. Streaks of blue light extended from the crystal cores, enveloping them like cocoons. They gradually grew larger and hovered in midair. "Is it done?" Stelea nodded. "Indeed, they are magical cannon towers. They are now considered activated. By nightfall, we will witness how they attack." "Good." He placed the 2 magical cannon towers on opposite sides of the shelter, one on each flank. Returning to the crystal tower, he saw the name corresponding to the crystal core's magical cannon tower, Polyline Tower, upgradable. There were no complex upgrade paths. Level 2 increases attack power by 50, adds 1 polyline count. Level 3 increases attack power by 50, adds 1 polyline count. Level 4 increases attack power by 50, adds 1 polyline count. Each level featured a simple, straightforward description. Pure statistics. Lister directly invested a sufficient amount of blue crystals to upgrade the Polyline Tower to level 4. Next were the arrow towers. All 4 arrow towers were eligible for their 3rd upgrade. The first upgrade determined the arrow tower type, offering sniper, rapid-fire, and scatter. The second upgrade determined the arrow type, offering flame arrow, armor-piercing arrow, and stasis arrow. Now the 3rd upgrade not only increased power but also enhanced the effects of the previous 2 upgrades. It extended the range of sniper towers, increased the volley count of rapid-fire towers, and augmented the spread number of scatter towers. It also strengthened each arrow type. Flame arrows would leave a lingering flame upon killing a burning enemy. Any creature passing through it would ignite. Armor-piercing arrows had enhanced penetration, and stasis arrows had an improved immobilization effect. Amazing. Incredible. Lister was thoroughly pleased with the upgrade. Of the 3,000 blue crystals gathered last night, nearly 2,000 were consumed in an instant, leaving Lister with a pang of loss. The hard-earned money was gone as soon as it arrived. His thoughts returned to the wonders. The wonder, which now required 20 to 30 people to construct, was already comparable in scale to the entire castle. The observatory and the library were each more complex than the last. Even if Lister and Aisha collaborated on the construction, essentially having 2 construction teams working together, it would still take about 10 days to finish, and this was predicated on the aid of the Crystal Tower. Without the Crystal Tower, they would both tire quickly and work inefficiently. Lister did not intend to personally build the wonders. Aside from the low efficiency, it was also because he was lazy. Working on a construction site was too exhausting. However, if Aisha oversaw the project, she could use the crystal tower to assist the workers in quarrying and transporting stone and various raw materials, significantly shortening the construction period. The original 24-day work schedule with Aisha's help could be reduced to under 20 days. If Lister also pitched in from time to time, the timeline could be shortened even further. In practice, it would take just over 2 weeks. A grand architect's assistance in constructing wonders is truly invaluable. I must find an opportunity to train 2 more. He couldn't afford to be idle. Lister's thoughts turned to the library's special property. Each masterpiece added 1% to one's mental strength. After consuming the honey from the blessed hive, Lister felt his memory and mental faculties had greatly strengthened. The great works he had read in his past life became vividly clear. In that case, I shall begin transcribing books. He called for Aisha to compile textbooks for the slave's education while he started copying books from memory. Where shall I begin? Lister recalled numerous books. He felt fortunate for having spent so much time in the university library during his college years. The Analects, A Happy Excursion, The Art of War. These short texts are the easiest to copy. Then there are the 4 great classical novels, The Republic, and so on. I truly have my work cut out for me. Picking up his pen, Lister translated the contents of these great works into the script of this world, copying them onto papyrus. This paper is too inconvenient and expensive. Let me first copy down the formula for papermaking and have Aisha produce it. Lister realized Aisha was truly a perfect assistant. With this research prodigy possessing legendary talent at his side, she could grasp every idea Lister had, implement them flawlessly, and even make innovations from time to time. With Aisha, he could dedicate himself to more of what he wished to do. Aisha, sitting opposite Lister, occasionally stole glances at his notes. What new knowledge is the Tower Master writing? Aisha's curiosity was burning intensely. This, of course, did not escape Lister's notice. Since little Aisha has been so diligent, I shall give you a reward. Lister took out a fresh sheet of paper and began to copy the journey to the west from memory. Nightfall. Lister stood upon the city wall, gazing at the demonic beasts in the distance. New beasts have emerged. For 3-tiered trolls. The arrow towers launched an assault on the trolls. The upgraded level 4 towers could now pierce their thick hide and layers of fat. Suddenly 2 polyline towers stirred. The cocoon-like ellipsoidal turrets split open, releasing 4 streaks of azure light that traversed hundreds of meters, piercing through the trolls before abruptly halting and arcing toward other beasts on the battlefield. Whizzing through the air, the 4 lines like sentient sprites wove across the battlefield, swiftly reaping the lives of the demonic beasts. It didn't disappoint. The consumption rate of blue crystals is acceptable. The next day, envoys from the city-state lord arrived. They drove camel-drawn carts delivering 4 sheep along with ample salt and seeds, the most precious commodities on the barren plains. Additionally, the soldiers handed Lister a safe. Upon unlocking it, he found 5 pink crystals and an exquisite dagger. What's this for? Lister picked up the dagger, examining it closely. Stella approached. This must be a weapon dropped by the beasts yesterday. After death, they're absorbed by the Wasteland, but their gear remains. Scavenging the battlefield always yields surprises. Is this an enchanted weapon? Lister noticed the intricate patterns on the blade. It was, but the runes have worn away. All right. Lister was quite satisfied with the 5 pink crystals. Upgrading the crystal tower again would require 20 pink crystals. A hefty cost that would take time to amass. From now on, every pink crystal was precious. Just then, Elsa approached with her sister Sylvia. After being freed from slavery, Sylvia had recuperated in the sanctuary for a few days and was now fully restored to health. What is it? Sylvia bowed deeply. Lord of the Tower, thank you for your aid. I've fully recovered and wish to visit the nearby demi-human sanctuary. Our family might be there. She continued. I'm not trying to leave you. I'm willing to serve. I just want to have a look. No problem. Lister was also intrigued by the demi-human settlement. Dangerous elements. In his eyes, they were all quality, unrecruited employees. Beast tides had been frequent lately, so they were likely struggling. Treat this as a mission, Sylvia. Scout the area and report back. Also, don't trust them blindly. Keep yourself safe. Yes, my lord. Thank you. I'll investigate thoroughly. Sylvia exclaimed with delight. Remember, don't reveal the matter of the holy water. It could bring disaster to the sanctuary. I understand, my lord. With loyalty above 85, she was trustworthy. Sylvia was an expert-level assassin with the epic talent Shadow Affinity. She could certainly defend herself, and assassins were adept at gathering intelligence. She was an absolute asset. If she could reach the master level, she would become a sharp blade in Lister's hand. Lister looked at the dagger in his hand and handed it to Sylvia. Use this weapon for now. When Harper becomes a master, he can repair the runes. This? Elsa smiled. Take it, Sister Sylvia. Thank you, my lord. Get a composite bow to fend off beasts on the road. It's easy to learn. Sylvia accepted the dagger, solemnly grabbed a composite bow, mounted a warhorse from the stable, and departed. Lister was about to rest on his lounge chair when he found old sword Saint Seth already lying on it. Hey old man, that's my chair. Don't be so stingy. Haha. Lister lay down on another chair nearby. So do you like the sea of flowers in my sanctuary? I love it. I once dreamed of dying in such a field of blossoms. Lister was momentarily at a loss. That's a unique dream. Haha, but seriously, I can't keep freeloading. How about learning swordsmanship? It's the only skill I have to offer. Well, besides my pastries. Lister recalled that besides being a sword master, Seth was also an expert-level cook. With a sword saint as a teacher, he could probably pick up swordsmanship quickly, right? Lister was tempted. I've long wanted to learn swordsmanship. I'd be grateful for your guidance. Haha, it's nothing. I'm delighted you're willing to learn. The two picked up wooden swords and began practicing amidst the flower sea. Your physique is excellent. It compensates for the lack of early training. And as a master archer, your body control is top-notch. Seth marveled at Lister's progress. After just 2 hours, Lister checked his panel and found a new identity sword apprentice. With Seth's guidance, his swordsmanship improved rapidly. With a solid foundation, progress comes fast. By noon, both were weary. Let me whip up lunch for everyone. I may not match the chefs of great city-states, but I have some confidence. Lister's eyes lit up. Finally, a decent meal. I'll join you, Mr. Seth. I have some recipes. Let's see if you can make them. Oh, your recipes. I'm intrigued. The two entered the kitchen. After helping mine a large amount of stone at the crystal tower, Elsa went looking for Stella. The prophetess had been studying the stone tablet, and Elsa, with her genius intellect, had been a great help. Now they often worked together. Stella. Little Pero emerged from the castle. Sister Elsa. Sister Stella is in the bath. Ha! Didn't she bathe last night? She's been in there for ages. Elsa went to the bathroom door and knocked. Miss Stella. Elsa. Is something wrong? Why are you soaking in the bath so long? Are you feeling unwell? Stella reclined in the ergonomic bath carved by Lister, her face flushed. Her golden elf hair and fair skin gleamed like translucent jade under the frosted, crystal-filtered sunlight. Unwell? No, it was too comfortable. Since being dragged into a bath by Elsa last night, she realized she had wasted centuries of her life. Ever since learning magic, she had used water spells to clean herself. Curse this spell. It shouldn't exist. Fine. Just got a bit dirty. Oh, as long as you're okay, I wanted to invite you to continue our research. Sure. Wait, it'll be right out. By the way, the Tower Lord and Mr. Seth are cooking together. Lunch will be ready soon. Huh. Stella sat up in the bath. An excellent spice. With just a bit of blending, it can achieve the flavor you described. True to his skill as a professional chef, Seth used local spices to prepare a pot of braised magical beast meat, along with honey-glazed sweet and sour magical beast tenderloin and a honey dessert. Mr. Seth, please do stay in my sanctuary for your retirement. Lester's stomach growled unbecomingly. He had grown weary of eating Western cuisine every day. Though his own cooking was edible, it fell far short of Seth's meticulous craftsmanship, where every detail was perfected to create exquisite dishes. Haha, I quite like your sanctuary too. I'll stay here for a while. Good. For a while. As long as you're here, I have 1,000 ways to make sure you never leave. Let's serve. One by one, the dishes were brought into the dining hall. The table was not exquisite, retaining the rustic charm of raw wood, while the stone walls and unadorned yet elegant patterns added a unique flavor. Within just a few weeks, the sanctuary's population had begun to take shape. Besides Elsa Fia and Harper, there was also the introverted Wolfkin Wovet freed from his slave contract and the newcomers Stelea and Seth. Of course, there was also Perot wagging his tail and already drooling. At the table aside from Perot, the second biggest glutton turned out to be Stelea. Lester recalled the first time he had met the prophetess at a mediocre street stall. "What dish is this, Tower Master Lester?" Stelea greedily inhaled the aroma, unable to resist asking. "It's a new creation Chef Seth and I have been working on. Give it a try." After Lester finished speaking, Stelea could no longer hold back. She picked up her fork, skewered a piece of braised meat, and popped it into her mouth. "Ah, so fragrant, this soft glutinous texture. The spices have been completely absorbed by the magical beast meat. It bursts in my mouth like a fireball." Stelea began to babble incoherently, while on the other side Perot had already devoured 2 large chunks of meat. Elsa couldn't help but laugh from the side. "Take your time, eat slowly. There's more in the pot. Enough for everyone to be full." Lester patted Perot's head. This is delicious too." Stelea completely shed her usual aloof demeanor, eating forkful after forkful. Seth watched contentedly as everyone savored the meal, then turned to Lester. "Lord Lester, what are these utensils? These 2 wooden sticks are quite nimble. Could I try them?" "Of course." Elsa, who had also learned to use chopsticks, stood up to fetch a pair for Seth from the spare ones in the dining hall. As expected of a master swordsman, Seth quickly grasped the technique of using chopsticks. The meal was enjoyed happily, and afterward everyone with full bellies made their way to the flower field and reclined on wheelchairs. For the first time, Lester felt a sense of belonging. The sanctuary had become his home. He would continue to develop it. He would never let the wasteland devour his home and hope. Burp. Stelea sat down beside Lester and let out a satisfied belch. "Tower Master Lester, you must teach me the recipes for these dishes." Burp. "So I can share them with my teacher. I'm sure she'll forgive me then." "Why not just invite your teacher over?" Stelea chuckled. "That depends on how your mage tower is coming along." Burp. Construction resumed in the afternoon. The slaves were each given an extra piece of meat and worked with inexplicable vigor. Lester continued transcribing his masterpiece. Night fell. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Elsa, after finishing the slave information tables Lester had taught her to draw, and binding them into a booklet, retrieved the transcribed text from the bookshelf. "Journey to the West. What is this?" With a scientific spirit and an attitude of seeking knowledge, Elsa flipped open the first page. "A stone born from a rock. A stone golem from the western wasteland. A monk. Similar to an eastern cleric. It can grow and shrink. Such enchanted weapons exist. What is the heavenly court? A divine realm where gods reside." Her small hands kept turning the pages, unable to stop. Not until the sunlight of the next day fell upon her face did she realize. "Oh no! Elsa, why are your dark circles so heavy? Shall I use ice magic to cool them for you?" "If you would be so kind, Miss Stelea. What were you up to last night?" Elsa's eyes darted away and she whispered shamefully, "It's all because of Tower Master Lester. I spent the entire night in the study and forgot to sleep." Stelea's eyes widened. "What? The whole night? In the study? Ha!" Lester walked over refreshed, and seeing Stelea staring at him like a criminal, a question mark appeared above his head. Elsa grabbed Stelea and fled. "You have to try it yourself, Stelea. You'll get addicted too." "Ha! No, I'm not." Stelea suddenly foresaw what was about to happen, and her face flushed red. "So it was a book. I thought it was a book." Lester continued his sword training with Seth. The session lasted over 2 hours. Afterward, Lester's panel updated to Swordsman Apprentice 310. Seth once again marveled at Lester's progress speed. "I started practicing the sword at 15, and it took me a full 5 years to shed the apprentice title. You've reached 2 or 3 years worth of my progress in just 2 days. Truly you are extraordinary. So young and already a master of 2 professions." Seth looked somewhat dejected. Lester could not console him. His points were indeed accumulating alarmingly fast, leaving even himself somewhat incredulous. "Perhaps I am just gifted." At noon, a merchant caravan approached from the direction of the city. Lester recognized the leader as Tony, the merchant he had rescued from the mountain sanctuary's mine. Tony had struck a deal with Old Griffin in the city and was now responsible for selling the holy water. Having drunk the holy water himself, Tony naturally deduced it was Lester's product. "Lord Lester, once again, thank you for saving my life." So much has happened in the city these past days that I haven't had a chance to come and express my gratitude. Tony had his men bring over a small chest. This is a token of my thanks. A pink crystal and a detailed map I've gathered and compiled through my travels. Please do not refuse it. Lester glanced at Tony's panel. He possessed the rare talent luck. His loyalty had reached 64 points. For someone not under contract or employed, this level of loyalty was acceptable. Gratitude and loyalty were two different things. It was just a small favor. I happen to want a map of the entire world. Lester unfurled the map. The wasteland lay in the center of the continent, vast in size, occupying nearly half of the landmass. To the east stretched a dense forest, to the west lay the sea with expansive grasslands and mountain ranges, and to the south was a scattering of islands. The map was not very precise, pieced together from fragments with unfilled borders. Still, Lester was satisfied. Tony said, I am preparing to go to the nearby city-states to sell these precious healing potions. I wonder if you, my lord, have anything you need. I can help purchase it. Exactly, I want to collect some books. Books are extremely rare in the wasteland. Only the nobles of the city-states might have a few, but the quantity is very limited. I will do my best to help you gather them. Tony walked into the shelter, leaving his subordinates outside. Next would be some private conversations. After entering the castle, Tony exclaimed, Your shelter has developed at an astonishing rate. The last time I came it was just a small wooden hut. Tony approached and knelt halfway, saying, Master of the tower, Tony Ward is willing to serve you. After the last life and death crisis, I had planned to completely give up this profession and live a stable life on my family's wealth. However, I saw your goods being suppressed by the Alchemist Association. Even those people turned their spears towards you. I regret not noticing it in time. After the president of the Alchemist Association was killed by lightning with the assistance of Jack Griffin, the master of the tower, I took some measures to control the power of the Alchemist Association in the city-state and bribed the higher-ups. Now on the surface we are partners with the Alchemist Association, and we have taken over all the business in the city-state. We can also sell peacefully in the surrounding city-states. Tony Ward raised his head, saying, I hope to lead the merchant convoy to serve you in the future. I hope you agree. List pondered for a moment. Tony's abilities are indeed commendable, and he is quite fortunate. Repaying a life-saving grace may be a motive, but Tony must also have seen the considerable profits from the healing potions and recognized List's strength before deciding to pledge allegiance. Otherwise, a simple gesture of gratitude would suffice without such trouble. However, what List needs is precisely this type of person. A relationship maintained solely by loyalty is unstable. Interests are the most solid bond. The shelter will only produce more valuable goods, and it indeed requires a merchant convoy to operate externally and bring back low-priced goods from distant city-states. On this basis, Tony's loyalty is merely the icing on the cake. No problem, I agree to your request. Besides the healing potions, I will also provide more precious goods in the future. Just keep my identity a secret for the time being. Tony smiled, saying, No problem, I am willing to serve the master of the tower. By the way, please help me find professionals from the nearby city-states. Any profession will do. If they are willing to come, I will offer a salary higher than others. All right, my lord. The merchant convoy left. Tony's loyalty increased to 80. List returned to his study with satisfaction, preparing to continue copying the great work. As soon as List reached the door, he heard excited discussions inside, mostly about a monkey and a monk. It seems very effective. Adding entertainment activities for employees during their labor is quite effective. Opening the door, Aisha and Stella immediately fell silent, staring at each other with wide eyes, creating a very awkward scene. I'm sorry, boss. I didn't mean to look at what you were writing. Aisha lowered her head, speaking nervously. What should I do? Being caught red-handed for looking at the master of the tower's work without permission will lead to punishment. What about my job that provides food and lodging? It's fine, a writing is meant to be seen by others. Aisha smiled. When will you write the follow-up content? The little sparrow has also learned to be more demanding, and List felt quite pleased. I don't know. I just finished practicing swordsmanship and my shoulder is sore. List sat down. Aisha immediately came over and used her small hands to massage him. Use a bit more strength. Stella looked at List, enjoying himself, her body tensing up as she tightened her grip on the book in her hands. Do I have to do this too? In the wasteland, warhorses raced swiftly along the road. Sylvia's hair feathers drooped down, sticking close to her body, surrounded by chaotic winds and sands. Someone is on watch. She had already arrived near the gathering place of the subhumans. Gradually slowing down, Sylvia's palm unconsciously shrank halfway into her sleeve, hiding the precious dagger that List had given her. Subhumans, where do they come from? From the subhuman tribe to the west of my hometown, I have wandered for many years. I heard there was a settlement here, so I thought I would come and seek refuge. Sylvia said loudly. Where did the warhorse come from? I killed a wandering soldier. Good, come with me. Sylvia followed the canine subhuman toward the interior of the settlement. The entire settlement was located on a small oasis. Although it was called an oasis, it was merely a patch of greenery beside a small river surrounded by some rocks to shield against the winds and sands. By the river there were some palm trees, and below them clusters of subhumans were gathered. Different races of subhumans clustered together, each looking very weary, some injured, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. Sylvia kept walking inward, while constantly scanning the surroundings for traces of the subhumans. Are there any subhumans here? I want to find my companions. Subhumans. The guiding canine subhuman glanced at Sylvia, revealing a strange meaning in his eyes. Of course there are. You will see soon. I heard you found a way to control the frenzy. Yes, it's our priestess. She has a method to suppress our curse, and no one in the entire settlement has gone crazy for a long time. It's just... Recently the beast tides have made some people feel mentally sluggish. Sylvia looked at the subhumans around her, and indeed they all appeared quite sickly. This is the price of suppressing the curse. It cannot be avoided, said the canine subhuman. My name is Hart. What is yours? Sylvia. Hart kept talking about the priestess along the way. Sylvia took all these as valuable information and memorized them. However, Hart did not know much of the core information. There was no way to know how that priestess managed to free them from the curse of frenzy. Sylvia felt a bit hopeful. If they knew that the master of the tower's holy water could eliminate the dark corruption, they would surely be very happy. All the subhumans would no longer suffer from the curse. But I can't say that yet. It would cause trouble for the master of the tower. Hart said. There are many subhumans there. Do you recognize anyone? Sylvia's heart raced a bit faster as her gaze swept over the crowd again and again. Have they changed a lot since we parted ways for such a long time? Not at all, and no matter how long we are apart, I can recognize them. No. Sylvia scanned the crowd for a full minute, but found no familiar faces. What a pity. You can live with them or find a place for yourself. There aren't many rules here. Hart continued to introduce. Over there is the market. You can buy some food. Don't go near the withered tree. That's the priestess room. Sylvia saw a giant withered tree sitting on the dry riverbed. How can there be such a big tree in the wasteland? It has been withered for a very long time. The priestess said it might be several hundred years. I wonder how it was preserved, Hart said. Sylvia was lost in thought. The method to suppress the demi-human curse was in the hands of the priestess. Perhaps she could go and investigate. May I visit the priestess? No one is allowed near her. Her safety is our utmost priority. Hart's expression turned stern. All right. Sylvia found a sheltered spot and sat down. A little girl, a cat demi-human, walked over to her. Sister, do you have any food? I can trade this for it. Sylvia looked down and saw a broken arrowhead in the cat demi-human girl's hand. The girl noticed the compound bow on Sylvia's back. Here. Sylvia handed a piece of jerky to the girl. She noticed that when she produced the jerky, many eyes fixed on her, none of them friendly. This place is chaotic. With no stable crops, no trade routes, and so many people gathered here, they had to resort to robbing caravans. But how long could stolen goods sustain them? Even the children were starving. Sylvia sighed, took a drink from her waterskin, wiped her mouth, and then narrowed her eyes, silently observing her surroundings. Hostility. Sylvia frowned. She noticed many people quietly encircling her, all of them armed. Just then, a group of people approached from a distance, quickly arriving before Sylvia. Seeing this, those who had been hostile towards her silently dispersed. The crowd parted to reveal a small cat demi-human about half a meter tall. It was more like an eastern tiger demi-human with white ears and hair, and a tail with black spots, half hidden under a robe, and the other half flicking restlessly outside. Sylvia's first impression was that this cat demi-human was extremely weak, as if suffering from a severe illness. Hello, I am the priestess here, Bianca. Sylvia narrowed her eyes. What did this mean? She had just been told no one could approach the priestess. My name is Sylvia. You are much younger than I imagined. The priestess did not respond, simply looking at Sylvia. After a few seconds, she said, Would you like to come to the treehouse for a chat? Her weak voice evoked a hint of pity. Sylvia nodded instinctively and entered the enormous withered tree. The priestess stood at the entrance and said, Wait here for a moment. I need to speak with Sylvia alone. Priestess. Don't worry, Maya is with me. A mature, tall cat demi-human woman walked over and stood behind the priestess. Sylvia sensed a hint of threat from this cat demi-human. She was formidable. The guards left, leaving only 3 in the room, a bird demi-human and 2 cat demi-humans. It felt like a hunt. Sylvia was not intimidated. She represented Tower Master Lister, and the other was merely the leader of a settlement. Hello, Sylvia. You must have many questions for me. Why did you seek me out alone? Sylvia asked. Bianca said, You carry the scent of humans. That can't be the only reason. Many demi-humans have had contact with humans. But you are different. You have no smell of blood, and the things you carry are only found in city-states and sanctuaries, so they were all given to you by humans. Bianca turned around. This settlement is dangerous for you now. Many are hostile towards humans, and they have shown you hostility. Sylvia nodded slightly. Thank you for getting me out of that. She had no confidence she could have escaped unscathed if those people had closed in. Bianca shook her head. Many in the settlement bear deep hatred for humans. It's not safe for you to stay here, but I want to know, what exactly is your relationship with humans? What difference does it make to you? Bianca stated bluntly, We need food. If you are willing to procure some food for us, a lot of food, I will reward you handsomely and help you find the person you are looking for. For instance, a bird demi-human from a certain settlement a few years ago. Sylvia nodded. I will ask around for you. Thank you. Sylvia glanced at the tall cat demi-human Maya beside Bianca and asked, You aren't safe either, are you? You need a crowd of guards just to go out. Bianca fell silent. Maya sneered. Those fools actually think Bianca is harming them, deliberately making them weak so humans can kill them. Utterly hopeless. If it weren't for Bianca, they would have all perished in the beast's tide. Bianca said nothing, only appearing even more frail. I don't care what they think. If they dare lay a hand on you, I'll kill them first and then take you away, Maya declared. Sylvia found it very strange. Can you tell me how you suppress the demi-human curse? Bianca glanced at her and shook her head. I'm sorry, I cannot let you know for now. Sylvia left the treehouse, and the hostile gazes from before converged on her again. She returned to her original spot and saw the cat demi-human girl, who had received her jerky, being pulled by the clothes by an adult cat demi-human, lifted off the ground, yet the girl was not crying. Where is it? In your mouth. That's human food. Do you want to become a human slave? Don't you know what you should and shouldn't eat? Spit it out. Spit. The cat demi-human girl bit her lip tightly, the jerky slowly being forced out. Stop. Sylvia grabbed the young cat demi-human's wrist. The girl fell to the ground and quickly stuffed the jerky back into her mouth. You.
Damna tu man slava.
Humph is servitude etched into your bones. Everything about you is human. The surrounding hostility grew thicker. Emboldened, the young cat demi-human raised his hand to strike Sylvia's arm. Sylvia's eyes turned cold. She drew a dagger and swept it lightly. With a streak of shadow, a notch appeared on a tree 3 or 4 meters away. The talent of shadow affinity granted Sylvia the ability to barely manipulate shadows, but without becoming a masterclass, it was a great strain. Ah! What was that? Magic! The crowd began to retreat. Sister. Don't hurt Daddy. The girl spat out the jerky in big chunks. I won't eat it. Shirley won't eat it. Please don't hurt Daddy. Sylvia's heart clenched. She was silent for a moment, then ignored them. She quickly left the spot, found her mount, and rode out of the settlement. Lister and Elsa arrived at the mountain refuge. Harper now spent her days there, guarding her precious furnace and swinging her hammer with abandon. It seemed to be her greatest pastime. Lister had only set up a simple crude shelter there before. Today, he transported some leftover wood from furniture making using a pack camel. Lister planned to use crystal towers to build her a forging room. He also intended to improve the housing for the miners and construction crew there. The mountain shelter had relatively ample cave dwellings, but both the sanitary conditions and ventilation were poor. A foul stench permeated the air upon entering. If not for the unlimited supply of holy water, people would have fallen ill long ago. He and Elsa were quite adept at handling such terrain. In less than an hour, Elsa had neatly renovated the cave and constructed simple latrines, though the water issue remained unresolved, requiring daily transport from the main shelter. Lister set up some stone slabs to enclose the forge area and created convenient workbenches for Harper. Mog, hearing Lister's arrival, emerged from underground and flipped over like a puppy, revealing its belly. Since Mog can lay eggs, is there a male earth dragon out there? Lister wondered. What if another earth dragon returned? During the day, the crystal tower repelled magical beasts, but at night it was ineffective, and raged beasts paid no heed to the tower. He should inform the slaves here that holy water could be splashed on magical beasts with potentially miraculous effects. Harper had also been studying the enchanted longsword. She even spent nights clutching the sword, poring over its inscriptions, leading Lister to suspect she had some peculiar obsession. The slaves of the mountain shelter watched Lister employ his master abilities to repair the mountain and construct houses, their faces utterly numb. But when they saw the earth dragon Mog rolling over to show its belly, they all prostrated themselves in fear. They harbored a natural terror of powerful magical beasts. The captive Kieran had been living decently these days. The slaves amused themselves with him when tired. The slave contract did not prohibit deriving pleasure through abuse, as long as there was no intent to fight the slave master. Whenever Lister visited the shelter, poor Kieran would immediately kneel and beg to be taken away. Lister, seeing Kieran's loyalty at a barely passing 62 points, naturally refused his plea. There was no time to set up entertainment facilities, so they needed some amusement. These rogue troops had killed countless slaves, even taking lives for sport, leaving bloody traces in the shelter. Lister felt no pity for him. After completing the Starfall Furnace, Lister assigned no new wonder tasks to the mountain shelter people. Instead, he prioritized mining, aiming to stockpile copper and iron. With the Starfall Furnace's effect, any amount mined could be quickly smelted into high-quality ingots usable for tools, weapons, or sale for blue crystals. Lister suddenly recalled the Starfall Furnace's special effect. Weapons and armor crafted near it had a higher chance of enhanced quality. Harper had noticed this too. Arrowheads forged beside the furnace occasionally turned out sharper. Perhaps composite bows could also gain increased quality and power. So Lister reminded Harper to craft some composite bows when she had time. Higher quality ones could be given to master archers, while ordinary ones could be distributed to shelter slaves for protection in times of danger. After finishing matters at the mountain shelter, Lister keenly felt the scarcity of professionals. Everyone now juggled multiple tasks. Harper forged arrowheads, studied the enchanted sword, and researched composite bows. Elsa served as foreman, editor, and secretary all at once. He wondered if Tony could recruit some professionals. According to Stelea, even among the impoverished Wasteland, their place was considered the countryside. There simply weren't many powerful professionals. Only in distant larger city-states like Afra did the situation improve, with 10 named masters alone. Could be called a gathering of talents. Lister longed to go there and poach some talent for his shelter. They were desperately short-handed. After finishing, Lister returned to the main shelter, easily killing a few wandering goblins along the way. The density of magical beasts has increased significantly. There weren't this many during the day before, Elsa remarked. Back at the shelter, as dusk approached, a canine demihuman on watch spotted a mounted figure galloping in. Opening the wooden city gate, Sylvia entered. "Sister Sylvia, how was it? What's the situation?" Lister asked. He hadn't expected Sylvia to return so soon. Sylvia dismounted, her face etched with deep worry and sorrow. "I reached the demi-human settlement. The situation there is complicated." Sylvia recounted all she had witnessed. After listening, Lister found it deeply unsettling. Setting aside his concern for the white-haired catgirl, the entire settlement was clearly on the verge of splitting apart. The priestess Bianca, evidently just a child, had mastered a method to suppress the dark corruption, but it came at a cost. The overall exhaustion of the demihumans seemed to be the price. Still, it was better than dying directly in the beast's tide. The biggest issue, however, was the demihumans' extreme hostility toward humans. This problem had ancient roots. Due to the demihumans' frenzy issue, some city-state armies attacked them using ranged catapults to destroy watchtowers, slaughtering them and capturing them as slaves for immense profit. Such incidents occurred repeatedly, almost constantly. Even in peaceful areas, city-states forbade demihumans from entering at night, and nearly everyone cast discriminatory glances. This was far more severe than racial prejudice. Thus, within the shelter, demi-human slaves were immensely grateful just for a full meal, let alone Lister curing their dark corruption. Almost all demi-human slaves scored above 80 in loyalty, generally 10 points higher than the human slaves at the mountain shelter. They would not hesitate to take a fatal blow for Lister. Like Wovolt, after Lister bestowed master abilities upon him, his loyalty exceeded 90. Lister could order him to commit suicide without a shred of doubt. Not everyone treats demi-humans like you, Tower Master, Sylvia said, gazing at Lister with profound reverence. Sigh. Lister sighed. Little creatures were so wonderful. Why couldn't others understand? He loved little animals the most. The people of this world still needed to refine their aesthetics. Bianca. She intends for you to purchase food for her. Yes, my lord. That's impractical. I don't know if she's too naive or has other schemes. In the settlement, a girl forced to spit out a human's dried meat by her father. What do you think would happen if we sent food there? They might directly attack and rob, killing the transporters. Or being more loyal, they might refuse to eat a single bite and burn the food. Neither outcome is acceptable to me. Lister shook his head. And Bianca seems unable to protect herself. Those furious demihumans driven mad by hunger won't care about dark corruption or heed her commands. When that happens, war will surely break out. Sylvia furrowed her brow. Our sanctuary isn't far from them. Just over 4 hours away. Doesn't that mean they could attack us too? Lister glanced at the walls he had built along with the magic towers and arrow towers atop them and broke into a grin. Attack us? Very welcome. Weren't they just delivering themselves as labor? There are plenty of low-level sanctuaries around, and they've all suffered heavy losses in the recent beast tides. They'd have to be out of their minds to attack us. Sylvia's cheeks flushed slightly. Indeed, just looking at those walls was enough to inspire despair. But that doesn't mean there's no way. If she truly wants to sell grain, it's not impossible. After Fia's physique was enhanced, she led some beastman slaves in vigorously cultivating farmland. Now the grain output was nearly 10 times the consumption. Beside the cornucopia, a harvest could be reaped every 3 days. Even if everyone loosened their belts and ate freely, they couldn't consume much. Moreover, the grain he had was all premium varieties selected by FIA from across the world of excellent quality. Lister had already decided to have Tony expand a caravan dedicated to exporting grain. The Beastman settlement had at least several hundred people, and with blue crystals being useless to them, they must have hoarded a considerable amount. Selling grain to them would indeed be a good strategy. "Milord, do you have a plan?" Sylvia asked. Now, whenever she saw food, she recalled the scene of the little girl crying as she spat out the dried meat from her mouth, a sharp pang stabbing her heart. They shouldn't have to live like that. Tell the priestess we can provide food, but she must pay the full amount in blue crystals up front. We can transport the food to a concealed location, and let her send trusted people out pretending to seize it by force and carry it away. This will not only solve their immediate crisis, but also help solidify her position. Sylvia remained concerned. If discovered, it could backfire. Those angry people, upon learning the priestess is secretly trading with you, might act even more rashly. Then we'll make them have no choice but to eat our food. Lister's eyes narrowed slightly. Hatred was a difficult thing to dissolve. Especially this kind of century-old bone-deep hatred. Their parents, children, friends, those dearest to them, might have perished at human hands. Such people feared not death, a hatred was their very reason for living. What Lister needed was reconciliation. He hoped these beast men would become his subordinates, a productive force to contribute to the construction of future wonders. Eradicating such deep-seated hatred in a short time was impossible. If necessary, he would have to eliminate some of them or force them into slave contracts. Sylvia too guessed Lister's thoughts. As a beast man and former slave, she understood the depth of hatred better than anyone. Lister said, "Given the situation, they'll act soon. Well, aid the targets of the beastman's attack. Not everyone will choose to fight to the death. When necessary, we can side with Bianca and help her eliminate the dissenters." Sylvia was to return to the city-state tomorrow. For tonight, they would rest. The next day, after breakfast prepared by Sword Saint Seth himself, Lister approached the new wonder, the Golden Ledger. This was a small wonder about the size of a cornucopia and nearly complete. Lister joined the construction, directly doubling the speed. Sustaining his stamina with crystal towers, Lister labored for an hour, drenched in sweat. Yet the wonder was successfully completed. Lister activated it immediately. A golden book-shaped statue mounted on an exquisite black stone base, materialized on the open ground radiating a blue glow. Not bad. With the cornucopia, the blue crystals dropped from monsters at night will increase by a significant margin. Tony's profits would also see a boost. A 20 increase was no small matter, especially since nearly all sources of blue crystals would yield an extra 20. For a merchant, a 20 chance was enough to make them risk the journey across the wasteland to sell goods in a city-state half a month away. Next up is the library of 10,000 volumes. Lister transmitted the library's contents to the workers and Elsa, and construction resumed. There was definitely a synergy between the observatory and the library of 10,000 volumes. The library's mental enhancement covered the entire sanctuary, including the observatory. When that happened, the research speed within the observatory would increase by far more than just 100. The combination might yield a 11 effect. The mountain sanctuary is short on manpower. The mountain sanctuary now had only 17 people, and with minerals needing to be mined, not everyone could be assigned to wonder construction. Transferring people from the main sanctuary was also costly. More slaves needed to be purchased. But the beastman trade had become difficult. Tiga had grown fearful, especially with a hostile beastman settlement nearby that had plundered many passing caravans, killing their owners. Now there were almost no beastman slaves left in the city-state. There were plenty of refugees who could be bought, but their work efficiency and loyalty were far inferior to beastmen, making them a poor value. Having tasted the benefits of quality workers, Lister had lost interest in ordinary slaves. The beastman settlement. I must find a way to lure them all over. Everyone stood on the city walls watching the monsters gradually appear. This had become a daily ritual at the sanctuary. Since the calamity, the number of monsters had increased and powerful ones were growing more common. No one knew when a dangerous Tier 3 monster or something else might appear. Stelea gazed at the starry sky, eyes closed as if performing divination. In truth, it was much the same. She was prophesying. A master prophet's predictions carried significant weight. After a long while she opened her eyes. Lister noticed that Stelea's demeanor had changed drastically. She seemed to have witnessed something terrifying, her brows tightly knit and her breathing rapid. What happened? Stelea took a deep breath, looking at Lister. I saw a blood-red sky, the moon as if soaked in blood, casting hellish despair upon the earth. What does that mean? Lister despised riddles. Stelea's face paled. I foresaw another calamity. Lord Lister, one of the 10 great calamities. The blood moon. What? Elsa gasped. The beast tides in the past month alone equal the total of the previous decade. Can calamities occur consecutively? Stelea shook her head. In all of history, such a thing has never happened. The Wasteland is about to undergo a massive upheaval. However, I cannot determine the exact timing of this calamity, but it certainly won't come soon. That's good news. I still have enough time to develop, Lister said. We must also inform the city-state so they can prepare. As he spoke, Stelea frowned again. I also saw a reflection of the past. A young griffin escaping from arrows on the city walls, now recovering from its injuries. Oh! Lister naturally remembered the griffin from a few days ago. He had coveted the little griffin for a long time, but had assumed it was dead and put it out of mind. Now it seemed the little creature was hiding somewhere, nursing its wounds. Although the cooldown for the Horn of Subjugation wasn't over yet, he could still capture the griffin first. Can you foresee where it is? Sylvia didn't speak but closed her eyes again. It will attack a nearby shelter tomorrow, drawn by its water source and livestock. It is very hungry. Stella revealed this intelligence. Excellent. Lister perked up. He wasn't overly concerned about the impending blood moon. The shelter was developing rapidly, and by the time the blood moon arrived it would undoubtedly have advanced another tier. In fact, Lister even looked forward to the blood moon's arrival. As long as he could withstand the calamity, perhaps it would yield a bounty of equipment just like the dungeon surge. The drop rate from ordinary monsters was far too low, yielding only a few blue crystals. The cornucopia was their main source of income. However, in large-scale beast tides, there were elite monsters wielding enchanted weapons and bosses carrying even more precious treasures. Lister's greatest gain from the dungeon surge wasn't the enchanted weapons or the large quantity of blue crystals from the cornucopia, but the 4 magic tower cores. According to Stella, these cores would be worth at least a dozen pink crystals in Avra. The refraction tower was far superior to the arrow tower in both power and destructive capability. The only drawback was that the arrow tower at Lister's main shelter could train new swordmasters. Replacing it with a refraction tower meant losing those slots. He could choose to dismantle the refraction tower and replace it with a magic tower, but doing so would cause the archer masters trained by that arrow tower to lose their power. For now, it wasn't necessary. Don't worry about disasters that haven't come yet. We've easily overcome all the recent crises, Lister comforted. Aisha was also unconcerned. She believed Lister would find a way to pull through. Let's first consider where the young griffin might appear. Sylvia said, when I was in the city-state, I inquired. Besides the Griffin family who are closest to us, there is also the Mason family. Their patriarch passed away not long ago, leaving only his widow and youngest son to guard the shelter. It's a Tier 3 shelter, quite old and relatively wealthy. In addition, there is Victor Hamilton, a middle-aged human with a son and a daughter. He also has a Tier 3 shelter with simple stone walls, and many slaves, some of whom are demihumans. The Hamilton shelter is also the closest to the demihuman settlement and is adjacent to a river. I heard someone mention that name in the demihuman village. Lister nodded. It sounds like the demihumans are likely to target them. Yes, those two shelters are the closest to us and the demihuman tribes. Sylvia said. Stella noted a key point. Are you saying the Hamilton family has built city walls? Yes, reportedly low stone walls and a moat to defend against magical beast attacks. That was indeed a good idea. Before becoming a master of architecture, Lister had planned the same. Who would have thought the master's ability would be so exaggerated that two masters could raise tall city walls from flat ground? Stella said, that's it. The griffin will appear in their territory. Then let's visit our neighbors tomorrow. As for how to catch the griffin, just cripple it and bring it back. They had a handful of archer masters. The cooldown for the subjugation statue was 12 days. They could keep it for a while and then force a contract. Lister savored the thought. Night fell. Aisha and Stella were in the study poring over the stone tablet. Miss Stella, have you deciphered the content on this stone tablet? Thanks to your interpretation of the script, I can roughly tell that it records a history like an autobiography of that necromancer. Stella occasionally glanced at the book Aisha was holding. I hope we can find the cause of the Wasteland cataclysm. My teacher has been searching for the reason behind the Wasteland's formation for over a century, accumulating invaluable knowledge. This time there will surely be progress. Stella looked again at the book in Aisha's hands. Aisha smiled. Here, it's your turn to read. Hee hee. Stella took the updated Journey to the West from Lister. A little black coal ball popped out from her collar, staring with wide dark eyes as it began to read. Is this your pet? You mean charcoal? It's my teacher's magical creation, a new life reshaped from scattered soul fragments. It's connected to my teacher's magic tower and serves as a medium for communication between us. How cute. Does it have its own thoughts? Charcoal lifted its head with a smug expression. Nonsense. I'm very intelligent. It spoke in a soft, adorable, lowly voice. Aisha reached out. Can I pet it? Charcoal shrank back. Hey no, what do you take me for? Magical creations are independent life forms. We have personalities and dignity. We are not playthings for you humans, demihumans, elves, or dwarves. Purr. Stella expertly scratched under its chin. Aisha seized the opportunity to join in. Master Lister's vision is profound. Besides this interesting novel, the books he has written in his study are all very profound, touching on the essence of the world and the philosophy of life. Not only that, but he is also proficient in military strategy construction, and even has deep research into the obscure fields of alchemy and botany. It's hard to imagine how he acquired so much knowledge at such a young age. I even feel that if I were to follow Master Lister and learn all the knowledge he possesses, even if I were locked in a cage studying from before sunrise until after sunset without rest, I wouldn't be able to finish it in over 20 years. Aisha shuddered. That sounds like hell. Stella nodded. I can't even imagine it. The longest I've been confined by my teacher was 2 years, and I could only read magic books and draw formation diagrams every day. I was almost driven to madness. Lister, fresh from his bath, passed by the doorway and overheard their conversation. Silently wiping a tear, he returned to his room. Only he knew the bitterness and loneliness within. By the way, why does Master Lister compile so many books? Aisha said. It might be because of the myriad volumes library that construction began today. Is there something special about this library? There must be, but we just don't know yet. Aisha took a deep breath. Even as a master of architecture, I still cannot fully comprehend the blueprints of these wonders granted by Master Lister. Each wonder possesses divine power. You must have noticed, right? The miraculous holy water, the rapidly growing crops, the beautiful beehive. Eating the honey actually made my spirit clearer. My strength also increased greatly, and the city walls can repair themselves. Stella listed them off like treasures, then looked at Aisha. So the observatory tower Master Lister is building. Aisha wore a confident expression, of course. Trust the boss. The observatory tower will be completed successfully and will exceed your imagination. Can you give me a hint? Stella became excited. You're a master of architecture. You must know the effects of the observatory tower, right? Aisha scratched her head. Well, I only understand part of it. I am so curious. What exactly is the observatory tower like? You could ask Lord Lister to impart his knowledge of the observatory tower to you. But I don't understand architecture. Elsa suddenly thought of something. Lord Lister had this idea long ago. The textbook he asked me to compile was for this very purpose. Come take a look for me. The beast man and the elf sat together. The feathers and the elf's elongated ears cast flickering shadows in the candlelight reflecting Elsa's elegant handwriting. I have compiled the fundamental knowledge of architecture and the basics of writing. Stella opened the book and read for over 10 minutes. Wow, Elsa, what you've written is truly excellent. Having read the beginning, I feel I already understand what architecture is. This whole book contains the knowledge I mastered when I first entered the world of architecture. I'm currently compiling expert-level content. Stella nodded repeatedly. I will study this book thoroughly. Elsa felt a bit delighted. It was a wonderful feeling to have her first book acknowledged by someone. I can show it to the boss tomorrow. By the way, the boss' architectural skill far surpasses that of a master. You can consult him to get started faster, and then you'll be able to participate in building the observatory tower. Exactly. All mage towers must be personally constructed by the mage. She had been indulging in comfort these past 2 days, soaking in a bath for an hour daily, and enjoying the delicacies researched by Master Seth and the Tower Lord. There were even novels to read at night far more captivating than the night tales from the Eastern Kingdoms. I must work hard. Then I'll seek Tower Lord Lister's advice on architecture tomorrow. I want to inscribe the runes on the observatory tower with my own hands. The next day, Stella lay in the bath drinking hot milk so comfortable she nearly swooned. Study. Lister looked at Stella, who had just emerged from the bath with dark circles under her eyes. Did you not sleep last night? I read the architecture book Elsa wrote. I'm not sure if my direction is correct, and I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Lister looked at Stella's status panel, which indeed now showed Architecture Apprentice 210. You have great talent. You've already become an architecture apprentice. Really? Stella leaned over the table, pressing close to Lister's face, a blush coloring her cheeks. Pushing aside a strand of her golden hair, Lister nodded. That's right, your direction is correct. Then, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Well, about that. Although personally tutoring the elf was tempting, he had other matters today. He needed to set out to visit their neighbors. Stella, theory is always just theory. True knowledge comes from practice. Only by experiencing construction work firsthand can you truly understand what architecture is all about. You should go to the construction site, press your skin against the wild stones and earth, let sweat water your spirit carve the runes with a hammer, and only then will you truly progress. I'll give you the blueprints for the observatory tower. For the sake of the sanctuary and for yourself, go and strive at the construction site, young lady. By the way, ask Elsa for theoretical knowledge. She is a genius. After saying this, Lister took a sip of holy water. Old habits from working construction sites die hard. Beside him, Stella's eyes widened as if these words had struck her very soul. Theory is always just theory. True knowledge comes from practice. True progress. Every word seemed to resonate with her century-long journey of learning. So that's it. It was only after leaving my teacher's mage tower that my prophetic abilities achieved a master-level breakthrough. I understand, Tower Lord. I will work hard. Lister casually transmitted the construction method of the observatory tower to Stella. This is no longer the simple structure from the beginning. After it's built, Stella can absorb a vast amount of knowledge, and might even become an expert directly. It seems my method is correct. I need to finish the textbook quickly. I wonder if Tony can recruit professionals from various trades for me. After sending Stella away, Lister mounted his warhorse, and accompanied by Harper and Wolfett headed towards the location of the Hamilton family. 3 archer masters were more than enough to handle a griffin. Furthermore, Lister was also an architecture master. If a real fight broke out, his power should not be underestimated, so there was no need to worry even if the griffin got close. Today Sylvia headed towards the Beastman settlement according to her discussion with Lister. Elsa continued compiling her textbook. After the group left, the sanctuary continued its normal development. Over 3 hours later, following a river, the 3 arrived before a sanctuary enclosed by stone walls. Don't approach yet. The griffin hasn't appeared. Lister dismounted and rested in the shade of a tree on a hillside. This is truly a good place. Mountains, water, and the safety level isn't low either. Lister's eyesight was now excellent. He could see the details of the sanctuary. There are 8 people patrolling the walls. There are over 30 slaves, some Beastman slaves chained and working. Their strength is not weak, Lister said. A sanctuary of this strength can rank among the top in the Wasteland. Harper felt a pang of pity seeing the Beastman slaves. Beside him, Wolfett, on his first trip out with Lister, was nervous and tense. Lord Harper isn't nervous at all. This is the Tower Lord. This morning Stella said the griffin would appear at noon. It should be soon. They didn't wait long. A dark silhouette appeared in the distant sky, followed by an angry screech that echoed across the heavens. The soldiers patrolling the walls looked up in panic. They had never seen a magical beast attack a sanctuary in broad daylight. And what kind of beast was that? The griffin began its dive towards the ground, its speed increasing rapidly, soon turning into a golden streak. Boom! An arrow tower that had just begun to attack was shattered by this single strike, rendered completely inoperable. 1 out of 5 arrow towers was destroyed in an instant. Everyone fell into chaos. Occasionally a few feeble arrows were loosed, not even coming close to the griffin's shadow. Inside the central stone house, a bearded young man emerged, loudly commanding those around him. Harper picked up his compound bow. After consuming the strength-enhancing honey, the overall draw weight of the sanctuary's compound bows had increased significantly. Lister could now easily draw a compound bow with an initial draw weight of 120 pounds. Once drawn, it required minimal strength to maintain. Harper's bow had an initial draw weight of 150 pounds, while Wolfett's was slightly lower at 130 pounds. This was just the force needed to draw them. The force upon release could reach 220,300 pounds, nearly double. Coupled with the armor-piercing arrowheads forged recently using the Falling Star Forge, which occasionally had quality-improved properties, they were certainly capable of piercing the griffin's hide. Especially the master abilities Armor Pierce of Harper and Wolfett, which were far more powerful than the sniper arrow towers. Should we make our move, my lord? Lister shook his head. Wait a little longer. 3 figures lurked on the hillside, watching the griffin wreak havoc within the sanctuary. Before long, the second arrow tower was also destroyed. The remaining 3 arrow towers initiated a joint defense. Among them, a sniper tower successfully wounded the griffin, even setting its feathers ablaze. Scree! The griffin, enraged, smashed through a section of the wall, then rushed to the water's edge to extinguish the flames on its feathers. Kill it! Kill it now! Provoked, the griffin suddenly soared into the air, its body enveloped in a cyan glow reminiscent of the magic Stella had cast. The arrows fired from the tower aimed at it were all snapped by this cyan light. It has awakened its bloodline magic, a power that only manifests during its growth phase. Harper said, Scree! What a strange noise. Lister was still pondering. Should he wait for the griffin to dismantle this sanctuary before they made their move? That way they could not only capture the griffin, but also claim a crystal tower, gaining an additional sanctuary. It was not impossible. However, the biggest issue was that the griffin might flee. It wouldn't necessarily fight to the death. As expected, the griffin was already weary, its strength sapped by prolonged injury and hunger. It turned its gaze toward the pasture at the edge where 2 pack beasts and some sheep grazed. Now! The griffin dove down, its claws piercing a sheep's chest and abdomen, then soared back up, preparing to leave. At that moment, an arrow of indistinct shape shot through the air, crossing over 300 meters in an instant to strike precisely at the wound on the griffin's wing. Scree! The griffin, wincing in pain, dropped a few feet in altitude. 3 warhorses galloped from the distance. Harper drew his composite bow, aimed, and released. The arrow, with its immense penetrating power, struck the griffin just as it steadied itself, piercing its wing once more. A flurry of feathers scattered in the air as the griffin bore the pain and continued its ascent. Someone's come to help us. An archer. A master archer. Thank heavens we're saved. Victor Hamilton, relieved, resumed controlling the sniper tower to attack the griffin. The griffin had now flown beyond the walls, but arrows pursued it relentlessly, each one avoiding vital spots and targeting its wings instead. The griffin's rage gradually turned to fear. These arrows. Vague memories surfaced. A towering wall seemed to appear before its eyes. It had been gravely wounded by such attacks before. It must escape. The 3 warhorses galloped swiftly. With ever more wounds on its wings, the griffin flew lower and lower until it finally crashed to the ground. The 3 approached. The griffin's eyes blazed with fury as it opened its sharp beak toward Lister, emitting a threatening roar. Scree! Darling, your cursing sounds like a coquette's whine. Lister dismounted. The griffin narrowed its eyes and waited in silence. Finally, as Lister drew near, it lunged.
Donfus.
Several stone spikes erupted from the ground, intercepting its movement and encasing it entirely. The griffin, having gathered its strength, slammed headlong into a stone pillar, dazed and dizzy. Name: none. Race: Griffin. Talent: Wind. Affinity: Epic. Loyalty: 0. Status: Dark Corruption. Inactive: Ear Pain, Hunger, Fury, Dizzy. An epic tier talent, and indeed Wind Affinity. Lister felt a headache coming on. How was he supposed to transport it back? Had forgotten to bring a cart. Scree! The griffin continued to whimper. In the distance, Victor Hamilton arrived with a squad of soldiers. Thank you for your aid. May I ask who you are? Victor inquired. I'm Lister, a nearby tower lord. I happened to pass by and saw the griffin attacking you. Ah, so you're Lord Lister. I've heard of your heroic deeds during the city-state's defense. Victor Hamilton looked at the griffin with a peculiar glint in his eyes. May I ask what Lord Lister intends to do with this griffin? To be honest, I'm quite interested in this griffin. I plan to take it back to my sanctuary and keep it. As if hearing Lister's words, the griffin whimpered again. This is a dangerous magical beast. When fully grown, it possesses the strength of a tier 4 magical beast. Extremely perilous, Victor said. No need for your concern. Victor fell silent for a moment, then reined his horse back a few steps. Lister frowned. Throughout their exchange, Victor had never dismounted nor offered any gift of thanks. Instead, he exuded a hint of hostility. Finally, Victor Hamilton spoke. Lord Lister, this griffin has caused immense damage to my sanctuary. We also exerted great effort in subduing it. I appreciate your help, but could we handle the griffin ourselves? Harper and Wovet had already grasped their longbows. Lister smiled, genuinely amused by the sheer audacity. What a fool, daring to try and snatch prey from his jaws. Had he not witnessed the power Lister had just displayed? Where did his confidence come from? The dozen or so slaves behind him. Truly, fools existed in every world. And if I say no? Lister turned around. This? Victor Hamilton seemed to sense the aura of Harper and Wovet, recalling the sight of arrow after arrow striking the griffin moments ago. Victor Hamilton felt fear. 2 soldiers in leather armor, eager to impress their lord, stepped forward. Whoosh! In that instant, 2 arrows pierced their skulls. No one had time to react. Only the whistle of fletching cutting through the air was heard. The 2 corpses crumpled to the ground. Lister advanced a step and everyone else retreated too. Don't move. Victor stood frozen as Lister approached and patted his cheek. Nice beard. You should be grateful that the Tower Lords of the Wasteland are under the city-state's protection, or you'd be dead by now. Prepare the largest cart you have as a token of thanks. Victor stumbled back 2 steps, his legs giving way as he fell to his knees. Nodding stiffly, he stammered. Quick! Go bring the cart. Lister turned his gaze to the griffin. The whining creature had collapsed, utterly spent. Just now it seemed you could understand me. Lister crouched down before the griffin's head. Don't be afraid. I won't kill you. I'll lift your curse and give you enough to eat. So will you let me ride you? A lecherous grin spread across Lister's face. The griffin shuddered. Yes or no? Lister produced the holy water he had brought that morning and sprinkled it over the griffin's head. Instantly, the invisible curse dissipated like black mist. The griffin felt its body lighten considerably and some strength returned. Flee. Forget it. It couldn't escape. Harper said, high-tier magical beasts possess great intelligence and can understand human intentions. Lister extended his hand. The griffin did not resist, though it still shrank back warily. Yet its hostility had noticeably diminished. Let's transport it back first. Taming was certainly not something that could be accomplished overnight. It was best to wait for the horn of submission. Taking it back to confine it for a few days would temper its spirit. The carriage soon passed by. Victor Hamilton remained rooted to the spot, pinned by Harper's gaze, not daring to move a muscle. Lester felt a trace of helplessness. Killing a tower lord without authorization to seize their crystal tower was condemned by the city-states, marking the perpetrator as an enemy to all surrounding city-states, unless the other party declared war first. This practice minimized internal strife among tower lords, allowing them to better defend against magical beasts and produce resources. Moreover, a fool is soon parted from his folly. Lester still had use for Victor Hamilton. The Beastman settlement was not far away, and those beastmen still seethed with unspent fury. The Hamilton family would make an excellent target. The griffin had destroyed most of his shelter. Even if he didn't kill him, the man likely wouldn't survive long. Using his master ability, he loaded the griffin onto the carriage along with the sheep it had caught. This was the spoils of the hunt by our own child, of course we must take it back. The group turned and headed homeward. Not until the group had vanished over the horizon of the yellow plains did Hamilton and his men dare to slowly move their necks, which felt as stiff as rusted iron. Damn it all. A bunch of useless wretches, you just stood there and watched him humiliate me, humiliate your master. A pack of worthless good for nothings. Our shelter has suffered such enormous losses for nothing. All of you get to work. Work. For the next month, everyone's rations are reduced to 1 meal a day. Get out. All of you get out. The crowd dispersed. Victor Hamilton, his legs trembling, slowly walked towards his own collapsed stone house. What do you think of the name Whimperer? Lester, riding his warhorse, walked alongside the griffin. Intimidated by the griffin's formidable aura, the warhorses were restless. Fortunately, they were veterans of campaigns not against men but against many magical beasts. The griffin let out an angry snort. All right, let's think of something else. I think Sphinx is quite good, but I personally dislike that name. Harper and Wovet could see Lester was in good spirits talking such nonsense. How shall we deal with it, Lord Lester? Wait and then tame it with the horn of submission. This will be a great general for me in the future. Can such a magical beast truly be tamed? Wovet turned his head to look at the griffin, feeling a surge of fear that made him want to flee. The scent it emitted sent his instincts into a frenzy of alarm. Of course, it will become our companion, just like the land dragon Mog. A griffin is far more powerful than a land dragon. An adult griffin is known as a 5th-tier magical beast capable of wielding magic. Harper exclaimed, "The Lord is truly omnipotent." Haha, now we must see how things are going on Sylvia's end. There is still work to be done today. At the Beastman settlement. The moment Sylvia appeared at the outskirts, she was stopped by a canine beastman. It was Hart, the same beastman who had guided her before. You shouldn't have come back. If the high priest hadn't ordered that no one harm you, many would have been unable to restrain themselves, Hart said. I have matters to discuss with your high priest. Follow me. The two of them, watched by the crowd, the entire way arrived at the treehouse built from withered trees. The frail Bianca, still under Maya's protection, sat at the table, studying the text on the parchment before her. You should rest for a while, Bianca. I'm fine. Can you bring me that ink over there, Maya? After you finish this, you must get some sleep. Who is it? High Priest, it's Sylvia. Hearing this, Bianca immediately sat up from her chair. Sylvia, you're back. Do you have good news? Sylvia entered and said, I have pledged my allegiance to a tower lord. He has expressed a willingness to trade food with the settlement, but he worries that even if you obtain the food, many might refuse to eat it out of resentment. Bianca nodded, sinking into deep thought. As if weakened by exhaustion and sleep deprivation, her mind moved sluggishly and a troubled expression crossed her face. Seizing the opportunity, Sylvia said, The Tower Lord has provided us with a solution. What solution? Bianca's eyes lit up. We can put on an act with you. You send out some people, those you trust absolutely, and pretend that the food was plundered by them. Of course, the Tower Lord requires payment up front. Maya's eyes widened. Payment up front? What if you take the money and then renege on the deal? You've got the question wrong. You are the ones making the request, Sylvia said with some displeasure. Hey you, Maya. Bianca stopped Maya and said, Indeed, we are the ones making the request. We are willing to pay up front. Please tell me the specific plan. Find a place. Well, transport the grain there. Then your people come to plunder it and we flee. It's that simple. All right. Bianca took a pink crystal from a drawer under the table. The grain isn't worth this much money. Sylvia had specifically checked the price of grain. Even with a significant markup, it wouldn't require a unit like a pink crystal. I know. This is my sincerity. I hope the Tower Lord you serve will not break his word. For long-term cooperation, I will provide more pink crystals. Sylvia remained silent. Bianca was not a naive child. Though her methods were unrefined, this was a highly effective one. At the very least, seeing the pink crystal would make anyone choose long-term cooperation over immediate betrayal. Also, Sylvia, I wish to meet the Tower Lord you serve. I can sense that you trust him deeply. He must not be harsh towards beastmen, is that not so? Sylvia broke into a smile. Of course. He is a very, very peculiar man. Gentle, generous. The look in his eyes when he regards us holds not a trace of disgust. He saved me. This makes me even more curious. I hope to have the chance to meet him. Bianca turned around. I know a stone valley. Here is a map. Tomorrow at dusk I will dispatch a team of 10. No problem. Sylvia left. Maya was restless and anxious. Are you sure about this? You can't keep this deal a secret from everyone. Of course I know. Bianca seemed to be holding her breath constantly, her heart perpetually in suspense. I also know that they have already planned their actions. They are no longer satisfied with raiding caravans. They plan to attack the shelter to rescue their kin. But that would provoke a counterattack from the city-states. We only just managed to gather here. Who is it that wants to cause trouble? They'll go teach them a lesson. It's useless. Bianca sighed. Ignore them. You lead the team tomorrow. You must secure the food. There's no need to worry about my safety, Bianca said. As long as the secret of the divine artifact remains undisclosed, they won't lay a hand on me. Maya gritted her teeth in frustration. I'll listen to you. After Sylvia had walked a fair distance from the treehouse, her ears twitched slightly. Once she confirmed she could no longer hear any sound, she quickened her pace and departed. Returning to the sanctuary, Lister watched the construction site with great interest. Stella shed her ornate elven robes, donned Aisha's simple attire, and climbed onto the scaffolding. She swung her arms with full force, hammering patterns into the stones meant for the observatory tower, the clanging sounds echoing through the air. What a scene of youthful vigor! Fia emerged from the hive, casting a disdainful glance at Lister. You're just indulging your own twisted tastes, you heartless boss. How can you say that? Practice is undoubtedly the fastest way to improve. Didn't you yourself become a master after toiling on my sanctuary's land for a few days? Don't forget your roots, halfling. Humph, you even remember I'm a halfling. Why didn't you say that when you made me cultivate the land all by myself?
Don't talk nonsense.
I worked the fields with you too. You? Ahem. Aisha approached. My lord, I've nearly finished compiling the textbook on written language. I've included all the characters I can recall, each with example sentences. Excellent, let me have a look. Aisha handed him the book. Lister flipped through the pages one by one. Seeing this, Fia didn't cause any trouble. Instead, she walked over to Harper and boasted, The honey fruit wine I brewed will be ready in a few days. We must drink ourselves into a stupor then. There's wine. You must include this old man too. Seth exclaimed, rising from his recliner like a corpse. Hee, everyone will get a share. You must give me your opinions on it. I never thought I'd taste fine fruit wine on the Wasteland again. It's truly nostalgic. It reminds me of my days learning swordsmanship in the Eastern Kingdom. Seth fell into memory. I was barely 10 back then. My master found me too rowdy, and then discovered that feeding me some sweet water brewed from fruits would keep me quiet. Lister, is this right? He stopped listening to their idle chatter. Lister found that Aisha had perfectly realized his vision. The book was flawless. Studying it would surely allow one to master the written language within a few months. Especially once the myriad volumes library was built and his mental strength increased, his learning efficiency would undoubtedly soar. Moreover, their sanctuary also had the blessed hive, which could enhance mental fortitude. If someone still couldn't learn under these conditions, they were truly a blockhead not worth carving, and they should just stick to fighting hard on the construction site. Have you finished making the table for personnel statistics? It's done. Aisha lifted her chin with pride. Your method is truly astonishing. This thing called a table is so clear and easy to understand. Name, age, literacy, past work experience. Everything is clear at a glance. Then let's start the census tonight. Find those who can read to be the first teachers and gather everyone after dark for instruction. How long should the teaching last? Lister pondered for a moment, then said, assess them once a week. You set the exams to track their progress. Those who pass the test are considered graduated. Only those who graduate from the literacy exam can apply to become apprentices in various professions. Of course, they can also apply to become teachers and teach the remaining people. Then we can release a quota for freemen. As for how to select them, Aisha proactively said, Tower Master, I think we shouldn't give out too many quotas. Perhaps becoming an expert-level professional could earn one a spot, or making sufficient contributions could also grant one. Those willing to help with teaching should also be rewarded. Not bad. Lister was very pleased. Aisha had already learned to manage the employees from the boss perspective. What an excellent little secretary. From now on he could have his secretary handle the work while he enjoyed the Wasteland colloquialism. I'll leave the specific rules to you. I trust you, Aisha. Aisha's face flushed slightly as she nodded firmly. I will definitely create rules that will satisfy you. Was the scientific genius talent being somewhat wasted here? Lister felt that what Aisha was doing was exactly what the sanctuary needed most right now. It was definitely a case of using the best steel for the blade's edge. To reward Aisha, he decided to copy out a few more chapters of the novel today. Just as he was thinking this, Sylvia entered through the city gate and reported to Lister the results of today's conversation and the intelligence she had gathered. Prepare the food for tomorrow and deliver it to the location she specified. Nightfall. The Arrow Tower continued its diligent work, reaping the lives of the frenzied magical beasts. Lister was filled with regret. When he was planning the castle, he had placed bathrooms on both the first and second floors, intending to heat the holy spring water and transport it through stone pipes to the bathing pools. At this moment, he had to acknowledge the wisdom of the Neon people. Bathrooms should not be built separately. He should have built a single large pool on the first floor with men and women separated on either side by a partition made of bamboo or other, with leaving some tantalizing gaps in between. This way, while relaxing in the bath, one could hear the chirping and chattering from the other side, adding a touch of romantic interest. He'll renovate the bathroom later under the pretext of expanding it. Downstairs, Sylvia and Aisha sat side by side, enjoying the nourishment of the holy spring water. Beside them was a dazed Stella, exhausted from her labor. She only felt better after drinking some holy spring water. Harper was outside the water cleaning the filthy fur of Pello. FIA was in the shallow water area. I never imagined the Lord actually caught a griffin. That's a griffin. I've only heard the elders of the settlement talk about them, Harper said. When I saw it on the city wall, I was terrified. In the Tower Master's eyes, it seems it's already become his mount. Haha, the Tower Master can be a bit childish sometimes. Aisha seemed troubled. She said, I can't keep up with the Tower Master's thoughts. Why didn't he just give the holy spring water directly to the beast men in the settlement? They would have sworn loyalty to him too, wouldn't they? Harper held down the restless pillow and said, Not all beast men are as kind-hearted as you are, Aisha. Many of them have parents, friends, or children who died at the hands of humans. But the Tower Master didn't do that. FIA said, They won't care about that. I've seen many beast men. Hatred is the only reason they live. They hate all humans. Exactly. This isn't something that can be changed in the short term. Bringing them to the sanctuary would only add a lot of risks. Sylvia was also a bit worried. I understand, Aisha nodded. Sylvia said, Bianca expressed a strong desire to meet the Tower Master.
Fio snorted coldly.
That little girl is no match for that old fox, Lister. She'll probably be coaxed over here too. Load all the grain onto the cart. Leave 2 people to come with me, Sylvia commanded. Harper stepped forward. I'll go with you. There might be danger. After bathing together, they had all become more familiar with each other. All right, Sylvia smiled. Lister, meanwhile, was practicing swordsmanship with Seth. Bianca said she wants to meet me. This might be a good opportunity, but now is not the best time. You are a genius unseen in a century, Seth said. In a year or 2, your swordsmanship will surpass mine. You flatter me, Lister replied, sheathing his sword. Seth continued. With the holy water's aid, I feel 10 years younger. Those old injuries have miraculously healed. Unbelievable. Haha, then I must congratulate you. Seth said, I've been unable to help much just freeloading here. It's a bit embarrassing. Don't say that. You're my sword instructor. Besides, you've spoiled my appetite. If you leave, ill waste away. Haha. Seth laughed heartily. Then he lowered his head. I have a request. Speak. When I was young, a demihuman saved my life. I've always respected your attitude toward them. I beg you not to slaughter the nearby demihuman settlements. Lister shook his head. Sacrifice is inevitable. I need stable development, but I've never liked killing. I can only promise to avoid innocent casualties. That is enough. Seth Finch knelt on one knee. I was just a disappointed old man seeking a peaceful end to my days. But in these few days I've seen hope. I see a power that can change this world, and its source is you, Tower Master Lister. I want to see what your sanctuary becomes. A history free from endless blood feuds and the future of this wasteland. For that I offer my loyalty and my meager strength. I hope you accept. Lister fell silent. He had always moved forward, methodically abhorring the world's systems, discrimination, persecution, oppression, and slaughter. But he had never looked so far ahead. The future of the wasteland. I will try, Mr. Seth Finch. I accept your allegiance. Seth smiled. Lister helped him up. Seth said, I overheard you and Miss Sylvia. Where do you think the demi-human settlement will strike? Most likely the Hamilton family's sanctuary. There are many demi-human slaves there bound by chains for heavy labor along with crops and livestock. Victor Hamilton is a fool. Let them fight. It will benefit our cooperation with the demi-human settlement. Who do you think will win? A few days ago Hamilton might have held, but the Griffin destroyed his walls and watchtowers. If you need, he'll go to Hamilton's sanctuary and help him repel the demi-humans. Seth, seasoned in war and strife, guessed Lister's thoughts. If both sides are crippled and the demi-humans get no food, that's best for us. You pity them and want to let them act. But if they free their kin and get food, they'll grow crazier, drawing more demi-humans into revenge. If you want act, let me be your sword. Lister took a deep breath. Seth saw further than he imagined, reminding him not to be ambiguous about the demi-human settlement. You didn't want to harm demi-humans? For the future of the wasteland and demi-humans, I'll bear this slaughter. I agree. A crude caravan of camels and warhorses trekked across the wasteland. Is there really a merchant convoy here? Maya said coldly, stop the chatter. I say there is, so there is. Just rob them and don't cause trouble. Understood, Lady Maya. They reached a rocky valley and indeed saw 2 camel carts laden with cloth sacks guarded by only 2 people. It's real. The smell of grain, no mistake. Charge. Tonight we'll have porridge. They rushed like demons. The 2 guards immediately fled. Maya gathered by the camels, scanning the surroundings. A dog-eared demi-human slashed the sacks with a dagger, and seeing wheat and beans spill out, he swallowed excitedly. Great. My daughter won't starve. Great. Lady Maya, you're incredible to get such intelligence. Lost in excitement, they didn't notice the scent of other demi-humans nearby. The group returned to the settlement to cheers. Under Bianca's direction, each demi-human received a small bag of grain to cook into porridge enough for 4 or 5 days. Still too little, but ITLL tied us over. Bianca sighed with relief. Good thing they didn't break their word, or ID have made them pay. Today is Radiance Day. 21 people left, led by Benjamin, heading for the Hamilton sanctuary. They planned to ambush Victor Hamilton on his way to the city and then storm the place. Bianca said. Maya grew anxious. Should I stop them? Bianca shook her head. I can't hinder them nor help them. Oh, Maya, contact Sylvia. Arrange another meeting soon. I hope for more food. Benjamin and his demi-humans crouched on the same slope Lister had. This is divine will. The damned Hamilton's wall has a huge hole and several watchtowers are broken. A perfect opportunity. We don't need to wait for old Victor to leave. We can attack directly. Listen to me, dodge the watchtowers, enter the sanctuary, kill Victor Hamilton, disable the towers, rescue our kin, and seize the grain. Move out. The guards on patrol saw figures charging and instinctively stepped back. Realizing it wasn't the black-haired tower master who terrified them, they regained confidence and shouted in alarm. Battle erupted instantly. The demihumans with agile bodies and shields deflected volleys from the watchtowers, quickly closing in to the tower's blind spots. With 3 watchtowers lost, the sanctuary couldn't inflict many casualties. Once inside the walls, the demihumans used the blind spots to rush the central stone house. Victor Hamilton burst out, sword in hand, glaring at the demihumans. "Damned beasts daring to attack my sanctuary. Kill them all." Chaos ensued. Guards countered with bows and spears. 20 slaves under orders took up arms, while the demi-human slaves cowered in corners. In the first clash, the demi-humans slaughtered several guards single-handedly. Ordinary guards had never experienced real combat. At most, they stood on the city walls watching the arrow towers shoot down approaching magical beasts. The recent beast tides had terrified them. Many of their comrades had been sent by the Tower Master as human shields to fend off the beast charges, resulting in numerous deaths. Now the demi-humans were even more ferocious than the nocturnal magical beasts. Though the magical beasts were powerful, they were merely beasts, bereft of reason in their frenzy, easily dealt with by the arrow towers. But these demi-humans had brains. They knew to evade the arrow towers' attacks and break through at the weakest points. Their target was clear: the Tower Master Victor Hamilton. The slaves were caught in a dilemma. Damn it all. They had signed the strictest slave contract. If the slave master died, they would die along with him. Kill these beasts. Hearing the guard's words, the demi-humans grew even more furious. Blood splattered continuously, people kept falling. Victor Hamilton, seeing his men outmatched, turned and fled into the stone house where his wives and children were. They all hid in the cellar. "Hey, you think hiding underground is safe? Kill him and this shelter is ours. Kill him. Kill all these human slaves too." Whoosh. Ah. Thud. The dull sounds of bodies hitting the ground came from behind. Benjamin turned to see a human draped in a burlap cloak, hood obscuring his face, wielding a rusted long sword picked up at random. He used no flashy techniques, simply swinging the sword with each stroke. The demi-humans who were slaughtering human slaves were swiftly cut down. "You! Who are you? I advise you not to meddle." The Tower Master was right. Some rotten flesh must be cut away for the whole body to heal better. A slightly aged voice rang out. Benjamin's hair stood on end. "Charge! Kill him!" A group of demi-humans rushed forward. Seth swung his sword continuously. These ordinary demi-human warriors were no match for him, falling like wheat before a scythe one after another. "What do you want? Take this shelter. Just leave us some food." Benjamin retreated step by step. "Sending others forward while you retreat. Demi-human leader." Seth's gaze held a hint of pity. "Damn it, who are you? Everyone, retreat." Benjamin shouted, leading the remaining 5 to flee toward the other side of the wall. Seth tossed the long sword to the ground. His robe bore not a single bloodstain. "Come out, Tower Master Victor. The demi-humans have left." After a rustling sound, the stone house door opened, and the Hamilton family emerged, staring in horror at the surrounding chaos. Victor clenched his teeth. "Thank you, sir, for saving my shelter. Could you please stay and protect us until I can recruit new men?" Seth sighed. Truly a fool. Without replying, he turned and left. Soon after, at the demi-human settlement, several people stumbled back in disgrace. As soon as Benjamin arrived, he sensed something amiss. Wasn't the atmosphere a bit too cheerful? Smiles adorned everyone's faces. "Benjamin, how did it go? Why are only these few back?" an elder asked. "Damn it, we encountered a human powerhouse. We were no match." The elder sighed. "But it's fine. Today the priestess sent people to snatch some food from outside." Hearing this, Benjamin's expression grew complex as he glanced at the withered wooden house and walked toward a corner of the settlement. "What's going on?" A boy approached. "Maya took a few people out and came back with 2 carts of food. Boss, look, I even got a bag. Enough for days." Pathetic. Happy over a little handout. "But this food was also stolen. It doesn't conflict with our ideals." "You believe her words." The unease grew stronger. Benjamin tended to his wounds, then went to the river to drink some water. Night gradually fell. Benjamin arrived at the edge of the settlement. The slimes and goblins still tirelessly approached the shelter, only to be pinned down by the arrow towers and consumed by the wasteland. "Boss, that woman Bianca has gained a lot of recognition again. Our plan." Benjamin felt a knot in his stomach. This operation was supposed to be his best chance to build prestige. Whether successful or not, it would stir the settlement's demihumans into joining him in attacking the shelter. But the food Bianca had brought quelled most people's anger. Once full, they became content with the status quo. And he had returned in defeat empty-handed. Who would trust him now? Who would follow him? Silence fell. Suddenly, he heard shouts in the distance. Monster! A new monster! Help! The arrow towers can't kill it. Help! Benjamin sprinted toward the commotion. Gradually, he saw demihumans lying in pools of blood, spreading flames, and the shadow of a figure swinging a sword nearby. The memory of the day flooded back. He stepped back, sending others forward while you retreat. Damn it! Benjamin drew his long sword, his heart pounding. Before him stood a humanoid creature in dusty gray armor. No, not a creature, just a suit of armor. Black flames blazed from within the helmet, as if they were the soul driving the body. This was definitely a demonic beast, one never seen before. One by one, demihumans fell before Benjamin's eyes. Benjamin! Boss, get out of here! Quick! The sounds around him seemed to fade. Benjamin's ears were filled only with the disappointed voice of the swordsman from earlier that day. I don't always run either. The swordsman's movements from that day replayed in his mind. So, that was a sword master. Benjamin gripped his sword with both hands, charging forward steadily. A fiery red glow suddenly enveloped the blade. Clang! The sword struck the armor only to be deflected with a sharp sound. Whoosh! The armored demon beast spun, swinging its blade with blinding speed. Benjamin parried instantly, but the force sent him flying several meters. A third-tier magical beast. He was merely a sword expert. Even with a breakthrough and faint magical power, he couldn't stand alone against a third-tier beast. Aim for the flame in the helmet. Benjamin turned his head slightly to see Bianca at the front line, staff in hand. Maya was already charging in. She had no one protecting her. In this chaos, if he acted, he could easily blame the beast. As for Maya, she was just a mercenary driven by profit. If Bianca died, she would surely leave immediately. Bang! Maya was knocked back by the armored beast, her great sword trembling in her hands. The armored beast charged forward. Benjamin closed his eyes, his mind a blank. When he opened them, the beast was right before him. His body moved before his mind. He ducked, pressed forward, deflected the attack, pressed again, and thrust. His long sword, imbued with flame magic, pierced into the armored beast's helmet. The pitch-black flames churned violently, trembling under the searing heat. Ah! Shying! The movements gradually slowed, the light within the helmet of the armored beast dimmed, and the armor pieces lost their connection in an instant, clattering to the ground. Benjamin stood still, unmoving. A long sword was embedded in his chest, its tip protruding from his back. His strength drained rapidly. At last, Benjamin fell to his knees, let out a faint laugh, and closed his eyes. The sanctuary. Lister stood atop the city wall, gazing at the several armored beasts appearing in the distance. Ease up on the folding towers. I'll use the holy water to shoot it. Don't damage it. Lord Tower Master, there's one with a gray-brown armor that looks stronger, seemingly of the third tier. Aisha shouted. Use the holy water. Remove its dark corruption, so the Wasteland won't devour it after it dies. Lister felt no fear at the appearance of the new monster, only distress over his scratched armor. Stella flew to the city wall with her staff. How did such a beast appear? Use arrows enchanted with holy light to strike its head, Lord Tower Master. Holy light enchantment. Lister tied the holy water to an arrow aimed at the strongest armored beast and shot. The holy water shattered, and the arrow enveloped in holy light landed inside the helmet, striking the black flame. The entire beast instantly collapsed into a heap. Following the same method, several armored beasts were reduced to scattered armor fragments by the master archers. The armor quality looks quite good. We can pick it up tomorrow and keep it for ourselves. Lister was in high spirits. After several days, new monsters had finally appeared. Though these monsters might not be easy to deal with, they posed no problem for them. The mountain sanctuary had run a master archer, holy water, and the earth dragon Mog, so it wasn't an issue. But the surrounding sanctuaries would likely suffer. The Griffin family only had simple earthworks and stone walls for defense, but Old Griffin was a magic archer, highly effective against armor, so it shouldn't be a problem either. The Hamilton family would probably have a tough time tonight. Even if Victor survived, the sanctuary would surely be demolished. As for the Beastman settlement, Sylvia was lurking there, mastering shadow magic and carrying holy water. She could secretly help, so it shouldn't be a problem. The arrow towers resumed their operation. The two folding towers wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Stella said, "The monster's strength is continuously increasing. In this period, many sanctuaries will likely be breached by the beasts. The city-state should take action, at least lending some pink crystals to upgrade the surrounding sanctuaries overall." Even if the city-state was impoverished, giving out a few dozen pink crystals to upgrade the nearby sanctuaries to level 3 or 4 wouldn't be difficult. Whether the city-state would actually do this, however, was hard to say. What kind of person is Lord Winter? As the lord of the small city-state nearest to the sanctuary, he seemed to have little renown. He is very low-key and never concerns himself with wasteland affairs like an ordinary noble youth who simply enjoys his authority, Stella said. But among the other nobles in the city-state, some are more proactive and seem to be contending with Lord Winter for power. Ah, what a mess.
List aside.
Regardless, as long as his sanctuary was safe, that was all that mattered. The Beast Man settlement. Benjamin's death brought grief to some, but the beasts showed no mercy. The third-tier armored beast was dead, but 5 or 6 second-tier beasts still frenziedly attacked the settlement. Sylvia drew her composite bow, tipped the arrow with a bit of holy water, climbed to a high point in the settlement, and shot at the armored beasts. She was not a master archer, so her aim was somewhat off, but 4 or 5 arrows sufficed to take down the first armor. The settlement's defensive pressure dropped significantly. Sylvia had just noticed the situation and arrived at the front line too late to join the battle against the third-tier beast. "Thank you, Sylvia. Please go help at the south side. We'll handle things here," Maya shouted. Sylvia nodded slightly and vanished into the shadows. The battle raged for an unknown duration, leaving the entire settlement in shambles with nearly a fifth of the beastmen lost. The arrow towers operated, achieving a fragile balance with the beast's assault. Beastman warriors continuously fired arrows at the enemy, clutching worn longswords as they stared into the pitch-black night. Their nerves were as taut as bowstrings until the first light of dawn appeared in the distant sky. The beasts began to retreat, their corpses devoured by the wasteland. Maya sat by the river, washing the bloodstains from her body. Her comrades, and the beasts. Bianca sat silently beside her frail as a candle flame flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Not far away, Benjamin lay quietly, his chest pierced through, still clutching the sword tightly in his hand. Several young beastmen who had once followed him knelt nearby, heads bowed, unable to utter a word. Bianca watched for a long time before speaking softly. "Bury him." Maya was somewhat surprised. "He tried to kill you yesterday. But last night he saved many people." Bianca paused, then said, "Hatred will not revive the dead, nor will it help the living live better." Maya opened her mouth but finally just sighed. "You're becoming more and more like a priestess." "I always was." Bianca tried to stand and return to the deadwood hut, but the next moment, she couldn't help coughing violently, a trickle of black blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Inside her clothes, a heart-protecting mirror emitted a faint glow. It was a fragment of an ancient disc, like a shard of some lost divine artifact. The disc was engraved with complex patterns, each line resembling a dried riverbed, slowly absorbing the magical power within her. "Bianca!" Maya immediately stepped forward. "I'm fine." Bianca took a few deep breaths and her complexion returned to calm. Sylvia leaned against a tree, equally exhausted. Seeing this, she also approached. Though she didn't know why Bianca was so weak, she figured holy water could help. But holy water was Lord Lister's important asset. Would revealing it directly affect his subsequent plans? Maya spoke. "After this battle, many level 3 sanctuaries will suffer greatly. The city-state won't stand idly by. If we continue to let them plunder, we'll soon become a dangerous faction in wartime." "I know. You survived tonight. What about the next beast tide?" "I can hold on. If you ask me, forget this mess and come with me to the east. There are many beastman settlements, they're very safe. We can't take everyone." Maya sighed and fell silent. Bianca looked at the sparrow beastman by the tree. "Sylvia, aren't you worried about the sanctuary of the Tower Master you serve?" Sylvia shook her head. "Lord Tower Master's sanctuary is as solid as iron. This level of threat poses no danger to us." Bianca was moved once again by the expression on Sylvia's face. "I have never seen a beastman place such trust in a human. That Tower Master is truly a figure of great curiosity. Can you tell me what kind of person he is?" "Of course." Sylvia described him clumsily. while Bianca listened attentively. This time Sylvia's account was far more detailed. Even Maya quieted down her ears, twitching slightly. Sylvia concluded, "The Tower Master can easily resolve your crisis provided you offer him sufficient trust." Bianca fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "Please arrange a meeting between me and your Tower Master Sylvia." It was Radiance Day. Lister felt that the eve of Radiance Day was always the most restless, always bringing some kind of trouble. Early in the morning, he led his men to retrieve the armor. Harper looked at the scattered, earth-gray armor on the ground, unable to stop his tail from wagging. "Master, these materials are quite special. Extremely hard and highly adaptable to magic. If we res-melt them, we might be able to craft equipment far more powerful than ordinary iron armor." As expected, only new monsters drop good gear. Lister crouched down, picking up a fragment of chest armor, his mood considerably lifted. "We could use more of these magical beasts in the future. By the way, the Hamilton family shouldn't have survived the night. Mr. Seth, come with me." "Yes, Tower Master." The two mounted their warhorses, stopped by the mountain refuge to pick up the still sleeping land dragon Mog, then charged toward the Hamilton refuge. By midday, they saw the ruined walls and a vast number of corpses. Seth shook his head.
No survivors.
As they entered the walls, even the one remaining damaged watchtower remained silent. Clearly the refuge's master had perished. He died a worthy death. Victor Hamilton had indeed played his part well. Crack. Seth spun around sharply. "It sounds like someone is still in the stone house." Lister dismounted and approached with Seth. They saw the cellar entrance where two children knelt in silence before a body that had been gnawed beyond recognition, their tears seemingly long dried. They appear to be Victor Hamilton's children. At dawn, the magical beasts found the cellar entrance, and someone held them off. "Send them to the city-state, the poor children." Lister turned and walked toward the crystal tower. Indeed, he had his eyes on the crystal tower. Before a contract was signed, the crystal tower could be moved. Ordinarily, moving a crystal tower required a large number of pack beasts, a massive cart, and special mechanisms. Something only a city-state could manage. But Lister had the land dragon, and he was also a master of architecture. Activating his master ability, he constructed a simple yet efficient stone roller mechanism, fastening the front to the land dragon's body. "Let's go, Mog. Head for the refuge." All 5 watchtower crystals were collected. Though the scattered weapons within the refuge were too old, they could still be taken for reforging. The livestock and pack beasts had all perished, but their meat could be taken to supplement the land dragons and griffins' meals. Beyond that, all of Victor's wealth had vanished. Evidently, he had poured every last blue crystal into the tower last night to upgrade and repair the watchtowers. Yet it still hadn't been enough to hold back the magical beasts. Lister stood atop the land dragon's head, using his master ability to help it haul the goods. Meanwhile, Seth led Victor's 2 children, a son and a daughter, toward the city-state where an orphanage awaited them. By afternoon, Lister had arrived at the refuge. Mog was utterly exhausted, recovering only after gulping down 2 barrels of holy water. Lister, drenched in sweat from overusing his master power, was also drained. After stowing everything away, Lister didn't rush to activate the crystal tower. The wonders in the Wonder Construction Manual often came with peculiar requirements, such as the Starfall Furnace, which had to be built beside a mineral vein, or the Stargazing Tower, which needed to be constructed on a mountain. There might be wonders requiring unique conditions in the future. This crystal tower could be placed selectively to meet those requirements, preventing construction from stalling. From the nearby shadows, Sylvia emerged. "Tower Master. Sylvia, you're back. How are things in the Beastman settlement?" "The losses yesterday were heavy, but we held on. Bianca is in a poor state. She seems to be carrying some artifact that helped the Beastmen resist the dark corruption." "You didn't give her the holy water?"
No.
Sylvia shook her head. "It wouldn't have mattered if you did. Don't let our little priestess wear herself out." Sylvia smiled. "She wants to meet you. Has she come around?" "Yes. The leader of the pro-war faction among the Beastmen fell in battle last night. Bianca now holds considerable sway in the settlement. She likely wants to use this opportunity to cooperate with you." Stella added, "She has no choice. If she lets her people keep plundering the trade routes, the city-state will send troops to purge them. With the pressure the city-state is under, they won't tolerate such an unstable element nearby." "Very well. Where does she want to meet?" "She wants to come to the refuge in person." "All right, then you can receive her. She can come anytime." "Yes." Sylvia turned and left. Elsa approached. Boss, I've finished compiling everyone's information in the refuge. 5 beast men are literate and we can start literacy lessons tonight. Good, keep it up. Lister took a sip of holy water, gazing at the distant hill. The stargazing tower had already had its foundation, laid its intricate magical patterns gleaming in the twilight. With his knowledge of all construction, Lister could roughly gauge the progress. According to the plan, it would take 24 days to complete, but with Elsa's and my help we can save at least a week. Now that Stella herself is handling the engraving of the inscriptions, it's even faster. Perhaps it will be finished in just over a week. Lister felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Night fell and Seth returned. They took up positions on the wall as scattered monsters began to appear. By the way, how are the griffins?
Deire fine.
With Jack Griffin, a magic archer, dealing with the magic armor isn't a problem, Stella said. You seem much more cheerful, Lister remarked to the elf. Over the past few days, Stella had transformed from a gentle, refined maiden into a bold woman. I've been very happy these days. For the first time, I feel that labor has meaning. Every day's work makes me feel fulfilled. Lister glanced at Stella's status panel. In just 2 days, she had already reached Architecture Apprentice 810. Likely, in another 2 days, she would become an expert. After bathing, having a midnight snack, and sleeping, Lister once again devoted himself to the grand endeavor of transcribing books the next day after completing his swordsmanship training. This continued until noon. Bianca, accompanied by Sylvia, arrived near the sanctuary. She had brought few people with her. Only Maya, Sylvia, and 2 elders from the settlement whom she trusted most. It's just ahead. Sylvia halted. Bianca looked up. From the elevated vantage point, a sanctuary stood in the distance on the desolate plain, bathed in the radiance of a crystal tower. She had seen many sanctuaries before. Some were dilapidated, some overcrowded, some filthy, and some brimming with oppression and despair. The sanctuary of the beast folk settlement was no exception. The crystal tower seemed like a fate suspended over everyone's heads, barely able to dispel the darkness of night, yet powerless against hunger, cold, and fear. But this sanctuary before her was different. Tall walls neatly encircled the sanctuary, with arrow towers positioned at key points. Within the crystal towers glow lay farmlands, workshops, a beautiful sea of flowers, clean roads, and some towering, strange, yet breathtakingly beautiful structures unlike anything mundane. A group of beast folk were laboring diligently on the mountainsides and flatlands, constructing these peculiar buildings. Bianca also spotted a beautiful golden-haired elf, her hair tied in a high ponytail, dressed in light casual clothes, wielding a chisel and hammer on a scaffold, clanging away at intricate patterns while stone chips scattered across her face. Everything was thriving and prosperous. A sight that filled one with joy just by looking. Let's go. Sylvia led the way forward. Hearing wolves shout, Lister left his study and arrived at the city gate. Oh, a little white tiger. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lister sensed a gaze full of vigilance. Turning his head, he saw the towering Maya standing beside Bianca, a powerful cat beast folk. Let's check the status panel. Name: Bianca. Race: cat beast folk. Loyalty: 10. Talent: soul purification. Epic. Class: illusion magic expert. 1820. Status: dark corruption inactive. Extreme fatigue. Extreme weakness. A curiosity will wither into a cat strip if this continues. Name: Maya. Race: cat beast folk. Loyalty: 0. Talent: giants. Strength: epic. Class: swordsmanship expert. 1220. Status: dark corruption inactive. Fatigue. Vigilance will flee east with Bianca at the first sign of danger. The other 2 elderly beast folk had no talents and their classes were unremarkable. Welcome. Lister raised his hands, expressing his warmth. Bianca dismounted first. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Lister of the Tower. Let Sylvia show you around. Feel free to do as you please. I'll host you at lunchtime. I am deeply grateful. Bianca replied with a serious expression. Lister smiled, turned, and left to attend to his own affairs. Let's go, Priestess Bianca. Sylvia gestured for her to follow. The most eye-catching feature of the entire sanctuary was the statue standing near the city walls. Bianca admired it, but her focus was more on the beast folk within the sanctuary. She observed the construction site from a distance. Let's go there first. The work site was bustling with activity. Bianca felt a momentary sense of disorientation. She had come to a sanctuary ruled by a human tower lord. Logically, she expected to see the wails of slaves, the whips of overseers, filthy wooden shacks, and beast folk bound by iron chains. Yet everything before her was utterly different from her imagination. The beast folk were indeed working and working hard, But they wore no shackles, endured no whippings, nor did they stare at the sky with numb, exhausted eyes. They wore uniform linen clothes, rough yet clean. Some carried stone materials, others mixed mortar, and still others corrected patterns according to blueprints. A female dog beastfolk ran past carrying stone slabs. Upon spotting Sylvia, she paused briefly before breaking into a smile. "Lady Sylvia." Sylvia nodded. "Keep working. Pay us no mind." "Yes." The female dog beastfolk clutched the stone slabs and sprinted away. Bianca watched her retreating figure. There was no fear of an overseer in that slave's eyes. It was more like the greeting of an ordinary worker encountering an acquaintance. "Are they all slaves?" Bianca asked. "Yes, but they seem so happy." Sylvia explained, "That was Una. By day she works on constructing wonders. By night she teaches other slaves to read and write. Lord Leicester has a contribution system. By making sufficient contributions, slaves can dissolve their contracts and gain freedom. Una will likely be among the first beastfolk to earn her freedom. Though the process is long, she looks forward to it immensely." Bianca did not respond immediately. She knew how terrifying slave contracts were. They were covenants watched over by the gods. Once signed, it was nearly equivalent to handing over one's life. Human tower lords held absolute dominion over their slaves. Many slaves died in mines, discarded as mere expendable tools. And now Sylvia was telling her that here slaves could regain their status as free people. Though the requirements might be stringent, wasn't that hope itself? Few tower lords were willing to dissolve slave contracts. After all, why release slaves bought with hard-earned money? Unless Lord Leicester genuinely believed that beastfolk deserved the same treatment as ordinary humans. "Priestess." An elder lowered his voice. "Perhaps this is all just for show." Bianca nodded slightly. "I'll judge for myself." Moving on, the group viewed the under-construction library of 10,000 volumes, the beautiful sea of flowers, and FIA, who had gotten drunk early in the morning and was snoring loudly in Lester's lounge chair. They also saw the bountiful farmlands and the statue of the goddess of abundance standing beside them. Arriving at the developing rear area of the sanctuary, they spotted a griffin caged, and Morg lounging nearby, basking in the sun. Morg's thick scales gleamed with a metallic luster, and the hot air from his snout gently stirred the surrounding dust. Maya instantly gripped her great sword. The two elders nearly staggered backward. "A land dragon. Why is there a land dragon here?" Sylvia said calmly, "No need to be alarmed. This is Morg, Lord Leicester's mount." Maya looked from the third-tier land dragon to Sylvia. "A mount?" Sylvia nodded. "He also mines in another sanctuary during his spare time." Maya fell silent. A third-tier magical beast. If this land dragon were unleashed upon the beastfolk settlement, it would bring utter catastrophe. Here it had been reduced to a mount and even made to work in the mines. Not to mention the even more terrifying griffin nearby. Though still in its infancy, it exuded an aura more fearsome than the land dragons. Bianca swallowed hard, a massive question forming in her mind. How are these magical beasts and beastfolk not going berserk? These people lack their own abilities and divine artifact support. The land dragon Morg lazily opened one eye at the sound of her voice. The two elders immediately tensed up. The next moment, a small canine subhuman ran over carrying a small basket of dried meat. "Moj, time to eat." Moj extended its tongue, curling the dried meat into its mouth, its movements oddly careful, as if afraid of bumping into the child. Pero patted its nose and said earnestly, "Eat. Eat slowly, chew. Thoroughly." Moj let out a low grumble as if to say, "Chew thoroughly, my foot. This piece isn't even as big as a gap in my teeth." Pero nodded with great satisfaction. This was exactly how Tower Master Lister had taught her. Bianca watched the scene, unable to look away for a long time. The scene was too absurd. Bianca felt she should be afraid, that she ought to rescue the child from the jaws of the earth dragon, but her reason told her it wasn't necessary. "Is that child also a slave?" An elderly man couldn't help but ask. Sylvia looked at Pero and broke into a smile. "Pero? She is Sir Harper's child. Tower Master Lister has revoked her slave status. The Tower Master is very fond of this child." Bianca felt dazed. She had seen countless subhuman children abused by nobles and Tower Masters. She had once been one of them. The smile on this child's face was so enviable. Sylvia led her on, walking and explaining continuously. Bianca only listened silent. Until Lister walked out of the castle. "Time to eat, friends." Pero dashed from the earth dragon straight toward the dining hall. Slow down. Harper, returning on horseback from the mountain sanctuary, scooped Pero up in one motion. Ever since the child had eaten the constitution-enhancing honey, she had become as swift as a wild dog in the mountains. Impossible to catch. Hee mama. Wash your hands. Hee. Let's go. Sylvia led the group to the dining hall. Seth and Lister prepared a sumptuous lunch using fresh meat graciously provided by the Hamilton family. Lister took the seat of honor. Bianca walked over and sat opposite him. The cat subhuman girl's expression remained dazed until the aroma of the dishes before her involuntarily drew her focus. Beside her, Maya could no longer contain herself. How can it smell so good? What dishes are these? Seth smiled. This is a lunch prepared by Tower Master Lister himself together with me. We hope our guests will enjoy it. Bianca came back to her senses and looked at the dining table. At the head sat the young black-haired Tower Master, who seemed unassuming and very gentle, as if he had personally prepared the meal for them. On Tower Master Lister's left sat an elderly man, spirited and vigorous. From his aura one could sense he was an absolute powerhouse. On the other side was a young sparrow subhuman, appearing only around 10 years old, head lowered as if lost in thought. Next to her was the elf who had been sweating on the construction site. She seemed to have bathed her hair, still slightly damp, looking exceptionally beautiful. And the drunken halfling had also been dragged over, still somewhat groggy. 2 canine subhumans sat closer to her. One female accompanied by the little canine subhuman named Pero. There was also a young canine subhuman boy, nothing particularly remarkable about him. The halfling spoke first. Boss, my wine is already brewed. If ID known guests were coming, ID have brought some over. FIA leaped off her chair and dashed toward the sea of flowers outside. Lister did not stop her. He merely looked at Bianca. Priestess Bianca, may I ask if you like my sanctuary? Your sanctuary is most beautiful, Tower Master Lister. I like it very much here, especially the subhumans. It seems there is no distinction between humans and elves, everyone eats together. Of course. I love little animals. Lister would never say that. Instead he said, in my view, there should be no discrimination between races. As long as people share common ideals and goals, we can all be friends, even family. Lister trotted out the classic capitalist mantra. Next came the seduction of the young priestess. I'm very glad Tower Master Lister thinks that way, but subhumans are born cursed. May I ask how Tower Master Lister avoids the danger of subhumans going berserk? Bianca said somewhat nervously. Lister smiled. Just then FIA burst through the door. Boss, as we agreed, I'll give you the best bottle first. Lister took the honey fruit wine, delighted by its amber clarity. Come, Master Seth, Harper, Aisha, stay, Pero. Smack. Pero, you can't. Lister withdrew his left hand. Tisk, stingy. And a few guests. Lister pointed at the already eager Maya. All right, this is very precious. You must drink sparingly. Lister chuckled. FIA hasn't sobered up yet, don't mind what she says. I've never drunk alcohol before, Tower Master Lister, Bianca said. Maya immediately turned her head. He then give it to me, Bianca. No, I'm of age, it'll be fine.
Bianca convinced herself.
Lister crossed his hands on the table. Bianca, this is no ordinary wine. You must drink it. It will answer your questions. Indeed, this wine was brewed with honey from the blessed hive and holy water, possessing the power to dispel dark corruption. Drink. Lister was also curious about the taste of Fias wine. He uncorked the bottle, releasing a sweet fragrance of honey and the delicate scent of flowers. Pouring it into a cup, he took a gentle sip with the aroma of the wine filled his entire mouth. It was not strong, like a sweet fruit juice, with a unique charm all its own. Very good. A pure fruit wine with an intense honey fragrance, Seth exclaimed. He savored it sip by sip, finishing a cup quickly and refilling it to the brim. Maya could no longer hold back. She didn't bother pouring it into a cup, but tilted her head back and gulped it down.
Glue, glue, glue.
Burp. The moment she finished, Maya's eyes widened. The black corruption on her body, like flames encountering cool water, emitted a sizzling sound, and in an instant completely dissipated. This? Maya shot to her feet, staring at her hands in disbelief. Bianca had just taken a sip as well, and the same change occurred. The same happened to the 2 elderly subhumans beside her. One old man's lips trembled, the wrinkles on his face quivering. The curse is gone. It's not suppressing the curse like the holy disc. It's completely eliminated the curse. The other old man's voice was choked with tears. All the subhumans present smiled at their loss of composure. They hadn't been much better off than Bianca and her group before. What? What is going on here, Tower Master Lister? Bianca also stood up, her voice trembling as she asked, tears almost spilling from her eyes. She could clearly sense that the dark corruption that had plagued her for over a decade was completely gone. This meant that Lister possessed the means to solve the curse of all subhumans. This was what she had been searching for. This was the hope she sought. Don't be agitated. Listen to me, Liszt said calmly. What you drank was brewed by FIA using holy water. Holy water can purify all abnormal states, including the curses of demihumans and magical beasts. As long as you drink the holy water, demihumans can be freed from the curse and no longer need to worry about going berserk at night. As you can see in my sanctuary, neither demihumans nor magical beasts are affected by the night. Bianca stepped back twice, pondered for a moment, and then knelt on one knee. I beg you, Tower Master Liszt, to grant us the holy water and save the demihumans of our settlement and the children as well. They have suffered their entire lives. I implore you to bring them redemption. Maya and the two elders also knelt down. Of course I can, Liszt said softly. Bianca looked up, knowing it wouldn't be that simple. There must be some condition. Whatever the condition, even if it meant becoming a slave, she would do anything to free the demihumans of the settlement from the curse. Just? Bianca looked calmly at Liszt. Don't be nervous, I'm not a bad guy. I need to establish a deep cooperation with the demihuman settlement. You need to become my subordinate and follow my orders. Your demihumans need to come here without compensation to help build the structures within the sanctuary. In return, I will provide you with channels to purchase food and enough holy water to lift the curse. The prerequisite is that you must order all demihumans to keep this information sealed and not leak it. How about it? Bianca looked up in disbelief. Is that all? She asked, her voice trembling. You can also make requests if you have any. We can discuss them. If our people come, will they become slaves? Bianca asked. The two elders looked at Liszt simultaneously, and Maya clenched her fists. This was their greatest concern. No, they will still be your subordinates. They are just coming to work for me. I will provide food and lodging. Liszt said, of course, if they want to join the sanctuary they can. I will set up an assessment. Those who pass can join and sign a labor contract. I will provide food, housing, and wages. Maya swallowed hard. What does the assessment entail? Elsa has the detailed assessment system. You can ask her about it. Talents like you will receive much better treatment. Bianca looked into Liszt's eyes as if searching for hidden lies within those black pupils, but the eyes were excessively pure and mysterious. I agree. Bianca lowered her head. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, my lord, and the people of the settlement will also serve you willingly. You will be the savior of the settlement, and we will be your most loyal subordinates. All right, you can discuss the detailed terms with Elsa. Liszt said, let's eat first. The food will get cold if we wait any longer. Bianca slowly moved her body, sat back down at the table, and fell into a daze again until Maya used a fork to place a piece of tenderloin on her plate. Quick! Bianca, this is delicious. If you don't eat it now, little Perot will finish it all. Bianca let out a laugh and began to eat as well. After drinking the fruit wine, her extreme fatigue had greatly subsided, and the delicious food also whetted her appetite. Bianca, how do you suppress the demi-human's curse? Liszt recalled this matter. Bianca looked up and took a stone disc from inside her clothes. I learned illusion magic when I was young, which allows me to control people's minds. This disc amplifies my magic's effect, suppressing the curse for the entire settlement. But the consumption is enormous. Maya sighed. Every time she uses it, Bianca has to stay up all night. If this continues a few more times, she will completely collapse. Despite the principle behind it, Liszt saw the modifier extreme in the status bar for the first time. Where did this disc come from? Stelea asked. It's from the withered tree in the settlement. There are some ancient items there. I only discovered the effect of this one. I couldn't understand the others. Bianca said, I'll go take a look when I have time. Stelea was very curious about it. After the meal, Bianca finalized the details of the cooperation with Elsa and signed a 20-year contract binding herself as Liszt's employee. Maya was bound under Bianca for a term of 5 years. Liszt glanced at their status panels. Name Bianca Racecat, demi-human loyalty, 80 talent, mind control, legendary occupation, illusion magic expert. 1820. Status energetic, fatigued, excited, dazed, must immediately tell everyone the good news. Bianca's talent had evolved from the epic mind purification to the legendary mind control, the second case of talent evolution after Elsa. Liszt was overjoyed. After signing the agreement, Bianca took some holy water and rushed towards the settlement impatiently. Sylvia also followed them. Bianca, Tower Master Liszt instructed me to tell you not to actively disclose the news about the holy water. However, you can spread it as a legend to attract demihumans. Widespread publicity might invite disaster. I understand. Bianca nodded. I will have them all sign a confidentiality contract. One more thing. Tomorrow Tower Master Liszt needs the demi-human settlement to send 40 people to the sanctuary to build a wonder. Alright, I will select 40 of the strongest young people to come. Divine statue of talent, a broken statue left by the god of destiny for mortals. It is said he pities those born ordinary and is willing to carve a new pattern into the depths of their souls. Every 30 days, it can bestow a random talent upon one resident without a talent. The minimum quality of the talent is common and the maximum does not exceed epic. Those who already possess a talent cannot receive the blessing again. Requirement: workers 20-30 OI, total working hours 30D 24D. The next day, a group of demi-humans arrived at the sanctuary led by Bianca herself. On the side of the castle were the staff dormitories. Each dormitory had 4 double beds, more than enough to accommodate 40 people. After signing the contracts, the demi-humans began their work with curiosity. The previous day, Bianca had returned and announced to them the news that the curse could be lifted. Those who came to work here would receive the first batch of the cure. At first, they were skeptical, but when the 2 respected elders who accompanied Bianca cried with excitement, it alleviated some of their wariness. After all, they were provided with food and lodging upon arrival, and they had their fellow demi-humans with them. If it was a hoax, at least they could eat their fill with these 40 mouths. If it was a trap, they didn't consider themselves easy prey. Thus, the 40 demi-humans filled their stomachs and headed to the construction site. Now the 3 Wonders Star Observation Tower library of 10,000 volumes and Divine Statue of Talent were all under full construction with 30 workers each. Early in the morning, Stelea successfully advanced to Architecture Expert. There was no need to worry about the construction efficiency of the astrological tower. It was Tuesday, and it was estimated that it would be completed by the following Wednesday. Watching the observatory tower she had personally participated in gradually take shape, Stelea was full of energy every day. Only occasionally did she wonder if this observatory tower was much smaller than she had imagined. It didn't matter. After all, the construction speed was so fast that there was no need to pursue the sheer size of the tower. As long as it could be completed, that was enough. Not only in architecture, but Stelea's progress as an advanced mage had also advanced from 420 to 820. The complex and intricate runes on the observatory tower had greatly benefited her. The Wasteland seemed to have entered a period of calm. It was as if the beast tides, threats, and deaths of the past few days were all a dream. Within the sanctuary, the construction of the wonders progressed visibly every day. Lister calculated the time. A month had passed since he subdued the Earth Dragon, and the cooldown of Horn of Submission was finally complete. Lister walked to the rear of the castle. He brought food to the young griffin every day, and its injuries had largely healed under the treatment of the holy water. Moreover, the young griffin was no longer as hostile toward Lister, and its loyalty had reached around 40. Continuing this way might eventually tame it, but it would take a long time. It's time to fully subdue it. Using his master ability, he transported the griffin beside the Horn of Submission and blew the horn. A week later, after circling once in the air on the griffin, Lister landed on a stone platform resembling a helipad and dismounted. Showing, you did well. Your wind element magic is getting more and more skillful. In the air you can control the airflow, so it doesn't blow on me. The griffin let out 2 dissatisfied chirps protesting its name. Elsa prepared honey water for Lister. Lister took it, drank a couple of sips, and said, "There's a merchant caravan heading our way in the distance." Merchant caravans often passed through the Wasteland, stopping at cooperative sanctuaries and city-states. Lister's sanctuary was very close to a city-state, so almost all caravans bypassed the sanctuary and went directly to the city-state. But this one was heading toward them. It should be Tony returning. Lister's guess was correct. It was indeed Tony. The wheels creaked over the gravel as Tony sat on the lead pack beast. He looked a whole lot thinner, but the smile on his face was impossible to suppress. Lister knew that smile all too well. He had definitely made a fortune. Tony jumped off the pack beast and quickly walked up to Lister. Tower Master, this harvest turned out even better than expected. Because of the frequent crises lately, those big city-states and surrounding sanctuaries were very interested in the holy water. All the goods were cleared out. Lister and Tony exchanged knowing smiles, both revealing the expressions of shrewd merchants. How much did you sell for? Tony took a pouch from his bosom and carefully opened it. The next moment, a faint pink glow caught everyone's eyes. 12 pink crystals. Lister gasped. Although he was now wealthy, seeing 12 pink crystals at once was still exhilarating. Upgrading the sanctuary further required 20 pink crystals. With these 12, the next upgrade was within reach. And Lister thought of the golden ledger. 20% of this profit would be directly distributed via the cornucopia. Lister glanced at Elsa, and the little avian girl immediately understood, dashing excitedly toward the room housing the cornucopia. Soon Elsa came out, unable to suppress the smile on her small face. Lister knew it was settled. The golden ledger had not deceived him. Here is the sales ledger for your review. Lister glanced over it. Tony's loyalty had reached 82, making him absolutely trustworthy. No need to suspect any falsification. Also, Lord Lister, I recruited 2 professionals for you at Heart Lake City, both of whom you need. 2 people walked over from beside the rear cart. The first was a man in his 30s, tall and lean with neatly combed hair. His clothes were worn but washed spotless. He clutched a thick book in his arms, his expression somewhat nervous. The second was an older woman with red hair. She carried an old wooden box stuffed with scrolls, wooden boards, charcoal sticks, and a few simple teaching slates. Lister took one look and a panel appeared before him. Name Andrew Baker, race human, class mathematics expert, 1820. Talent precision calculation, rare loyalty 28, status nervous flustered, high-paying job dangerous environment. Hee I must survive. Name Matilda, when race human, class education expert, 1220. Talent inspiration, rare loyalty 32, status curious as excited, is there really a school here? Not bad. 2 somewhat niche experts. It was unlikely that non-niche experts could be recruited to this remote place. If they were swordsmanship experts or blacksmiths, the city-states would have been eager to keep them with high salaries. Professions like mathematics and education were completely disregarded by the city-states. But they were exactly the talents Lister needed. Tony had perfectly fulfilled his requirements. Well done, Tony. Elsa, take the 2 to choose rooms and get them settled first. We'll discuss work tonight. The mathematician could work with the merchant caravan to manage the sanctuary's accounts and would need to sign strict agreements. The education expert could help the sanctuary's slaves and beastfolk master written language more quickly. Both could immediately integrate into the sanctuary's development. Tony, you can take your commission according to the agreed ratio later. I won't shortchange you. Lister said, this time I have a new product for you to sell. What is it? Tony grew excited. Although this trip had been extremely dangerous, according to the profit split, he had earned a full 300 blue crystals. Before this, 300 blue crystals would have taken at least a year or 2 to earn. Try this. Lister took out a small bottle containing blessed honey. Tony took a small spoon, dripped the honey onto the back of his hand, and tasted it. Immediately his breathing quickened. I feel my body becoming stronger and lighter, Tower Master. Exactly, that's the effect of the honey. How much do you think it can sell for? This. Tony felt the changes in his body and gradually became incoherent. This is simply priceless. 100 times better than the best potions from the Alchemist Association. If it hits the market, it will cause an uproar. First release a few bottles at noble gatherings. Then sell them at high prices in limited quantities to build hype. Then transport them across most of the Wasteland to establish a reputation. Tower Master, this is the seed of a commercial empire as long as you have enough of this honey. Tony finished in one breath, panting heavily. The quantity of honey is sufficient and your experience in operations surpasses mine. I will entrust everything to you. Being captured by the army and brought to the mine was a near-fatal experience, but it led me to encounter Master Lisite. This is undoubtedly the greatest opportunity of my life and I must seize it. Lord Lisite, this time, I will expand the merchant team, selecting only trusted subordinates. One group will operate towards the distant city-states, while another will stay nearby to help sell the products from the shelter. Lisite nodded. The food and iron ore from the shelter can be sold externally. Tony nodded, saying Andrew Beck can assist with the merchant team setup at the shelter. We need to meticulously record the costs of goods, transportation losses, guard expenses, the credit of trading partners, and the repayment cycle. He excels at this. Our trade routes will increase, necessitating a well-structured system for unified management. I will consult with Andrew. He is undoubtedly a genius and will bring you surprises. The two exchanged ideas for quite some time. Regarding the sales strategies for blessed honey and fruit wine, Lisite provided Tony with many modern marketing insights that left the merchant astounded. Blessed honey can definitely be treated as a strategic resource. If managed well, it will become an extremely important weapon in Lisite's hands. After Andrew and Matilda settled down, they joined for dinner and learned about the shelter's current situation. Matilda showed some difficulties upon realizing that she was to teach certain subhuman slaves, but she quickly accepted this reality. Andrew Beck is a father of two. His wife and children are in Lakehart City, a very safe and prosperous city-state. However, his profession makes it hard for him to support his family, which is why he came here. Naturally, Lisite offered Andrew and Matilda a salary 50 higher than their peers, ensuring they were pleased to stay. Currently, the lowest salary at the shelter is still Aisha's. As a dual-class master, Aisha is almost working for free under the initial contract. However, Aisha has long forgotten this matter and is always very happy. She finds joy in watching Lisite earn more than she does. Aisha is truly the perfect employee. With the earnings from the Golden Ledger today, they received a total of 14 pink crystals and 40 blue crystals, including the reward of 5 pink crystals from the city-state defense battle, as well as 1 pink crystal from trading with the subhuman settlement. Lisite's assets have exceeded 20 pink crystals, allowing him to upgrade the shelter to level 5. However, there is no rush to upgrade. Even if the shelter is upgraded, he does not have many spare blue crystals to upgrade the arrow towers. He just needs to complete the upgrade before the blood moon. These blue crystals can be used to acquire items useful for the shelter. After upgrading to level 5 crystal towers, 4 additional crystal core positions will be available. In addition to 2 zigzag towers, 2 arrow towers will need to be purchased, costing 2 pink crystals. The completion of the stargazing tower will also require considerable expenditure to purchase internal bookshelves, workbenches, and the expensive magic stones needed for training mages. Stella has mentioned once that she could find channels for procurement which would require at least 5 pink crystals. Tony helped Lisite gather a lot of books, but after Lisite flipped through them, he found none that could trigger the library of 100,000 volumes. They were all miscellaneous books recording knowledge and stories not valuable, and the subsequent acquisitions will also require substantial funds. Don't rush to leave, a new wonder will be completed tomorrow. You can stay and take a look, Lisite said to Tony. They'll follow your arrangements. At night, the ground trembled as a massive stone statue rose from the earth in the distance. On the city wall, Lisite controlled the zigzag tower to attack the third-tier ordinary monster, the stone golem. This also began to appear on the eve of the radiant day. A new one could emerge every night. The arrow towers were ineffective against it, and only penetrating arrows could deal minimal damage. However, the zigzag tower performed well, able to penetrate the core in its head and shatter it into rubble. That's truly terrifying, Tony exclaimed. The future wilderness will only become more dangerous. My lord, while running trade, I must reach the city-state before I dare rest. Previously, when we encountered shelters, we could spend some blue crystals to stay overnight. Now shelters below level 3 cannot ensure safety. In fact, there are very few shelters below level 3 remaining. Lisite also felt the pressure. The changes are too rapid. The night passed without further conversation. The next day, Lisite and Aisha joined the final repairs of the stargazing tower, which was completed just before noon. Stella was the most excited. Nearly all the inscriptions on the stargazing tower were hammered out by her. During this process, she felt a tremendous improvement in her architectural skills and magical knowledge. Master of the tower, the stargazing tower has been completed. Though small, it can be used adequately. Thank you very much for helping me create this. Lisite raised his hand. No. Stella was unaware that the wonder had one final step to complete. And this step is the most crucial, transforming an intricate ordinary building into a wonder imbued with unique power, serving as a vessel for the entire civilization's legacy. Their strength alone is insufficient. At least not at this moment. Opening the wonder construction manual, Lisite chose to activate it. The towering stargazing tower was instantly enveloped in a dazzling starlight. Despite it being noon, it felt as if one had entered the depths of night, with the starry sky seemingly cascading down from the Milky Way swirling around the stargazing tower. Lisite was also somewhat stunned. The size of the stargazing tower had expanded by more than double, shooting straight into the clouds in this small mountainous area. Stella's mouth fell agape. This? Even the original stargazing tower as a magical tower was already at a satisfactory level. Now, after being activated by Lisite, the stargazing tower completely embodies the concept of a wonder. No matter who sees it, they will be immersed in its magnificent and grand spectacle. This is so beautiful. Stella, as a mage and prophet, understands the mage tower the most. Thus, she is also the most aware of this tower's beauty and power. Moreover, Stella was involved throughout the construction of the stargazing tower. At this moment, the knowledge that Lisite imparted to her was instantaneously elevated. The architectural knowledge she once struggled to comprehend, the design concepts that had stumped her, all materialized at this moment. The stargazing tower is a flawless work of art. Every design represents a perfect combination of beauty and functionality. It itself represents the pinnacle of an artistic style and strength. Let's go inside and take a look, Stella. Lester was immensely satisfied, eager to test the effects of the Astral Tower. Astral Tower, an ancient magical tower, its pinnacle embedded with long-extinguished fragments of starlight that still rotate autonomously at night, tracing the paths the gods have left behind in the heavens. When studying magic within the Astral Tower, research speed is increased by 100, magical perception within the tower is enhanced by 100, capable of training one grand mage. Lester's heart leaped with joy. Today was the day he would become a grand mage. Yet there was no rush. From Stella he learned that a mage's rank was tied solely to total mana and the strength of magical control, not to acquiring spells out of thin air. Even if he became a mage now, he would have no spells to learn, and it remained to be seen whether Stella could procure spellbooks. What mattered now was the tower's effect. Research speed 100. Magical perception 100. What would it be like to have both abilities doubled? Lester pushed open the stone door of the Astral Tower carved with constellations. Stella took a deep breath. Tower Lord, you are truly astonishing. You'll get used to it, Miss Stella, Elsa said with a smile. Nearby, even Harper and the others who had witnessed the sanctuary's development were immersed in the tower's grandeur. Tony was rendered speechless with shock. He had wandered the wastelands for no short time, visited many great city-states, and even ventured to the edge of the wastelands in his youth. Not even the colossal Eastern Kingdom possessed such a mysterious and powerful mage tower. Even if multiple archmages joined forces, it would take no less than half a century to complete. Ultimately, the power Lester, the Tower Lord, had displayed. It was like the power of a deity, an incomprehensible force that turned decay into wonder. Taking a deep breath, Tony strode forward. FIA hiccuped, reeking of alcohol, and followed. Upon entering the mage tower, Lester felt his spirit revitalized. Invisible presences seemed to surround him, like spirits drifting through the air or the lingering scent of flowers and sunlight. Utterly soothing. It's mana. Such intense mana perception. Stella exclaimed. Even the little black coal from her collar emerged greedily, inhaling the surrounding air. Stella continued, and I feel my thoughts have grown sharper. Studying magic here will definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Lester glanced at Stella's status panel. Name Stella. Race Elf. Loyalty 88. Talent Fortune and Misfortune Sensing Legendary. Class Master Prophet 650. Oh High Mage 1820. Or Architecture Expert 1220. Status Energetic, in awe, excited, envious of Afra's old man. Her mage level had progressed rapidly and architecture had directly reached expert level. It seemed that 2 wonders were enough to turn a thinking person into a master. Stella, if I want to learn magic, what should I do? The elf's face was curious as she examined every detail of the Astral Tower ascending the stairs. Magic is divided into several schools. The ones I know are elemental illusion and prophecy magic. Elemental magic covers common elements like water, fire, ice, lightning, and holy light. This type of mana drifts through the air and is easy to control. Illusion magic is more complex. Bianca is an example. It relies mainly on mental force, confusing and controlling others' minds or creating hallucinations. Prophecy magic involves observing the stars, sensing mana fluctuations, and relying on certain talents. Lester nodded. Relatively speaking, he preferred elemental magic. After all, who wouldn't enjoy conjuring a massive fireball and hurling it at a beast's tide, wiping out a swath of them? Stella went on, I know the construction methods for simple elemental spells. If you wish to learn Tower Lord, I can transcribe them. But sensing mana requires long practice. No problem. It'll trouble you then.
No.
Working in this astral tower is the best reward for me. Stella's gaze at the magic tower was even more fervent than when she first saw the bath. It was hard to imagine what shape she'd take if a bath were added to the astral tower. The group reached the top floor's observation deck, which offered a panoramic view of the entire sanctuary. It was also where mana perception was strongest. Stella looked at the rows of empty bookshelves and was filled with grand ambition. Tower Lord Lester, rest assured, I will diligently study magic here and strive to fill every shelf with spellbooks. I look forward to that day. Lester approached the core of the observation deck. A surge of power entered his perception. Grand Mage. An Archmage. Come. As he channeled the power into his body, Lester's spirit underwent a tremendous transformation. It was as if a door to a second world had opened. Everything around him became clear, the air seemed a vast vat of dye with colorful mana flowing like rich or faint pigments in water. Lester felt he could reach out and control them. So elemental magic is about controlling this mana and shaping it into observable forms in reality. Fire-attributed mana can be shaped into flames like fireballs, flaming arrows, or walls of fire. Lightning-attributed mana can be shaped into chains of lightning, and so on. Spellbooks are records of the process of guiding and shaping mana. Lester nodded. He raised his hand and wisps of flame appeared in his palm, growing larger as he concentrated. He realized that the shaping process was deeply connected to one's understanding of the element. For instance, to cast a fireball, one must visualize the burning and gathering of flame in the mind. Then fire element would naturally coalesce into flame in the palm. This? Stella's eyes widened. Tower Lord, you conjured flame. How is this possible? Are you sure you've never touched magic before? Lester gave a mysterious smile. He couldn't very well say he was cheating. Elsa, however, had a high tolerance for Lester's peculiarities. She said, No need to be surprised. Tower Lord Lester always does what we cannot. Stella scratched her head. It had taken her 3 months to learn the most basic shaping, constantly sensing mana guiding it and visualizing forms. Yet Lester, simply by entering the mage tower, had casually shaped flame. Moreover, to master shaping magic, one must possess a certain understanding of the elements and observe all things. I once traveled extensively across the continent visiting volcanoes and ice fields, witnessing lightning and storms, enabling me to rapidly construct various spells. Stella looked at Lester as if she were gazing at a monster. Lester smiled. This is not talent, Stella. Not talent. Stella's face was etched with disbelief. Yes, it is not talent, but my comprehension of the elements. Take fire, for instance. What do you believe is its true essence? Stella pondered for a moment. It is high temperature. High temperature destroys combustible objects, reducing them to ashes. Lester nodded. That understanding is not incorrect, but it is still not the essence. The emergence of fire requires combustible material, oxygen in the air, and sufficient heat. All three are indispensable. The fire element in the air can partially substitute for the functions of these three. Delving deeper, the initial heat causes the molecules of the combustible material to break, generating highly active free radicals. These free radicals collide rapidly with molecules, initiating a chain reaction that releases a vast amount of heat and light. New free radicals then trigger more molecules, forming a self-sustaining reaction. Not only Stella, but even Elsa, who was usually quick-witted, was left stunned. Lester refrained from elaborating further. This knowledge is not difficult. I will compile it over the coming days for you to study. A better understanding of elemental reactions will enable you to release magic more effectively. This? Stella was both astonished and delighted. The content Lester had just spoken allowed her to vaguely grasp something, yet she could not fully comprehend it. It was primarily the array of unique terms that left her utterly bewildered. This was knowledge her own teacher had never imparted. Indeed, her teacher likely did not know it either. Lester looked at Elsa and said, Elsa, I hope you can also become a mage. Elsa's eyes widened. Me? Really? Of course. With your abilities, you will surely become an archmage quickly. After all, she possessed the legendary talent, scientific prodigy. It would be a colossal waste for her not to delve into magical research. Elsa's heartbeat quickened. Not because of the prospect of becoming a mage, but because of the Tower Master's trust in her. I will definitely work hard. Stella smiled as she savored the amplification of the stargazing tower, a hint of reluctance in her voice. I will go to the city to purchase some magic stones to help Elsa and the others sense mana and become mage apprentices. The pink crystals were distributed. Stella made a trip to the city, contacted a merchant guild, and arranged for the acquisition of magic stones from a distant city. They would take several days to arrive. Tony also packed up the holy water and blessed Honey, heading to the city to rest and recruit hands preparing to continue his journey. They were still short of some pink crystals to upgrade the crystal tower. They could be gathered once Tony returned. A few more days passed. Within the sanctuary, the construction of the Myriad Scroll Library was nearing completion. Over 40 beastmen under Elsa's direction were carrying the final batch of stone materials and polishing the details of the walls. Lister stood to the side, gazing at the magnificent edifice about to be completed while mulling over another matter in his mind. These past days, aside from practicing swordsmanship and supervising the construction, he had spent nearly all his remaining time in the study. Copying books, copying them frantically. With the mental fortitude bolstered by the blessed hive, his memories of the classic works he had read in his past life became exceptionally clear. He was translating the words in his mind into the language of this world and transcribing them onto papyrus at a rate of about 2 or 3 books per day. The Analects, the Tao Te Ching, the Art of War, the Joyful Journey of Zhuangzi. He also selectively copied some influential Western works. All of this was for the special effect of the Myriad Scroll Library. For each masterpiece collected, the mental strength of all sanctuary residents increased by 1. Boss, the final outer wall of the library is complete. Elsa came running over, her cheeks dusted with stone powder, her eyes sparkling. Can we activate it? Lister took a deep breath, opened the guide to constructing wonders, and found the icon for the Myriad Scroll Library. Activate. In an instant, the entire library was enveloped in a soft golden radiance. From the foundation to the roof, every stone and every wooden beam was reshaped and elevated within the light. The building, originally 2 stories high, rose to 4 stories within the radiance. The outer walls were adorned with dense bas-reliefs of text, as if the entire library were a colossal tome carved from stone. The stone carving on the main door slowly transformed, revealing 5 peculiar characters. The unique script of this world. Myriad Scroll Library. He pushed open the heavy stone door, and a faint fragrance of ink wafted toward him. The first-floor hall was spacious and bright. At its center stood a massive long table surrounded by stone bookshelves that reached the ceiling. Sunlight streamed through the colored glass windows of the dome, casting patterns on the smooth stone floor. It's so beautiful. Elsa, following behind, could not help but cover her mouth. Fia also wobbled over from the flower field, poking her head in to look. Is this the library? It's much larger than I imagined. I feel like sleeping here would be so cozy. Why is that? Lister's mouth twitched slightly. Still, it did seem quite comfortable for sleeping. He could have Matilda give lectures up there, while he slept even more soundly. Stella and Seth also arrived upon hearing the news, and even Wolfit, patrolling the city walls, could not help but turn his head repeatedly. Lister did not rush to explore. Instead, he returned to the study and moved all the manuscripts he had copied over this period. They did not seem very numerous, as the paper used was a thin, lightweight kind manufactured with the latest technology. Otherwise, using parchment would have incurred a considerable expense. A total of 23 works. Lister placed them one by one on the display shelves on the first floor, silently praying in his heart. Please let them count. I don't want to have copied them for nothing. The first, a selection from the Analects, was placed. The bookshelf emitted a faint glow, and the manuscript, as if drawn by some force, flew into an empty slot. A gilded title appeared on its cover. Masterpiece, the Analects collected. Mental strength of all sanctuary residents 1. Lister's heart leaped with joy. It worked. He immediately picked up the second, the Tao Te Ching. Again the bookshelf glowed, the manuscript flew in, and a gilded title emerged.
Masterpiece Tao Te Ching collected.
Mental strength of all sanctuary residents 1. Several people came to help placing all the manuscripts Lister had copied onto the shelves. Some of these works Elsa and Stella had already read, so they knew their value. Their movements were gentle, careful not to damage the books. At first, the effect was not very noticeable, but after placing over a dozen books, Lister could already feel his mind becoming much clearer. A direct manifestation was that he could perceive the surrounding mana with greater clarity. Stella felt the same. Tower Master. This? Indeed, the Myriad Scroll Library enhances our mental strength with every masterpiece it collects. Stella drew in a sharp breath. Masterpieces. The things the Tower Master casually wrote could be called masterpieces. And this amplification. She could already imagine that now delving into magic within the stargazing tower, her speed would be more than double, even triple what it was before. The enhancement of mental strength was not a simple 112. A 20 increase in mental strength would for research undoubtedly result in a multiplicative amplification. Too powerful. He took a deep breath, feeling his mind had never been so clear. The once blurry memories and ambiguous knowledge were now like an organized filing cabinet, categorized and within easy reach. Aisha also sensed the change, her eyes widening. Boss, I feel. My mind has become so sharp. Some architectural problems I couldn't solve before suddenly make sense now. FIA touched her head, giggling. Same here. Stella stood in the center of the library, closing her eyes to sense the surrounding magical fluctuations. After a long moment she opened them, her voice tinged with disbelief. This library. Its magical field is purer than my teacher's mage tower. Moreover, it seems to have resonated with the stargazing tower, the two buildings, reinforcing each other and merging their effects. Lister also perceived this. That is to say, within the Myriad Volumes library, one can also gain the stargazing tower's amplification, doubling research speed and magical perception. So there were synergy effects between wonders. Matilda, one from now on choose a room in the Myriad Volumes library for your lectures. Let the beastkin learning to read and other subjects attend classes here for recitation and memorization. Matilda was already eager. As you wish, my lord. With learning here, I am confident that in a month, no 15 days, I can have everyone recognize over 1,000 characters. Lister nodded. On the third day after the library's completion, Bianca arrived at the sanctuary with a new group of beastkin. 30 in total, all having signed labor contracts. Her condition was far better than last time. After drinking the holy water and eating the honey, the frailty that had nearly reduced her to a skeletal cat had mostly vanished, and she had grown much stronger, walking with a brisk stride. Tower Master Lister. Bianca found him, a hint of hesitation on her small face. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Speak. It's about the artifact. Bianca pulled the stone disc from her bosom, the very artifact she used to suppress the beastkin curse. This disc, I found it beneath a withered tree in the beastkin settlement. Lister raised an eyebrow. Beneath it, there was an entrance under the dead tree leading underground. Bianca lowered her voice. I first discovered it 2 years ago. The settlement had just been established and I was resting by the withered tree when I accidentally stepped on a patch of ground that gave way and I fell into a very, very deep place. She paused as if recollecting. It wasn't a natural cave down there. It felt like a vast space, a small world. There were ancient castles with carvings on the walls, passages, rooms, and of course many powerful magical beasts. To escape them I hid inside a castle and found this disc there. At the time it rested on a stone platform and my magic resonated with it. In the end Maya had to rescue me or I might have died in there. Lister listened intently. An underground ruin. Could it be something like a dungeon? You never went back down. Bianca shook her head. No. There were too many powerful magical beasts inside. Even Maya was no match for them. And after obtaining the disc I found it could help suppress the dark erosion. So I kept using it to maintain the settlement's stability, never having time to explore further. But these past few days, there seems to be some agitation beneath the withered tree. I'm very uneasy, worried that the underground beasts might suddenly burst out and endanger the settlement.
Don't worry.
They'll find a way to go down and take a look. You and Maya recall what kinds of beasts are down there. Well, explore it soon. The sanctuary's current strength was formidable. Exploring an underground ruin posed little risk. Moreover, there might be other treasures down there. Artifacts like the disc might not be the only one. He called for Aisha and asked her to summon Sylvia and Seth. Shortly after the group gathered in the study. Upon seeing Sylvia, Bianca shared the latest intelligence. Sylvia, regarding the Sparrow Beastkin, you asked me to find. I've gathered enough information. In the nearby city-state of Emerald City, there are traces of Sparrow Beastkin activity, but they seem to be confined within a shelter. However, don't worry. They aren't being mistreated. I'm figuring out a way to rescue them. Lister asked, where is that shelter? Give me the exact location. As you wish, my lord. Now let's discuss the underground ruins beneath the Beastkin settlement. Bianca repeated what she had just said. Seth stroked his beard. Underground ruins are often narrow and dim where an archer's advantage is limited. My long sword would be more suitable. If the Tower Master decides to explore, this old man is willing to lead the vanguard. Not so fast. Lister shook his head. First preparations. Bianca, when you return, carefully survey the terrain around the withered tree without disturbing what lies within. Also tally how many beastkin in the settlement are capable of fighting. I need the exact number. Understood. Master Seth, starting today, select some agile beastkin from the sanctuary and teach them basic swordsmanship and combat techniques. They don't need to become experts, but at least they should be able to defend themselves and coordinate. Seth nodded. Give this old man half a month. With the library's enhancement, I can teach them basic sword forms and formations in that time, enough to handle ordinary magical beasts. Sylvia, focus on mastering shadow magic in the stargazing tower. You can accompany us as a scout. Sylvia nodded firmly. I understand, Tower Master. After speaking, Sylvia seemed to have something more to say but hesitated. Lister naturally knew what she was thinking. Tomorrow at dawn, you and Aisha will come with me to that shelter with the sparrow beastkin. Yes, thank you, Tower Master. With the arrangements made, the group dispersed. The next day, Lister found the young griffin, which had caught several magic wolves to fill its belly the night before. The young griffin had now built a nest atop the Myriad Volumes library and was diligently studying the wind magic within its bloodline. With the empowerment of the Stargazing Tower and the Myriad Volumes library, the young griffin learned rapidly. Let's go, little Ing. The griffin happily flew to Lister's side. Lister, Sylvia, and Aisha mounted the griffin, heading west toward Emerald City. Woohoo! Aisha seemed to unleash her true nature once airborne. Sparrow beastkin were naturally fond of the sky even without wings of their own. Boss, can I learn wind magic? Of course. I'll compile a copy of Fundamentals of Aerodynamics and Fluid Mechanics for you later. The griffin flew at tremendous speed, further enhanced by wind magic, and soon they reached the location marked on Bianca's map. There it is. There it is. Sylvia pointed at a sanctuary below, encircled by low stone walls. Her voice was laden with an indescribable emotion, a mix of excitement, anticipation, and timidity. Lester squinted, surveying the scene from above. It was a typical level 3 sanctuary, slightly larger than Griffin's home. 5 watchtowers were positioned at the 4 corners and the main gate. Within the walls lay a patch of farmland, a few rows of wooden cabins, and a 2-story stone main building. From the layout, the owner seemed quite affluent by wilderness standards. There don't seem to be many guards, Aisha remarked, twitching her ears. Sylvia, are you sure the avians are locked up inside? Bianca's intelligence should be accurate, Sylvia said, gripping her compound bow tightly. Rumor has it the sanctuary owner is a slave trader, buying beastfolk from Emerald City and reselling them to distant mines. With the recent surge in beast tides, the beastfolk are piling up here unsellable. Discussing her own kin as mere commodities was far from easy, and Sylvia's tone betrayed her weariness. Lester didn't speak immediately. Instead, he had Xiaoying circle the sanctuary twice. On the surface, there seemed to be few slaves within, most were likely confined to the cellar beside the main building. Let's descend. Lester patted Xiaoying's neck. The griffin let out a clear cry, folded its wings, and dove toward the sanctuary's main gate. On the ground, a patrolling guard looked up at the sound. Seeing a colossal beast with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters plummeting from the sky, he was terrified out of his wits. Attack! Attack! What kind of magical beast is that? Go fetch the tower lord. Several guards scrambled to raise their bows, but their hands trembled violently. The arrows flew askew, not even grazing Xiaoying's feathers. Lester didn't slow the griffin's descent. Instead, he landed directly in the open space before the main gate. Boom! Xiaoying's talons hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its wings spread slightly, wind element magic swirling around it, scattering debris in all directions. The guards were knocked flat by the blast of air struggling to rise. Lester dismounted and looked around. Tell your tower lord to come out. No sooner had he spoken than a portly middle-aged man rushed out of the stone house, followed by 5 or 6 armed guards. Their tower lord was named Barrow Gray, a merchant. The moment he saw the griffin, his face turned deathly pale. But he was a merchant who had seen the world. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile more hideous than a grimace. Milord, Tower Lord, I had no idea you were gracing us with your presence. Forgive my lack of welcome. Spare me the pleasantries. Lester had no patience for beating around the bush. The avians you've got locked in your cellar. Name your price. Barrow's smile froze on his face. Well, my lord, it's not a matter of money. I've already struck a deal with a buyer. Delivery is due in a couple of days. Pure nonsense. Given the current situation, it would be a miracle if he could sell any beastfolk slaves. Truly a shrewd merchant able to suppress his fear and haggle even after Lester's imposing entrance. So no deal. Lester's tone was calm, but Barrow felt a chill crawl up from the soles of his feet. He recalled the griffin's descent from the sky, glanced at the avian girl behind Lester, who had already raised her compound bow, and noticed another figure silently melting into the shadows. Deal. Deal. Of course we can deal. Barrow quickly changed his tune, a fine sheen of sweat breaking out on his forehead. My lord Tower Lord, there are 23 avians in total. I paid 50 blue crystals for them. Just give me the cost price. 50. Lester eyed him. Are you sure? Barrow swallowed hard and was about to nod when a scream erupted behind him. He whirled around to see a guard crumpled on the ground, clutching his arm. An arrow was embedded in his limb, the tip grazing the skin. Not a serious wound, but excruciatingly painful. Ah! Lie again and the next arrow won't just graze the skin. Sylvia emerged from the shadows, her compound bow already knocked with another arrow. Barrow's face turned ashen. His legs gave way and he nearly collapsed. TW. 20 blue crystals. I only paid 20 when I bought them. Sylvia, go release them. Sylvia nodded and hurried toward the cellar. Barrow dared not stop her, and his guards dared even less. The griffin was watching them, its golden slit pupils brimming with menace. Before long, over 20 beastfolk were led out, more than 10 of them avians. Bianca's intelligence had been accurate. Sylvia supported one of the beastfolk, her eyes rimmed with red. At the front was a middle-aged female avian. Her hair, like Aisha's, had feather-like tips, though it was much grayer. Behind her followed a teenage avian girl and several smaller children. When Aisha saw the middle-aged woman, she froze. It was a figure that appeared in her deepest dreams. Somewhat unfamiliar, aged, covered in scars, but unmistakably that person. Mother! Her voice was barely a whisper, as if afraid to shatter a dream. The middle-aged woman lifted her head. Her clouded eyes, upon recognizing Aisha, suddenly blazed with light. Aisha! Little Aisha! Mother! Aisha rushed forward and threw her arms around the frail woman, tears streaming down her face. You're alive. You're alive. I thought you were. It's all right, it's all right. The middle-aged woman stroked Aisha's hair, unable to hold back her own tears. Mother's fine, your sister's fine too. We're all still alive. Lester stood aside, watching the scene, a pang of bitterness in his heart. He turned to Barrow. Any other beast folk? No, my lord. Truly none. Very well. Lester fished 10 blue crystals from his pocket and tossed them at Barrow's feet. This is the payment for them. Take it. Barrow hastily bent down to pick them up, not daring to lift his head. Lester paid him no further attention. Instead, he walked before the 20-odd avians. I am Lester. At the sound of his voice, the beastfolk instinctively stepped back half a pace, as if bracing for a blow. Lester sighed. Aisha, you calm them down. Tower Lord Barrow, prepare a carriage for me. We're going home today. Barrow immediately turned and barked orders at his men. Soon a carriage was brought out. By then Aisha had soothed her mother's emotions. Behind her mother, a timid avian girl clung tightly to both Aisha's and her mother's sleeves. The middle-aged avian woman wiped her tears, and with the younger girl walked before Lester and knelt deeply on the ground. Thank you. Thank you for saving Aisha. Thank you for saving us. Thank you for taking care of Aisha. Don't thank me. Thank Aisha and Sylvia. They've been working hard to find news of you. Lester turned and waved his hand. The carriage carried the group onward, embarking on a new journey. Lister sat at the front of the carriage as griffins circled overhead, driving away the surrounding magical beasts. Elsa held her mother and sister's hands, pouring out everything that had happened over the years. Sylvia listened nearby, feeling a pang of envy and loneliness, as she received no news of her own family. Lister glanced at the status panels of these individuals. Name Melissa. Race Avian. Loyalty 62. Talent Healing Hands Epic.
Occupation architecture expert. 420. Eau culinary expert. 620.
Status Dark Corruption Inactive Hungry. Exhausted, surprised Elsa is alive. Elsa found me. Name Bryn. Race avian. Loyalty 68. Talent wind element affinity epic. Occupation none. Status dark corruption inactive, hungry. Exhausted, surprised, is this my sister? It was practically a family of 3 paragons. Although he didn't know if talent was hereditary, both Elsa's mother Melissa and her sister Bryn possessed epic-grade talents. Healing Hands was likely an ability related to restorative magic. Wind element affinity was easy to understand. Bryn was an excellent seed for a mage. He could have Stelea train her properly back home, and perhaps they would gain another expert-level mage. While Lister observed, the 2 Melissa secretly studied him as well. Elsa kept telling her about the young Tower Lord's gentleness and kindness. Melissa had to remain vigilant. Over the years she had witnessed too many dangers, and too many nobles and Tower Lords who were worse than beasts amusing themselves by slaughtering and torturing avians. As for the few who treated them well, their ultimate goal was always to satisfy their disgusting desires. To protect Bryn, she had nearly died many times. It was the recent beast tide that had liberated them from that hell. She wondered what sort of person this young Tower Lord would be. Elsa was still a child. Children could never see through the treachery of human hearts, and always felt indebted for any kindness. But this time, no matter what, she would not let Elsa be harmed. Tower Lord Lister. What will our fortune be? Melissa looked down at her daughter's hands. Those hands, once calloused from labor in the mines, had now become much softer. Her nails were neatly trimmed, and a bracelet made of colorful stones adorned her wrist. Elsa's face was round, a sign she had been eating well. Her clothes were exquisite and clean, and her eyes were filled with happiness and hope. Her daughter seemed to be doing well. Could they truly find stability this time? Elsa leaned close to Melissa and Bryn's ears, and whispered softly, "Mother Bryn, don't worry. Tower Lord Lister will lift our curse, and we won't have to fear going mad anymore. We will live together from now on." Elsa's tears fell onto Melissa's cheeks, washing away the grime flowing like a stubborn stream to the corner of Melissa's mouth. Salty tears. "I believe you, Elsa." Melissa revealed a tender smile. By the time they returned to the sanctuary, it was already afternoon. Lister entrusted Melissa and the other rescued avians to Elsa for settlement. He felt he should give Elsa and her family some private space. Sylvia followed silently behind. Lister entered the study. "Come in." Tower Lord. Sylvia's expression was a mix of relief and sorrow. "You're worried about your family." "Yes. I'm truly happy for Elsa, and Aunt Melissa is one of my dearest. But my father and mother." "No news from Melissa?" "No. They separated after the beast tide, and I haven't heard from them since." No news didn't just mean missing. It could also mean something far worse, like death. It was indeed a stroke of luck that Elsa had found her mother. Even when they set out today, Lister hadn't held much hope. "Don't lose heart, Sylvia. We won't give up the search." "I know, Tower Lord." Sylvia's tears began to fall. Lister stood up and walked over to the young avian. After all, she was still just a child. Lister extended his right hand, and Sylvia pressed herself against his chest, letting out muffled sobs. After a long moment, Sylvia looked up, a flustered expression on her face. "I'm sorry, Tower Lord, I've dirtied your clothes." "It's all right. You can study dark magic in the library from now on. I'll prepare a set of teaching materials for you. Once you grow stronger, you'll have a better chance of finding your family." "Yes, I will work hard, my lord." Sylvia left. Lister sat at his desk and picked up a pen. "I didn't think it would come to this. Let's start with basic physics and mathematics." Whether science or magic, both were essentially the observation and study of reality. Having witnessed the power of magic, Lister hoped the sanctuary could nurture a few archmages to face future crises. Sylvia was close to becoming a master thief, and learning shadow magic would undoubtedly accelerate this process. Night fell. "Boss!" Elsa's voice came from the doorway. "Come in." The young avian pushed the door open. Her eyes were still red, but the smile on her face was impossible to suppress. "Settled in?" Lister asked. "Yes." Elsa nodded vigorously. "My mother and sisters love it here. They said they've never seen such nice houses, or the sea of flowers, or the beehives." "I'm glad you like it." Lister smiled. "Did you help them remove the dark corruption?" "Yes. They are all so grateful to you. Bryn thinks you're a messenger sent by the gods specially here to save us." Lister shook his head with a chuckle. Elsa stared into his eyes, her own growing moist again. Suddenly she rushed forward, threw her arms around him, and sank to her knees. Again, sensing Elsa's emotions, Lister's heart calmed. He gently stroked the feathers mingled with her hair. "Thank you, Tower Lord. Today is the happiest day of my life." "Don't think that way. Every day from now on will be even better than today." Elsa looked up beaming and nodded firmly. "Whatever the Tower Lord says will come true. Now go spend time with your mother and sister." Elsa stood up, replied cheerfully, then hesitated. "Boss, there's one more thing." "Go on." "My mother said that behind Barlow Gray, the master of the sanctuary, where they were imprisoned there, might be an even bigger slave trader. This trader seems to have ties with nobles in Emerald City, specializing in the avian trade." Lister narrowed his eyes. "Bigger?" "Yes. My mother only heard Barlow mention it occasionally. She doesn't know the details." Elsa said, "But Sister Sylvia thinks that what we did today might put us in conflict with that big trader." "So be it." Lister leaned back in his chair, his tone calm. "You should have confidence in our strength, Elsa. Perhaps he has information about more avians. We'll seek him out. He should be the one worrying, not us. Sylvia will be more than willing to gather intelligence on him." Elsa left the study, leaning against the door. As she replayed the scene just moments ago, her cheeks flushed with heat. "I actually rushed forward and hugged him. The Tower Master won't blame me, will he?" Elsa hurried back to her room. Her mother and younger sister had been settled in the adjacent chambers. Elsa personally arranged the bed and table, and even picked a few dragon's blood flowers from the sea of blossoms to place in a stone vase. The castle had ample rooms with less than half occupied so far, and beastkin servants cleaned daily. Pushing open the door, Elsa saw Melissa combing Bryn's hair. "Mother." Elsa approached and sat on the edge of the bed. Melissa glanced at her, a tender smile playing on her lips. "Is everything settled?" Elsa nodded. "The clansmen have all been assigned rooms. Teacher Matilda will register them tomorrow to see who is literate, so we can arrange work later." "Work?" Melissa repeated softly, her fingers pausing in Bryn's hair. "Elsa, is it true? We won't be forced into slavery here." "No, Mother. You're an architecture expert. Tower Master Lister will assign you a job." Elsa looked earnestly into her mother's eyes. "Tower Master Lister never forces anyone. He gives everyone a chance. Even if you're not a professional, if you pass the assessment, you can become one, break the slave contract, become a free citizen, draw a salary, and have your own room." Melissa fell silent for a long time. She had seen too many human lies, sweet words often hiding deeper malice. But Elsa's eyes were too pure, too clean for her to doubt. "That Tower Master Lister." Melissa chose her words carefully. "Does he treat you well?" Elsa's face flushed instantly. She didn't deny it, only hummed softly. "The Tower Master is very good to me." Melissa saw her daughter's crimson cheeks and the slight upturn of her lips, and she understood. "That's good, Elsa." Melissa smiled. "Tower Master Lister is a miracle worker. The curse on us has been lifted. We can live normal lives just like humans and elves." Mother. Tower Master Lister also promised to help rescue more of our beast-kin. Melissa said nothing, only smiled, gently patting Elsa's hand. Bryn leaned against her mother's shoulder, curiously examining everything in the room. The delicate stone candlestick, the soft bed, the sweet fragrance of flowers carried by the breeze through the window. "Sister, it's so beautiful here," the little girl whispered. "Can we stay here forever?" "Of course you can." Elsa stroked her sister's head. "As long as you want, this is our home." Bryn beamed happily, revealing 2 missing front teeth. Melissa watched her daughter's smiles, and another layer of ice in her heart melted. "Elsa," she spoke suddenly, "Sylvia seemed unwell today. You should care for her more. She's always loved you the most since you were little." Elsa nodded. "I will, Mother. Sister Sylvia's family hasn't been found yet. She must be very worried." Melissa sighed. "Back in the settlement, her mother was closest to me. If she's still alive." "The Tower Master said hell keeps searching," Elsa said. "He promised Sister Sylvia. He has never broken his word." Melissa said no more, silently praying that her long-lost friend was still alive, and that they might reunite one day. Outside, the window night deepened. The arrow towers began their work. The blue light of the polyline towers darted through the darkness, striking down approaching magical beasts one by one. Melissa watched through the window, a complex emotion welling up within her. This sanctuary was unlike any she had ever seen. Everything here was filled with order and vitality, a miracle upon the wasteland. Perhaps this time fate has truly favored us. In the following days, everyone in the sanctuary was busy. Stella, Elsa, and Sylvia delved into magic within the observatory tower. The magic crystal orbs had been purchased from the city, and Stella was overseeing the process of making Elsa and Sylvia into mage apprentices. Seth took charge of the 20-odd strongest beastkin sent by Bianca, making them drink holy water to purge the dark corruption, then signing contracts to make them warriors of the sanctuary. Notably, Bianca, through holy water and food, had completely united the entire beastkin settlement, making it Lister's reserve force. Now beastkin from the surrounding areas came to the settlement daily, some having heard of the curse removal, others simply fleeing or seeking a place to survive. Matilda compiled the textbooks Elsa had written and started evening classes in the library room. Most of the sanctuary's beastkin would sit down to learn a few characters after a day's labor. Some talented beastkin could learn dozens, even 100 characters a day. With the dual enhancement of the observatory tower and the library of myriad volumes, even a complete dullard could become a prodigy of learning. Matilda was also astonished by the learning speed of her beastkin friends. It was as if the children she had taught before had lost all their spark. But she knew it was the wonder's doing. Between lessons, she also worked hard to revise her textbooks and improve her own abilities. Lister, holding several books he had written overnight, headed towards the observatory tower. Tower Master. Andrew stopped Lister on the path, ledger in hand. After taking over the sanctuary's accounts, this mathematics expert had discussed with Tony for a long time, spending an entire day organizing all data. The output of the cornucopia holy water sales, blessed honey inventory, grain harvests, into tables densely filling several pages. Pushing up his spectacles, he said, "My lord, I've calculated the estimates you asked for, based on current income and expenses, and if Mr. Tony's projections hold, we can net 18 to 20 pink crystals per month." That much? Lister was somewhat surprised. Yes, Andrew said, opening the ledger. The main source of income is holy water sales, accounting for over 70%. Blessed honey and grain have limited production for now, but their profit margins are extremely high with great potential for future growth. Additionally, the passive income from the cornucopia and the golden ledger is not negligible, averaging nearly 200 blue crystals per day, which is 6 pink crystals a month. Lister nodded. Tony's destination this time was Afra, a distant place that would take about a month to return from. However, Tony had prepared 2 other caravans for him, handling local trade and the export of food and iron ore. In another week, the sanctuary could be upgraded to level 5. Then they could directly use the arrow towers obtained from the Hamilton family sanctuary and add 2 master archers to the sanctuary's defenses. Lister stepped into the stargazing tower. Ascending the staircase to the top floor, he found Stellaria with her head buried in the desk. As expected, her hair was still damp, evidently fresh from a bath. Ahem. Lord Tower Master. Stellaria jerked her head up abruptly. You're here, Lord Tower Master. Look, with the aid of the magic tower, I've deciphered the stone slab we obtained from the necromancer during the dungeon surge. Oh, what does it contain? As we speculated earlier, it's a self-narrative akin to a diary. Stellaria beamed. And there's also the general outline of necromancy. Necromancy. Precisely. Mastering these spells will grant us the ability to command corpses to fight for us. Have you translated it? I'm working on the translation with Elsa. Sylvia seems quite intrigued by this magic. There appears to be some connection between shadow and necromancy. Well done. Lister produced 2 books. These are the fundamentals of physics and chemistry based on my knowledge. They will aid in constructing magic. You can study them with Elsa and the others. For more in-depth content, I still need to recall and reason it out. Stellaria took the manuscript, her gaze fixed on the dense formulas and symbols, somewhat dazed. As if she had stumbled upon her master's magical manuscripts for the first time, reading them like arcane tomes. Yet Lord Tower Master Lister had added annotations beside every symbol. It's simply... She lifted her head, staring at Lister as though he were a being beyond humanity. More like a deity or an angel. Lord Tower Master, how do you come to know all this? I too stand on the shoulders of giants. These contents may not be absolute truths. Learn them, but never forget to question and reflect. Stellaria pondered Lister's words, nodding emphatically. I'll summon Elsa and Sylvia at once. By the time Elsa and Sylvia arrived, Lister had already departed for the library, continuing his monumental task of transcribing books. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. 20 Beastman warriors stood in neat formation on the open ground before the castle. Each donned a black breastplate forged from the remnants of demonic beasts gripping steel longswords crafted by Harper beside the falling star forge. Seth stood before them leaning on his sword, a hint of satisfaction in his gaze. In a week's time to hone the basic sword techniques to this level. Among all I've taught you possess considerable talent. The old man paused. Of course, compared to the Lord Tower Master, it's like the gulf between clouds and mud. Lister stood on the steps scanning the warriors' status panels. Among the 2015 had successfully awakened the swordsman apprentice profession. The remaining 5, though not yet initiated, possessed basic combat abilities far surpassing ordinary slaves. Crucially, all had consumed the holy water, purging the dark corruption with loyalty ratings generally above 75. Lord Tower Master. Seth turned. This batch is ready for deployment. With proper coordination, they can handle second-tier demonic beasts and hold off third-tier ones for a while. Thank you for your hard work, Master Seth. Lister descended the steps, walking past the 20 warriors. Today's mission is to explore the ruins beneath the withered tree. Unknown dangers may lurk within, but substantial rewards may await. Lister halted. I will not compel anyone. If any of you wish to decline, speak now. No one spoke. The 20 Beastman warriors stood erect, their gazes resolute. Lister nodded. Then prepare yourselves. We depart tomorrow. Harper stepped forward, handing a cloth bundle to Lister. Master, these are the iron pieces you requested. I've polished them as you instructed. Lister opened the bundle to reveal thumb-sized iron pellets, their surfaces buffed to a gleaming shine, casting a cold metallic glint in the sunlight. Well done. Lister picked up one pellet, weighing it in his hand. Harper's eyes brimmed with curiosity, but she refrained from asking. The Lord Tower Master surely had his reasons for wanting these items. Lister fastened the bundle to his waist and turned toward the stargazing tower. Stellaria had been waiting atop the tower for a long while. When she saw Lister push open the door, she immediately rose from her chair, holding out a book bound in deep blue leather. Lord Tower Master, this is the grimoire I transcribed. The elf's voice carried a hint of nervousness. It contains all the basic spells I know. Fireball, Chain Lightning, Holy Light Attachment, Ice Spear, along with some fundamental defensive magic. Every rune, gesture, and incantation is annotated in detail. Your knowledge has greatly accelerated my spellcasting speed and significantly boosted their power. Thanks to you, both Elsa and Sylvia have become mage apprentices. Lister took the book and opened the first page. The handwriting was neat and elegant, with explanations accompanying each spell. It was evident that Stellaria had spared no effort over the past few days. Let me take a look first. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the stargazing tower, sat cross-legged, and opened the first chapter of the grimoire. It described the shaping methods and incantations for Fireball, Chain Lightning, Holy Light Attachment, and Ice Spear, with many amendments clearly based on the physics and chemistry fundamentals Lister had provided. Lister closed his eyes. With the dual enhancement of the stargazing tower and the library of 10,000 volumes, his spiritual power far surpassed that of an ordinary mage. Moreover, his foundation as an archmage coupled with master-level mana perception and control made the process of spellcasting remarkably effortless. He began constructing a simple fireball. Stellaria stood by, holding her breath. She had no doubt the Lord Tower Master could accomplish it. She merely wished to learn his shaping technique. Through these days of study, Stellaria had advanced rapidly, just a step away from becoming an archmage. She deeply sensed that the key to her breakthrough lay with Lord Tower Master Lister. Lister had grasped the principle of the fireball spell. He had to admit that the mages of this world possessed unique insights into making fireballs rounder and larger. He opened his eyes and extended his right hand. A red glow kindled in his palm, mana flowing between his fingers. Vast fire elements shaped and transformed in his hand, completing the construct almost instantaneously, as swift as instinct. A fireball the size of a fist materialized, rotating slowly above his palm. Its searing heat distorted the very air. Such a perfect fireball. Stellaria murmured. Lister gazed at the fireball in his palm, his brow furrowing slightly. Not powerful enough. Feels inferior to a hand grenade. He dismissed the fireball and reopened the grimoire. No, the traditional construction method for the fireball was too crude. Though round, undeniably round, the total energy was too low, the temperature insufficient, and the explosive force lacking. Could the internal structure be optimized? He closed his eyes again, beginning to reshape the spell. no longer simply needing a sphere but compressing and reconstructing the mana. Compressing more fire-attuned mana into a smaller space, while constructing a stable mana shell to prevent energy dissipation. This process exponentially increased the demands on mana control and spiritual power, but for an archmage it was certainly manageable. After refining the fireball, he casually fused the small iron piece crafted by Harper into it, enveloping it with a special structure. The fireball thus transformed into a fragmentation grenade, its lethality on the battlefield absolutely multiplied. There's also lightning magic. List did not mold the lightning element into a shape. Instead, he directly produced a small iron block. Electric currents continuously gathered around his fingertips, generating a fluctuating strong magnetic field as energy accumulated. He aimed the iron block outward. The block bore a tremendous thrust, and after a brief charge burst forth, violently transforming into a scorching streak of light that flew toward the horizon. The resulting gust of wind lifted Stellaria's hair. This is a variant of lightning magic. For specifics, you can refer to Chapter 5 of my physics treatise on electromagnetic conversion. Stellaria nodded in bewilderment. The principle is simple, you'll grasp it soon. Prepare yourself. You will depart with us tomorrow for the expedition. All right, I am also very curious about the underground ruins. Early the next morning, 20 Beastman warriors stood ready. List stood at the forefront, an enchanted long sword captured from a necromancer hanging at his waist. He had been promoted to swordsmanship expert 120 the previous day. Coupled with his current archmage-level power, he could effortlessly wield this longsword. Sylvia emerged from the shadows and nodded at List. Lord of the Tower, Bianca is ready. The area around the withered tree has been cleared. No one will disturb us. Good. List turned to look behind him. Elsa carried a composite bow and wore a short sword at her waist. Harper was also clad in armor looted from a magic armor set. Stellaria gripped her staff with charcoal perched on her shoulder. Ofia and Pero had been forcibly kept in the shelter, and were now lying on the city walls staring at them with looks of grievance. Let's move out. The group rode warhorses, advancing toward the Beastman settlement in the twilight. At the withered tree, Bianca and Maya were already waiting there. Upon arriving at the Beastman settlement, the nearby Beastmen all regarded List with extremely curious gazes, their eyes also containing deep reverence and loyalty. Most of these Beastmen had undergone the baptism of holy water, freeing them from the influence of dark corruption. Coupled with Bianca's propaganda, they all regarded List as a divine envoy. Seeing List leading the team, Bianca and Maya stepped forward and guided the two into the withered treehouse. It's right here. Maya moved aside a stone slab in the inner chamber, revealing a pitch-black passage bottomless with a howl of cold wind rising from below. List walked to the edge of the entrance and looked down. A damp wind carrying a putrid scent surged upward, brushing against his face, bringing an indescribable sense of discomfort. He conjured a fireball, using it as a searchlight to illuminate the depths, and tossed it downward. It caused no ripples at all. The firelight illuminated the cave walls, revealing traces of artificial carving. Faint inscriptions resembling some ancient script were etched on the walls, but time had worn them nearly illegible. I'll take the lead. All soldiers follow me inside. Seth stepped forward. Be extremely careful. Safety is paramount. Rest assured, Lord of the Tower. Stellaria cast holy light attachment on Seth and the few leading beastmen, which not only served as illumination, but also imbued their attacks with the power of holy light. The old sword saint was the first to leap into the entrance, descending by jumping on the rugged rock walls. After a few minutes, a response came from below. Come down. It's safe down here. Next was Sylvia. Her shadow magic allowed her to traverse the darkness as if on level ground. List followed, jumping down with Elsa close behind him. The two used their knowledge of architecture to smooth out the path, considerably opening up the view ahead. Having an architecture master along on an adventure is truly wonderful, Seth exclaimed from the front. How about it, Mr. Seth? Would you like to toil on a construction site for a while? Becoming a master isn't impossible. Ah, forget it for this old man. Days spent lying amidst seas of flowers, sipping honey wine, have already made me decadent. Crack. Everyone became instantly alert. Stellaria shaped a light spell illuminating the surroundings, as if it were day. Then came the 20 Beastman warriors, one by one descending along the reconstructed path on the cave wall into the abandoned underground city. As Bianca had described, this was not a simple cave but a vast subterranean space. The dome was at least a dozen meters high. On either side were wide passageways. Stone lamp posts stood at intervals along the walls, but they had been extinguished for many years. It truly is an underground city. Stellaria's voice sounded from behind, and its scale is considerable, at least 10 levels deep. Sylvia had already vanished from her spot, scouting the surroundings. This kind of work was best suited for a rogue. Recently her shadow magic had made great progress, especially after becoming a mage apprentice. Her rogue skills had become even more refined. My lord, no magical beasts are nearby. Sylvia returned quickly. Advance cautiously, List ordered. Sylvia continued scouting. The sparrow beastman's figure disappeared into the darkness. A moment later her voice came from a head laced with puzzlement. Lord of the tower, there are murals on the wall ahead. The group quickened their pace and soon arrived at Sylvia's location. The light of the fireball illuminated the wall. Indeed, it was a mural. Most of the colors had peeled away, but one could vaguely discern the scene, a group of people gathered together prostrating themselves before a massive floating spherical object. That object emanated light which enveloped the crowd below. The faces of the crowd bore an expression of blissful serenity. What is this? Seth frowned. Stellaria leaned in for a closer look and suddenly exclaimed, This is a crystal tower. A crystal tower. List looked at the mural. That floating spherical object did resemble a crystal tower core, but its shape was different. The mural depicted a sphere, whereas current crystal towers were cone-shaped. Though very similar, it's not a crystal tower yet. Stellaria shook her head, her voice trembling slightly. This is some kind of energy core used by the people here before the Wastelands were formed. The text on the stone tablets seems to mention that a kingdom from 500 years ago possessed a power capable of purifying the Wastelands and driving away magical beasts. And then, according to current research, with the fall of that kingdom centuries ago, many precious studies also vanished. This includes the invention of the Crystal Tower, which was made based on the surviving manuscripts and originals of the former kingdom. List looked at the mural, remaining silent for a moment. Let's keep moving. The group advanced deeper along the passage. The further they went, the clearer the murals on the walls became. List saw a scene depicting warfare: humans, elves, dwarves, beastmen. All races stood together, confronting some kind of black spreading mist. The next mural showed people constructing some kind of enormous building, its shape somewhat similar to a crystal tower but larger in scale and more complex in structure. In the next one, the floating spherical core was placed at the very top of the building, radiating light that enveloped the entire kingdom. These murals narrate the history of this kingdom, Stellaria said. From its rise to its fall. What is the reason for the kingdom's decline? Lest asked. Stella shook her head. That is precisely our greatest enigma. If we could uncover the cause of their downfall, we might understand how the wasteland came to be and find a way to reclaim it. The rest of the scene beyond that point was damaged, leaving only a vista of crumbling ruins. Before the words had even faded, a faint rustling sound came from ahead. Everyone halted simultaneously. Sylvia was the first to react, her voice barely a whisper. Something is approaching. Many of them. Lest raised a fireball, illuminating the passage ahead. In the darkness, pairs of crimson eyes flickered to life. So many helmet fiends. And they're holding weapons. It seems they are guarding the structures ahead. Indeed, that must be the core of this small underground city. The entrance leads directly to its mid-level. Wait, there's more than just helmet fiends. Rumble. Before the words had ended, two cracks suddenly split the stone walls on either side of the circular hall, sending rubble cascading down. From the fissures, a colossal stone statue slowly emerged. It was not like the man-sized gargoyles that had appeared in the night before. This statue stood over 3 meters tall, its entire body, composed of deep gray rock, its surface covered in blue veins that pulsed like living blood vessels. They were shaped like knights clad in heavy armor, one hand gripping a stone greatsword, the other bearing a shield. Their heads were featureless, yet they exuded an aura of majesty and sanctity. Why does this look so familiar? Isn't it a miniature version of my own guardian statue? Lest was astounded. Under the scrutiny of his panel, the statue appeared as a blank, meaning they were not magical beasts. They aren't magical beasts. Could these be the Colossus constructs that guarded the ancient kingdom? I've read descriptions in the notes. They have existed for centuries and only execute the last command they were given. It seems that last command is not friendly toward us. Lest drew his longbow and aimed at the Colossus' chest. On the other side, the other statue slowly turned to face them. A single eye on its head glowed with an increasingly bright blue light. Both statues moved at once. Their speed was utterly disproportionate to their size. The three material stone bodies, driven by magical energy, burst forth with astonishing velocity. The great swords trailed arcs of blue light as they cleaved toward Seth, who stood at the front of the party. "This can't be blocked." Seth immediately twisted aside to dodge. The wind stirred by the great sword's passage was enough to scatter the old sword saint's meticulously styled hair. One hit from that, and even an arrow tower would shatter, let alone this old man. Seth gritted his teeth and retreated. "Leave it to me." Lest raised his hand, and an armor-piercing arrow flew toward the head of one of the statues. The arrowhead struck the statue's face, embedding itself deep. Lest had deliberately aimed at the gathering point of blue light, but the effect was minimal. Arrows from Elsa and Harper also struck simultaneously, merely chipping the rock layer without inflicting substantial damage. Elsa stepped in front of Lest, activating her ability as a master architect. The surrounding earth and stone churned on a massive scale, attempting to engulf the Colossus, but the statue was excessively agile, easily leaping out of the trap and smashing through the stone wall that blocked its path. "This thing is formidable," Lest said with a smile. Stella grew anxious. Even she found it extremely difficult to deal with this monster. When she had predicted the situation before coming there, had been no danger at all. She had just raised her hand to cast a spell when she noticed Lest had already produced a small iron chunk. Could it be? An electromagnetic field began to coil around Lest's arm with intricate precision, converging on the iron piece in his palm. With a thunderous roar, the iron shard shot forth with unparalleled kinetic force and power toward the distant Colossus. Before the statue could react, the projectile tore through its chest, leaving a massive gaping hole. The beast men fell silent, stunned for a moment, then resumed dealing with the surrounding helmet fiends. "Whoa, what kind of magic is that?" "Never mind that now. Look at the Colossus' chest," Lest warned. After the attack, the Colossus only paused for a brief moment, still not losing its motive force. However, the great hole in its chest exposed something akin to a crystalline core. "That must be the power core," Stella shouted. "I'll restrain it," Elsa cried out. "Leave it to me." Seth charged forward again. Lest also raised both hands, ready to assist Elsa. A great mass of soft soil and stone rose from the ground, winding around the Colossus like ropes, entangling its limbs and joints. The resilient bindings drastically reduced its speed, preventing it from advancing. Seth had already struck. With a clear target, his blade was ever the sharpest. In a flash, he appeared behind the Colossus. His long sword swept across 4 times in an instant, carving a square-shaped hollow into the statue's chest. Boom! The stone statue collapsed with a thunderous crash, the core landing in Seth's hand. "Master of the tower, please examine what this is." Lest took the core from Seth, and Stella drew near to look. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, and one could sense the pure blue power contained within. Similar to magic, yet not entirely the same. It closely resembled the crystal core they had obtained from the Zigzag Tower. "Look, what is this?" He handed one to Stella. The elf took the core, carefully sensed it for a moment, and then broke into a smile. "Yes, this is exactly the driving core of the ancient constructs recorded in the texts." Her voice carried a note of surprise. "Unlike an arrow tower core, this one can be used directly by placing it in a blue crystal drive. It can be set near a crystal tower or taken away and moved." "You mean it doesn't count toward the total number of cores a crystal tower can support?" "Exactly. In other words, once brought back, this Colossus could be activated immediately for combat, unaffected by the tower's limit. Moreover, it is a mobile siege engine," Stella said solemnly. Everyone fell silent. Imagine if such a massive, immensely strong, and nearly indestructible Colossus were to attack their sanctuary. In their sanctuary, the Colossus might be crushed with a single shield bash by the Guardian statue. But what about other sanctuaries? Ordinary arrow towers would struggle to destroy the stone statue unless there were magic towers. Once the Colossus breached the interior of a sanctuary, both arrow towers and walls would be smashed to smithereens, creating an opportunity for an army to invade. This was truly a devastating weapon for siege and assault. Lest's breathing quickened. "How fast does it consume blue crystals?" "I'm not sure either, but it must be considerable," Stella said. "As long as you place the core on the ground and infuse it with magic or blue crystals, it will automatically construct a stone body and become our guardian. Even if it is destroyed, as long as the core is not completely damaged, it will slowly recover over time and can be summoned again. Lest looked at the crystal core in his hand, a smile slowly spreading across his face. Then he realized a serious problem. How can we be sure that a reactivated Colossus won't continue to attack us? That is indeed a problem. Stelea held the crystal core, her brows slightly furrowed. However, if we bind it to a new crystal tower, the tower's power should be able to overwrite its original commands. Lister immediately understood her implication. Unlike the Arrow Tower's crystal core, the Colossus Drive core stored commands inscribed during the Ancient Kingdom era. But once bound to a new crystal tower, the tower's authority would override the old commands, compelling it to obey the new tower lord. A simple binding would suffice. After unbinding, it could be taken out to summon the Colossus for fun, without needing to be permanently tethered. Perfect timing. The crystal tower we brought back from the Hamilton estate hasn't been activated yet. Lister stowed the Colossus core away safely. Well, try it once we're back. The skirmish around them was drawing to a close. 20 Beastman warriors fought in seamless coordination, systematically dismantling the remaining helmet fiends. Though Seth refrained from further intervention, he prowled the battlefield's periphery, a glint of satisfaction in his aged eyes. These beastmen, despite only a week of training, had already formed the rudiments of teamwork. Moreover, the beastmen possessed an innate ferocity and formidable combat instincts. The last helmet fiend collapsed, the black flame within its helm extinguished its armor, scattering across the ground. Sylvia emerged from the shadows, cradling 2 distinctively crafted longbows, and with several enchanted longswords slung across her back. Tower Lord, I've collected all the weapons dropped by these helmet fiends. Lister took them and examined them closely. The first longbow was pitch black, its limbs etched with intricate silver runes that glinted with a cold luster in the firelight. He tried drawing the bowstring. An arrow of condensed magic, materialized from thin air, shot toward the wall ahead, ricocheted 5 times in succession across the surface, and finally embedded itself in a stone crevice. It automatically turns arrows into ricochet shots. Lister nodded with satisfaction. Suitable for combat in tight spaces. It should pair well with Aisha's master talent. The second longbow was a dark crimson, shorter than a standard bow, but with thicker limbs that required considerable strength to draw. The magic arrows it fired carried a flame effect, erupting into a small patch of fire upon impact. This one is flame enchanted. He handed the bow to Harper. Give this one a try. Harper accepted the dark crimson longbow, knocked an arrow and loosed. The arrow exploded into a ball of flame upon the helmet fiend's remains, scorching the surrounding rubble red. Such a large area! Aisha exclaimed in astonishment beside him. It seems to absorb ambient magic on its own. Exactly. Good enchanted weapons automatically absorb surrounding magic. Some can even self-repair their wear. Harper too was reluctant to part with these enchanted arms. Besides the 2 enchanted longbows, the helmet fiends had also dropped 4 ordinary magic longbows. While lacking special effects, their power far surpassed that of standard composite bows. Lister planned to distribute these among the master archers at the sanctuary. As for melee weapons, there were 3 enchanted longswords. Unlike the pure magic longsword Lister had acquired earlier, these 2 bore enchantments of different attributes. One sword had a pale blue frost aura swirling along its blade, leaving frost-white trails in the air with each swing. The other possessed a lightning effect, transmitting an electric current upon striking a target. This frost sword is for you, Master Seth. Lister handed the blade over. Your swordsmanship combined with the frost effect should unleash even greater power. Seth accepted the longsword and casually executed a flourish, leaving a frost-white arc suspended in the air. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Haha, I never thought I'd live to see the day I wield an enchanted long sword. With your skill, you deserved a fine blade long ago. Harper, you take the lightning sword. You can also use it for your research. Harper was now a forger expert, 1920, just a spark of inspiration away from breaking through to master. Harper accepted the longsword, her tail wagging unconsciously. Thank you, master. As for the ordinary magic longswords and spears, their enchanted runes were already worn. However, with a bit of reforging, they could become high-quality weapons. Once Harper became a forging master, she could repair them and re-enchant them. These weapons were directly distributed among the Beastman warriors who had slain the most monsters on the field. Soon every warrior was armed, and their combat effectiveness saw a significant boost. Stelea crouched on the ground scrutinizing the runes on a magic longbow lost in thought. Tower Lord, the enchanting method of these weapons is very similar to the crystal core of the crevasse tower. Essentially, it's an efficient utilization of magic. She looked up, her eyes sparkling. If we have Harper and Aisha study it together, we might be able to replicate this technique. Then we can enchant our own weapons in the future. Excellent idea. Lister nodded. Work with Harper on this. She's been researching weapon enchanting. All right, Stelea was thrilled at the prospect of a new research topic. The first phase has yielded quite a haul. Lister tallied the spoils in high spirits. 1 Colossus Core, 2 enchanted longbows, 2 enchanted longswords, and several longswords and spears of decent quality that could be used after reforging. Tower Lord. Stelea approached him, pointing toward the deeper passage ahead. Based on the murals and the dungeon structure, our current location should be the middle layer. Above us is the upper layer, and below there may be a more dangerous deep layer. Deep layer. Lister gazed into the dark depths of the passage. Stelea nodded. That area likely contains the dungeon's core and perhaps even greater discoveries. However, the deeper we go, the higher the rank of the monsters. The middle layer already has 3rd-tier helmet fiends and colossi. The core layer might harbor 4th-tier or even 5th-tier enemies. Lister fell silent for a moment. With their current strength, they could press further. However, the party had already fought 1 round, and the Beastman warriors had expended considerable stamina. Though Seth didn't voice it, the old man's stamina was ultimately limited. If they encountered stronger foes in the core layer, casualties might occur. Well, stop here for today. Lister made his decision. There's no rush to explore the core layer. Let's head back and rest first. Lister continued. Let's deal with the monsters in the upper layer, first, to prevent them from surging through the cave mouth into the settlement. The upper layer should also yield decent gains with much lower risks. Seth nodded in agreement. This is an excellent opportunity for training. Battling the monsters in the upper layer will allow the Tower Lord to train many outstanding Beastman soldiers. I'll leave it to you, Master Seth. Once I've refreshed the Colossus Crystal Core, I'll give it to you as insurance for exploring the dungeon. I'll also come by in person when I have time. No problem. Seth glanced at the blue glowing Colossus Core in Lister's hand, equally moved. With this thing around, even if we encounter a 4th-tier monster, we can hold it off for a while. We'll be able to retreat safely no matter what. Then it's settled. Lister clapped his hands. Pack up. Time to head back. The party began their return journey along the path they had come. Sylvia took point scouting ahead. Aisha and Harper maintained vigilance in the middle of the formation while Seth brought up the rear. Having won the battle and acquired new weapons, the 20 Beastman warriors were in high spirits, their steps noticeably lighter than before. Lister walked amidst the ranks, idly toying with the Colossus Core in his hand, while contemplating his plans upon return. As he crawled out of the cave, dusk had already begun to settle. Bianca was still waiting inside the withered treehouse. Frail and delicate Lister had not allowed her to descend. Seeing Lister and his party return safely, she let out a visible sigh of relief. Tower Master, how is it down there? Bianca asked. A bountiful harvest, Lister replied. Let Maya fill you in on the specifics, Lister said. All in all, it went smoothly. We'll continue to develop this underground city from here. Lister mounted his horse and led the company toward the sanctuary. Before nightfall, they passed through the city gates. Upon reaching the castle, Lister hoisted the drunken Fia and tossed her into the hive. Then he entered the warehouse and retrieved the Hamilton family's crystal tower. I had intended to find a prime location, but for now I'll set it up nearby. Lister pressed his hand against the crystal tower, infusing it with blue crystals. A blue luminescence ignited from the base of the tower, creeping upward along its fissures, finally coalescing into a soft halo at its apex. The cracks mended slowly in the light, leaving the surface smooth as a mirror. Lister retrieved the Colossus Core from his bosom and placed it upon the tower's pedestal. Tendrils of blue light extended from the tower's base, coiling around the Colossus Core like living appendages. In a brief moment, the core was fully bound to the tower, becoming Lister's possession. Lister picked up the core and sensed the commands within. As expected, the original directive, eliminate intruders, had been overwritten with a new one, obey the tower's master. He placed the core on an open patch of ground and channeled blue crystals into it. Come forte malfite. The blue runes on the core's surface blazed to life. Energy operated in a strange, wondrous manner, drawing rubble, and dust together through an invisible force, gradually shaping a stone statue over 3 meters tall. It was identical to the one seen in the underground city. A body of deep gray rock wielding a stone greatsword and shield. Its head bore no features, only a narrow slit from which a blue light emanated. The colossus stood still, turned toward Lister, and bowed its head slightly. Lister reached out and patted its cold, icy shoulder armor. Splendid. A mighty, imposing figure with a knight's righteous bearing. I shall call you Stone Golem. Lister nodded in satisfaction and positioned the colossus beside the guardian statue in the open space near the castle. The guardian statue was noticeably taller. The colossus barely reached its waist. However, the guardian statue was a wonder capable of activating only one randomly each day and patrolling solely at night. The colossus was different. It could be activated at any time simply by infusing blue crystals unrestricted by the sanctuary's bounds, and could fight both day and night. From now on, he could bring the colossus along on explorations. Whenever he encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat, he would simply unleash it for a satisfying battle. The next morning, Lister was roused by Elsa's knocking. Boss! Boss! The talent statue is nearly finished. Lister shot upright, washed up quickly, and headed to the construction site. Over 40 demihumans were gathered around a colossal statue, putting the final touches of polishing and finishing work. The statue had already taken shape. A divine effigy 15 meters tall, its face indistinct yet its posture solemn. One hand was raised, palm upward, as if bearing the weight of an invisible fate. Bianca had also brought several cat-eared demihumans to assist. Seeing Lister, she trotted over and bowed. Tower Master, the aura of this statue is incredibly powerful. Standing beside it feels as though something is tugging at my spirit. Naturally, Lister said, stepping before the statue. He opened the Wonder Construction Guide and located the icon for Talent Statue. He activated it. A flash of golden light and the wonder was awakened. The talent statue transformed from its previous grandeur into something utterly divine, as if a deity had descended upon its stone frame. In the statue's palm, a floating orb of gentle golden radiance materialized like a solidified star. Talent statue activated. Remaining blessings 5. Recharge time 7 days per blessing. Lister took a deep breath and pressed his hand against the statue's pedestal. A surge of information flooded his mind. Every 7 days the statue could bestow a random talent upon a resident who possessed none. The quality of the talent was random, and those who already had a talent could not receive another blessing. Lister's hand trembled slightly. Finally I can obtain a talent. Even if it's just the most common rare talent. Since his transmigration, the words talent none on his status panel had been a thorn lodged in his heart. Though his architectural knowledge from his past life and the Wonder Construction Manual made him more than a match for any professional of the same level, lacking a talent always made him feel inferior. Now at last he had the chance to fill that void. Come. The orb in the talent statue's hand shimmered, transforming into a stream of light that poured into Lister's body. Instantly Lister felt a wondrous power take shape within his mind. Talent acquired 8 Wonder Construction Guide modifying talent. Talent acquired Wonder Warden Divine Description for each wonder. Within the territory, all attributes increase by 5. Attributes of all territory residents increase by 1. Bonus lost upon losing resident status. Description build. Spread wonders across every corner of your domain. Grandeur and magnificence are your lifelong goals. Lister's heart raced. In the next moment, he felt his body rapidly growing stronger. For pages of wonders. From the sacred spring to the talent statue. For full pages, 15 wonders had transformed into a 75 boost to all attributes bestowed upon Lister. Not only his physique, but also his spirit received a tremendous enhancement from this power. The strength granted by the talent was transforming Lister from a formidable ordinary man into a superhuman. And it wasn't just Lister. Everyone around him sensed the change in their bodies. A 15 boost was far from insignificant. Is this the effect of the statue? I feel stronger too, boss. Elsa exclaimed excitedly. Lister nodded. Every wonder we build makes us all stronger. Stella squinted her eyes, sensing the ambient mana becoming more pronounced, and was equally thrilled. Beside her, Pello felt his stamina surging, as if he could run forever without tiring, and had an urge to dismantle something for fun. Lister turned to the bewildered demihumans and declared in a loud voice, "You must have all felt the changes within yourselves. This is the fruit of your labor. Continue building wonders." With every wonder completed, every single person in our sanctuary grows stronger and healthier. We will gain even greater power to protect our home. And you will have greater strength to guard your loved ones and change your own destinies. The surrounding demi-human workers erupted in cheers of excitement. Having dispensed his motivational speech, Lister let them celebrate and turned his gaze to the next page of the Wonder Construction Guide. Page 5. Beast stables. All magical beasts within the stables gain the tamed status, including untamed ones, with continuously increasing loyalty recovery speed, boosted by 100, and growth rate enhanced by 50. Requirements: 20-30 workers, at least 2 tamed magical beasts, total construction time 30 days, 24 days bonus from the God of Architecture statue. War College training efficiency for all combat professions within the sanctuary is increased by 100. Once every 15 days, a concentrated training session can be initiated, selecting a specific combat direction: swordsmanship, archery, formation, scouting, cavalry for enhancement. Participants in the session will have their proficiency growth rate in that direction accelerated to 200. Requirements: 30-40 workers, possess an army of over 50 people. Total construction time 30 days, 24 days. Scholar's clock, a clock, blessed by the God of Time. Once per day, the scholar's bell can be rung to designate a member and increase one of their profession's proficiencies by 1 point. Requirements: 30-40 workers. Total construction time 40 days, 30 days. Grandmaster Hall, the Hall of Glory for professionals, symbolizing honor and development. For every professional grandmaster within the sanctuary, a global bonus is provided to their corresponding field. When 3 or more grandmasters exist in the same field, a school can be formed, further accelerating the training speed of talents in that field. Requirements: 30-40 workers, possess at least 1 grandmaster level professional from 3 different professions. Total construction time 30 days, 24 days. Lister revealed a smile. A page of steady progress. Beast stables. Currently, it undoubtedly exists for the cavalry. The magical beasts of the Wasteland dissolve into yellow sand after death or at dawn, or else they hide away. After purification by the holy water, the no longer mad magical beasts are merely powerful wild animals. A magic wolf. Wouldn't it just be a big barking dog after domestication? The massive body of a magic wolf fitted with a saddle could be used as a war mount, allowing the sturdy beastman youths to ride it in attacking cities and strongholds. The magic lizard is the same. As for the magic armor, that's out of the question. It doesn't fall under the category of beast. War College is much simpler and more straightforward. A pure military training ground. It just so happens that the old sword Saint Seth has recently established a small beastman army, which can accelerate the training speed of swordsmanship and also greatly enhance the overall capability of the troops. Scholar's clock increases proficiency by 1 point every day. Although it is limited to 1 person, this is still an incredibly powerful boost. For someone like Harper or Stelea, who are stuck at the expert limit and only 1 step away from becoming a grandmaster, using the Scholar's clock can directly skip an unknown amount of accumulated time. Moreover, in this world, increasing proficiency is not just about adding a number. It also enhances experience, knowledge, and other intangible things. A grandmaster is a grandmaster. There is no such thing as being unworthy of the name. Grandmaster Hall goes without saying. Every grandmaster brings a bonus to their corresponding field, a simple and direct enhancement effect. Let's get back to work. The number of workers required reached 30 to 40 people. Lister was not short of manpower. The beast men from the settlement, knowing that the sanctuary could provide food and lodging for work, were all like the first one. He encountered Aisha, eager to sign an indenture contract immediately. With 2 architectural grandmasters on hand, they didn't lack housing, and he had already met all the prerequisites for constructing the wonders. Whether it was 2 subjugated magical beasts, an army of 50, or grandmasters of 3 professions. Therefore, all 4 wonders could begin construction simultaneously. The consumption was a bit high, but these expenses were utterly insignificant to Lister now. The farmland had been expanded several times over. Now the food harvested every 2 to 3 days yielded a large surplus, so much so that it had to be sold off, or else the giant ice storage would soon be filled to the brim. The Holy Spring, as a veteran of the sanctuary, provided an endless supply of water and warded off plagues. Could be said that the sanctuary had entered a golden age. All that was needed was to channel all energy into development. Tell Bianca to send more people to work. We're going to start constructing 4 wonders at the same time. Aisha nodded excitedly, still immersed in the joy of her physical enhancement and dreams for the future. She never expected the Tower Master to immediately present a full 4 wonders. What effects would these 4 wonders bring once completed? Lister looked at his own panel and Aisha's. The progress for the Architecture Grandmaster was Architecture Grandmaster 1850 and Architecture Grandmaster 1550, respectively. His own progress was faster. Perhaps after building 2 more pages of wonders, he could see the realm beyond Grandmaster. Let the people here start working first. He distributed the construction methods for the 4 wonders to all the workers. Everyone rushed to the construction site with fervor, stirring Lister so much that he even felt like going up and mixing some cement for a few minutes. However, boss, what is the function of this blessing statue? Aisha felt that its purpose couldn't be so simple. Just by looking at Lister's delighted expression, one could tell. This statue can bestow talents upon people. In this world, apart from Lister, who had the panel, no one knew their own talents. In their eyes, talent was like natural aptitude, an innate ability. Talent. That's right. Like you, Aisha, your intelligence is your innate talent. And Wolfit, he was born able to see in the dark. That is also a talent. The blessing statue is a statue that brings talents to everyone. Aisha took a deep breath. Indeed, it was still the legendary methods of the gods. A person's talent was always determined innately. How could it be bestowed through a statue? But Tower Master Lister had never lied to her. Tower Master, can you know our talents? Lister patted Aisha's head. You really are my smartest subordinate. Yes, I can perceive your talents. No wonder I can adapt so quickly to the work you give me, Aisha said happily. Lister scratched his head. Actually, that wasn't quite it. It was just because she was too intelligent, capable of doing everything to the best of her ability. Bianca arrived at the sanctuary in the afternoon with enough beast men. 30 of them joined the army under Chief Instructor Seth, while the rest joined the construction crew. The sanctuary's construction site was teeming with people. The sanctuary's range is a bit small. When Tony's next payment comes in, upgrade the sanctuary to level 5. A level 5 sanctuary would double its range, reaching the size of a small town. The number of crystal cores could also increase by 4, allowing for the installation of 2 folding towers and 2 arrow towers. Among them, the 2 arrow towers could add 2 master archers to the sanctuary. Development was in full swing. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. Today was a special day. Matilda's first batch of apprentices had graduated. After Aisha's assessment, this batch of 25 beastmen had each learned to recognize over 2000 characters fully capable of handling most administrative tasks. Among them, the most outstanding was a beast woman named Yuna. Not only had she served as Matilda's teaching assistant throughout the course, but she also recognized over 4000 characters, nearly mastering all the writing that Matilda knew. Furthermore, she had a high talent for calculation. With a contribution of 100 and a loyalty of 83, she had met all the conditions to shed her slave status. On this day, Lester decided to hold a celebration. Food was freely available, and everyone could even receive a small cup of wine. As the protagonist, Yuna was set to receive a special reward from the Tower Master himself. Hey Yuna, what exactly is the reward? A group of dogkin surrounded Yuna, asking curiously. Yuna's face flushed slightly. I don't know either. Master Harper didn't tell me. You'll find out soon. Could it be that Lord Lester has taken a liking to your... The female dogkin who spoke looked down at the 2 enormous balloons before Yuna, a delicate frame bearing an undue burden. Oh, don't talk nonsense. A clamor erupted around them. Who do you think Lord Lester favors? Of course it's Lady Elsa. She has the best relationship with Lord Lester. Every day it's Lady Elsa who wakes him up. I think it's Lady Stella. She's an elf with golden hair and fair skin. Truly enviable. But speaking of which, Lord Lester seems always busy and hasn't considered such matters. Could it be that Lord Lester is... Lester passed by nearby and spat out a mouthful of holy water. What are you all saying? Nothing. Sorry, Master. Sigh, it's fine. I don't blame you. Work does get boring after a while. I should arrange some entertainment for you. Would basketball be better or football? Lester mused as he walked away. The group of beastkin let out a long sigh, collapsing onto chairs and the floor in terror. That was terrifying. Why didn't you warn me? I didn't see him either. The Master's hearing seems excellent. He heard us from far away. Of course, the Master is a grandmaster in several professions. Yuna sat in her chair, secretly gazing at Lester's retreating figure, her heart pounding fiercely. At night, the arrow towers began their work, slaying wave after wave of magical beasts beyond the walls. The celebration commenced before the castle. Yuna delivered a speech on the podium and Lester stepped up, turning his gaze toward the totem of talent. Yuna, for your outstanding performance, I hereby announce your emancipation from slavery. You will have your own private room and receive a weekly wage of 4 blue crystals. As the first freed slave of the sanctuary, I will bestow upon you a talent. May you continue to strive and contribute to the sanctuary's development. He raised his hand and pointed. A beam of light from the totem of talent descended upon Yuna. The assembled beastkin watched the scene with reverence and admiration. Yuna race dogkin loyalty 83 talent holy light affinity epic class pedagogy apprentice 810 status excited energetic and happy blessed personally by Lord Lester. A white radiance of holy light enveloped Yuna. Yuna! Yuna! The crowd below cheered incessantly. Lester asked, Yuna, you have obtained the precious talent holy light affinity. You may now choose a class and begin your studies as an apprentice. Yuna lowered her head, then lifted her gaze slightly to look at Lester and said, I wish to serve Lord Lester personally. Elsa's eyes widened. Fia spat out a mouthful of wine, while Stella remained composed, pondering the implications of the talent. Lester coughed twice. Well, I can take care of myself. I recommend you join the Stargazing Tower and become Stella's apprentice mage. What do you think? Yuna's face reddened further as she nodded. I'll follow your arrangements. All right, everyone, enjoy yourselves. Lester stepped down from the stage. What are you standing around for? Drink up. Fia stood on a stool, draping her small arm around Elsa's neck. Lester had a couple of glasses of fruit wine before returning to the study. He sketched a design for a football field. A simple ball could be made from magical wolf hide. Given the beastkin's extraordinary physiques, the sport's difficulty could be heightened. After finishing the design, Lester went to his room to rest. In the dead of night, the door to Lester's room creaked open silently. A figure walked straight to the bed and flopped onto it. Lester opened his eyes and caught a whiff of alcohol. Drunk, huh? I said minors shouldn't drink. The next day, Elsa opened her eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling surrounded by the familiar scent of the Tower Master. Her memories of the previous night seemed to have vanished. Wait, in the Tower Master's bed. Elsa sat up abruptly, then flopped back down. She stealthily lifted the blanket, saw her clothes were intact, and sighed in relief. Yet a flicker of disappointment crossed her mind. Never drinking again. Lester was already at his morning practice. His sword expert skill had reached 420, and he felt significant progress each day. Boss, care for a drink? Fia strolled over. You've been drinking all night and seem perfectly fine, Lester remarked. What's a couple barrels of fruit wine? Fia left. Lester's shadow loomed over her. Hey boss, what's up? Get back to work. No alcohol for a week. Fia looked as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. After a long moment, she let out a pained cry. I'm sorry, boss. I'll cut back. I swear I'll work hard. And indeed, Fia did work diligently. She had already produced 5 different types of honey. Lester tasted each, noting their beneficial effects on various aspects. These could be packaged as products for Tony to sell on his next return. Grain yields were also steadily increasing. But Fia's excessive drinking irked Lester, and he felt the need to rein her in, as bosses tend to do. You can have fun, but don't let me see you having more fun than me. Lester flashed a capitalist's sly grin and headed to the library. The library spanned 2 floors with numerous sizable alcoves, some of which were being used for classes. Lester found a quiet corner and resumed his work of copying books. Before long, Stella approached. Boss, I've reorganized some intermediate-level magic spells, based on your knowledge. Please take a look. Lester opened the grimoire. Shaping mechanism of fragmentary great fireball based on earth and iron elements, theory of interrelation between magnetic and electric fields, and railgun wind element magic and flight principles under fluid dynamics. Lester's head began to ache. However, Stella's summaries were relatively straightforward and Lester could immediately spot many areas for improvement. Fragmentary grenades don't require a great fireball. They're better suited for small enclosed spaces and can be combined with the low-level fireball spell. Great fireball should focus more on the explosive impact itself. The railgun is fairly refined, but it consumes more mana and demands greater control, at least a master level to cast. As for flight, we could create auxiliary devices. Can wind-attributed magic be enchanted onto items? Enchantment. Stella Yark pondered for a few seconds before replying, Enchantment is a specialized branch of magic. I haven't studied it in depth, but simple enchantments can be performed by both mages and blacksmiths. An enchanter. It sounded like an even more niche profession, making it very difficult to recruit one. Is there a way to use enchantment to create simple activation devices such as? List roughly sketched out diagrams of a firearm and a jetpack. This? Stella Yark was plunged into a storm of thoughts. This places a very high demand on materials. Refined iron ore can barely withstand the impact of fire magic. As for the jetpack, it consumes too much mana and it's somewhat redundant for a mage. Aren't enchanted items supposed to be usable by ordinary people? Stella Yark immediately grasped List's intention. You mean to equip the army with such weapons and gear? Exactly. Is it possible? Stella Yark's heartbeat began to quicken. If you had asked me before, I would have said it was impossible. But recently the stone tablets and various enchanted weapons we've discovered in the dungeon, including the folding tower within the sanctuary, all point to a technology from an ancient kingdom. That technology is to purify mana, transforming it into energy similar to blue crystals, and then using a unique enchanting technique allow weapons to directly utilize this mana. Blue crystals are inherently mana-infused stones. Once we decipher the enchanting techniques of that ancient kingdom, our enchanted weapons and equipment can be powered directly by blue crystals. Stella Yark said excitedly. This solves the drawback of enchanted weapons absorbing ambient mana too slowly on their own. List nodded. So everyone can use enchanted weapons powered by blue crystals. Exactly. Then leave this matter for you, Elsa and Harper, to research. No problem, boss. Stella Yark said and went outside to find Elsa. List stood up and stretched. Sylvia happened to be in the library reading List's work, Principles of Optics and Thermodynamics. List glanced at her status panel. He saw her level had reached Mage Apprentice, 910. It seemed she had gained many insights into shadow magic and would soon become an expert. Sylvia's progress was on par with Elsa's. Thanks to her talent, she had already mastered some shadow magic even before systematically studying magic. Once she became an expert, Sylvia would likely be unable to resist setting out. Time continued to pass. List copied for more monumental works on ideology and philosophy into the myriad volumes library, bringing the overall improvement to 27. Finally, several people made breakthroughs one after another. First was Harper. With the help of numerous samples and Stella Yark's magical knowledge, she finally became a master blacksmith. The runes on weapons became vivid in her eyes. At the same time, her mage apprentice progress reached 810. And she also gained an enchanter apprentice progress of 510. The method of enchanting was simple. List, Stella Yark, and Elsa learned from Harper for a day, and also became apprentices, all capable of inscribing simple runes. To verify the accuracy of their knowledge, the group gathered and brought Sylvia's enchanted dagger. They reconstructed the runes on it. For those they couldn't restore, they inscribed new patterns using Stella Yark's knowledge. Finally, after an afternoon's work, the dagger shone like new. There are 3 enchantments in total. First, the dagger's inherent shadow nail. When activated, it fires a nail condensed from shadow. Piercing the opponent's shadow can immobilize them. The second is backstab. Attacking an enemy from behind triggers higher damage and can even cause spiritual harm. The third is sharpness, which we inscribed ourselves. It simply uses mana to reinforce the dagger, making the blade sharper. Simple and practical. Sylvia was overwhelmed and cherished the dagger as a treasure. I will use it well. Perfect. Take this opportunity to go to Emerald City and gather information on the slave traders. I know you've been wanting to go. Yes, my lord. Wait 2 more days for Tony to return before you depart. Yes, I will listen to you, my lord. Bai Chi had originally planned to inscribe some useful enchantments on his own enchanted longsword, but the enchantment runes on it were too complex and their group hadn't been able to decipher them. My teacher is a very powerful enchanter. I can write to her and ask, Stella Yark said. Elsa remarked that the little black coal ball could just talk to the teacher directly, couldn't it? Stella Yark wore a pained expression. She dared not. Meanwhile, Avra, this city of hope in the northern wastelands, was also one of the most powerful city-states. Tony's caravan was parked in the square provided by the trade association. It's all settled. I paid a hefty sum for a noble to get me into the Kamingafage banquet the city lord is throwing for his daughter. He'll present our honey there. It's going to be a massive hit, Tony said excitedly to his guard. This guard had traveled with Tony for many years, warding off countless disasters for him, until he suffered an internal injury a year ago. It was after the guard was injured that Tony was captured by a roving army and thrown into a mine. Evan, you must guard our goods well. They are more important to me than my own life. Don't worry. Evan had used the holy water, and within a week the lingering injuries from years of travel had mostly healed. With his health restored, he was willing to follow Tony again to strive for a future for his family. Tony tidied his attire, repeatedly confirmed everything was in order, and headed towards the city's center, suitcase in hand. After verifying the invitation, Tony entered the castle's reception hall. Many people had already gathered there. "Mr. Tony, I've been waiting for you," said the nobleman he had contacted beforehand. "Good evening, Lord Tobias Fenn. I've contacted a few friends who are also very interested in your product. If the children could receive such a gift, they would be overjoyed, and it would greatly accelerate their path to becoming professionals." "I think so too. And a small bottle of this honey can help you regain the vigor of your youth." The two exchanged a knowing smile. At that moment, a figure like a young girl walked in from the door wearing a black robe. The entire room fell silent for a few seconds, and the city lord at the very center stepped forward to greet her. That is Serena, a magister and master-level prophet. She is the city lord's honored guest. Avra has survived numerous beast tides and natural disasters thanks to her. Tony scratched his head. "Oh." The nobleman's eyes widened. "How can you be so calm? She holds 2 master titles." Just as he was about to complain, the nobleman saw Serena walking towards them. "Oh no. Did they hear what I said? I hope I didn't say anything offensive." The nobleman thought, his palms sweating. Fortunately, Serena stopped right in front of Tony. "Give this to your tower master." Serena's voice was soft yet commanding, leaving Tony no room for doubt, compelling an immediate response. "All right." Tony took the book Serena handed him. The cover read, "Enchantment Magic Corrected Edition." This is Enchantment Magic, a truly rare book. Not long ago, someone offered 5 pink crystals just for a copy and still couldn't get one. Who is that man? I've never seen him before. He doesn't look like a noble. Could he be a merchant from outside? Whispers began to spread among the crowd. "By the way," Serena added, "tell Stelea that I'll visit her soon. Make sure she prepares compensation for what she owes me." Tony lowered his gaze and saw a face clenched in fury beneath. The sorceress had her knuckles white from strain. "Tell her not to even think about running away. Has she forgotten who taught her the art of prophecy?" With that, Serena turned to leave. Tony wiped the sweat from his brow. How terrifying. Why was the pressure so intense? So Stelea's mentor was this elf. If only he had known, he would have brought a gift. But it wasn't too late. "Lady Serena, is there something else?" Tony glanced around. Everyone, including the city lord, had their eyes fixed on him. Perfect. This was the opportunity he needed. "I come from a sanctuary in the south. Our tower master has discovered a magical bee. The honey they produce when consumed can enhance a woman's strength to rival that of an adult male, sharpen her mental faculties, boost intelligence, and improve learning abilities. This is my Kamingafage gift for the city lord's daughter. Please accept it." The city lord stepped forward with a smile. "Then I thank you for your gift." He doubted these outlandish claims. Every year people brought him all sorts of items, each touted as miraculous. Relics of a bygone civilization, magical artifacts that could record images, even the private parts of deep-sea beasts. They were all overhyped and worthless. He only listened to this merchant out of respect for Serena. Just then Serena turned, pondered for a few seconds, and extended her hand. Tony quickly produced a new gift box. "Besides the city lord's gift, I have prepared several more for the nobles present. This one is for you, Lady Serena. Honey to enhance mental strength." Serena shook her head and kept her hand out. Tony felt drenched in sweat. "This? Wine?" Serena said. "Ah, yes, I have it." Tony immediately retrieved a small bottle of mead from another suitcase. "Mead that boosts mental power, please enjoy." Serena nodded with satisfaction, uncorked the bottle, and drank it all in one go. She licked her lips with lingering pleasure. Not bad. I knew your sanctuary always comes up with oddities." Seeing this, the city lord grew serious. Since Serena had consumed it, the item was safe, at least not harmful. But as for its effects, "Father, what are you all doing?" A beautiful red-haired girl leaned over the second-floor railing and called out. "Hey Melina," a merchant from afar, has brought you a precious gift. Even Lady Serena has approved. Come down and try it. Oh! Melina leaped over the railing and landed on the ground, stunning the onlookers. The city lord rubbed his forehead, clearly long exasperated by her antics. Hello, what kind of gift is it? Melina asked bluntly. It's honey that can enhance mental strength or physical constitution. It only works on the first use and can help you. Wow, give me one that boosts physical constitution. Physical constitution. Tony had prepared both types, so he smoothly opened an elegantly wrapped box and handed it to Melina. This red honey is for enhancing physical constitution. Great, I love red. Melina eagerly opened the bottle and poured the honey into her mouth. So sweet. As soon as she said that, Melina felt a surge of warmth flow through her body. In the next moment she sensed her strength had greatly increased. Not just that, but her speed, resilience, and vitality. I've grown stronger, father. I feel like I can beat Sir Durin. I'm going to challenge him right now. Thank you for the gift, merchant sir. I love it. With that, Melina dashed out of the room like the wind. Her speed is indeed much faster than usual. Instantly, the nobles crowded around him. Tony suppressed his excitement and delivered his prepared speech. Honorable nobles, this honey is so rare that I only brought 5 portions this time. I apologize, but there are more in my carriage. I'll pay for it. If it truly enhances strength, my youngest son could become a knight apprentice sooner. Could the mental boost make my daughter a magic apprentice? How many portions do you have? I'll take them all. What's the price? Tony looked at the eager faces and smiled happily. This batch is small. How about we hold an auction? A few days passed. At night, Lister stood on the city wall, gazing at the third-tier magical beast slain by the zigzag tower, feeling the mounting pressure. Can Griffin and the others hold out? Yesterday, Lister and Elsa helped reinforce the walls at Griffin's home. Old Griffin had earned some money with Lister and spent his life savings to upgrade the crystal tower to level 5. Now, with the walls, composite bows and holy water, things should be fine. But old Griffin still expressed his wish to send his son to Lister. My son is yours to command. Take him and use him. Lister felt a bit helpless. He had always considered Luke a good younger brother. Old Griffin also told Lister that someone in the nearby Winter City was inquiring about demi-human slaves likely targeting Lister. Lister wasn't worried. His sanctuary was so fortified that even the entire Emerald City army couldn't take it, let alone a wealthy merchant. Lister watched a new magical beast appear in the sky. A blue-winged bird, a second-tier creature. Though small, it flew with incredible speed like an arrow piercing the air. Arrow towers struggled to lock onto it. Only the zigzag tower's erratic attack paths could bring it down. Lister's mind raced. The cooldown for the Horn of Submission was over. Little blue bird, fate has destined you to be mine. By deliberately holding back the arrow towers, Lister allowed a nimble second-tier blue bird to break through the defenses and reach the wall. It immediately spotted Lister at the forefront. Whoosh! Thrum! After a tense and thrilling exchange, a blue bird with golden threads woven into its feathers perched on Lister's arm. It was the size of a young eagle with razor-sharp claws and beak. Name none. Race azure bird. Talent swiftness rare. Loyalty 100. Status energetic. Confused, a curious cooing. Its state seemed off, as if its intellect was slightly inferior to that of an earth dragon. The azure bird was one of the fastest flying magical beasts on the barren plains. A mature azure falcon could even cruise at near-sonic speeds. If used for delivering messages, it could cover several hundred li in just an hour or two. From now on, your name shall be Qingyu. Lister stroked the azure bird's feathers. Qingyu let out a crisp chirp, its wings slightly spreading, seemingly satisfied with the name. Aisha ran over, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the azure bird perched on Lister's arm. How beautiful! From now on, it will be the messenger of our sanctuary. Lister said, We won't need to trouble ourselves running back and forth for trivial matters anymore. Aisha reached out to touch it, but Qingyu warily shrank back. However, seeing that Lister did not object, it reluctantly allowed Aisha to brush its wing. By the way, boss. Aisha suddenly remembered something. Mr. Tony should be returning within these couple of days. Lister nodded. I figured it's about time. Indeed, afternoon, the beastmen standing guard on the city walls spotted the caravan. The jingling bells of the pack beasts drifted in with the morning breeze, and the caravan's banner flapped crisply in the sunlight. Tony sat atop the lead pack beast, looking a shade darker than when he had set out, yet his spirits were inexplicably high. He began waving at Leicester from a great distance. Tower Master! Tower Master! Leicester sheathed his sword and descended from the city walls. The caravan halted at the city gate. Tony leaped off his beast and rushed over impatiently. We've struck it rich, Tower Master. Tony's voice trembled. This trip we've made a fortune. Leicester glanced at the wagons behind the caravan. 8 in total, each one packed to the brim, their wheels leaving deep ruts in the sandy ground. Come inside and tell me. In the castle's reception hall. Tony gulped down a large draught of holy water to calm himself, then pulled an exquisite wooden box from his bosom and placed it before Leicester with both hands. Tower Master, this is the income from this trip. Please take a look. Leicester opened the wooden box. A pink radiance instantly flooded the entire room. 20 pink crystals were neatly arranged inside the box, each emitting a soft glow. This is just the cash income, Tony added. I also traded for a batch of supplies all on the wagons, including the books you requested, magical materials, refined ores, and some specialties brought back from Afra. 20 pieces. That much? Leicester was pleasantly surprised. He had anticipated a good profit from this trip, but not this much. There's more, my lord. Tony flipped open the ledger. He carried its densely packed records, dizzying to the eye. Thanks to Lady Stelea's teacher, the blessed honey caused a sensation in Afra. I held an auction and everyone went wild throwing money. Stelea, sitting nearby, shuddered. What did you say? My teacher? Yes, all thanks to Lady Serena. Tony recounted the events of this trip in detail. Oh, and Serena said she would come over in a while. She told you not to think about running and that you couldn't escape even if you tried. In his excitement, Tony had already forgotten the oppressive feeling from back then. Stelea, already stressed, instinctively drew closer to Leicester, gripping his arm with both hands. Tower Master, you must save me. I broke my teacher's crystal ball. She will really kill me. It can't be that serious. At the very least, she'll lock me up for years. Stelea was on the verge of tears.
Don't worry.
In our sanctuary, she should be a bit more restrained. I'm counting on you, Tower Master. Stelea shrank into a corner, her face clouded with gloom. Go on, Tony. Right, Tower Master. As per our plan, I had people spread the word in taverns, banquets, and other places, equating the blessed honey with status and wealth. Anyone who hadn't tasted it would feel inferior in social interactions, especially among those image-conscious youths. For the next batch, I'll still control the quantity and keep selling steadily. Leicester leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. With the 20 bonus from the golden ledger, out of these 20 pink crystals, an additional 4 would appear in the cornucopia. The harvest was indeed bountiful. Well done, Tony. You've exceeded your mission, Leicester said. Your commission for this trip will be doubled as per our previous agreement. Tony stood up, trembling with excitement. Not just for the blue crystals, but for Leicester's recognition. Thank you, Tower Master. Tony then pulled out a book from his bosom, its cover reading, The Art of Enchantment Corrected Edition. This is what Lady Serena asked me to deliver to you. Leicester took the book and, seeing the title Enchantment, couldn't help but marvel at how truly mysterious the profession of a seer was. He and Stelea hadn't even written the letter to consult Serena about the enchantment book yet. She had already sent the item over. Opening the book, it was filled with dense symbols that made Leicester's head ache. Leave such specialized matters to the workhorses. After handing the book to Aisha and Stelea, Leicester prepared to upgrade the crystal tower. The sanctuary's range was becoming insufficient. The 4 wonders currently being constructed were each larger than before, and they could no longer fit within the city walls. After upgrading the sanctuary, he could relocate the walls, rearrange the layout, and accommodate more facilities. Let's begin. Stepping outside, Leicester cast the 20 pink crystals into the crystal tower. Instantly, the entire crystal tower erupted in a dazzling pink light, richer and warmer than before. The light spread outward like ripples, and wherever it touched, the dry sandy soil became moist and the air grew fresher. The crystal tower's coverage expanded into a sphere with a radius of 500 meters. 4 new crystal core slots appeared within the tower's perception. Leicester was prepared. From the warehouse, he retrieved the 2 arrow tower cores recently acquired and the 2 remaining bent tower cores, binding them one by one. After readjusting the city walls, the arrow towers and bent towers would also need to be repositioned. Let's start with a round of defense tower upgrades. First, for the 2 new arrow towers, Leicester again chose the most versatile rapid-fire arrow tower. The sniper arrow tower's functions were largely replaced by the bent tower, making it less cost-effective, while the scatter arrow tower could only hit close-range targets, proving useful mainly during beast tides. The new upgrades still followed the specialized enhancements along the rapid-fire scatter and sniper branches. Leicester only upgraded the new arrow towers and bent towers to level 4, for now refraining from taking them to level 5, as each level 5 upgrade for an arrow tower or bent tower required 1 pink crystal. If he upgraded them, all the pink crystals in his pocket would vanish in an instant. Now it's time to fill the Archer Master slot. The training slots of the Huntress Goddess statue were equal to the number of arrow towers in the main sanctuary. Although the Zigzag Tower occupied 4 slots, it significantly bolstered the sanctuary's defenses. Lister was not in urgent need of an Archer Master, for now adjustments could be made later if necessary. Yet today 2 arrow towers had been added, allowing for 2 more to be trained. Sylvia, come here. He had kept Sylvia for an extra day, specifically to make her an Archer Master before her mission, enhancing her ability to protect herself. Just stand here, Lister said. Close your eyes. Bestowing a master profession required a certain sense of ceremony. Sylvia asked no questions, standing obediently still with her eyes shut. Lister infused a beam of light from the Huntress Goddess statue into her body. The Kayan woman's body trembled slightly, her brow furrowed, as if absorbing a vast torrent of information. Moments later she opened her eyes, a glint of silver-white light flickering deep within her pupils. How do you feel, Sister Sylvia? Aisha approached and asked. Sylvia raised her hand, gazing at her own palm, a hint of disbelief in her voice. My shadow magic seems to have undergone a qualitative change. I can channel it into my archery much better. Seems like a shadow archer, Lister said. Sylvia nodded. I only have a vague sense of the specifics. I'll need to experiment a few times. Sylvia said nothing, simply pulling an ordinary arrow from her quiver and nocking it. Without aiming at any target, she pointed the bow at Lister's shadow, elongated by the sunlight on the ground. She released her grip. The instant the arrow left the string, it seemed to be swallowed by something, vanishing silently into the shadow on the ground, disappearing without a trace. It disappeared. Aisha's eyes widened. The next moment, 10 meters behind Lister, from the shadow of a rock, the arrow emerged as if surfacing from beneath water. It silently pierced into the stone, its tip embedded half an inch deep. The entire process made no sound, not even the whistle of fletching cutting through the air. Then the whole rock was enveloped in darkness, like a patch of pure shadow, lasting for 3 seconds before vanishing. Amazing! Aisha exclaimed. When I aim at any shadow, the arrow can emerge from another shadow connected by light nearby. Sylvia lowered her bow, her tone calm, but with a hint of excitement beneath her eyes. The closer the distance, the less mana it consumes. The farthest I can control is about 200 meters. Any shadow within that range could be where my arrow emerges. Lister nodded in approval. A fitting ability for an assassin. This ability can not only strike those behind cover, but might also attack through walls. What about armor? Can it emerge from inside armor? Lister's barrage of questions left Sylvia struggling to keep up. In theory, yes, Sylvia nodded. I'll leave the rest of the experimentation to you. Don't abandon your imagination, Sylvia. After saying this, Sylvia was already itching to try. Let's go to Emerald City. I know you've been holding back. Lister said with a smile. Thank you, my lord. I'll be back soon. Take plenty of holy water and blue crystals. Not every situation requires force. Stay safe. The little Kayen departed. Aisha stood on the city wall, her eyes filled with worry. Don't worry about her. Lister turned around. Besides her shadow affinity, she's now an archer master. Few in the entire Wasteland can capture her. In a place like Emerald City, there should be none at all. What I'm worried about is something else. Nightfall. Lister lay in the second-floor bathhouse, pondering recent events. Seth had led the Beastman army to the Beastman settlement that day. These Beastmen were elite soldiers who had absorbed knowledge for days in the 10,000 Scrolls library, possessing solid theory, and were accompanied by veterans imparting experience. Soon they would enter the abandoned dungeon to explore the shallow layers. Seth had also taken the golem's core. By injecting blue crystals, it could move freely anywhere, serving as a safety measure. 2 matters demanded attention. First, Stellaea's teacher Serena was coming. According to Stellaea, she was an elf who had lived over 1,000 years, irascible and eccentric, yet her mastery of magic and prophecy was unparalleled. A millennium's worth of knowledge was a treasure trove. However, Stellaea mentioned that Serena possessed no material wealth, always living in poverty, which was very strange. Over the past decade or so, the master and disciple often took odd jobs outside, sometimes even doing months of manual labor to pay off debts. If not for such poverty, Serena wouldn't have confined Stelea for years over a single crystal ball. Lister even suspected Serena might be addicted to something dubious. This could be a way to control Serena and bring her into the fold. The second matter was the blood moon. Since predicting the blood moon, Stelea spent time each day sensing its exact arrival. The exact time remained unknown, but she could sense the day drawing nearer, likely within the coming month. They had informed City Lord Winter of the city-state, but Winter still ignored the fate of surrounding sanctuaries. He merely issued a summon, just like before, calling powerful warriors' armies and tower lords to joint defense, allowing them to bring families to avoid casualties during the defense. This was a superficial fix. Rebuilding a destroyed sanctuary was no small cost. What use was it to only relocate the tower lords' families to the city-state? The sanctuary's slaves, workers, and facilities were far more important. That day, Stelea had expressed her candid opinion of City Lord Winter's stinginess and short-sightedness. The sound of water came from downstairs. Stelea was submerged, blowing bubbles. "Stella, don't be so down. Have some fruit wine and forget your troubles." Faye was already tipsy. "You haven't met my teacher. She is a terrifying woman." "How terrifying?" Aisha asked curiously. "You'll know when you see her." Stelea seemed to recall something unpleasant, her face turning paler. Forget that old hag." "Aisha, want a cup too?" "Fia, didn't the boss put you on a drinking ban?" Aisha asked. "Shoo." Fia pounced on Aisha, covering her mouth. "This isn't drinking, it's work. It's my new product. I'm just testing it, and I haven't gotten drunk these past few days. I've been working hard." Aisha turned her head, looking at Fia clinging to her with a charmingly naive expression, and couldn't help but smile. "All right, just a small sip." Fia had forgotten that last time Aisha had lost her mind after just one small sip. "Aisha, I saw you coming out of Lister's room that day. What happened?" Fia whispered in Aisha's ear. In an instant, Aisha's entire body flushed red. Stelea's eyes widened as she emerged from the water. Nothing happened. I was drunk that day." Elsa recalled that day, still feeling a flush of heat. "Really, little Elsa?" Elsa nodded. "After all, I am a demi-human. It's already good enough that Lord Lister didn't drive me away." Stelea squinted beside her, a strange smile creeping across her face as if lost in thought. "That can't be right. The boss has always been kind to demihumans, never showing any unusual emotions," analyzed Fia. "Could the boss have some peculiar fetish?" Just then, Pello, who was playing in the water, suddenly shouted, "Lord Lister is a—" Elsa's pupils dilated. "Where did you hear that?" Harper gave Pello's bottom a light slap. "I forgot, hee." Fia shook her head, naturally not taking it seriously. "Many city lords, nobles, and tower masters have peculiar tastes. I once knew a tower master who was utterly infatuated with halflings. I planned to visit him only to find he had been struck dead by a passing elven mage. And there was one who liked to have his subordinates tie him up." Fia leaned close to Elsa's ear and whispered. Elsa's eyes grew wider and wider. "No way. So has the boss ever shown interest in anything specific?" Elsa shook her head, unable to recall anything. After leaving the bathhouse, Elsa kept replaying Fia's words in her mind. "Lord Lister couldn't be a pervert, could he? No, it can't be." Returning to her room, Elsa prepared to fetch a clean change of clothes from the wardrobe. Suddenly, she noticed a black and white outfit that the tower master had specially bought for her long ago. Fia's words echoed in her ears. "Does a maid outfit count?" Acting on an inexplicable impulse, Elsa took out the maid uniform and put it on. "I wonder what's so interesting about this." She turned around twice, expressing her lack of understanding but respect. At least Lord Lister didn't have the kind of fetish Fia had mentioned. "Is the boss taking a bath too?" Having just downed 2 cups of wine offered by Fia, Elsa's head felt warm. She suddenly pushed open the door and walked out, arriving at Lister's door. After a moment's hesitation, she pushed it open and entered. The faint sound of water splashing came from the bedroom. "What am I even doing? Just showing him this outfit. Would the boss like it? Since it's a maid outfit, shouldn't I do something a maid would do? I've heard that in the city-states, maids help nobles bathe." Elsa approached the bathroom door and pressed down on the handle. Inside the door, Lister suddenly opened his eyes. Freeze spell. Crack. The entire bathroom door, every crevice was sealed by frost. Crack. Elsa failed to open the door blocked at the entrance. The cold wind blowing from the door crack struck her head, instantly sobering her up. Lister put on his clothes, dispelled the freeze spell, and went out. 5 minutes later, he dragged FIA into the study. Soon modulated screams came from inside. "I was wrong, boss. Don't ban me from drinking for a month." Boom! A thunderous roar echoed outside, and the ground trembled, the vibrations reaching the castle. Wolfit, patrolling the city wall, shouted, "Beast tide tonight." Lister temporarily spared FIA and immediately arrived at the city wall with the others. As expected, every beast tide brings new monsters. This time it's the second-tier Fong boar. Stelea said. In the distance, over a dozen brown boars, each the size of a small car, charged in a herd toward the sanctuary. Their hides were tough, covered in a thick layer of bristles, and their tusks were enormous, making them formidable siege weapons. Arrows from the level 4 rapid-fire arrow tower could only penetrate a short distance, and even the sniper arrow tower struggled to pierce their skulls. With a slight dodge, the Fong boars would deflect the sniper arrows. Fortunately, their firepower was overwhelming. One or two might deflect the attacks, but with enough volleys they could be killed. Even if the arrow towers couldn't finish them off, there were still the magic spire towers. Magical attacks feared nothing more than thick defenses, easily piercing through their heavy hides. Seeing these boars, Lister's first thought was whether he could domesticate them. With the beast stable, repaired monsters kept inside would gradually increase in loyalty. While not as instant as the Horn of Submission, it had no cooldown and could tame multiple beasts simultaneously. Fresh meat was scarce in the Wasteland. If Lister wanted to eat it, he had to buy it from the city-states. If these boars were bred for a few generations, they might become a reliable source of quality meat. Monster meat wasn't inedible per se. The Wasteland would simply devour the corpses. But if the bodies were purified with holy water free from dark corruption, they could be preserved. They hadn't eaten it before because there was nothing edible outside. Slimes, goblins, trolls, ogres. Only the direwolves had some use, but their meat was particularly gamey and utterly unpalatable. "Let's kill a few boars and have a taste first." Lister made his decision and shouted. "Apply holy water to remove the curse and bring it inside the sanctuary." Elsa immediately directed the arrow towers and magic spires to steer a Fong boar away from its path, escorting it all the way to the city wall. Then arrows tipped with holy water struck its head. Lister held back his strength, careful not to accidentally kill the boar. His power now rivaled that of a demigod. Once the curse on the Fong boar was lifted, it looked around in confusion. "Eep!" A soft, plaintive cry rang out from the sky. The magical griffin Xiaoying swooped down, lifting the boar with a gust of wind. It seemed quite taken with this prey. "Wait, leave some for me." The griffin dropped the half-dead boar onto the plaza, and a crowd of demihumans immediately gathered around. Having lived in the sanctuary for a long time, these demihumans were all exceptionally bold and physically far stronger than ordinary people. "What's this for? Is the Tower Master taming a new mount? That's a huge boar. Can monster meat be eaten?" When I was starving, I gnawed on a direwolf carcass. It tasted like rotten flesh. Lister walked over, signaling Xiaoying to hold off. "The meat looks poor, but at least it doesn't have that rotten feel of direwolf." Xiaoying also indicated that it had often eaten this in the dungeon. Safe and wholesome, a top-quality meat variety. Taking a knife, Lister cut a piece of meat. He channeled his mana, shaping it into basic flames, and slowly roasted the meat until it was well done. The aroma of fat wafted out, making those around him swallow repeatedly. Bringing it to his lips, he took a bite. The taste was poor, still carrying a gamey flavor, but it was indeed edible. "This meat can be eaten." Xiaoying, go catch a few more and try not to injure them. Elsa, build a sturdy stone pig pen and lock them up. Elsa utilized the crystal tower to amplify her master's abilities, and swiftly constructed a massive pig pen, confining 6 Fong boars within. Having been relieved of their berserk state by holy water, they now trembled in fear. Not far away, their kin were being roasted over a fire, surrounded by a group of demihumans feasting with great relish. Above the cage, a third-tier griffin kept a vigilant watch, ready to tear them apart at any moment. The stone prison's pillars were thicker than their own girth, impervious to a full day of ramming. The boars were utterly out of options, huddling in a corner awaiting their fate. Take out the grain stockpiled in the warehouse and feed them. The first step in pig farming was understanding their reproduction. Fortunately, FIA was well-versed and was summoned in the middle of the night to make amends. Magical beasts can indeed reproduce. In underground caves or dungeons, they breed as rapidly as crops in a sanctuary sprouting in waves. Otherwise, the nightly hordes would be endless and unstoppable. Is there a way to accelerate their breeding? Faye grinned. Heh, you've come to the right person, boss. While collecting plants in a place called Spring Valley, I met an old tower master over 70 yet. He had 3 beautiful wives. I traded some premium seeds for his exclusive recipe and flower seeds. Lister was taken aback. You can make aphrodisiacs. What do you mean by aphrodisiacs? I collected the formula purely for academic value, do you understand? Never mind, as long as it speeds up breeding. This is your task, FIA. No problem. In the following days, Lister visited the pigpen every morning. The beast tide had ended with only an occasional boar appearing at night. There was no need to stay awake constantly for capture. Instead, Waft purified them with holy water, then they were slaughtered for meat. The 6-fong boars lived a relatively stable life in the stone pen. After the holy water cleansed their curse, these once nightly wall-crashing beasts transformed into a group of grunting lazy gluttons. They were no longer restless, just eating and sleeping all day, more comfortable than Lister himself. They're growing fast. Lister crouched by the pen, nodding in satisfaction at one noticeably plump boar. FIA approached with a yawn, carrying an earthenware jar. Boss, Herace, what you asked for. Lister took the jar and opened the lid. A strange fragrant aroma wafted out. Hey, don't sniff it. The potency is strong. I measured it for the fong boar size. Lister quickly closed the lid and grabbed some holy water to drink, dispelling the abnormal state from his body. That was too dangerous. Is this what you call an aphrodisiac? It's not just for arousal, it also enhances. Ahem, anyway, it's effective. Lister handed the jar to Elsa. Have the keeper add a bit to the trough daily and see how it goes. If effective, the sanctuary might soon start wholesale pork. Elsa took the jar, her expression slightly uneasy. Since that night when she tried to barge into the bathroom in a maid outfit, she hadn't dared to meet Lister's eyes for days. But Lister seemed to have completely forgotten the incident, training and working alongside her as usual, even occasionally teasing her about why she no longer wore that lovely maid dress. Elsa gradually returned to normal. However, the tower master had given her this little jar. Could she possibly? No. What are you thinking? Nothing at all. I'm off. Elsa hugged the jar and scurried toward the pigpen. Lister stood up, dusting off his knees. Time to continue expanding the city walls. After the sanctuary reached level 5, the original walls only enclosed the core area, leaving a large outer zone vacant. Perfect for new farmland and planning future wonder locations. Lister stood on the castle's top terrace, overlooking the entire sanctuary. We need to extend the walls at least 200 meters outward. That's no small task. When will Stelea become a master architect? Lister knew he'd have to get back on the construction site. Elsa stood behind him, charcoal and paper in hand, planning the new layout. Boss, Bianca came by yesterday asking if we could take in the children and elderly from their settlement. It's not safe there. Agreed. With this expansion, it'll build enough housing for them. Send the children to the library early to learn letters from Matilda, so they can pass the assessment and become our citizens. The elderly and women can be assigned light work, but they must also pass the assessment to receive the same treatment as freemen. Don't let any mistakes slip. Understood, boss. In that case, the demi-human settlement becomes our half-barracks and training ground. Too bad it's too far from the sanctuary. Half a day's round trip. Lister had considered building a road, but the Wasteland's terrain was too complex. A gravel path would save little time while consuming enormous effort. It was better to wait for the relevant technology. Ill-informed Priestess Bianca, Elsa said. At noon, Seth returned from the demi-human settlement. The old sword saint's armor was covered in dust and dried blood, but his spirits were high. Behind him followed over 50 demi-human soldiers, each carrying bulging packs. Tower Master. Seth removed his helmet, revealing graying hair and a ruddy face. The top layer is mostly cleared. We found quite a few treasures. Lister went to meet him. The soldiers opened their packs, spilling out a pile of items: enchanted weapons, damaged armor, some blue crystals, and unfamiliar metal components. Stelea rushed down from the observatory tower, crouching to examine the components, picking out anything promising. These artifacts have enchanted runes. Very valuable for research. Then send them all to the observatory. You, Elsa, and Harper can study them together, Lister said. Great. Stelea continued sorting through the items. Seth smiled. Our training went smoothly. The demihumans are brave and loyal. Good. Elsa and I have discussed granting your people some freeman slots in the sanctuary. Those who serve long enough or show exceptional merit can earn them early along with blue crystal rewards. You can apply to Andrew. Haha, excellent. The warriors will be overjoyed. How's the first layer looking? Lister asked. Not too dangerous. Seth maintained his smile. Mostly first-tier beasts with occasional second-tier elites. No major threats. I didn't even activate the stone golem. The strongest was a third-tier troll which I helped the soldiers handle. Passed without incident. No casualties, just a few minor injuries. They'll recover quickly with holy water. Good, keep up this state and continue exploring the underground ruins. Lister walked toward the city wall. The new blueprints had been completed and now it was time for him and Elsa to work. Qingyu descended from the sky, landing on Lister's arm to beg for a treat. Lister fed it some jerky he had on him and said, Sylvia has set off. Go with her to Emerald City. Send word promptly if anything happens. If not, relay intelligence at least once every 3 days. Qingyu nodded with intelligence, soared into the air, and vanished into the sky as a streak of green. Bianca had spent money to bribe many informants in the surrounding city-states, mostly poor children or homeless orphans. These children were inconspicuous, could be bought for little more than a few blue crystals, and were grateful, gathering intelligence with utmost dedication. Since the Beastman settlement had allied with Lister's sanctuary, the burden on her shoulders had lightened considerably. The curse was lifted, food was plentiful, and the opposition that once eyed her covetously had quieted after Benjamin's death. Yet the promise she had made long ago remained unfulfilled, to find the whereabouts of the Sparrow Beastmen. Among all the people in the sanctuary, her bond with Sylvia was the closest. Not only had they been the first to make contact, but they had also faced life-and-death moments together. Helping Sylvia find her family was also Bianca's heartfelt wish. Now the biggest clue lay in the slave trade of Emerald City. The slave trader Roderick Black held detailed records of trade routes and warehouse locations. Lady Bianca, the children have sent new intelligence. Roderick Black has been entertaining 2 merchants from the Afra region these past few days, discussing matters at length. The children followed them to the tavern and overheard them mentioning names like Honey and Tony. Bianca's tail twitched restlessly and her brow furrowed deeply. We must inform Lord Lister. Tony and our precious trade route are being targeted. Roderick, this slave trader, had long harbored a grudge against Lister over the incident with his men. Rumors painted him as extremely vindictive, and he would surely not miss a chance for revenge against Lister. Moreover, the trade route itself represented immense wealth. The people from Afra must have tracked Tony here, and their collusion with Roderick boded nothing good. That very day Maya rode her warhorse to the sanctuary and met Lister. Lord Lister. What's the matter, Maya? It's almost dinner time. Join us. Ah, sure. Maya instantly thought of honey wine and couldn't help licking her lips. Any urgent matters? Yes. My lord. Maya lowered her head in slight shame, having nearly forgotten the main issue over thoughts of honey wine. Our informants have discovered that the slave merchant from Emerald City is colluding with people from Afra, seemingly targeting Mr. Tony and your goods. Oh, it was bound to happen. Lister was not surprised. Tony would inevitably be thoroughly investigated and tracked by Afra and the nobles of the surrounding city-states. Tony had no choice but to come to his sanctuary to load and unload goods. It was only a matter of time before he was discovered. The sanctuary was no longer afraid of threats. Still, he hadn't expected the other party to seek out Roderick for discussions. It seemed this slave merchant had considerable connections and strength. Ill-informed Sylvia. She's already on her way to Emerald City. Sylvia had left 2 days ago. The Azure Bird should return soon, and he could pass the message to her. That evening Maya got her wish and drank honey wine. The next day, construction on the city wall continued steadily. The entire sanctuary had expanded by a full circle, and under Fias' direction the Beastmen had plowed a vast stretch of farmland around the Horn of Plenty. Everything was progressing well. When Lister woke up that morning, he even saw the Fong boars joyfully playing a game of stacking. Too bad the production cycle is so long. I wonder how much longer until I see piglets. The Azure Bird returned in the afternoon. Unfastening the note from its leg, he found Sylvia's report. She had already made contact with Bianca's informants, the children, and was investigating the hidden slave trade routes of Roderick, as well as possible locations where beastmen might be concealed. Lister wrote down Bianca's findings, and had the azure bird deliver them to her. Meanwhile, back at the Winter city-state, the closest to the sanctuary inside the Lord's manor, Lord Winter leaned back in a soft leather chair, before him a cup of black tea from the east, its fragrant steam blurring his neatly trimmed mustache. "My lord, have you considered the partnership I proposed?" The speaker sat in the guest seat, a burly man with a scar running from his brow to his jaw, Roderick Black. He placed a bag of pink crystals on the table, producing a dull thud. 20 pink crystals. This is just a deposit. Roderick's voice was low-laced with a merchant's characteristic smoothness. Afterward, we split the sales channels for Lister's healing potions and honey 50-50. Winter picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said nothing. This slave merchant from Emerald City had somehow learned that the blessed honey and expensive healing potions sweeping the city-states all originated from Tower Master Lister. This was precious intelligence, but also dangerous. Winter knew exactly what Roderick was planning. When encountering something valuable, the simplest method was to seize it. This was hardly an uncommon tactic in the wilderness. The only thing to consider was the pact between city-states. No one could actively attack a Crystal Tower Master, or they would face the hostility of all city-states. Besides, Lister was no ordinary man. During the last dungeon surge, that young man with 2 Beastman archers had single-handedly shot down 7 goblin shaman on the city wall, and even played a key role in repelling the calamity. Not to mention the elven prophet and the sword master by his side. "My lord, are you worried about that, Lister?" Roderick laughed, the scar twisting with his smile. "I have 500 private soldiers and 30 catapults. The blood moon is approaching. He won't dare to oppose us. A little threat and hell surely compromise." Winter tapped his fingers on the armrest. "I'll think it over. Uncle." The door was pushed open as a young man strode in. He was tall and lean, his features bearing some resemblance to Winter's, but his eyes were sharper, with a soldier's characteristic fortitude in his brow. Frederick Winter, the Lord's nephew and a mid-ranking officer in the city-state's army. After his parents died in an accident when he was young, Lord Winter had adopted him. "Frederick, you're forgetting your manners more and more." Winter frowned. Frederick bowed his head slightly, but his stance remained unyielding. He walked to the table, glanced at Roderick, then at the pink crystals on it. "Uncle, I've heard the rumors. You're not seriously considering allying with this slave merchant, are you? He is infamous and utterly untrustworthy. A slave trader who has schemed to destroy many sanctuaries to capture slaves. He might even have been involved in the fall of the northern city-states." Lord Winter remained silent, still wearing a contemplative expression. Roderick looked at the young man with amusement. "Young man, don't believe every rumor you hear. I don't recall ever committing such misdeeds. You know in your heart whether you have done these things. The city-state's intelligence network is not entirely composed of fools. If there were evidence, someone would have come to punish me long ago, child." Roderick leaned back, sinking comfortably into the sofa. "Uncle, I am not sure of your intentions. The wasteland grows ever more perilous and the blood moon approaches. We need every ally capable of fighting, not those who stab us in the back." Frederick fixed his gaze on Winter. "If you proceed thus, how will the neighboring tower lords perceive us? When danger next arrives, will they still extend their aid?" "I can promise you, Lord Winter, that I will handle this matter personally. You need only contribute a measure of your prestige and invite Lister here. The entire affair will have no connection to you. You need only await your share of the pink crystals." Lord Winter sighed, waving a hand. "I still need time to consider, Mr. Roderick." Roderick smiled. "Do consider promptly, Lord Winter. There are many who would cooperate with me, and my patience is limited." Roderick picked up the bag of pink crystals and departed without a backward glance. The room was left with only the uncle and nephew. "Leave us." Winter waved his hand, his voice weary. Frederick opened his mouth as if to speak, but in the end said nothing and turned to leave. The night had grown deep. Frederick lay in bed, tossing and turning. He was not unaware of his uncle's plight. The city-state's finances were strained, development was stagnant, the nobles harbored their own schemes, and the pressure of the blood moon mounted with each passing day. Roderick's terms were indeed tempting. He had also heard of the healing potions and blessed honey. If he could obtain them, they would greatly alleviate the Winter family's difficulties. But to move against a friend who had aided the city-state, Frederick's principles would not permit such a deed. Frederick recalled the young man who had stood upon the city wall with black hair and brown eyes. Facing the bone dragon, he had not flinched, but instead drew his bow, and loosed an arrow that pierced the skull of that colossal beast. He is a true knight, and a knight should not suffer betrayal. He sat up, pulled a piece of parchment from beneath his pillow, hastily scribbled a few lines, tore off the note, and tucked it into his clothing. Pushing open the door, he suddenly noticed several figures watching him from the shadows. "Uncle, so you truly intend to accept that merchant's terms?" Frederick adjusted his clothes and pockets, then returned to the city wall to continue his patrol as if nothing had occurred. The next day, at the sanctuary, Lister stood on the city wall and saw from afar a figure clad in a black robe and pointed hat riding a white pack beast ambling slowly towards the sanctuary. No attendants, no accompanying caravan, utterly alone. Upon seeing this, Wolfit immediately summoned Lister. By the look of it, a mage. Stelea. It might be her teacher arriving. Aisha also ascended the wall. Stelea has been at the construction site these past 2 days. She says labor helps her temporarily forget her fear. It seems Stelea already foresaw Selena's arrival. Let us go down and welcome her. Lister reached the city gates. As the distance closed, he realized that Selena was entirely different from the image he had conjured in his mind. From what Stelea and Tony had said, Selena was a stern, strict, cold, and overwhelmingly oppressive old codger. Yet the figure before him riding the pack beast was merely a child no taller than FIA. Could this be a case of mistaken identity? Is she just some wandering refugee child? As he puzzled, Selena removed her hat, revealing a delicate little face devoid of expression, which somehow looked both fierce and adorable. Selena took a deep breath, telling herself inwardly, "Do not be intimidated. I am here today to rescue that foolish child Stelea. If I do not save her, she will spend her entire life being deceived into slaving away for this wicked tower lord." Selena reviewed the vision she had seen in her prophecy, once more strengthening her resolve. Biting her lip, she spoke. "Greetings, Tower Lord Lister. I am Selena, a master prophet and archmage of the Avra city-state and also Stelea's teacher. I thank you for your care of my student." "Greetings and welcome." Lister stepped forward, bending slightly to gently shake hands with the approaching Selena. Name: Selena, race elf, loyalty 0, talent none, class master prophet, 4250, or archmage, 4750, expert enchanter, 1920, status nervous, anxious, determined. Stelea, wait for me, your teacher will save you. Lister. Selena had surprised him. Possessing no talent, it must have been incredibly difficult for her to train both prophet and mage to such a pinnacle of mastery. Secondly, what exactly did that status bar mean? Was his sanctuary some kind of den of vipers? Where is Stelea? Does she dare not face me? Selena's voice suddenly turned cold. Lister felt the very magic around them come to a halt. Such a powerful presence. She is in the sanctuary's magic tower. A flicker of emotion passed through Selena's eyes. A magic tower. Even a small sanctuary had a magic tower. Had she not seen this image in her prophecy, she would have scoffed. But even with a magic tower, it was likely nothing more than a hollow shell. Probably built by this young tower lord specifically to deceive Stelea into staying, given he was a master architect. I will see Stelea first. Selena walked into the sanctuary with practiced familiarity, glancing at the statues around her and frowning slightly. Why does your sanctuary have so many of these useless sculptures? Aisha was displeased. These are not ordinary sculptures. They are wonders crafted from the knowledge bestowed upon us by the Tower Lord, each containing the power of a deity. Humph. Selena shook her head. Truly a cunning human, able to indoctrinate even beastmen into such loyalty. No wonder Stelea had been fooled so completely. As she advanced, she saw the majestic and mysterious astral tower perched upon the mountain, its outer walls gleaming, as if new, covered in intricate and precise patterns that resonated with the surrounding magic, forming a unique magical field. Selena was about to find another fault when she realized she could not understand the patterns upon it. This is a magic tower. Selena had a feeling that the magic tower she had painstakingly built over half a century was not as good as the one before her. Yes, Stelea personally participated in its construction. It is called the Astral Tower. Let us go inside and rest. Aisha, please fetch Stelea. No, that won't be necessary. I will go directly to Stelea. Very well, this way please. Lister headed towards the construction site. Selena observed her surroundings as she walked. Most were beastmen, all busy at work. Many strange yet exquisite buildings caught her eye, each a sight one would remember for a lifetime. The castle was novel-built in an unprecedented architectural style that appeared neat and comfortable. Behind the castle lay a sea of flowers and a house as beautiful as a workshop with numerous bees building hives and producing honey on its latticed outer walls. Farmlands were plentiful and fertile, and there was even a vast library from which the sound of reading emanated.
Ola facade, ola facade.
Lister is absolutely a Blackheart Tower lord. I must expose his true nature and rescue Stelea. She entered the construction site. Selena saw Stelea wearing a short-sleeved shirt working with her bare arms in the quarry. Her golden hair was dusty, her face smeared with mud, and she was laughing and chatting with the coarse beast men around her. Still laughing, you don't even realize you're being used as a tool, Serena said with a mix of frustration and disappointment. This cheap student of hers looked as if she were attending a funeral when doing hard labor with her, yet she smiled brighter than anyone when being worked like a horse by others. Indeed, students like daughters are never truly tamed. Once grown, they always run off with someone else. As her inner thoughts waged war, Serena watched Stellar lift a boulder weighing over 200 pounds with her bare hands. The blessed honey enhanced strength, agility, and endurance combined with the 15 all-attribute bonus from Lester's Talent Watcher of Wonders. Altogether, Stella's strength surpassed that of a full-grown cow. Serena's mouth fell open in astonishment. Nearby, Stellar spotted her teacher, and her hand slipped, causing the stone to crash to the ground. Seeing Serena's gloomy expression, Stellar shuffled over awkwardly. "Teacher, you pack your things immediately and return with me to Avra," Serena said sternly. Stella's face twisted with struggle. I won't go back, teacher. I really like it here. This is where I have the opportunity to become an archmage." "No, you." Serena glanced at Lester, then stepped closer to Stellar and whispered a soundproofing spell. "You're working for free here. This heartless tower master only pays you 15 blue crystals a week." "Blue crystals don't matter. They provide room and board here, and most importantly, the resources Lord Lester gives me are incomparable to blue crystals. He buys me anything I need for free." "Ha! Free anything?" Serena looked into Stella's eyes using a detection spell and found that Stellar was not lying. Stellar nodded. "Moreover, the observatory tower Lord Lester built for me is incredibly powerful. Better than any mage tower I've ever seen. I personally helped construct this tower, so I want leave, teacher." "I don't believe it. Every noble and tower master I've ever met is greedy and evil, and many covet our elven bodies. Lester is surely cut from the same cloth." "Not at all. Lord Lester has no vices. He is gentle, powerful, upholds justice, and protects the weak."
Impossible.
"No vices? Doesn't he use spices, drink excessively, or lead a dissolute private life? That sounds like a paladin from the church, not the qualities of a noble. You could stay at the sanctuary for a while and see for yourself." Serena dispelled the soundproofing spell, turned and smiled at Lester. "Very well. I hope I may impose on Lord Lester for a time if it is convenient." Lester had no idea what they had whispered about, but Stella's performance pleased him greatly. She had effortlessly convinced Serena to consider staying. Indeed, a good workhorse helps recruit others. "You are most welcome." The group entered the observatory tower. Serena was not a subject of Lester's domain and thus could not benefit from the effects of the vast library, but the observatory tower's power alone left her astounded. Though she had anticipated something remarkable, Serena still found it hard to believe. "Did you build this mage tower? And completed it in less than a month?" A series of questions made Stellar deeply ashamed. "It was all Lord Lester's power. I merely participated in the construction." Serena felt the 100 boost to magical perception, and the magical constructs that had long troubled her became clear with many errors now visible. Enhanced magical perception was only the surface benefit. The observatory tower also doubled research speed. Once lost in thought, one felt as if the meridians had been unblocked with an exceptionally clear mind. Serena sat down in a chair and froze. Only when Stellar nudged her did she stir. Sorry. I suddenly thought of a magical model." "It's fine. Stellar, remember to prepare a guest room in the observatory tower for your teacher." "Thank you." The tower had bedrooms that could serve as guest rooms. Compared to castle chambers, mages generally preferred living in the tower to constantly sense magical energy. The group chatted. For Lester, Serena was not just Stella's teacher, but also a top-tier source of intelligence. Someone who had lived long enough and resided in the core city-state of Avra. So he took the initiative to ask, "Lady Serena, how are things in Avra?" Avra is very safe. With a level 9 crystal tower and over 100 level 9 arrow towers and mage towers, even the sandworms would have a hard time. But the surrounding sanctuaries haven't been so fortunate. The recent beast tides have caused them heavy losses. Avra has proactively provided pink crystals to help many sanctuaries upgrade to level 4, and has sent an architectural master to build walls for them. So there shouldn't be problems for now. Sure enough, Avra's actions aligned with their earlier assumptions, helping surrounding sanctuaries grow greatly benefited the city-state itself. Then why had Winter City-State taken no such measures? I know what you want to ask. The small city-state nearest to your sanctuary has 3 major nobles who are really just the 3 tower masters who originally founded the city. Winter became the city lord because his crystal tower reached level 8, which is the main tower of the city-state. In recent years, the only blue crystal mine Lord Winter has been depleted. The 3 major nobles are locked in open conflict. Their armies are at odds and chaos reigns. Serena stood up. The Winter family is now deeply in debt, living beyond their means. Lester had not been aware of the city-state's financial situation before. After chatting with Serena a while longer about magic and enchanting, Lester prepared to leave. The expansion of the city walls could not be delayed. Stellar helplessly shot pleading glances at Lester. Lester, however, didn't find Serena particularly oppressive. Perhaps people's fear of her status and power had evolved into a self-imposed reverence. Ignoring Stella's pleas for help, Lester left. Inside the observatory tower, Stellar sat upright. Humph! Serena snorted coldly. Fine, I'll let you off this time. Report to me on your recent magical progress. Stellar looked at Serena in surprise. Ever since becoming Serena's student, Stellar had been pushed hard. Any hint of slack brought harsh reprimands and punishment. Every week she had to report her studies and progress to Serena. A moment of indulgence meant a fierce scolding. Yet Stellar bore no resentment, for Serena held herself to the same standards. Still, the fear remained. Taking a deep breath, Stellar pulled out her notebook. Teacher Lord Lester shared many unprecedented insights with me. These are my notes. Based on this knowledge, I've progressed rapidly and gained deep understanding of the principles of the world and all things. I'm on the verge of becoming an archmage. Stellar exclaimed excitedly, like a child boasting to a parent. Impetuous. You've only been a senior mage for a year, and you dream of becoming an archmage. Don't reach for the stars. I spent 30 full years as a senior mage. Oh! Stellar deflated. Only Lester knew that on her status panel, the senior mage level had reached 1920. According to Lester's understanding, the knowledge possessed by an expert was equivalent to a high school graduate from his past life, and even a master only required the knowledge of an undergraduate coupled with extensive experience. The role of more profound knowledge was to rapidly accelerate the progress of experts and masters. Thus, to the people of this world, becoming a master seemed to be a significant milestone. Yet Lester knew that to establish a firm foothold in this world, being a master was merely the starting point. Selena's progress as both a prophet and a mage was on the verge of a breakthrough. She was the person closest to the realm beyond master that Lester could currently reach. Scholar's clock, a clock blessed by the god of time. It can be struck once a day to designate a member, increasing their proficiency in one profession by 1 point. The scholar's clock, currently under construction, should become the greatest leverage to keep Selena here. In just 3 days, it could allow Selena to break through to Grand Mage and glimpse the realm beyond. All that was needed was to have Selena stay in the sanctuary for a month. Elves perceive time differently from humans. 10 days or half a month were fleeting to them. Lister had even seen Stelea soak in the bath for an entire day, and if not for her craving for food, she might not have emerged for a week. The new city wall was still being built using the previous method. The interlocking structure, combined with the indestructible statue of the Wonder, formed a solid defense line, guiding the magical beasts towards the areas of the Holy Shield and the statue. The sanctuary had expanded significantly, and the workload for the city wall had increased exponentially. Whenever he had time, Lister would head to the construction site. Until mealtime, Old Man Seth had been frequenting the demi-human settlement lately, so the current chef was Melissa, Aisha's mother. She was also a culinary expert. After acquiring new recipes, the meals she prepared were very much to Lister's taste. With the sanctuary's population growing, Melissa had also found a few demi-human slaves who could cook to assist her, intending to train them as chefs. The massive dining hall Lister had built initially finally came into use. The exquisite stone table, over 10 meters long, had a polished top engraved with delicate, beautiful patterns. The The core members were all seated. Stelea led Selena to sit beside Lister. They seemed to have exchanged some words, and Selena looked a bit dazed, as if lost in a world of thought. "Lady Selena, what do you think of my sanctuary?" Lister asked. Selena suddenly stood up and asked, "Tower Master Lister, please tell me, where did you obtain that knowledge?" "From my homeland." "Where is your homeland?" "I have traveled across this entire continent and never seen such perfectly summarized knowledge. This knowledge could almost verify every memory I have. My homeland is very far away. It's hard to describe its exact location." Selena did not press the issue. "This knowledge is of great help to me. It might even help me advance further along the path of a mage." "Do you mean the realm beyond master?" Selena took a deep breath and nodded. "Yes, I have been a master for 532 years, always striving along this path. In recent years, I have felt a bottleneck." Lister smiled and said, "The existence of a bottleneck also means you are closer to that realm." "Exactly, this could very well be an opportunity." Selena looked extremely excited. "If you don't mind, you can stay in my sanctuary to conduct your research. I can provide you with all the knowledge I possess." Selena looked at Lister warily. "What are your conditions? Why does everyone look at me like I'm a villain? Do I seem like a fraud?" Lister knew that discussing employment now was not feasible. Cooperation could come first. "No conditions are needed. Since you are Stelea's teacher, you are also my friend. Besides, you have helped us a great deal, and I am very grateful for that." Lister spoke sincerely. Selena's expression showed a hint of emotion. "Regardless, your knowledge is of greater help to me," Selena said. "If it's as friends. Then if you need help, I will not refuse a friend's request." That's enough." The dishes were brought to the table. Selena and Stelea moved in perfect sync, twitching their noses twice, lowering their gaze, and then, as if by unspoken agreement, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Truly they were master and apprentice. Suddenly Lister thought of something. "Since that's the case, after the meal, I'll give you a gift, Selena." Emerald City. A city-state built against a mountain possessing the largest gemstone mine on the Wasteland. It was considered a relatively wealthy city-state in the area and a minor trading hub. Sylvia spent a few days in the city, constantly drifting through taverns, merchant guilds, and other places to gather information. To her delight, she actually found a lead. A group of sparrowfolk were locked in a warehouse within the city, being held as backlogged goods destined to be shipped south for sale. Moreover, these goods seemed to be connected to some noble guarded by many soldiers. She obtained this intelligence from a demi-human slave trader outside the city. Having gotten the information, Sylvia was desperate to find out if there were any sparrowfolk she knew among them, or any news of her father and mother. Having mastered magic, Sylvia was quite confident in her abilities, and decided to sneak in for a look. The infiltration went smoothly. Without alerting a single guard, she entered through a window onto the warehouse roof. Inside there were many huge iron cages, each holding several demihumans. A foul stench permeated the entire warehouse. The few small windows were utterly insufficient for air circulation. Pinching her nose, Sylvia searched in the darkness for a long time but found no familiar sparrowfolk. "Wait, there's a cellar here." In a corner, Sylvia saw someone open a wooden door on the ground and descend into the cellar. From within came the faint sound of screams. "I must go down and see." She followed closely behind. Merging into the shadows, Sylvia stalked in. Once the cellar interior fell silent, she silently drew her dagger, opened the cellar door, and stepped inside. The underground space was enormous. Corridors were lined with brickwork, and a chill wind blew through from time to time. Sylvia moved swiftly, confident she wouldn't be discovered in such a dark environment. Soon she discovered many underground cells. Some emitted hoarse cries, others held weakened humans, and most contained various demihumans. They are all indeed slaves. Looking at the pained, hopeless faces in the cells, Sylvia thought of her own recent past. She knew all too well the bitterness of being captured as a slave. First, find the sparrowfolk. Moving forward, Sylvia suddenly arrived at an open chamber with 3 directions leading to massive cells. Instantly, Sylvia spotted the sparrowfolk locked in the central cell. Her eyes widened as faces flashed by. Suddenly, her heart seemed to stop for a moment. She saw a familiar face. Clang! The iron door behind her slammed shut. Laughter echoed from above her head. "Just as I guessed. I knew that releasing that information would surely bait someone." Sylvia gripped her dagger, sensing the malevolent gazes around her. In the cell ahead, two frail Quayans huddled together, aged and weary, their once bright eyes now as lifeless as a stagnant pool. A pang of anguish tightened Sylvia's heart. Above, beyond the iron mesh, stood a tall human gloating over his captured prey. Drop the bow and dagger or it'll trigger the mechanism in that cell, and all the Quayans will be consumed by flames. Surely you wouldn't want that. Sylvia's arm began to tremble as she fixed her gaze on the man above. Drop them. The bow and dagger clattered to the ground. In the next instant, the iron door behind her swung open, and a group rushed in to bind her, tossing her into an empty cell nearby. Sylvia's eyes remained fixed on the adjacent cell. The two Quayans stared at her face blankly as if trying to confirm something. Sylvia turned away and closed her eyes. High above Emerald City, a cyan shadow flitted back and forth in the sunlight. It hovered just beyond the range of the arrow towers, impossible to lock onto. Azure Feather grew anxious. The agreed 3-day period with its master had arrived. It was supposed to find the young Chuyen, receive a letter, and return to the sanctuary for a hearty meal. But the young Kayen had been missing for 2 days. With a brain no larger than a peanut, Azure Feather couldn't engage in complex thought. After a long hesitation, instead of returning to the sanctuary, it transformed into a streak of light and plunged into the city. It bypassed the arrow towers at the highest altitude, soared to the center of the city, then dove down, immediately taking cover under the eaves. Sylvia huddled in the freezing corner of the cell, her hands bound behind her back with iron chains. The damp chill seeped through the stone floor, making her deeply uncomfortable. She didn't struggle. From the moment she set foot in this dungeon, she knew she had made a mistake. She had been too impatient. She should never have trusted the slave traders' intelligence. These merchants were in league, and the information about the Quayans had been bait from the very beginning to lure her in. Sylvia. A faint voice came from the neighboring cell, hoarse and aged like dried leaves rustling. Sylvia's body trembled violently. She didn't turn her head, but tears silently streamed down her face. Is it you? Sylvia. The voice quivered, carrying an incredulous hope, mixed with the caution of fearing a mistaken identity. Mother. Sylvia finally spoke, her voice so low it was barely audible to herself. The neighboring cell fell silent for a long moment, followed by muffled, intermittent sobs. You're alive. You're alive. The old woman's voice repeated the phrase as if pouring out all the fear and despair of these years. I thought you were in that beast tied too. I escaped. Sylvia took a deep breath, wiped away her tears, and steadied her voice. Mother, how is father? He was injured. Sylvia clenched her jaw. Don't be afraid, she whispered. I'll get you out. Child, don't worry about us. Her mother's voice was choked with tears. The man who captured us is formidable. He has many underlings and nobles in the city backing him. You can't win alone. Can you escape? You've mastered all of your father's skills. You can surely get away. Sylvia didn't answer. She closed her eyes and began to sense the magic within her. Her compound bow and dagger had been confiscated, but her shadow affinity talent didn't rely on weapons. Having become a master archer, her control over shadow magic had reached a new level. With just a sliver of shadow, she could accomplish much. A patch of dimness lay in the corner of the cell. She reached out, her fingertips sinking into the shadow. The cold touch felt like plunging into deep water. In the next moment, an arrow as black as ink slowly materialized from the shadow, grasped in her hand. It was not a physical arrow, but pure shadow magic, condensed into form, dissipating upon hitting its target. Its power was less than a real arrow's, but it was still lethal. Sylvia released her grip, dispelling the shadow arrow. Now she needed an opportunity. Footsteps echoed from above. Behind the iron mesh, the tall figure reappeared. Roderick Black gazed down at the prey in the cell, a playful smirk on his scarred face. How is it? Is the air in the dungeon still breathable? His voice reverberated in the confined space. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You're worth more alive than dead. Sylvia looked up, her eyes calm. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. Roderick crouched down, peering at her through the iron mesh. What matters is that I know who you are, Sylvia, the Kayen thief under Tower Master Lister. What came to steal from me? Sylvia's pupils contracted slightly. Don't be surprised. Roderick laughed. I've already figured out your intelligence. After all, information is a merchant's lifeblood. Ample intelligence yields higher profits. Lister has developed quickly, but he has indeed gathered a force not to be underestimated. But it's not enough, far from enough. The treasure he holds is too great. He can't handle it now. The good news is he has no future. Sylvia remained silent, but her bound hands grew increasingly tense. Roderick continued, You know your Tower Master Lister has a fatal weakness. He raised a finger. He cares too much about you subhumans. How foolish. He'd threaten a sanctuary over one subhuman threaten my business. Tell me what would he offer to trade for you? You want to use me as a hostage? Wishful thinking. Roderick stood up. He will soon see if it's wishful thinking. Just stay here for a few days and I'll go negotiate with your Tower Master. Roderick turned and left, his voice fading as he went, Saddle the horse. I'm going to see Mayor Winter now. He owes me his promise. Sylvia stared upward, suppressing her fury. Suddenly she caught a flash of green light at the vent. Was that? The green light swooped back, perching on the vent's iron bars, tilting its head to examine Sylvia. The Cayenne woman broke into a smile. Serena, do you know about that kingdom from 500 years ago? The elf, having lived for millennia, might have some insight. Serena shook her head. I only know that kingdom was extremely xenophobic. Back then elves lived on the forest islands west of the sea, our homeland. Only a few elves lived on the mainland. After the Wasteland appeared, I crossed the sea to investigate its formation. Stelea, as my student, accompanied me. Having acquired Lister's knowledge, Serena had become much more courteous. Just then Aisha ran over. Boss Azure Feather didn't come back today. Lister furrowed his brow. He had confidence in Sylvia's abilities, but strength did not preclude unforeseen accidents. After all, humans are fragile. Is something delaying her? Aisha asked with concern. Qing Yu cannot be trapped. Something must have happened that made her decide not to return. Lister said, Should I go to Emerald City to find her? Aisha inquired. No need. Serena raised her hand. Allow me to divine for you. Describe the traits of Sylvia and Qing Yu as detailed as possible. Aisha looked at Serena, sensing hope. This was the most powerful seer. The sanctuary fell silent, and even Aisha held her breath instinctively. A faint green glow emerged from the elf like morning light, filtering through leaves, rippling through the air in circles. After a moment she opened her eyes, a trace of weariness within them. She is trapped, Serena said. Aisha's face paled. Sister Sylvia, there is no danger to her life. Serena added, I saw chains a cellar, many suffering people, and a small green bird. She can find a way out, though the process will be troublesome. Lister breathed a sigh of relief. As long as her life was not at risk, there was still room to maneuver. Has Qing Yu found her? Lister asked. It seems so, Serena nodded. That bird is special. It carries your aura and a very pure obsession. It will help. Aisha finally patted her chest, having been constantly worried about Sylvia. Lister pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, Serena, I would like you to divine other matters for me as well. Serena looked at him. What matters? Not urgent. Please follow me first. I haven't yet given you the gift I promised. Before the statue of talent, several people stood still. What is this? Serena asked curiously. The statue of talent, which bestows upon people extraordinary gifts. Lister said. Talent. Serena raised her head, facing the sunlight, gazing at the massive statue, suddenly feeling very small. Indeed, it can grant people talents in certain areas. Talent. Serena couldn't help but sink into memories. Thousands of years ago, when she first began learning magic under her teacher, the most frequent words she heard were, Serena, you should give up. You have no talent. Most elves had an affinity for some element, but she did not. For instance, at the very start of learning magic, when everyone could easily shape a certain elemental spell, she was still struggling to perceive mana. Fortunately, though she lacked talent, she possessed strong will and perseverance, holding herself to stricter standards than anyone else. Thus, even with slow progress, she gradually surpassed others step by step to achieve her current accomplishments. She was very fond of Stelea, not only because Stelea, like her, was without talent, but also because Stelea was equally diligent. So she pushed Stelea to study magic with the same strict demands she placed on herself up to the present day. Yet Stelea far surpassed her, quickly showing talent in divination. Serena, are you ready to receive a talent? Lister's words pulled Serena back from her thoughts. Talent. Taking a deep breath, Serena nodded. I am ready. The blessing statue descended with light, merging into Serena's body. Lister looked at the panel. Talent Elemental Mastery Legendary. In an instant the mana around Serena began to boil like a long accumulating storm, finally erupting, only calming after a long while. Serena couldn't help but laugh, unsure if it was joy or bitterness. So I truly had no talent after all. If I had possessed such talent when I first became a mage apprentice, I would probably have seen the realm beyond Archmage by now. Everything around her was now crystal clear. All elements obeyed her command completely. If she cast a spell, its power would be at least double what it was before. Not only that, but her divination, which calculated through mana trajectories and the movements of stars, had also greatly improved. Her predictions were now far more accurate. She would no longer judge Lister as a heartless slaver based on just a few fragments as she had before. Though the result of that divination wasn't far off. Emerald City Underground Dungeon. Qingyu stood on an air vent, tilting its head to look at Sylvia, its mung bean-sized eyes filled with pride. Sylvia couldn't help but smile. She lowered her voice and said, "Qingyu, help me find the keys." Qingyu blinked as if understanding, and as if not. It fluttered its wings and slipped out, quickly disappearing beyond the vent. Sylvia leaned against the wall, closed her eyes again, and continued to sense the surrounding shadows. Soon faint sounds came from outside. A guard walked through the corridor, yawning, with a ring of keys hanging at his waist. Just as he reached beneath the vent, he felt a peck on his head, a chill spreading. He was about to curse at whatever had the audacity to touch him, but his consciousness suddenly blurred and blood appeared before his eyes. A bloody hole opened in his head. Qingyu zipped through again, a ring of keys in its beak. Soon it flew to the cell, landed on Sylvia's shoulder, raised its head proudly, and the keys jingled. "Well done," Sylvia whispered. The chains were unlocked. Sylvia flexed her wrists, opened the cell door, picked up the guard's short sword, and then opened the neighboring cell. Her mother helped her injured father to stand up. Both were frighteningly thin. The feathers beside their hair were dull and lifeless, like old cloth covered in dust. "Sylvia." Her mother reached out. Sylvia gently embraced her. Just for a moment. She let go, her gaze turning cool and composed again. "Wait for me, mother, father," she said. "I will return soon." Roderick had already left for Winter City, using himself as a bargaining chip to threaten the Tower Master. She must transform herself from a hostage into a bargaining piece in the hands of the Master. First, she must kill everyone here. Not a single one must remain. If even one person escaped alive, they might tip off Roderick. She walked forward along the passage, shadows spreading beneath her feet. The first guard hadn't even drawn his sword before his throat was slit by the short sword. The second guard heard the noise and turned, but before he could shout, a shadow arrow shot from the darkness, piercing through his mouth and the back of his head. Cries of pain echoed through the dungeon, but they all abruptly ceased. Sylvia found her equipment. Precious enchanted daggers and a bow. As she rushed forward, every shadow became a deadly trap, shooting forth pitch-black arrows that mercilessly claimed lives. It was a massacre. Over 30 guards were all killed by Sylvia within half an hour. She retrieved her composite bow, daggers, and backpack, then took out a small vial from the pack. It was the holy water that Lister had prepared for her. Sylvia first fed the holy water to her father and mother. A faint golden radiance emerged upon their bodies, and the dark corruption, like toxic mist driven away by flames, gradually receded from beneath their skin. The two elders widened their eyes, their once murky gazes regaining a hint of clarity. "This is holy water," Sylvia said. "It is a miracle mastered by Lord Lister. I now serve Lord Lister, and Elsa and her family are with me as well." "Melissa, is she still alive?" "Yes, I will take you back. You will see them soon." Sylvia stood up, turning her gaze to the bewildered slaves, her voice growing steadier. "The Lord I serve is named Lister, a great Tower Master. He can lift the curse upon us, is willing to accept beastkin, and offers us a warm shelter, ample food, and stable work. If you have nowhere to go, follow me." The dungeon fell into dead silence. Then a canine beastkin knelt down. "I will go with you. I will go with you too." Voices rose one after another. Sylvia wasted no time using the key to open each cell door. Returning through the original path to the city-state was impossible, as enemy accomplices still lurked there. Fortunately, Sylvia discovered that the dungeon connected to the outside world. Following a tunnel, they could reach a peripheral camp. This was also the escape route Roderick had prepared for himself. The group advanced along the underground passage and soon left Emerald City. The tunnel did not lead to the wasteland outside the city. Its exit linked to a secret sanctuary on the outskirts nestled among the mountains. "Shoo!" As Sylvia stepped out of the tunnel, she saw a towering crystal spire in the distance. Surrounding it were numerous buildings and patrolling soldiers in formation, their torches forming a vast spreading net in the darkness. These were all Roderick's private soldiers. There were far too many, at least 200 or 300. Sylvia had no confidence in handling them alone, and the beastkin behind her were too weak to fight. Greenfeather, go. Deliver my message to the Tower Master. Sylvia took out paper and pen from her sleeve and wrote down the detailed situation. Everyone, let's rest here. They'll go out to scout the situation. Don't worry, we will be rescued. Greenfeather flew out, speeding toward the sanctuary as fast as possible. Lister sat in the meeting hall. This is the situation. The slave trader Roderick seeking revenge, and our goods threatened Sylvia with her parents and imprisoned her. We must go to rescue her. Elsa Harper, pick up Mr. Seth and ride the griffins there at top speed. Yes. Lister looked at the letter in his hand, deep in thought. The letter had just been delivered by Luke. Little Luke said that while heading to the city-state today, he encountered a young knight at the main gate. In a brief passing, the knight slipped him the letter and instructed him to deliver it to Lister. The letter was signed by Frederick Winter, the nephew of Lord Winter, detailing all the schemes of Roderick and the city lord. It also stated that he was under surveillance and could offer no help. What a good lad. It seems I must attend Lord Winter's appointment. Serena stood up. Please allow me to accompany you, Lord Lister. I still hold some prestige and he will show me face. No, this is an opportunity. Lister was not one to swallow an insult lightly. Daring to threaten his people would cost them dearly. I will go alone. It's too dangerous, boss. Elsa said anxiously. Don't worry. Haven't I learned new magic from Teacher Serena? But, don't worry, I won't act rashly. You, on the other hand, must be careful heading to Emerald City. Serena and Stelea said, we will wait outside the city gate to support Lord Lister. It will be fine. Good. The group departed first on griffins. Soon as Frederick Winter had said, Lord Winter's men arrived at the entrance of Lister's sanctuary. They delivered a message inviting Lister to the city lord's mansion for a meeting to discuss the impending blood moon. Plausible. At the same time, Greenfeather brought Sylvia's message. Reinforcements will reach Sylvia soon. In that case, you come with me, Greenfeather. Man and bird rode warhorses into the city-state. Today, Winter City was unusually quiet, with double the guards at the gates. Merchants were repeatedly searched, even the hay on their pack animals was turned over for inspection. Lister glanced up at the soldiers patrolling the walls, his expression calm, as if he were merely an invited guest to discuss the blood moon calamity. Greenfeather perched on his shoulder, its small head tucked under its wing, appearing to be an ordinary pet bird. Lord Lister, the city lord, has been waiting for you. A knight in silver armor took the warhorse's reins, his manner very respectful, but his hand remained on the sword at his waist, betraying his tension. Entering the reception hall, Lord Winter was already seated at the head of the long table with a tall young man beside him, sparse-haired, fierce-faced, and bearing vicious scars. Lister guessed this was Roderick. Lord Lister, you have finally arrived. Lord Winter stood up, spreading his arms warmly. The blood moon approaches and all of Emerald City must unite. A young and promising tower master like you is precisely the strength we need most. Lister nodded and sat at the opposite end of the long table. You flatter me, city lord. I am merely a rural tower master busy repairing buildings in my sanctuary. For a major event like the blood moon, I can only protect my own small patch. Roderick chuckled. Lord Lister is too modest. Your heroic deeds from the last calamity have even reached Emerald City. Lister frowned. Lord Winter, please don't let your slave interrupt our conversation. Roderick's face flushed red. Winter quickly interjected. No, I forgot to introduce you. This is Mr. Roderick Black, a great merchant of Emerald City. A great merchant? As far as I know, Roderick is nothing but a despicable slave trader. Does such a person even qualify to discuss the blood moon? Or is he a high-level professional? Lister had already scanned him with his panel. Roderick was merely an expert-level swordsman. Well, Roderick's face twisted with ferocity. Being humiliated outright was unbearable to his pride. Humph! I hope you can still laugh after learning the fate of your subordinates. What do you mean? Lord Winter stood up. Ahem, Lord Lister, we are all here for the development of the city-state and sanctuaries. Harmony is best. Let me state my proposal. We all know you possess precious healing potions and items that enhance soldiers' strength. If the city-state could centrally allocate these resources, everyone would be much safer when the blood moon calamity arrives. Unified allocation. Lister picked up the cup on the table, gazing at the crimson fruit wine within, yet he did not drink. How would that be allocated? Lord Winter replied with a smile. It's quite simple. You can hand over the potion formula to the City Lord's manor, and they will handle production and distribution. As for your sanctuary, I will provide you with ample compensation, and you shall earn my friendship. Do you take me for a fool? Bring forth whatever leverage you have. Rodriguez's fury could no longer be contained. He had been waiting for Lister to yield, for this young tower lord to show panic, to surrender the holy water-blessed honey and the pink crystal trade route for a mere sparrowian. Yet Lister merely stood there, a faint smile even playing on his lips, looking at him as if he were a joke. Rodriguez's breathing grew ragged. He no longer wished to hear Lord Winter's prattle. Rodrigue abruptly raised his hand and produced a grayish-blue feather from his bosom. The feather was quite beautiful, its tip shimmering with a faint silver luster. Even though it had been broken, it still revealed the youth and beauty of its original owner. Tower Lord Lister, you should recognize this, shouldn't you? Rodrigue held the feather between two fingers, slowly raising it high. A rat accidentally slipped into my territory. I'm sorry, but she's now in my men's hands. If you want her to leave Emerald City alive, you'd better listen carefully to every word I say next. The hall fell silent. Lord Winter sat on his high-backed chair, his fingers tightening slightly, his face maintaining the dignity befitting a city lord. Several guards stood by the wall, their hands already resting on their sword hilts, as if waiting only for a command to seize this young tower lord from his remote sanctuary. Rodrigue stared into Lister's eyes, his tone growing increasingly icy. The formula for the holy water, the source of the blessed honey, and that clever merchant. Tony, wasn't it? Cooperate nicely and everything will be fine. Otherwise it won't just be that sparrowian and her parents who die. The blood moon is approaching. If your walls are breached by catapults, do you think you can survive the calamity? Rodrigue had completely shed his disguise, revealing a greedy and envious visage, strutting like a triumphant monkey. Lister was silent for a moment, then slowly broke into a smile. You know, Lord Winter, I've never taken kindly to threats, especially those that use my friends or subordinates against me. Rodrigue frowned and Lord Winter's heart skipped a beat. Lister slowly raised his eyes and said calmly, Sylvia has already escaped. Rodrigue froze. The next moment Lister was already before him. No one saw how he moved. Not the surrounding guards, nor Lord Winter, nor Rodrigue himself. It was the speed of a superhuman physique combined with the intermediate wind magic spell. By the time the others reacted, Lister's hand was already pressing down on Rodriguez's head. Bang! Rodrigue was slammed onto the long table. The sturdy wooden table instantly shattered, sending goblets, silver platters, and documents flying in all directions. Blood trickled down the cracks of the table. Rodriguez's body twitched, a garbled sound escaping his throat, his eyes still wide open. At the same time, stone spikes protruding from the ground had pierced through Rodriguez's heart. The hall was dead silent. Several guards finally snapped to attention and drew their swords. Protect the city lord. Seize him. Lister let go, leaving Rodriguez's corpse suspended in the air by the stone spikes. He took a step forward. The stone tiles beneath his feet suddenly emitted a deep rumble. The sound seemed to emanate from deep within the castle, spreading along the walls, pillars, dome, and floor. The chandeliers in the hall swayed violently. Shields and decorative swords on the walls fell to the ground. Several guards who charged forward lost their footing and crashed to the floor. Lister took another step. The stone tiles undulated like water for an instant. The guards felt an immense force explode from beneath their feet, sending them flying backward uncontrollably to slam heavily against the walls. Some struggled to rise, only to find their knees unbearably weak. Lord Winter's face had turned completely pale. He finally realized that this young tower lord had never viewed this as a negotiating table. Lister knew all the schemes, but he simply didn't care. This had never been a trap set for Lister. The one who had truly laid the snare was himself. Lister walked step by step toward Winter. The city lord's hall was spacious, paved with expensive stone tiles, pillars engraved with the Winter family crest, silver chandeliers hanging from the dome, and rows of guards standing by the walls. But now everything seemed to have become an extension of Lister. With every step he took, the entire hall trembled in response. Such was the power of a grand architect. the most formidable profession in the wilderness without equal. Lord Winter rose from his chair, instinctively stepping back, knocking over the chair behind him. His lips moved as if to speak, but his throat seemed blocked, allowing only harsh, ragged breaths. Tower Lord Lister. He retreated to the wall. There was nowhere left to go. Lister stopped before him, looking down at the Lord who governed an entire city. So, Lord Winter, is this your declaration of war against me? Lord Winter's legs gave way and he slumped against the wall. He glanced at the butchered Rodrigue, then at the guards sprawled across the hall, his face stripped of all lordly composure. No! Lord Winter said hastily. This was all Rodriguez's private scheme. I did not consent. I was deceived by him. Lister said nothing. Sweat beaded on Lord Winter's forehead. Tower Lord Lister, Winter City never intended to wage war against you. I have never coveted your possessions. I will fully support your goods, protect your trade routes, please. Please forgive me. Lister remained silent. Since he had come this far, taking only these things would not suit his nature. The Winter family would have to bleed heavily. Just then a young man stumbled in. Tower Lord Lister. Frederick Winter rushed into the hall, his expression shifting dramatically at the sight of the devastation. He knelt on one knee and said, Tower Lord Lister, please spare the city, Lord. He gritted his teeth and lowered his head, saying, The Winter family is willing to pay compensation. All those involved in this matter will be handed over to you for judgment. We will also actively purge Rodriguez's remnants and give you a satisfactory answer. Lord Winter looked at his nephew, his expression complex, as if he had guessed the truth. Finally, he let out a sigh. He is right, Tower Lord Lister. We are willing to make amends for your losses. Lister sat down on a stool and stroked the blue bird. In that case, let us have a proper discussion.